Are we fighting? We're not. We'll go back. All right, we're back. You know,
for sure. You could see that.
Says, "I'm sorry. I kicked you in the nuts. You good?" Gives you a thumbs up. Gentlemen, stand straight up. Relaxed posture, not looking like he's fighting at all. And Alex is like, fuck you.
Sneaks in, boom, boom.
Alex is like, fuck you. So it's like, it's Alex's job to say fuck you and close the, if he can get away with doing that, that's his job is to get a hold of you, right? And you're trying to not allow him to come at you and take angles and kick his legs and pick him apart on the outside and never let him get that close to you where he can clip you with one of them left hooks. And so that's how it happened.
That shit's dangerous right there. That's a dangerous profession. Let me ask you this. Do these refs make any money? Is Herb Dean rich?
I do not know. I have never asked.
Are these dudes making any type of money? Because they got a lot of fucking pressure on them.
They have a lot of pressure on them.
They have a lot of pressure. They also don't have to really, like, answer for themselves also. But
sometimes they do answer for themselves. Like if there's a question or
it's
like
something really, like,
call.
Egregious.
Yeah, there was one this weekend. Jared Cannonier and Nasruddin Imamov.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the fight was stopped. And Jason Herzog, who's the referee, is a really good referee.
Really good referee.
Fucking excellent referee.
Mm-hmm.
I just think he made a mistake. I think sometimes guys make mistakes. And maybe he thought Jared was out. And maybe he thought he was out on his feet. And he was seeing that he's going to get hit again. And then when he makes the call, all of a sudden Jared recovers.
It happens. Don't you get flash knocked out and then you recover as he's breaking it up, you understand what's happening. You're like, no.
And in his mind, he might have thought that Jared had gotten to the point of helplessness and he was going to separate and Jared was going to crumble, which could happen. He could have just crumbled, could have just fell apart, but he definitely didn't. So when he stopped it, Jared was like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, I'm okay. I can still move. I can get this guy back. He's going to run out of gas. Like, this is part of fighting.
Some tough ones out there.
It's part of fighting because guys have moments in a fight where they turn on the gas and then sometimes the guys come back from that.
For sure.
Like I'm sure you've seen Mickey Ward and Arturo Gatti. Right?
Many times.
Perfect example.
Those fights are crazy, man.
Mickey Ward is putting it on Arturo Gatti. Just putting it on him. Drops him with a liver shot.
Who always took fucking damage.
Yes.
He got battered a lot.
They both did.
Yeah.
And in those fights, oh my God.
Legendary fights.
God. But those fights, like, you could have come close to stopping that a couple of times if you were like an overzealous referee.
But then there wouldn't be these legendary fucking fights.
Right. But then there's the other, well,
but yeah, obviously now, I'm sure Mickey doesn't speak well.
I don't know. I talked to him once. Said hi to him once.
But does he not drool, but like
does he have?
He has like a draw.
But some guys definitely do.
Of course.
Some guys get it real, like some guys get it. Like Joe Frazier in the end had it so bad.
Evander got it.
Yeah, does he have it now?
He doesn't sound like he's all there. His body might be there, but it doesn't seem like his speech is there.
How can you be? How can you keep getting repeatedly punched in the head? And not have it damage your head, If you drink whiskey every day, you're going to get a fucked up liver. It's just, if you're getting punched in the head all of the time, that can't be good,
For me, I like to protect this bod of mine. I just want to, I want to make it more healthy. That's all I really want to do.
I have friends that spar. And they really like sparring. And I'm like, you're a professional. You have a professional.
Like just regular dudes that like some Fight Club.
Yeah.
You just want to get a little adrenaline.
Yeah. But they're sparring and they're 46. They're getting punched in the face. I'm like, what are you doing? Don't do that.
Bro, sometimes it takes a while to get those chops.
It'll take a long time if you're 46.
I'm saying, it takes a minute.
You have to be a weird athlete to get really good at striking at 46. If you've never done anything, and then you step in and now you're sparring guys and you're good at 46, you'd have to be like a weird athlete. You'd have to be like some dude who could just do gymnastics, basketball, baseball. He can do anything. He just knows how to move his body.
I feel like that could be me. I like training, man. I enjoy. Like I said, I want to grapple somebody.
You were saying
I would do a celebrity grappling, even though it's like fuck a celebrity, just a grappling.
As long as there's no heel hooks.
No heel hooks. Grappling. This is not jiu-jitsu. This is grappling. I want to do collegiate style and mixed with Roman Greco.
Do you really?
I don't know. Yeah, I do. I want to fucking throw somebody around for sure. I want to fucking submit somebody very badly. Every day I practice submitting a fucking sandbag.
Do you?
Yeah, every day.
Do you ever take jiu-jitsu classes?
I did a couple of times, but I've been offered to go where my son goes, but I don't know, man. It's
get in there.
Yeah.
Get in there.
I only want to learn top pressure.
That's it.
I'm never gonna be on the fucking bottom, dog. Fuck that. Only top. Aggressive top.
But what are you gonna do to get? You gotta learn how to get off the bottom at least.
That's the hardest thing to do. If someone's laying on me, it fucking sucks.
Yeah, it's very difficult.
It's hard. You have to pinch.
Right.
Pinch them.
But you're gonna have to learn how to get out.
Are you allowed to pinch?
No. A dude recently bit a dude in the UFC, and so the dude got a tattoo of the guy's bite on his arm, which is hilarious.
That's a fucking deep bite.
Ooh, deep.
That was in this spot here.
Mm-hmm.
That thin skin.
Yeah.
He could have broke fucking skin and it could have bled bad.
Oh, it's real dangerous.
That's disgusting.
Like teeth, like people's mouths are so nasty.
It's the worst shit in the world.
We give people awful infections. Look at this guy. What does it say? I got fucking bit. What's the full tattoo?
I got fucking bit bonus.
Oh,
yeah, they gave him the bonus, right?
Because he got bit. Well, they disqualified the guy he was fighting, and he got the win bonus.
It was a decent fight. He was definitely winning, though.
Yes.
Lima.
I think the dude was trying to take him down, and he couldn't take him down. He bit his arm from behind. It was just like fucking so animal. It's so crazy that people get to that state where they're like, like Tyson and Holyfield.
I'm saying, when you're frustrated, you get put in a position you can't get out.
Damn, look at that bite, too. That's a crazy bite.
Was he wearing a fucking mouth guard, or did he throw it out of his mouth? What the fuck is that?
That looks like it.
That looks like a baby piranha.
Yeah. Oh, you know what it is? It's a mouth guard, probably on one side, but not on the other.
So wait, you just wear
a lot
one
of guys.
Piece? You don't do the double?
No, I don't think anybody uses the double.
That shock guard that we used to wear in football?
Yeah, I think the problem with that is it restricts your breathing too much.
Yeah, true.
So most guys just wear one on the top. So there were some boxers back in the day that would wear the double. It would be crazy. They had this crazy mouth, like
like that, of course.
And they had holes like this, and they'd be fighting with this double. But I think ultimately everybody kind of decided that just takes out too much wind.
You break your nose, it's over.
No,
how are you gonna fucking breathe if you break your nose in that big ass football mouth guard?
Yeah, that mouth guard sucks. I don't think you could do that. It's like, if you ever done one of those breath trainers where you breathe through, like the Boss Rutan one.
Yep. It's pretty much what they give you after surgery, where they put the fucking ball. You have to keep the ball in the middle. And he made a thing.
Boss Rutan did.
He made a waist trainer. Not a waist trainer, a fucking breath trainer.
Yes, Boss Rutan did. Yeah,
it's
really good. It's got a bunch of different filters. So you have one where it's wide open.
Lung restrictions.
Yeah, like there's different levels of lung restriction or air restriction. It's basically like you're breathing air through a smaller and smaller hole, and it just like fits in your mouth, and it's like contracting your diaphragm muscles. And it's just really like it's like breathing exercises, but almost like with weights.
I mean, the world is incredible.
Yeah,
just keep like all these little micro workouts for fucking organs and muscles. I love this. I love this. I love to learn about these things. I'm going to order one. Does he have them ready? Are they available?
Yeah. What is it called? What's Boss's?
I love fucking Boss Rutan.
He's the man.
Bro. Those early videos of him showing you how to fucking win a bar fight.
Yeah.
Incredible. Those things are things of legend.
And he's another guy. If you met him, you would have no idea. You would think he's the nicest. What does he do? Is he a banker? He's just, there it is. The O2 trainer. That's right. The O2 trainer 2.0, new and improved.
You wear that running?
No,
wherever.
You just do it for breathing exercises. They have like outlines of like different ways to do it. Boss has videos that he's put out there. And, I think they probably have a frequently asked questions.
You look ridiculous, but I'm sure it works.
Yeah, there he is. Boss and me talking about it. It's real. I use it.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's fun. He told me not to do it in the cold plunge, though. Joe, it's Boss, listen. People apparently black out, so don't do it in the cold plunge. Like, I would imagine, like, if you were in the cold plunge, you're freezing, and then you're also restricting your breathing, and you get, like...
I could attest.
Things get
You
wacky.
lose your breath immediately, man. I fucking could not handle that.
Yeah, if you had that thing in your mouth, too,
you feel like you're getting choked.
Super ultra freak out.
Nah. I mean, you use all these different things that people invent. I think, by the way, I feel like an asshole sometimes when I come on here. Terrence Howard. I don't even know what to say. I was like Googling shit to talk about after that. But what the fuck?
There's-
What in the actual fuck?
First of all,
I understand it though.
I kind of
I
understand it.
I understand.
I mean, it made sense.
To me, he's making me
sense.
believe.
He's way too smart to just be making everything up. Like this, there's no way he's a lunatic. Like I've heard people say,
lie. You can't just come up on that.
He's making things. I'm like, I don't think that's correct. He knows too much.
No.
So is he correct? I don't know. And then that's what has to happen is Terrence Howard has to sit down with someone who's an academic, someone who's got a PhD in whatever discipline they're talking about, and they can have a discussion, and you can see what he really knows and just what he can say to me, right? To me, it all makes sense, but I'm a moron.
No, you're not.
But if you're talking to a mathematician or if you're talking to a physicist, someone who actually can understand what these computations mean and what he's trying to say about 1 + 1 or 1 multiplied by 1 can't be
like
1.
No mathematics.
Yeah.
Everything is bullshit. I believe that. I wasn't good in algebra. I see it more in a linear way, not a linear way, a different way than him. Like more similarly to him.
Right. Well, I would imagine that there's probably more to all these things.
Those fucking toys he made, the figures.
Even our mathematics, like, as brilliant as the people are who have created all the formulas that everyone's studying, I would imagine that in the future they're going to have even better methods of figuring things out, and that all these things are going to evolve. That they're not perfect, and that they're going to just like continue to evolve. And if we want to get to like what alien civilization looks like, when we want to get to like super insane levels of technology where they control all of the atmosphere, they literally can harness the power of stars, like there's so much work to do. like there's so much everybody has to figure out. And if Terrence Howard somehow or another, if it's the craziest story ever, and Terrence Howard is like literally one of the smartest guys that ever lived, and he's got all these genius ideas and inventions. And even though it seems just insane that this is coming from an actor. This is from the Hustle and Flow guy? What?
Hey, listen,
this is from the Iron Man guy? What?
He was in Boomerang back in the day with Eddie Murphy. In fucking Sunset Park, he was Spaceman. Like, he has range. And then he's like a modern day Daniel Day.
Yeah, he's a great actor, but it's just because he's so smart. And then he's talking about how the periodic table's all fucked up. And this is what some people like, wait a minute. What are you doing? How can you do this?
I understand because of music, I understand the way that I feel what he's saying.
Yeah.
Like, stop trying to uncover shit. Just all these little micro fucking bullshits.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm trying to regurgitate what I heard. Like, as far as all the elements in between.
Yeah.
Like, why are they there? When they're just
you and I will never explain this in a way that's not hugely frustrating to anybody who really knows it.
I can't even remember what I'm trying to say, but you know.
Yeah. The way he was explaining how everything's connected.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the entire the whole scale of it, and the way he was showing it like a geometric pattern. And when you look at it like the way he was describing it, you're like, oh wow, that kind of makes more sense. It does make sense. That's it. I mean, it just looks beautiful.
That's fire.
Oh, Jamie,
that's dope art.
I need to know if this is true. I'm going to send you this, but it's so cool that I hoped and prayed that it was true, and I didn't even want to Google it. But it's that they took these photons.
I was trying to find that. I saw.
Did you see it?
I didn't find. I Googled it and couldn't find anything.
How could this be fake? Like why would they be lying to me, Jamie? Why would they be lying to me, Jamie?
It was like, what did they do? There was photons had what?
It looked like a yin and yang. I'll tell you what it is. I'll send it to you again. I'll send you the.
It's like a very specific thing they did to them.
Yeah, but
and it revealed the yin yang.
That's what it looks like.
It's quantum entangled photons. So, this is what it looks like. That's quantum entangled photons. Now, again, for the record, I am a fucking idiot. Okay, I don't even know what that means. I can say those words, quantum entangled photons. You made me like write down, and without any googling in an essay what a quantum entangled photon exactly is. But what it
aren't
looks
photons from light, from sun?
Yeah, but this is the thing. Quantum yin-yang shows two photons being entangled in real time, so it's true. A stunning
crazy.
experiment which reconstructs the properties of entangled protons from a 2D interface pattern could be used to design faster quantum computers. And when you quantumly entangle two photons, they look like a yin and yang. Do you know how insane this is?
What does quantumly entangled mean?
That's a very good question that I can say, and it makes me sound smarter. Quantumly entangled.
But
I couldn't write that down without Googling it exactly.
The quantum entanglement, is it the mixture of these photons together?
Well, I think what it is these particles are entangled in some way where they don't have to be in the same place and time, but they react to each other. There's some method or some way of understanding how this is done. It's all squirrely, yellow legal pad, chalkboard with a bunch of squiggles that you don't understand. Bananas talk.
Who the fuck are these
Quantum
people?
entangled photons. I don't know exactly how they do it. It's a weird connection between two far apart particles that Albert Einstein objected to as spooky action at a distance. Enables two light particles or photons to become inextricably bound to each other so that a change to one causes a change in the other, no matter how far apart they are. To make accurate predictions about a quantum object, physicists need to find its wave function, a description of its state existing in a superposition of all the possible physical values a photon can take. Entanglement makes finding the wave function of two connected particles a challenge, as any measurement of one also causes an instantaneous change in the other.
Well, why are they depicted in different shades and different colors?
First of all, I don't trust these super dorks at all. Look at the photos of those people.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They're pretty young.
Yeah, they're all too smart. I don't trust them. They're speaking gibberish.
I need to see some old guys.
Scientists, look at this. Scientists have used a first-of-its-kind technique to visualize two entangled biparticles in real time, making them appear as a stunning quantum yin-yang symbol. The new method, called biphoton digital holography, uses an ultra-high precision camera and can be used to massively speed up future quantum measurements.
Well, then it's all bullshit. It's not real time. It's not real.
What do you mean?
It's like it's like the AI shit. That's not a real image. They colored it and fixed it and put fade and brightness and fucking, like, how does that?
I don't know if they did.
You don't think so?
No. I think whatever the light is on the right, there's like a different technique of measuring it. Like, what was the one on the right? Like, how did they do that?
Heat.
This has a reconstruction of a holographic
I'm gonna get fucking
image.
demolished. I'm a total moron.
No, I think there's just two different ways of imaging it. So I don't think there's anything fake about it. I think it's just a bizarre shape that exists in ancient cultures, and now they're finding out is actually two entangled photons.
Yeah, but who came up with all this motherfucking shit holography? Like, what the fuck is that? Where did this come from now?
Scientist dudes and gals and non-binary folk. What is the actual definition of yin yang, Jamie? Like, what does it exactly mean? I know it's to be balanced. Like, and I knew, like, back when I was in high school, all the cool kids got yin yang tattoos.
I want one now. Now I want one.
Now I'm thinking about getting one, right? Because of the quantum thing. But it became a corny thing. Like, a yin yang became corny.
When I was young, it was like tribal.
Mm-hmm.
Now I want tribal or barbed wire around the bicep.
Yeah, like old days.
Like Pam Anderson.
A lot of wrestlers had it. Okay, so what does it mean?
Bagwell.
There's no meanings are popping up. There's not. I don't know about a specific definition because you got to define the yin.
Well, just Google that right there. People also ask. Go back and then what is the meaning of yin yang? Click on that. What does that say?
I know it popped up a video.
Oh, it's a video.
Boring.
Like, can't it just tell you?
You just tell me, bitch. Write it down. So what does it mean?
It's you have to describe both, and then you have to describe them both together. It's like describing what is light and what is dark.
Here's the thing, man.
It's a philosophy. It's an open-ended philosophy.
This is one of the things that freaks me out about the current state of the world. is that we're at odds with China. And China has been around forever. They are so much more established. They've been around for 4,000 years, man.
So many dynasties, and
they've been thriving economically for 4,000 years. They invented everything. China invented paper. They invented alcohol. They invented the mechanical clock. They invented gunpowder. They invented rockets.
I mean, bro, when I fucking order my clothes to sell, I get it from there. They do it much fucking better and cheaper than here.
You can buy good American stuff.
Nah, but it's not the same.
Well,
when you outsource, hey, listen, I like America, but if you want to get it done right, you go to China.
That's so ridiculous. That's so ridiculous.
That is a crazy thing to say.
But it is fucked up that somewhere we lost our way and we decided that it would be better for some people over here to get things paid for in a cheap manner. Get cheap labor from a country where they let people work for like almost nothing and buy your shit from them and then sell it over here. But it's just short math.
Yo, baby.
Because like everybody's like, hey, do you know what the fuck the trickle down of that is? How about we just make less money, or we don't look at it in terms of like you're never going to end, it's never going to stop growing. How about just like maintain what we've got and make high quality stuff and keep all these jobs here? Like what's the economic downside of getting rid of thousands of jobs every time they close a plant? Thousands of jobs just to make a little bit more money, or even if it's a lot more money. Like, aren't you making money? Isn't it so successful that you can buy a new plant in Mexico? Like, what the fuck are we doing?
People are fucking
so short-sighted.
Yeah, so it's all money.
You ever see Roger and Me?
Mm-mm.
It's Michael Moore's best documentary, I think. And it's the first one, too.
I like Michael Moore a lot.
He was young. He's a good dude. I met him a couple times.
I met him one time coming out of the fucking 23rd anniversary Jordan party. Fuck That's Delicious had just come on Vice.
Yeah.
And I walked out. He was in his limo. He came out. He goes, "Action, what's up?" I've been in the hotel room all weekend watching Fuck That's Delicious. I love it. And this is outside the Jordan party. I just met Moses Malone and shit like that. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, that's cool.
And this was early on. He gave me that props.
That's nice.
It meant a lot to me.
The documentary is really good. It's really good. And it's really heartbreaking. It's about Flint, Michigan, when the auto factories pull out.
Bro, why he does these tear jerkers, man.
This one's a really good one.
He's showing you the real.
This is the realest of the real, because this is where he's from. And he got to see all these people, just thousands of people, man, that were employed by the auto industry, just get those jobs removed and sent to Mexico. And they're fucked, man. No one has anything. No one has anything. There's just like nothing to do. It's not like you need to work harder. It's like, no, the industry's gone.
There's no jobs. There's nothing to do there.
The main thing in the town is now gone. The town just died. It's a ghost town now. Now everyone's fucked. And it happened like that. And it happened because people wanted to make more money. That's what's crazy.
So they don't make Cadillac over there anymore?
I don't know what they're doing now, because I know a lot of things have come back to Detroit. Like Detroit's kind of making a bit of a boom. Sam Talent just moved to Detroit. Shout out to Sam Talent. Hilarious comedian, if you don't know who he is. But they've got, there's a lot of like businesses that are coming out of Detroit that are like proud about it, like Shinola, made in Detroit, American-made watches and leather bags.
I stay in that hotel a lot.
Oh, it's a good hotel, man.
It is.
They're legit. Shinola's legit. So like, there's a bunch of stuff happening there, but it used to be one of the richest cities in the world. Detroit in the you ever seen like videos of Detroit?
It was fucking, that's where the players came from. It was Detroit players.
Bro.
That's where dressing like a player came from.
Bro.
Gators, all kinds of fucking outfits and gators. That's where it came from.
Booming economy.
Buffs, the Cartier lenses.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a whole thing.
Motor City Hitman, Thomas Hearns.
Come on, man. You don't think he wore Cartier lenses? 100%. And he wore gators.
100%. So that place was this thriving city. And then all of a sudden, the auto manufacturers pulled out. It just was, you just watched one of the great cities melt. Why? Because someone wanted to make more money. That is so crazy that people were willing to do that. It's so fucking crazy.
Well, now I have to fucking rethink all my business models.
Yeah. I work with Origin. Origin is a company in Maine. It's all American made. Everything, threads, everything, cloth, everything. All our hunting gear is made by Origin. All of it's made. They develop the pattern. They make it all. It's all. Everybody gets paid well. Great jobs. It's just like it just feels better. I always say that about like iPhones. Like, make me an iPhone that you make in America. Just charge me more money. Can you just put a little U.S. flag in the corner so I know I'm getting that one? And just charge me more money. Just charge me more money.
It's like when you buy a pair of New Balance sneakers, the made in America ones are always the better quality stuff. You know you're getting quality when it says made in the U.S. of A.
Oh, but also, you're getting it from people that you have to adhere to laws, like labor laws. You don't have to adhere to those if you're buying them from third world countries.
Of course.
So it's kind of weird that that's okay. And I understand the economics of it. I don't really, but I understand that I don't understand it. I understand it's not my place. But I get why everybody did it, but you got to look at what the cost of that is. It's so insane. Someone was explaining to me that there's some African countries that get free clothes from the United States. So like they'll donate like free clothes, like a bunch of companies, and they get together and donate free clothes, which seems great, right? But a lot of these developing countries have people making clothes. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of free clothes get dropped off. And they're like, hey, what the fuck? Like, we're now I'm not going to sell any fucking clothes. Now you literally can't get by making clothes because they're giving away free clothes. And giving away free clothes is like a part of their whole charitable organization, like to make everybody feel great.
Yeah, but they don't need to be doing that.
But you could, in fact, cripple a growing economy by giving people free clothes. I was
give them food.
I would have never thought that. I would have never thought that giving someone free clothes could ever be bad. But it could be bad if they're actually starting to develop an economy, or they have a thriving economy and somebody makes clothes there, and all of a sudden, we think we should give them free clothes. That's going to fix everything and make us feel better.
I'll tell you this, in every fucking third world country I've been to, they got fucking Lionel Messi jerseys. They got Vinny Jr. jerseys. They got all kinds of sports jerseys. They're not wearing any. They're wearing fucking jerseys. And they're all kinds of sports clothing. Puma.
Interesting. That's the cool shit.
Always. Young kids always got the fucking soccer jerseys on, or just like a team shirt. I see Yankee shirts.
That's always been the case, though,
always.
Right?
Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, to this day, my wardrobe is jerseys. That's all I like wearing. That's all I like wearing.
Is that a Patrick Ewing?
Yeah, Patrick Ewing. I wore this jersey in like 30 countries around. I never take it off. It's like I'm fucking Pat. Right. I should put the knee braces on.
It makes you feel casual.
It really does. It makes me feel casual, and it also makes me feel like, you know where the fuck I'm from.
Yeah.
I'm wearing it on my chest, bro.
Exactly, right? Nobody's going to mistake you for a Georgia boy.
Oh, no.
Hey, Miami won't come alligator home.
Yeah, you're not going to fucking think that.
No.
That's for sure.
No, not at all.
I was listening to... I wanted to bring this up because I think that this is fucked up. I'm listening to WFAN radio in New York City, and they run these weird commercials for older men and shit like that and stuff. There was this one, fucking Dr. Darius Paduk, fucking a crime against men, a urologist who fucking touched hundreds and hundreds of men, apparently. They're running this spot on the radio station. Saturday morning, I'm watching SpongeBob on Nickelodeon with my child. They run the fucking same spot, but a visual of Darius fucking Paduk. Why are they running that spot on Nickelodeon?
For parents. They're assuming the parents are watching the show
my
with the kids.
son's asking me who the fuck is Darius Paduk, and I don't know how to explain that he's done urology and crime against men. I don't know how to explain that.
So what do you mean by he did crime against men?
They were crimes against men. He touched.
So he
did weird things to them during urology exams.
And this ad that they were running was an ad, like a news story, breaking news story?
Not a breaking news, but like one of those, if you have the fucking, the mesh in your stomach recall, you could get money or this.
Right.
Like they want people to come forward, all the victims of Dr. Darius Paduk.
Oh, I see. So
I just found that a little bit fucking.
maybe it's for parents.
Yeah, but why on
ridiculous.
Nickelodeon, SpongeBob Saturday morning when they're running the same spot on WFAN for like 60-year-old men?
It's a good question.
I just thought that was fucked.
Maybe it's just a mistake.
That's my one contribution to this. It was a good one, though.
Yeah. Imagine if commercials were illegal.
Bro.
Imagine if we decided that everything has to exist on its own merit. And, word of mouth is the only thing that counts. There's plenty of social media out. No one's allowed to advertise at all anymore, ever again.
That.
Bye.
I would love that. No more spots. No more this. No more fucking reads. No more. Listen. All these reads, bro, it's a lot. It's a fucking lot. I'm not used to it. I'm not used to it. I don't love it.
Yeah. AI is going to take that for you.
Should I do it now? You think I could pull that one off now?
Probably pretty fucking close. Pretty fucking close.
What is this AI with the iPhone that I'm seeing on Instagram?
This is the newest AI.
Should I throw this against the wall?
I don't know. Elon seems
Will it even work?
be very apprehensive, and he said something about that if it is in the operating system, if it's in iOS itself, he doesn't think they're going to be able to control it. And he thinks it represents a security risk to the extent that he's not going to allow people to, if this does get implemented as a part of the operating system, he's not going to allow people at Tesla to have them. He's not going to allow them to come in with like iPads or laptops that are Apple.
And they got to go in some sort of box.
Listen, man, if he's getting scared, I get scared.
I'm scared.
I get scared. When he's saying, hey, you're letting that fucking thing in everyone's phones and you don't know how to control it. And they're like, hey, we got, you know why they got AI? Do you know why they're doing that? Because of this. This is the Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra.
You know, fool, I'm about to get it.
This is my new phone.
I'm getting it.
Yeah, listen, Apple's great. I love Apple. I'm not a hater. I'm going to keep this phone too. But there's things that I can do with this phone that I can't do with this phone. This phone has anti-glare screen. It's way better to look at outside. Way better. Instantly, I notice that. It charges quicker. It has all kinds of crazy shit. Like you can circle an object and Google just searches it for you. Tells you, like you see someone's sneakers, you're like, damn, those are cool. Boop. Google sends you a link, right up. Shows where you can shop for it. It does a lot of shit that you can't get on an iPhone right now. So they had to respond to that.
They don't even look that cool. They're cool, but they're antiquated.
This thing translates in real time. So like you could be speaking Italian and I could be speaking English. We could have a conversation.
Well, that's one of the best things to use. My wife and I, we have this masseuse. She's a Chinese woman, about 70 years old. We're great friends with her. And we just talk with the phone. Translate. It's phenomenal. She sends text messages full Chinese characters.
Wow.
Translate.
That's dope. Isn't that dope?
I would love to just be able to like say something and then in my voice it says it in Chinese to her.
I think they're doing that. I think that is 100% going to happen.
I'd learn Chinese that way also.
Yes, you really could.
It's better than Rosetta Stone.
What's the best way? There's a bunch of different like controversial best way to learn. Well, you could learn Spanish in 6 weeks. I was like,
I'll tell you how to fucking learn Spanish. Go work in the kitchen.
Right.
With some Mexican dudes. Right. That will not speak English to you. That's how you learn.
Yeah, you got to pick it up.
That's how I learned.
Pick it up eventually. That is what they say, immersion, right? That's the best way to really learn a language.
I mean, also, like, if you learn, like, phrases as far as, like, I don't know. I don't even know how to, like, I can't even give you an example. Like, things about the day or what you're about to do or shit like that. Just normal phrases that you would use in everyday life. If you just use those, more than likely they're going to catch one way or another. You can use them in different settings. You just got to know a couple of things. And then you build off that.
Imagine how funny that must sound to them. Our stupid Spanish. You know? It's like Borat sounds to us.
Yeah, no, I mean, the one thing that I do, I love when immigrants come here and they try to speak English. Because a lot of Americans, they don't fucking try and speak any other languages.
Right.
But everybody comes here and learns English one way or another. They're speaking broken, but you understand it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's probably the most, other than Spanish, the most recognized language. Like, what is the most popular language on earth? Numbers-wise, it might be Mandarin. Or it might be Hindi. Like, what is the most popular language on Earth? Like, take a guess. What do you think it is?
I think it's Spanish.
I think it's Spanish.
I think it's the
so.
most spoken language
The
in
most
the world.
countries.
Most spoken.
Spanish is?
I'm asking like what the correct.
Yeah, let's see. What are the most spoken
Espanol.
languages in the world? What are the most spoken languages in the world?
It says Chinese, but
Chinese number one?
yeah,
That makes sense.
I thought there was multiple dialects.
Right. But
It
like
just
maybe
said
it's just
Mandarin. It's just Chinese/Mandarin.
okay.
900 million.
900 million,
Yeah,
bro.
but there's a lot of fucking guys over there speaking their language natively. I don't know if it, I've never met a white guy that can speak it perfectly or a black guy that can speak it perfectly.
I've met a few people that know Mandarin.
A couple.
Yeah. Very strange.
But who knows Cantonese?
This thing I'm looking
John
at here.
Cena.
Fuck out of here. Fucking John Cena doesn't know Cantonese. Are you kidding me?
It says English.
He knows
is number
Mandarin.
one.
What?
It says English is number one.
What? One of them says English is number
Yeah.
one.
John
It
Cena.
depends on what you're talking about.
But that only says 1.552 million.
God.
1 billion,
Yeah, yeah.
452.
That was
So
the
it's like-
best answer I've ever heard in my life.
A lot of Chinese people might know English because of the internet.
Oh.
It's like, we don't. I don't know. Main language versus a couple words. Can you hold a conversation?
Interesting.
English has become the world's most common language, default for international business, tourism, tech, and much more. I mean, programming things is a big thing. So if you can't program multiple languages.
Isn't there some shit going down right now with Saudi Arabia is getting off the U.S. dollar, the petrodollar?
That's different a little.
I know it's a little different, but I was just thinking about like things I'm scared of. More things I'm scared of.
Nah, I mean, listen, there's so many things out there that we have no clue that we should be scared of. As long as I don't know, I'm all right.
That's a way to live.
Right for right now. But
It's
if
not-
you tell me, then I'm like, fuck.
Right now, you know. Now you gotta operate.
now I gotta
knowing
figure it
that
out.
Aliens are real.
There's no doubt about it. If you think about what this actually is, what are we fucking doing? This life experience,
Yeah.
aliens, this, that. There's all kinds of crazy shit. We can't just think that. Are we even living right now? What is happening right now? What is
it might
this?
be simulation theory.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun. What'd you
Exactly.
get? You get something, Jamie?
Something that says what you said, but I don't know.
So they dished the U.S. dollar today, right?
It was a pact for 50 years. I don't know that it wasn't expected.
Mm.
I don't know that they just
The
did it all
dollar
of
is a
sudden
piece of
overnight.
shit.
Is it?
I think so.
I like them.
I love it.
at 'em,
I like the
holding
way
them.
I have a bunch of them sitting right there that I could hold, but I don't.
Yo, gangs.
They're almost worthless
Craig Jones came in here and he had $1 million in cash,
on them.
and I wanted to run away with him. I wanted to grab that bag and bang. You see $1 million in cash, and just piles of hundreds. Like, this is crazy.
$1 million in cash isn't that much, though.
It's a bag.
Yeah, it's
In hundreds,
It's not that much.
It's like a gym bag stuffed with hundreds. It was weird.
that looks good.
It looked good.
That looks good to me.
Looked good.
Looks like a drug deal gone bad.
Yeah, or good.
Both.
Yeah. Life in the fast lane. Show the make please. Oh
It's only 22 pounds of money.
Oh,
Nothing. No big
22
deal.
pounds of money.
It's like the things you were doing with the rod.
Fucking
With the
gloves.
rod.
Yeah, you could do that with that bag of money. Just do kettlebells with that bag of money.
I mean, that would be fire to work
Yeah, you
out.
could do some shield cast, that bag of money.
Listen, all I know is that $1 million isn't even a lot anymore.
It's not
And you need
anymore.
to do a lot to make $1 million. Especially when you make $1 million, you're not making $1 million.
Right. In California, that's about to become the average home price.
I mean, 8 years ago, I was in Vancouver and they told me that was the average price,
$1 million.
$1 million.
And what does the average person make? I think they make $62,000.
Who the fuck is living in these places?
It's insane. The average home being $1 million, like everyone's in debt. And then you got companies that are buying up houses just so they can lease them out to people and make money leasing them. It's
I
like,
mean, bro, look at New York City. I'm over here looking for a house. I'm competing with brokers and like big people who want to put buildings where these old homes used to be.
right.
And-
Right.
They're ready to just go, you know?
They do a lot of that stuff out here, like on 6th Street. They're going to start to do that. But on a lot of these places where you see these giant ass skyscrapers, they used to be like a little bitch ass building. And somebody bought it up and just built straight up. And they're trying to do that a lot.
That's what happens. That's fucking,
Capitalism.
is that called industrial revolution?
No. Capitalism. You know, it's good if you want to live in an apartment building, but you just got to recognize what it is and what's going on. You know,
Apartment buildings are good for certain things.
it's fun.
That's all I've known my whole life. 2-bedroom.
Yeah.
That's all I've known.
If
I'd
you
like
live in
to
the
know
city, you
something
get
better.
accustomed to that.
I only stay in, like, if there's a table here in the room, I just sit in this one corner only. Now, I wouldn't even go on that side of the fucking table.
Because you used to being confined.
I'm a creature. I'm a creature. Just leave me in the corner as a creature. That's it. I don't need space. I'm like a little baby veal.
Just like to huddle up in your den.
I do, with my fucking pipe, huffing, watching MMA talk. Constant like Chael Sonnen talking crazy.
How do you think you would live if you lived like in a place with like a lot of land, quiet nights? Do you think you'd be missing it?
I would have to have some sort of live entertainment. I love live entertainment.
Something near you can go see?
Either that or just like something exciting at the house.
Mm-hmm.
Like a band. I would bring sick musicians to the home.
Mm.
You know, all these different jazz and funk fusion bands and these old school bands that I love, I would bring them all. Have little mini concerts back there.
Yeah. That's kind of what Dave Chappelle does in Yellow Springs, Ohio.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's always got like musicians out there, comedians out there.
He's living the way he needs to live. That's what he wants.
Yeah, he started doing that during the pandemic when everybody was locked down. He was doing outside shows with masks on. Remember those days?
Oh, yeah, he was doing fucking hooky parties. He was doing the old school hooky party.
Yeah. Those are so crazy days. You couldn't go outside without a mask on.
I was wearing a gas mask to go to the fucking supermarket. Can you believe that? I had a fucking 3M gas mask with the two things here. I looked at myself in the mirror. I said, what am I doing? And I just took that shit off. I'm like, yo, everyone's going to have to deal with me. If you're outside and I'm outside, it's on you.
Well, in LA, people would yell at you. They'd yell at you if you'd be outside with no mask on.
There was nobody out in the streets of New York. I had the whole city to myself.
There was a lot of days like that.
Had the whole city to myself. I would get from one place to another in lightning speed.
Do you remember there was this one kid who crashed like $1 million Porsche? He crashed some like crazy, I think it was like one of those Carrera GTs.
That
like
Paul Walker one?
Yeah, it was either that or the 918, like some crazy car. And this dude was just using New York City like a racetrack because there was no cars.
I didn't know about that. I was doing the same thing in a Jeep Grand Cherokee, though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
This guy fucked up that car.
That's a nice one.
That's a Carrera GT. There's not that many of them in the world. And this is a Gambala.
That looks total.
It has charges dismissed. Oh, the charges are dismissed? So this dude was just driving around like a fucking psychopath.
Oof.
When there was no one on the streets.
He's lucky he's alive in that one.
Yeah, he wiped that fucking car up.
That's a fucking gorgeous vehicle.
I wonder if they totaled the car. It looks like it's totaled.
I'd buy that at the auction.
Somebody would. If you have a Carrera GT like that, there's other people that have Carrera GTs that would want things from it.
Of course.
Even if it is totaled, there's like a lot of that stuff.
Definitely salvage those parts.
If Porsche lets that happen, I don't know how they that's such an exclusive car. I don't know like what some of those companies like Ferrari and Porsche, they have rules on how you're allowed to sell things.
Like even if you crash it, they'll just take it back?
I don't know. I bet they would. I bet some of them would.
You can't get under that thing to get the catalytic converter.
No.
There's no way.
That is the same car that Paul Walker died in. The same type of car.
It's because that thing slides like a motherfucker, man. If you hit one bump in the city and you're going at a specific speed, you're hydrogliding. You're in the air spinning.
Well, what does it say? The reason for dismissal was apparently a lack of proof. Road and Track cites a record from the court appearance as stating the people are moving to dismiss this matter because the case cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt.
Where did this happen? On the bridge or in the city or somewhere?
I think it was in the city. Okay, so look at the top. Go to the top.
It says, no one was around, man.
Very publicized incident occurred nearly a year ago in the then empty streets of New York City. A rare Gambala Mirage GT was captured on video crashing into several vehicles before finally coming to a stop. Video even captured the driver behind the wheel, who's later identified as Benjamin Chen. Now, charges against Chen for the incidents have apparently been dismissed. So they're saying to dismiss it because the case cannot be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Huh. Okay. Did any of those jurors buy new cars? Like, look at him wiping out. Oh my God. Let me see
He's
that again.
lucky.
Let me see that again.
He's a lucky baby.
Oh yeah, he was full on out of control.
He's lucky he hit the passenger side.
Yeah, he fucked that car up. And he's trying to get away. So I guess, people were encouraged by the fact that there was no one in the streets to let it out a little bit.
I was.
Jamie, that's not proof. That's CGI. That him getting out of the car, also not proof.
The city was a playground, bro.
Shut up, you fucking communist.
Talking to him. I don't understand.
The city was a motherfucking playground. It'll never be like that again.
Jamie. Fucking narc. Look at him over there. Narking on that.
You wearing a wire?
Yeah, he's wearing a wire.
Michael, this room's all mic'd up.
God damn
Gonna
it.
throw water
Now
all
you
over
tell
him.
me. Oh, how did we get onto that? People driving crazy down New York City?
He had the city to himself.
Yeah, I just had the city to myself during the
During
pandemic.
the pandemic.
There was no one around. There was literally nobody. Nothing to be said.
Bro, LA had no traffic.
There was no rules.
You could drive around in LA and there was no one on the road. It was the weirdest fucking thing ever. Ian Edwards has a joke about it. Like, I want to find out how much time it really takes to get places. Because in LA, you never know.
You never, bro. I've been in the worst traffic over there. It's actually, it gives me PTSD. I don't even want to drive anymore because I get very bad road rage these days.
It's bad for your head, man.
I'm in the car, windows up, screaming.
Mm-hmm. So you just can't go anywhere. Like,
I'm freaking out. I can't get
trapped.
myself together.
And what if you're low on gas?
Oh,
or what if you're low on batteries? Come on.
Or if you got to take a shit, or if you got things to do. Like if you're caught up out there,
yeah,
I'll do crazy things to get out of traffic.
Yeah.
There's nothing I wouldn't do. I'll ride on the side. I'll go through the forest. Whatever I need to do to get out of traffic, I've done.
One of the things that's interesting is that Waze, which is really the best way to get around. Like if you want to find out where the bullshit is, Waze is really good. And people report like there's an accident here, and everybody kind of communicates, and very, very good. But Waze was making people that were leaving New York and driving through Jersey. They were just going through all these neighborhoods because they say the highway's going to be jammed up, but you can get around the highway by going this way. So Waze starts navigating people through neighborhoods, and then the cops stop people from going through the neighborhoods. Now, do you live here? No, they can't drive through here. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, no, you have a problem. The problem is Waze told me how to get through your neighborhood. You got to take it up with Waze. You can't tell me I can't drive on a regular street. I could drive on a regular street just to look around.
For
right?
sure. Well,
totally legal.
Trying to check out the scenery.
Yeah, this is a nice house. I'm going to drive by. What are you saying?
I used to go on nature rides with my mother all the time.
But when you're saying that Waze shouldn't have told people about this cool shortcut through your neighborhood so you didn't have to be on the highway, you're right. But that's just reality. Reality is
everything's going to get blown up.
It existed.
Yeah.
And Waze just exposed it to the rest of the world that take a left on Peabody and then you're in a nice 4-lane road with no one on it.
It's like exposing the best pizza shop.
Sorry.
It's the same shit, guy. Pardon me.
Fucking asshole. Now there's a line around the block. I can't get a pie, you piece of shit. No.
Yo.
Things change.
Yeah.
Yo.
Everyone needs to know about it, how good it is.
Yeah.
That's it. But
what up, baby?
for me, New York, I rarely drive with a Waze or any type.
How you living, Pam? Did you send me a fucking list? Well, get your shit together and send me a fucking intermediate list. Let's go. I am pretty amazing. Get that fucking list going. I want to go through it. Let's do it, baby. Don't do 10 words. No. Oh, okay, good.
I was just saying that this game, I already know that 10 words on it.
I gotcha. All right, well, send it to me. Let's review.
Yeah, I just have to.
Excellent. Okay. Oh, my pleasure, Doc. All right, so abate. So abate is to become less intense or widespread. So you could say that the fire department abated that fire. And what did that mean? That meant they put water on it and stopped it from spreading. Accolade, that's an award or privilege granted as a special honor or as an acknowledgement of merit. You might say, like, trophies and accolades, awards and accolades, honors and accolades. These are all kind of the same thing. Adept, very skilled or proficient at something. So you might say that person is an adept coder, that person is an adept fencer, that person is an adept runner. That means very skilled or proficient. Amicable, that means having a spirit of friendliness without serious disagreement or rancor. So it means like, let's say we were playing basketball against each other. We wouldn't really care who won or lost. It's just that we had a friendly game. We would say afterward, we had an amicable game. It was a good game. We didn't really care who won or lost. We didn't have any really serious disagreements. Austere, severe or strict in manner, attitude, or appearance. So that means you might say the austere teacher was extremely difficult to have as a teacher. Why would you say that? Because it means that person's strict or severe, has an attitude or appearance. Avarice, extreme greed or wealth or material gain. So you might say that person stole all the money with avarice. It means they did so with like a meaningful amount of greed. Next up, benevolent. This is a word that's used often, well-meaning or kindly. You might say the benevolent individual. You might say, oh, you're so benevolent, which just means that you are someone who thinks about others and takes others into account. Next, bolster, to support or strengthen. You'll say bolster the base. Basically, strengthen the base. When you say the base, you might mean like the social group, like you might mean a political base. You might mean what other kind of base? You might mean a group of people. Just one moment, I have to adjust one of my tablets. You can bolster attitude for something, which means to like attempt to connect with an audience. You can bolster. A lot of times you hear they bolstered their political numbers. They'll say bolster their approval rating is a big one for politicians. The president wants to bolster his approval rating. What does that mean? It means he wants to strengthen. He wants it to move up. Next, brevity. Concise and exact use of words in writing or speech. It means right to the point, very short, as simple as possible. Brevity. It's seemingly related to the word brief, which means short. Next question, or next word. is cajole. Persuade someone to do something by sustained coaxing or flattery. So you'll cajole someone, which means like you'll persuade them using compliments or flattery in order for them to do something for you. The next is callous. Showing or having an insensitive and cruel disregard for others. So you might say that person hurt the other person with stone cold callousness, or that person acted in a callous manner. Callous is also a word spelled differently. I believe this is a homophone, where two things sound the same but have different meanings. And callous is also something on your hand. When you know when your skin gets rough. Exactly. So that's also known as callous. They're spelled differently. The next word is candid, truthful, and straightforward, frank. So this means obvious. There used to be a television show that was called Candid Camera, and they would do their best to make it seem like the cameras were really obvious. And just, even though it was a hidden camera show, it was called Candid Camera. It means essentially that things are outward. So I would say to you, like, can I speak with you candidly? You'd say, go ahead, Rabbi. You'd say, I want to share this really intimate detail about myself. I'm going to speak candidly, and that would be truthfully and straightforwardly and frank. The next word is capricious, given to sudden and or unaccountable changes of mood or behavior. So you could say someone is acting capriciously, and that means that they can change moods very quickly, that they are capable of having sudden or unaccounted changes in their mood. The next is caustic. This is sarcastic in a scathing and bitter way. So you might say that someone was walked away caustically, or that person acted in a caustic manner, which is very sarcastic to the point where the person is unagreeable or bitter. The next is chastise. That's rebuke or reprimand severely. You might say the teacher chastised us for speaking without being called on. The next word is colloquial. It says of language used in ordinary or familiar conversations, not formal or literary. So these words are much more colloquial than the previous list, which were, what was that word? It's like loquacious or something like that. Anyway, next word is concur. To be of the same opinion or agree. So if we concur, it means we agree. We can move on. Additionally, there's convivial, of an atmosphere or event, friendly, lively, enjoyable. You might say the party was convivial. That one isn't going to generally be used that much, but maybe a little. Cursory, hasty, and therefore not thorough or detailed. It means just done very quickly without a lot of planning. It was just cursory done. Debilitate. This one you'll see more often. This is to make someone weak or infirm. You might say that a disease is debilitating. You might say, additionally, you might say that, pardon me? That debilitated you? Yeah, absolutely. Like a disease could debilitate you. The weather could debilitate you. Depression could debilitate you. These are all things that could make you weak or infirm. The next word is deft, neatly skillful, and quick in one's movements. So you might say that that person is deft. They know exactly where they're going. They're walking with a purpose. They are deft. They're neatly skillful and quick in their movements. The next word is deride. That means express contempt for or ridicule. You might say, I deride that movie, or the teacher derided us for getting our names on the board, whatever it may be. It's expressing contempt for it, ridicule. You don't like it. The next is disdain. This is the feeling that someone or something is unworthy of one's consideration or respect, contempt. So if you do something with disdain, it means that like you feel like it's unworthy or that you're this person is below you, perhaps. So what would be a disdain? Uh, like a really wealthy family might feel disdain if their children wanted to marry someone from a poor family. They would be like, there'd be some disdain there. The next word is divulge. That means make known, private or sensitive information. So if I wanted to share something with you, I might say I divulge it. You usually wouldn't say that for a public thing. You wouldn't say that in the speech the person divulged this information. Normally that would be publicize this information. Divulging is kind of in a secret way or just between a more limited group of people. So someone might say like, the pregnant woman the woman divulged that she was pregnant, but we're not supposed to share this information, so keep it a secret, something like that. Next word is dubious. That means hesitating or doubting. So you might say like that. A dubious. Let me think of the use of it. That was dubious. It's a word. So the way that they use it, this is how you're going to hear it more often. So they say here, hesitating or doubting. Yeah, but the way that you're going to hear it more in English is of questionable character. So you might say like that person's dubious, they're questionable, or like a company had dubious profits. Somehow they made more money than they were supposed to. We're wondering about that. Dubious means more questionable. It also means, like they say here, hesitating or doubting, but I think of a questionable character is probably more accurate. Ebullient, cheerful and full of energy. You're never going to hear this on the internet. When I say you're never going to hear this on the internet, it means like don't use it in a chat room unless you're really comfortable with someone, and you would be okay if they either heard you use a word either incorrectly or they know that you're working on English. But if you just come into a room and you're like, wow, everyone here is so ebullient, they're going to, like 10 out of 10 American people won't know what you mean. 98% of American people won't know what you mean. The next is elicit. Now, they will know this. So evoke or draw out a response, answer, or fact from someone. So if I were trying to find out, I don't know, what your birthday was without asking you, hey, what's your birthday? I might say to you, I might ask you like, during what time of the year were you born? Or is your birthday coming up? Without asking you the exact date, I might be able to elicit information from you to draw it out. Or another way to say this is to evoke it. Another way to say elicit is to like almost to prod, to pull information from someone. Elucidate. This is to make something clear or explain. So on each one of these, I am elucidating to the best of my ability, just clarifying what each one means. Though I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say I'm elucidating these, though that's likely correct. It's just improper that, or it sounds off. It would be something like, we would use a term like I would most likely say, I'm expounding on each one of these. I am reviewing each one of these. I am, but like I am expanding on each of these. Those are more words that with which people have comfort. you're going to hear something, and I mean this, Arnold. I speak, and actually, as I was saying this, I didn't realize I do something that's very interesting in English that you're not going to hear of most any English speaker. But I think it's proper, and the history books will show it's proper. And you also have to understand, I have so much content online that whatever way I speak in the future, the world will speak. The way I pronounce things, because I have so much content, even if I slightly mispronounce it, the world will speak it this way because I have more content than any person. When it's watched, this is how many people will learn English. One thing that I'd like to state, though, is that I do my best to avoid ending a sentence on a preposition. Now, we're going to look up this rule because it's not a rule, but I can just tell you that in my experience, those people who avoid ending sentences with a preposition sound more eloquent. They sound fancier. They sound more educated. So we're going to ask this just for a moment. Can you please provide to me the reasoning and history behind not ending a sentence on a preposition? Question mark. Okay, so here's what it says. The rule against ending a sentence with a preposition is a relic of Latin grammar influence on English, and Latin prepositions typically came before their objects, and postpositions, words that follow their objects, were rare. This led some 17th and 18th century grammarians to promote the idea that English sentences should follow in a similar pattern. One influential figure was Robert Loth, a British bishop and grammarian, who wrote in a 1762 book a short introduction to English grammar that it savors of the vulgar dialect of the stage to end a sentence with a preposition. This notion was later echoed by other grammarians and style guides. However, this rule has been largely debunked by linguistic authorities and style guides. Modern English grammar recognizes that prepositions can function effectively at the end of sentences, especially in informal contexts. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary, for instance, notes that there is no inherent reason to avoid ending sentences with prepositions. Preposition usage and content. In reality, prepositions can be used effectively at the end of sentences in various contexts. Informal communication. Ending sentences with prepositions is common in casual conversations and writing, where clarity and naturalness are prioritized over strict grammatical rules. Idiomatic expressions. Many idiomatic phrases, such as "What are you looking for?" or "Who are you with?" naturally place prepositions at the end of sentences. Rhetorical purposes. In some cases, ending a sentence with a preposition can create a more emphatic or dramatic effect, as seen with the phrases like "I'm impressed by him" or "That's the food I eat most of." In summary, the rule against ending a sentence with a preposition is a historical artifact with Latin roots, which has been largely discredited by linguistic authorities and style guides. Prepositions can be used effectively at the end of sentences in various contexts, including informal communication, idiomatic expressions, and rhetorical purposes. Ultimately, the decision to end a sentence with a preposition depends on the context, tone, and intended audience. So, I'm someone who, as a young person, studied Latin for 4 years. So, I have a Latin background, and thus I learned how to speak Latin in a more formal sense with some of that Latin influence, and also other influences, well, Hebrew, Yiddish, German, French, other things as well. But I can tell you this. There are some phrases that I can just tell you this. If you want to sound smart, don't end on a preposition. Now, there are, at times it's difficult to avoid, and you're going to be like, well, Rabbi, what are all the prepositions? They're actually like 700 prepositions. And you're going to be like, well, Rabbi, how do I memorize all of them? You don't. There are about 52 that I will provide to you in a list that are the most common prepositions. And you will recognize, I'll teach you how these prepositional phrases are constructed. And fortunately, since you're a newer English speaker, we'll be able to teach you how to say the phrases correctly, and you won't get into old habits. Now, what is an example of one of these prepositional phrases? They gave some there. Where are you from? The word from is a preposition. So how would you say this and avoid ending on a preposition? You ask the question just in a different manner, like this. From where are you? But that doesn't sound naturally normal. And so if I do say that just because I'm very, very strict on this. I'm going to tell you this, Arnold. I'm more strict on this rule than any other English speaker I've ever heard. And perhaps of whom I've ever heard. Perhaps there are some British speakers who are stricter on the matter, but I can tell you that most English speakers will end their sentences with prepositions without any issue. And I did for many years until I started learning how formal English writers would write and also formal English speakers speak. And I avoid it. So I'll teach you that. That's a more complex use of English, but I didn't even think of it myself. The way that I speak is a very, very unique type of English when it comes to the use of the preposition. Most people are going to say, let's see here, let me in there. Wait, no, that wouldn't be an example. He let me in. He let me in is a sentence. He let me in. But the question begs, in where? Where did they let you? So I would want to complete that sentence by saying, he let me in the door. I want to complete that sentence so that it doesn't have what's called a hanging preposition. And you want to, some people want to avoid it. And you'll be able to speak any way that you want, but you'll learn the difference. So what are some other examples that I give of this? What is that made of? Most people would say, what is that made of? I won't say that. I will say, of what is that made? Or I will do my best to do so. Sometimes I get caught when I'm speaking and I will say, what is that made of? From what is that made? Or of what is that made? I'll have to go back. There are also, we'll get into all kinds of things with English. One thing that you want to avoid doing, and I do it, and I do my best to avoid it, but using filler words, so, like, these are words that are very common in English because people lack confidence and they don't want to make it seem as if there's silence in how they speak. So they use these words as filler. So it seems like their speech is complete. It does. It does. So we'll go through all of those and how to avoid those with proper speech. As of right now, we're just learning words. But I do want you to know, as I was thinking to myself, do I speak normal English? I would say I speak a much more proper form of English than most Americans. I'm not perfect by any means. I'm always learning, and English particularly is a living language, so it's ever changing. But there is something that I do very specifically, and that is with my prepositions. And thus, if you speak the way that I speak, in my opinion, you will sound more educated, more intelligent. Though it is a little more awkward sometimes to hear it, you will express to your audience that you're educated. All right, moving on to our next word. It was elucidate. So I, in a long-winded fashion, perhaps elucidated on some of these topics. Next is eminent, of a person famous and respected within a particular sphere or profession. So you might say the eminent doctor. A doctor might have, or a eminent lawyer, or eminent physician. You might say the leader was eminent. Go ahead.
Can I use elucidating a word?
Yes, elucidating.
Like elucidating or like elucidated?
So the use of elucidate might be the teacher elucidated the lesson to the class. What does that mean? The teacher explained it or made it clear. Another use of it,
Elucidating?
pardon me?
And what about elucidating?
So elucidating would be the process of explaining something.
Okay, so like elucidating to me, something like that.
I am elucidating to you the meaning of elucidate. So I am explaining to you the meaning of elucidate. Make sense?
All right. Yes, it does.
Excellent. You're welcome. Next is empathy. That's the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. So what does this mean? You're going to hear the word empathy and sympathy used similarly. Empathy is the
That's the word I know already, yeah.
excellent, but they're not the same. Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another. Sympathy is feeling sorry for someone else. They're going to be used similarly. You might say that someone empathizes with you when they really sympathize you, or they sympathize you when they really empathize with you. When you sympathize with someone, you feel badly for them. When you empathize with them, you are able to put yourself in their shoes, so to speak. You're able to understand things from their position. It's not like you feel sorry for them. It's just you understand that which they're going through, which they're going. The next, excellent. The next is encroach. Encroach is a good word. That means to intrude on a person's territory or a thing considered to be a right. So someone might say, you're encroaching on my rights. You're encroaching on my land. You're basically coming really, really close up to the border, and now you're making me feel uncomfortable. You're encroaching on my ability to live my life normally. So that's an encroach. In football, or like in American football, encroachment is when you move into the middle zone. There's like a team on the left and there's a team on the right. And if one of the guys goes into the middle, sometimes that's called encroachment. The next word is enigma. Enigma is a person or thing that is mysterious, puzzling, or difficult to understand. So the Nazis during World War II had a code, and the United States used something that was called the Enigma machine to break the code. So enigma is something that is mysterious. So a lot of times people think that I'm an enigma. Even though I'm pretty open to the world, I'm still mysterious to people. They try to figure out why I stream my life all the time. I can be puzzling to people. Enigma might be a puzzle. An enigma might be something that confuses you. An enigma might be something that you are working on understanding. The next word is ephemeral. This is lasting for a very short time. I believe we may have had this word previously, or a similar one. So you might say that something lasted for an ephemeral moment. That means it just lasted for just a brief moment. The next word is erudite. Erudite is having or showing great knowledge or learning. So once you learn all of these words, you may say that you did so in an erudite fashion, having shown great knowledge or learning. Very few people will use this word. No one's going to know what you're saying if you say that. The next word is evoke. Evoke is a big one. So like erudite, you wouldn't need to know necessarily, but evoke you would. So what is evoke? That is bring or recall to the conscious mind. So if I evoke memories That means like I bring out memories of something. If I evoke a feeling in you, it means that I bring this out. We had another word for bring out. It can be either. You can evoke anger in someone. You can evoke happiness in someone. Next question, or next, are you good on evoke? Okay, good. Exacerbate. This is, you're not going to see it much, but you will see it. Make a problem, bad situation, or negative feeling worse. So I think we talked about this one as well earlier. Basically, if you have a wound and you pour salt on it, you would be exacerbating the wound.
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Next one, exonerate of an official body, absolve someone for blame of a fault or wrongdoing. Let's say everyone accused someone of stealing the candy, but it turns out that they didn't steal the candy, someone else did. The original person who was accused of stealing the candy would then be exonerated, generally maybe by an official body or maybe by the teacher or something. But someone of a certain, with some authority, would say that this person was not to be blamed for the fault of wrongdoing. So they would be exonerated. You'd be exonerate perhaps a criminal, exonerate a presidential candidate or a politician. Those kind of people exonerated. Basically, someone blamed them for something, but it turned out they were right. The next word is exuberant. Exuberant, you might see, it's filled with or characterized by lively energy or excitement. It's just a really joyous person, a really joyous event. You might say it was an exuberant party. What's an exuberant party, Rabbi? An exuberant party is a party with balloons and maybe fireworks, and it might have costumes. That's an exuberant party. Next word, fervent, having or displaying a passionate intensity. So this shows a lot of fortitude is a word, a lot of energy towards something. You could have a fervent belief in something. You could be really, like people who are very religious would be fervent believers. Someone could have a fervent attitude, which means that they are passionate about that in which they believe. The next word is fleeting, lasting for a very short time. So you might say, like, we only could speak on the phone for 5 minutes. It was quite a fleeting conversation. Or you might say, we passed each other on the bus, and we made fleeting eye contact, very quick eye contact. The next word is fortuitous. This means happening by accident or chance rather by design. So this is something that's just like randomly happened that you weren't planning. So someone might say, it was fortuitous that I happened to be in this chat, and when you came in, it was just by accident. It wasn't by design. The next word is frugal. Frugal means sparing or economical with regard to money or food. This can also, people use this word for cheap. It's a nicer way to say cheap. If you want to say, hey, that person is really cheap, or you're being really cheap without being mean, you might say to someone, don't you think we're being a little frugal? Or don't you think you're being a little frugal on the matter? The next word is one other thing with frugal. There used to be a television show in the United States called The Frugal Gourmet. What's a frugal gourmet? A gourmet is someone who can make a lot of dishes. They're like a really fancy chef. And a frugal gourmet is someone who could make a lot of things for not a lot of money. But instead of calling themselves the cheap cook, which is what really frugal gourmet means, they just call themselves the frugal gourmet. It makes it sound much fancier. The next word is garrulous, excessively talkative, especially on trivial matters. We covered this previously. So what was that? It's just basically someone who won't shut up on a matter like I'm doing right now. If I keep talking about it and keep talking about it and keep talking about it, I'll be doing so in a garrulous fashion. So I'm going to stop. Next word is gratuitous. That's uncalled for, lacking good reason, unwarranted. Okay, so a gratuitous foul or gratuitous violence might be in a video game like Grand Theft Auto. Somebody might, you know the video game Grand Theft Auto? Somebody might say that game has gratuitous violence. Or people might say the internet has gratuitous nudity or gratuitous sexuality in a magazine. It means basically there's no reason that it has to have so much. So when I say a video game has gratuitous violence, it doesn't just have violence, but it's like you can run the person over, you can kill them with a chainsaw, you can blow them up with a Molotov cocktail, you can do a lot of things. You know what I mean? Exactly. Next word is hackneyed, of a phrase or idea lacking significance through having been overused, unoriginal, and trite. So a lot of times people will say that television shows are hackneyed, meaning like their ideas have been used before. These aren't unique. It's just the same story. You just say it's hackneyed. The next word we used before, hapless. This was like when I said the homeless person is hapless. It means it's unfortunate. Next word is
homeless person is also called a hobo, right?
They can be, yes.
Is there like a proper word for hobo, like hobo or something like that?
If you want to say it in a nice fashion, the politically correct way to say homeless in today's day and age is unhoused. The next word is, go ahead. The next word is harbinger, a person or thing that announces or signals the approach of another. So you might say a ship that is way far ahead in the water is a harbinger of things to come. If that ship hits the rocks, it would be a harbinger, like it would be a notice to us that something is happening. Or you could say perhaps like the animals in an earthquake get really still or act very strange. That's a harbinger of an earthquake. It's basically a symbol or a sign that the approach of something's coming. The next word is heinous, of a person or wrongful act, especially a crime, utterly odious or wicked. What does this mean? A heinous crime is like a murder or a rape. It's really, really bad. Exactly, yeah. So what is not heinous? Calling someone a bad word might not be, well, actually that could be word. Okay, what isn't heinous? Let's see here. Not a lot of people would say that, like, yeah, exactly. Doing something small like that is a heinous act. But stealing medicine from someone who needs it for their life, that would be heinous. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Excellent.
Stealing medicine from someone who is in need of it,
Right.
right?
What makes it heinous is that it is very serious to the point that it becomes heinous. So let's say someone had just like aspirin or normal medication. If you stole that, that's usually not a big deal. But if you knew that that medication was necessary for them to live and you stole it, that would increase the act to be so terrible that it becomes heinous.
Yeah, also like an asthma inhaler or something like that, right?
Yes, exactly. If you knew that that asthma inhaler was necessary for that person to live, it would be heinous of you to steal that. Now, let me clarify something here. Let's say you just saw an asthma inhaler on a table, but you didn't know who was the owner, and you stole it. That would not necessarily be heinous. But if you knew that somebody there needed it and their life was on the line, perhaps, and you stole it so that they might die, with the intention that they might die, that would be heinous, because your act has now increased the severity, the seriousness of the scenario such that it becomes heinous. Make sense? Excellent.
Yes, it does.
Very good. Iconoclast. A person who attacks or criticizes cherished beliefs or institutions. So someone who might talk about like religion is outdated and um, the the political party is wrong. You might call that person an iconoclast, a person who attacks or criticizes these things that we hold with such high belief. Other ideas that could be, let's say, people like parents might say, you have to get married by a certain age and you have to have a job by a certain age. And if you go against that, your parents might say, you're an iconoclast. You're someone who attacks or criticizes our cherished beliefs or traditions or institutions. The next word is idiosyncrasy, a mode of behavior or way of thought peculiar to an individual. So you might say, like, let's say you knew you had a friend and they had a little limp in their walk. When they walked, maybe they limped a little or they bent down a little with their right leg. You would know that their walk was a little bit different, and thus they had an idiosyncrasy. Something about their behavior was unique or peculiar to them. And if you saw them in a crowd, somebody might say, how did you know that it was so and so, your friend? You might say, they walk a little idiosyncratically, or they walk with an idiosyncrasy. It means it's just like a little bit different, and you're able to identify it because of that.
So, like, can I use that word to someone like a person, like, let's say my friend is drunk, right? And he's like walking with a drink. So, can I use that word for it?
You could say to them, I can tell you're drunk. And they'd say, how can you tell I'm drunk? And you could say, some of your idiosyncrasies. You're slurring your words, you're stumbling. These are all evidence of someone who's been drunk. Next word is imperative, of vital importance or crucial. So what does this mean? If I were to say to you, it's imperative that you ensure that your bank account is healthy, or it's imperative that you eat your vitamins. It's really, really important. You need to do it perhaps to protect yourself. So a parent might say to a parent who tells their child, look both ways before crossing the street, you might say that's imperative advice of the parent. The next word is impetuous. This is acting or done quickly and without thought or care. This just means done hastily, done quickly, not a lot of thought in it. So someone might say, I think I've used this earlier. It was an impetuous commute to work. It means it was done quickly. You didn't think about it. You just did it. The next word is inadvertent. You'll hear. Go ahead.
Like, if I ever launch a coin, like, impetuously, I could just tell my members that I launched it.
Exactly. If you just did it this afternoon because you just felt like doing it, we would say that you did that impetuously. Impetuously, yes. But that's not one of the words you likely want to use. It's like if you use that word, I'd say 90% of people won't know what you mean. As opposed to the next word, where like 95% of people will know what you mean. So the word is inadvertent, not resulting from or achieved through deliberate planning. So let's say you impetuously launched your coin this afternoon and it mooned and made you a lot of money. You would have gotten rich inadvertently, meaning without purpose. You didn't mean to get rich because you launched your coin, but you did, and it turned out to be really good. So you inadvertently became rich. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Excellent. Next word is incisive. This is of a person or mental process intelligently, analytical, and clear thinking. So someone who, isn't doing drugs and isn't drinking, someone who has their mind focused is incisive. The next word is inept. Having or showing no skill, clumsy. So you might say, like, my nephew is inept. He never knows. He never makes his bed. Or my nephew is inept. He sleeps all day and is really lazy. Or my niece is inept. She never washes her clothes. Those would be inept things. Another word here is infamous. This one's used quite often. Well known for some bad quality or deed. There's a famous statement by Dave Chappelle that I've heard him say about fame. It's easy to get, or one thing, it's one thing to become famous. It's another thing to become infamous. So famous is like publicity in a good way. Infamous is publicity in a bad way. So who's infamous? Hitler's infamous. Pol Pot's infamous. Stalin's infamous. Lenin's infamous. These guys are, Osama bin Laden. These guys are infamous. The next word is inhibit. Hinder, restrain, or prevent an action or process. Like when you put your arm out to stop someone, someone might say, you're inhibiting my movement. Or you might say, I need to inhibit your ability to do something because of a safety issue, whatever it might be. The next word is innate. Innate means inborn or natural. Someone might say, it's my innate abilities, my innate talents, my innate charisma, stuff that comes from me. I did not learn this. This is all innate. It's all, just one moment. It's all instinct. You can't learn instinct. It's innate. Do you know what instincts are? Excellent. Excellent. Just one moment. I might sneeze. All right. Next word is insipid. Lacking flavor, dull, not at all stimulating. So someone might say, this dish is insipid. It needs salt. Or this salad is insipid. It needs pepper, or whatever they need to make it more lively. The next word is intrepid. This means fearless, adventurous, often used for rhetoric or humorous effect. So someone might say those intrepid remarks. What does that mean? It means you didn't care, that you were fearless when you said it. It also means like adventurous. The intrepid journey would be a journey that had all kinds of exciting things that happened. The next word is jovial. Jovial means happy. It means just one moment.
Humiliating, is that a word?
What is the word?
Humiliating, is that a word?
Jovialiating. No. You would say jovially, cheerfully and friendly. So you would say, somebody who is really nice would be, oh, that's a jovial fellow. Or you could say someone who would be like, ho, 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 I'm so glad to be here. You might say they said so in a jovial fashion or jovially. The next one is juxtapose. Yeah, that's absolutely, that would be fine to say to someone with whom you're comfortable, or you really had a good grasp on the word. You'd seen it a few times. Maybe you used it in here or something, because somebody might not take that word depending on how you used it so well. If you just told someone on the internet you're jovial, that's like saying to them you're cheerful. They might take that the opposite way and be like, what the fuck is your problem? Just because that's how people are on the internet. So just be careful with using that word. It's pretty formal, but it means cheerful or friendly. Next word is juxtapose. That means place or deal with close together for contrasting effect. So when you put two opposite things against each other, you'll say they're juxtaposed. They're in juxtaposition. juxtapose them against each other. It means to put things against each other. So when you have two sides versing each other, they're juxtaposed against each other. That's what that means. Lament, mourn a person's loss or death. So you might say, like, we lament the loss of the king, or we lament the loss of the queen. We're in mourning, we're saddened, it's not happy. Next word is laudable. Yep, we would be in mourning. If we are lamenting something, we are in mourning. Laudable, of an action, idea, or goal deserving praise or commendation. So, like someone who saves another person from an accident, their action is laudable. It means that we should praise them. Someone who is the smartest person in the class has achieved a laudable achievement, has achieved a laudable goal, has achieved a laudable, what would be another word? Scenario, or has achieved a laudable event. Usually I would probably say has achieved a laudable achievement without, I don't want to use achieve and achievement, but in that case I might. A laudable applause. You applaud when something is laudable. So a laudable applause, I think, could work. If you said, not really. A laudable applause would mean that it would be an applause that we would give an award. So, a laudable approach would be an approach that deserves praise and commendation. Okay, yeah. So here would be a way to use the word a laudable approach. Let's say we had a house at the top of a hill, and some people would take the route that is very dangerous, and they didn't care about their own safety. But then there was someone else who took an approach that was much safer and cared much more for the people in the party. We would say that was a laudable approach. The route that person took deserves praise and commendation because they kept the party safe. They didn't take unnecessary risks. This is more used though with awards and things like that. So someone might say, it was a laudable act. What's a laudable act? When you do something nice for someone out of the goodness of your heart, it's essentially deserves praise or commendation. Does that make sense? Excellent. Lucid, express clearly, easy to understand. So there's something called lucid dreaming where you know you're dreaming in your mind. Lucid in this connotation, lucid in this connotation means the same thing, that it's very easy to understand, that it's clear, that you understand it, that it makes sense to you. The next word is excellent.
About YouTube, actually, I see how to use a team, I just used to tap my body and just like breathe in and out like a couple of times. And just not move at all, and like I would just go into the sleep where I can like control my sleep.
Very cool, man.
Now I just cannot tap into that shit. I don't know.
No, I'm the same way. The reason why is because your pineal gland is calcified. When you're a child and a young adult, it is not. But as you grow older and you drink worse and worse water, it calcifies your pineal gland. There's a way to decalcify your pineal gland. You have to drink like like not a special kind of water, but water without any minerals in it. And if you do this long enough, it'll decalcify your pineal gland. You also can use like iodine and um, some other nutrients, but basically, then you'll lucid dream again. But there's a reason why you don't lucid dream like you once did. It's because your pineal gland is calcified.
Dream for like 4 or 5 times, so I really cannot, like dream that knew how to do it on a command or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I tried lucid dreaming for like a month, and then like 4 to 5 days, I got that perfectly.
There you go. All right, luminous, full of. Very well. All right. Luminous, full of shedding light, bright or shining, especially in the dark. A flashlight is luminous. Candles are luminous. Lights are luminous. You would say, like, the city of Paris is luminous because it has lots of lights. Anything that emits light is luminous. Next word is magnanimous. Very generous or forgiving, especially toward a rival or someone less powerful than oneself. So let's say you have a really skinny boxer versus a really strong boxer, and the really strong boxer beats up the really skinny boxer, but doesn't beat him to death. Just beats him to the point that the other boxer loses, but is still a good sport about it. We would say that this person won magnanimously, basically very generously or forgiving, especially toward a rival or someone less powerful than themselves. The next word is malignant. It means malevolent of a disease, very virulent or infectious. Someone might say that a tumor is malignant. That's normally when you're going to hear this word. What is a tumor? It's like a group of cancerous cells in the body. So if the tumor is malignant, it means that it is infectious. You might say that a disease is malignant. You can say a tumor is malignant. You could even say a person is malignant. If you have like a group of really cool people and this random person comes in and ruins the vibe, you'd say that that's a malignant individual. Next word is mitigate. Make less severe, serious, or painful. So basically, you can have someone who's known as a mitigator, someone who stands in the middle, maybe referees a fight. You can say like food can mitigate. You could say like like if you have really spicy food, I think you can use milk to mitigate the strength of the spicy food. You could use like water to mitigate your thirst. It means to make less severe, or painful. Make less severe, serious, or painful.
Medicine to mitigate my fever or something like that?
Yeah, you could say that. Next word is nostalgia. A sentimental longing or wistful affection of the past, typically for a period or place with happy personal associations. Your feelings that you have of your family when you're a little boy, those are nostalgic, or the feelings that you have for the history of your country, that's nostalgia. Nostalgia has been described as pain from an old wound. Whether that's true or not, nostalgia is like the feeling that you have of the past, but usually in a positive fashion. Next word is obsolete. This means no longer produced or used, out of date. So an item, or let's say a car that they used to make that they don't make anymore, would be known as obsolete. Or a job that they used to have, like they used to have people who would work in a toll booth. That's all now become machine and mechanized. So we would say those jobs are obsolete. Another job that's obsolete, perhaps, is someone who operates an elevator. You don't have that job anymore because a machine can do it. Computers basically do that. So we say that the job of an elevator an elevator operator is obsolete. It no longer used. Next word is ominous, giving the impression that something bad or unpleasant is going to happen, threatening or inauspicious. When I described animals earlier, and I said that they,
Sorry for interrupting once again.
you're okay.
Can I use like persons? I mean, like individuals. Can I use this word?
You usually don't. You wouldn't say a person is obsolete unless you were making like a weird joke. It wouldn't make too much sense. If you say, if I said to you, or if I say Arnold is obsolete, that doesn't really make sense. It doesn't mean dead. If I were to say Arnold is obsolete, what that probably would mean to the other person is your fashion or your influence on anyone just doesn't matter anymore.
Can I use that word for example, Obama? Like Obama is obsolete.
Okay, so if you said Obama's obsolete, it means his opinion doesn't matter anymore. You could say that. That would make sense. You could say Obama's obsolete, means his opinion doesn't matter anymore. Next word is ominous, giving the impression that something bad or unpleasant is going to happen, threatening, inauspicious. When I said that animals sometimes can sense like an earthquake is coming, you might say that they were able to give an ominous sign. It was giving the impression that something bad is going to happen. Or you would say it was like an ominous omen. An omen is like a symbol of something, sometimes good, something bad. But you may, if it's an ominous omen, it's a negative sign, a negative symbol. The next word is opaque, not able to be seen through, not transparent. So if, excellent, palpable, of a feeling or atmosphere, so intense as to seem intangible. So if I say palpable, it like your lucid dreams were so intense they almost seemed tangible. They were almost palpable. It was like you could almost feel them in your hands. They were so real. Tangible means you can hold it in your hands. So if it's tangible, it's real, it's concrete. If it's intangible, it means it's like an idea. You can't put it in your hands. So let me give you some. Let me just give you some examples. Things that are tangible are a car, a phone, a person. Things that are intangible are things like love, the idea of like some might say energy. Some might say the idea of building something is an intangible concept. Yes. The actual building is tangible. The idea of building it is intangible. Oh, it's a great word. So I might say, you know, when we were first talking about achieving our goal, it seemed like it was a dream. It was intangible. It was just a building plan, just an idea. It was intangible. But here we are, standing in front of this building now that it's built. It's real. Our plan has come to volition, is what you would say. Our plan has come to completion. It is tangible. This is a real building now. And then you know, the building would be real. The next word is pensive, engaged in, involving, or reflecting deep or serious thought. When you think for a really long time on something, you're pensive. It's the opposite of being flippant. Being pensive means that you think about it for a really long time, give it a lot of serious thought. So you might say that student is being extremely pensive with their schoolwork, or that judge was extremely pensive in coming to a verdict. The next word is perfunctory, of an action or gesture carried out with a minimum effort or reflection. So If just something is done almost instinctively but easily without much effort, it's perfunctory. So you might say someone thought in a perfunctory fashion, which meant they barely thought about it, they just did it really quickly. When the opposite of that would be in a pensive fashion, which would be engaged in, involving, or reflecting deep thought. Next word is pragmatic. Dealing with things sensibly and realistically in a way that is based on practical rather than theoretical considerations. So a person who's pragmatic is very good with their money. They have everything planned. They know what they're going to do from one step to another. They aren't doing things hastily. They aren't doing things quickly. They're doing things in a very planned fashion. So a man who's pragmatic has perhaps ensured that they're educated, that they have their balance of their finances, that they have good credit. These are pragmatic characteristics.
For example, let's say, like rolling out a roadmap for some project. So right there, like this is a pragmatic roadmap or something like that.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, you could say that. You could say a roadmap is pragmatic, meaning step 1, step 2, step 3, and they all make sense. That's pragmatic. Yeah, you could say that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, yeah.
Excellent. Precarious, not securely held in position, dangerously likely to fall or collapse. You might say that a child is sitting on a chair precariously when they're about to fall off. You might say that a car is precarious when it's dangerous and not properly maintained. Next word is prevalent, widespread in a particular area at a particular time. You would say that weeds are prevalent in gardens. You could say that grass is prevalent on a lawn. You could say that mountains are, or you could say that snow is prevalent on mountains. You could say that ice is prevalent in Antarctica. You could say that illness is prevalent in disease-ridden countries. You could say that liberty is prevalent in America, or whatever you want to say. You could say that people are prevalent in India as the most populous country. Basically, widespread for a particular area at a particular time. Next word, prodigious. Prodigious, remarkably or impressively great in extent, size, or degree. So, yeah, exactly. So, someone who is prodigious is good at something. A prodigy is a child is generally someone who is good at something at a young age. Sometimes these are known as prodigies, child prodigies. A prodigious person is someone who's really good at something. So you could say that that prodigy is that prodigy is prodigious. That is not something normally that you would say, but you could. Most people won't necessarily know what you're saying. They might know prodigy. They generally aren't going to know the word prodigious, though. But that's what that means. You could say that. And yes, they have the same root in as prodigy. The next word, seemingly, we could check on that. Next word is prolific, of a plant, animal, or person producing much fruit or foliage of many offspring. So you could say that person was a prolific patriarch. A patriarch is the father of a family. A matriarch is a mother of a family. So you could say that a business is prolific in an industry. So you could say General Motors is prolific in the automotive industry. You could say Michael Jordan is a prolific basketball player, or Lionel Messi is a prolific football player. Next word is prudent, acting with or showing care and thought for the future. So someone who plans a lot is a prudent individual. Someone who comes up with who can manage projects well, we would consider them prudent. Someone who follows a plan well, they're prudent. They just act with care and thought for the future. Next word is quaint. Attractively or unusually old-fashioned. This is a fun word. This is used for like arts and crafts or like a little house. You might say a little house is quaint. You might say arts and crafts are quaint. You might say that quilting is quaint. Things that are not quaint are like modern technology. Modern technology is like cold, or like a modern office is not quaint. Like a grandmother's house is quaint, or a cottage is quaint, but like a modern office building is not. The next word is quell. This is put an end to. So if you quell, and it says a rebellion or other disorder, typically by use of force. So you could quell a rebellion, you could quell a revolution. I even think you could quell a fire, which is to put out a fire by use of force, typically. If you were to quell a revolution, that means that you take your army to another country, perhaps, and you destroy their army, and that would be quelling the rebellion or quelling the revolution. The next word is reconcile. That means restore friendly relations between. When you reconcile with someone, you make up. So two warring parties or two arguing groups might reconcile after a war or after an argument. It means to be friends again, basically. The next word is resilient. This is of a person or animal able to withstand or recover quickly from difficult conditions. We say that someone is resilient when they overcome challenges. We say that athletes are resilient when they can overcome injury. We say politicians are resilient when they can overcome scandals. We say that children are resilient because they can fall down a lot and get right back up. We say that lovers are resilient because they're impassioned to continue caring about each other. Next word is sardonic. This means grimly mocking or cynical. So you might say that someone who is making fun of another person at a funeral, they might be sardonic. It's not just mocking, it's not just making fun of, but it's grimly making fun of them to the point where it's almost dark. Not a word that you're going to find used often. Unlike this one, you would see this one much more often. Scrutinize, examine or inspect closely or thoroughly. You would scrutinize a future mate. You would scrutinize a future son-in-law. You would scrutinize a car if you were going to buy it. You would scrutinize your grades to make sure that they were accurate. You would scrutinize your taxes to make sure they were accurate. It's when you examine or inspect closely. You would scrutinize a diamond. You could scrutinize. Usually, though, with scrutinize, you examine it closely and thoroughly, but you might say something as well if something's wrong with it. So you really scrutinize, you really look into it, because if anything's wrong with it, you're going to say something. The next word is serendipity. I love this word. This is the occurrence and development of events by chance in a happy or beneficial way. So what is that? It's like you just randomly went into the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Telegram, and I just happened to be in there. We didn't plan it. It was serendipity that we just both randomly got there and became friends. You would say that event is serendipitous. You could say that the event is also an example of serendipity. The next word is soporific. This is tending to induce drowsiness or sleep. So, like a really boring movie, you might say is soporific, but no one's going to say that. You might say that reading a book before bed is a soporific action, or a soporific is a soporific event, or a soporific thing to do. Drinking like warm milk before bed, sometimes people say that's soporific. Next is spontaneous. This is a much more commonly used word. Spontaneous means performed or occurring as a result of a sudden inner impulse or inclination and without premeditation or external stimulus. When you do something spontaneously, it means you just do it on a whim. You do it without care. You do it really, really quickly. So if I were to say, hey, let's go on a road trip right now, I would have said that we went on a spontaneous road trip. Or if I say as a teacher, pop quiz, we have a spontaneous test. Or if I say at driving a car that has its wheel fall off, the wheel spontaneously fell off, it means it happened all of a sudden. There was no forward warning. It just immediately occurred. The next word is stagnant. That means generally with a body of water or the atmosphere of a confined space, having no current or flow, and often having an unpleasant smell or consequence. So what's stagnant? Swamps are stagnant. Sometimes lakes are stagnant. It means water that's not moving. So what is not stagnant? The ocean is not stagnant. Rivers are not stagnant, but waterfalls are not stagnant. But a lake water is stagnant. Pond water is stagnant. You could talk about the word stagnant with people as well. So if you were talking about a group of people, oh, they're stagnant, it means that they don't change on their views very often. They're very set in their ways, like how water doesn't move in a lake, and that water is stagnant. You could say in the same way the people and their beliefs are stagnant, they don't change. The next word is stringent. This is of regulations, requirements, or conditions, strict, precise, or exacting. Somewhat similar to the word scrutinize. You could say that person was scrutinizing us, meaning they were examining us or inspecting us very stringently, means very strictly. You could also say something like the rules were stringent, which means they're strict, precise, or exacting. You could say the requirements were stringent, which means like whatever the law is or whatever the rules are very strict. So that's what stringent means. Next word, tacit, means understood or implied without being stated. So in a tacit way means that you were able to communicate something without directly saying it. So maybe it was because of a movement or your body language. Someone might say, how did you know to do that? You could say, I saw the tacit body language of the leader and I knew what to do. Next word is terse. This is sparing in use of words, abrupt. So if a teacher is disciplining a student and they are being terse, it means that they are being very specific with the words that they're using and not using a lot of them and making sure that the conversation is short. So terse means quick and to the point, abrupt. Timorous is the next word, showing or suffering from nervousness, fear, or lack of confidence. It's similar to like the word timid. Timorous is someone who doesn't have a lot of confidence. So you could say like an athlete who is performing on a grand stage many times might act in a timorous fashion. They don't have a lot of experience. This isn't a word you're going to see very often. Tranquil, you'll see a little bit more often. Free from disturbance, calm. You can say that a lake is tranquil because it's very peaceful. You could say that waterfalls are tranquil as well because they're free from disturbance. It's in nature. It's calm. It makes you feel good. But a lake could be tranquil. What isn't tranquil? Busy traffic in a city is not tranquil. What is tranquil? A forest is tranquil. Nature is tranquil. Animals in peace is tranquil. But when they're fighting each other, it is not tranquil. What's the next word? Transient. Lasting only for a short time, impermanent. This is somewhat similar to the word transit. Trans meaning a cross in Latin. Essentially, transient is something that is very fleeting or quick. It's impermanent. So sometimes they call people transients. What's a transient? It's like a homeless person or an unhoused person. So you might say the transient
Meaning of the word,
is what a word?
transient, transient,
I don't think you would ever use the word transiented. It might have some kind of connotation where it may be correct, but usually it just means very quick, impermanent. So if you put up scaffolding around a building, you might say that scaffolding is transient. It is impermanent because they're going to take down the scaffolding when they're done building. If you have a road detour that is just temporary, you might say that it's transient. It's lasting only for a short period. It's impermanent. So transient is impermanent. It means it's not going to last forever. And finally, venerate. Regard with great respect, revere. This is a word that you see a lot in religious contexts. People want to venerate important leaders in a religion. People want to venerate traditions. What's it mean to venerate? It's to hold something in high esteem. So I think like some people venerate people in their religion. Some people might venerate an athlete. It means to hold them in great esteem, almost to the point where they're godly, but not that far. Just to venerate them is to hold them in a certain regard of specialty. And that is lesson 2, completion of our glossary. How'd you like that, big dog?
that was excellent, brother.
Excellent. All right, my friend.
Really appreciate that.
You got it, man. You're going to be speaking better English than I do. I'm going to teach you everything I know, and then you're going to know more because you already have a good foundation, and you're going to be teaching me. You're going to be using words, and I'm going to say to you, Arnold, what does that mean? And you're going to be like, oh, I learned it from such and such, so don't you worry. And I'm going to tell you this, Arnold, I can tell you this. In the first list of words that I said, I don't think you'll ever use a single one of those words in normal conversation. Not a single one of them. In the second list, you might use half of them. But it's important to know what those half mean because some of them will be used more regularly than others. But even that second list, a lot of those words you're still never going to hear. I could tell you at least the first list, you won't ever hear those words on television unless it's really a specific, under an exceptional case, you will, but not generally. Those are not the words that are used in English. I can tell you there's something, and this was all planned. Why? Basically, many years ago, when you needed to teach English to someone, you didn't have time to teach them all these really fancy words. So there were like 1,000 English words that everyone needed to learn. Just for a moment. English words everyone needed to learn in the 18th century to be able to communicate. It was very popular on boats in the British. Okay, so during the 18th century, a person needed to know approximately 1,000 English words to effectively communicate in everyday life, including on British boats. The vocabulary included basic phrases, nautical terms, pronouns and verbs, common objects and concepts, idioms and colloquialisms. Those words and phrases were crucial for effective communication on British boats, where sailors and passengers needed to convey essential information, negotiate, and socialize. Mastering the key vocabulary would have enabled individuals to navigate the complexities of 18th century life, including maritime trade, exploration, and daily interactions. So, what does this mean? So basically, unless you were going to be of a higher class in England, very few people learned any of these words. And even still today, they're not really used well. I have some friends of mine who are linguists. One of my friends is the head of the linguistics department at the University of one of the University of California schools. And I can tell you that, like, unless you're in her field where you're really studying words and accents and the way that people speak, you're not going to run into these words very often. Where you will run into a lot more words actually are like the newer abbreviations and the lingo that people are using on the internet. So I'll teach you that too. And I'm sure you know a lot of it. But for the most part, every word, I don't want to say every word I said in the first list, you don't need to know. You need to know a few words, maybe one or two. But like the word like quixotic. If you don't know what the word quixotic means, that's the one that means like you go out on big adventures or like have these big plans or go on big journeys without any kind of payoff. You're going to be able to explain that to someone using the other words that you know. Eventually, you may get to quixotic. If you get there, that's great. You're going to be doing better than most any college graduate in the United States. And that's the point where you want to get. You want to get, if you ask me, Rabbi, at what level do you speak? I'd probably speak a little bit higher than an average college graduate, probably higher than most people with a graduate degree. However, my normal vocabulary that I use is probably somewhere around college level. So it's not certainly K through 12. I use more advanced language than that, basically at a college level. I can use more advanced language if I need, more technical language if I need, but I don't want to have to sit here and explain everything to everyone. So I use a simpler language so it's easier to understand and my message is conveyed to the largest audience that I can. Here's the thing. If I go into a room and I use all this fancy language, number one, I'm going to look pompous. I'm going to look out of place. I'm going to look like I'm trying to impress everyone. Number two, I'm not going to convey my message properly. The important thing whenever you're speaking to someone is called KYA. Know your audience. It's the most important thing you can know. If you know that your audience isn't very strong in English, then you shouldn't be using very advanced English words. If you know that your audience is typical people on the internet, then you're not going to use extremely complex words and phrases. But if you're writing literature, perhaps for a book club, then you might be able to be a little more verbose or use more words, which is what verbose means essentially, in order to express yourself more specifically. I hope all of this makes sense. Excellent, dog. All right, we're going to watch a podcast. Feel free to stay and watch a podcast with us. You'll hear a lot of language in it. If you don't want to watch it and you want to do your own thing, that's cool. Come back in about then you owe me something. You owe me something. You need to fall asleep and you need to fall asleep in here. Just like you did last night. Excellent. We got a plan. Sweet dreams, my friend.
I'm not sleeping right now. Actually, I have an idea for a client. All of a sudden, I mean, it just falls out of my head.
Excellent. Give me the elevator pitch. You've got 1 minute to sell me on it. Go.
Okay, so the name will be Andy Tate, and Andy Roman, David Ross, 19, and the ticker will be Colada. What do you think?
It's basically, and I don't know how to describe these, but they're like opposite meme coins. It's the opposite of this one, or opposite of some meme coins.
I've got like all the influencers there, like I even have the movie Titanic, which is like a famous movie, like was worldwide of Hollywood basically.
Here's what I can tell you. A lot of people in the world don't like the people who you just named.
So they don't like Andrew Davis, Joe Rogan, David Goff.
Correct.
I mean, but you can just make memes that are like both of them. Like, maybe you can just throw like a shitty ass Andrew Tate having sex with Joe Rogan and David Goggins. Sure, something like that.
I mean, I get it, and I know exactly what you're saying, but I'm going to tell you, it doesn't have mass appeal of a coin. Keep thinking, though. I like where your head's at. All right, you get some sleep. I'm getting some sleep.
That we're being told about drugs are incorrect. A lot of it is overinflated. A lot of it is exaggerated. And, he talks openly about responsible drug use. And this guy's a professor, legitimate academic, an intellectual. And he talks openly about his own personal drug use.
Yeah.
About how, that these things can be used responsibly, but that thought is never out there. That nobody says that. Everybody tells you if you do drugs, you're going to be an addict. You do drugs, you're going to be a loser.
Well, these people, so many people are making money off of the illegal drug market. I mean, if you just imagine how much money has been spent on incarceration, on probation, on
just
policing.
Prisons themselves, privatized prisons.
So these people don't want drugs to not be valuable to the system. They want it to stay the way it is, so they can keep making their money. So they do commercials and they market just like everybody else market their business to stay in business.
Right.
So those are the things that we're dealing with, and we have to get people that are more sensible. When I got home and found out that marijuana was legal, it was like, wow, finally we're waking up,
That was just 2016 though in California, where it was made legal.
Well, when I got medically it was legal when I got home.
Right. Yeah, it was medically legal in the 90s.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a card. I get headaches.
No,
Right?
you were smoking when I was on the show. You remember?
Yeah.
And that leads me to.
You're in the business?
I'm in the business.
Well, you know what's interesting is there's
I bought you some gifts.
Oh, what do you got here?
These are my new strains.
All right.
I got a dispensary.
You do?
I got a dispensary.
Where?
I'm a legal marijuana dealer. The state's.
That's incredible.
I told you we've been gone a long time, man.
Wow. That's great to hear, though, man. Look, I'm a big fan of that. And in Texas, it's illegal, but you can get this stuff called Delta 9 THC that's legal. And apparently it's legal federally. So you can just get that. It's very, the whole thing's very strange. It's like there's worse things in this world than marijuana.
Absolutely.
Oh my God, marijuana makes people calmer, makes people funnier.
Make you go to sleep.
I can go to sleep.
I can get some sleep.
It makes people more sensitive to other people. It really makes you more compassionate. It does a lot of things for you.
Oh man, when I went to my first, because it all goes back to, I go to my first, when I get off parole, it's just crazy, right? They having a high time event in LA the day I get off parole.
High times?
High time event. The day I get off parole. So my boy from Cincinnati, he's flying out to LA. So he flies out to LA, he comes by the house. He's like, man, you off parole. Let's go celebrate. And I was like, cool, where we going? He's like, man, they having a high time event coming. And I was like, oh, no, I don't want to get with that drug stuff, man. Because, I'm still, even though I've been through all I've been through, I'm still under this impression that they have been instilling in us. Oh, well, marijuana is a gateway drug.
Right.
So I'm still tripping off of that. So I was like, oh, man, I don't want to go out there. I start selling marijuana or get involved with the marijuana. Next thing you know, I'll be back doing coke. Because I understood that I'm an addict. I was an addict to selling cocaine. I mean, if I had a problem, my old lady start arguing, I just go sell some coke.
Well, it's a success, right?
So that made me feel better.
Yeah, you're selling a lot. You're making a lot of money.
And I felt better.
Why wouldn't you be addicted to that?
I forget about your friend in the hospital sick. I'm selling cocaine.
Right.
So now I forgot about him being sick. So coke had become like a crutch to me, where anything that went wrong for me, coke made it better. I mean, like the commercials, everything goes better with coke. Which
used to be made with coke, which is crazy.
So it had become like a crutch to me. And when I was going to the High Time event, I was scared of that happening. And he was like, man, I bet you sell a lot of books and T-shirts. I said, oh, let's go.
I bet you did.
Man, I found myself out there, man, those people treated me so good. I was like, what the fuck? I want to be in this community. And after that day, you know, I've been chasing the marijuana business. And in 2016, when they changed the law, I went there and they, you know, first they didn't want convicted felons to work in the industry.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck? How you guys gonna say that? And we the ones made it where the industry is legal now. had the people not go to jail for selling marijuana, you never would have thought about legalizing it.
Right.
And they had me to argue to city council.
Wow.
That issue.
That's crazy.
So I got to argue the issue, and they broke down, and now everybody around the country adopted that philosophy, and they're putting convicted felons in the front of the line.
That's incredible. You know, the federal government is reducing it to a Schedule 3 now.
Yeah, they should just totally leave it.
100%. But at least it's a Schedule 3, which is what's also listed in Schedule 3?
Cocaine might be actually. It's like medically. Well, it's medically.
Do you know that Coca-Cola is one of the largest importers of coca leaves? The coca leaves still flavor Coca-Cola.
I didn't know that.
And that there's a plant that supplies Coca-Cola. There's a plant that takes the cocaine out of the coca leaves, creates this flavonoids, these flavors that's why Coke tastes better than Pepsi. Sorry, Pepsi. If you're a Coke fan, there's like the flavor that Coke has is flavored partially, at least, by cocaine.
Coke is Schedule 2.
Interesting.
Schedule 3 would be like it says ketamine, testosterone, anabolic steroids, codeine.
Oh, mild
Some
shit.
sort, yeah.
Well, codeine ain't
Even
that mild. That's interesting. Tylenol with codeine.
Probably said less than 90 milligrams.
Okay. So then that's where marijuana is going to be, which is still ridiculous. What schedule's Ambien? That shit's fucking scary. What schedule's Adderall? What's Adderall? Well, it just said it right there, Jamie. Yeah. If you click on what schedule's Adderall, right above, what schedule drug is Adderall? Yeah.
2.
Schedule 2. That stuff is fucking crazy. I know a lot of people hooked on that. Schedule 4. Less. That's funny. Xanax. Xanax is 4. I know a lot of people have been fucked up by Xanax. Valium. I know a lot of people that have been fucked up by Valium. Fucked up by Valium.
Yeah.
And then that stuff is less illegal
Man.
than marijuana. It's crazy. We're so silly. I mean, it's a little baby steps towards legalization. You know, that's one thing that California has above Texas for sure is the legalization of marijuana. It should be
But
legal federal.
they tax the shit out of us in California.
I
man.
wish they did, and I wish they did something good with it. I wish they took those taxes and cleaned up Oakland. I wish they did.
They give it to the police department.
They don't even do that, man. They're defunding the police department in California by $150 million with a new budget proposal.
Oh, yeah?
$150 million. All the fucking problems they have. And they're defunding. What they should do, if you want to tax, look, if you want to tax it, like you're making plenty of money, I'm sure. A lot of people want to buy weed. Take that money and fix the fucking problems. Use that money. Use that money to fix the problems. Stop with all the bureaucracy. Stop with all these fucking useless people that are getting paid for these like the homeless programs in Los Angeles. It's just a scam. There's just a bunch of people making money, some of them upwards of $250,000 a year to fix the homeless problem. And they're not doing jack shit.
Yeah, I could fix the homeless problem in a couple months.
You think so?
Absolutely. Just go out and build some nice houses and let them stay there. And tell them they don't have to fill out the application. You know, most of the people that's homeless, they can't the applications, you know, when you run their credit is fucked.
Right.
You know, they didn't pay a light bill, a phone bill, and
taxes,
whatever, you know, so their credit is fucked up and I mean, the problem can be solved, you know, but it got to be somebody who said, you know what, we're going to throw a few, maybe 50 million, 100 million into building some low income houses that we also going to have some treatments, you know, where people get treated, where they get job training. It's just so many things. I mean, I don't know. Even when I look at, you know, some are supposed to be millionaires, billionaires, you know, the way they I don't know. I would look at this problem and I would solve it totally different. Because even though I like making money, I'm not like typical people. They get the money and they want to harness it and they just want it for themselves so that they can look down on everybody else. I don't think money's supposed to be used like that. I think money is supposed to be put back into the community where the community can rejuvenate and the money circulates into the community.
And that makes everything better for everybody.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You don't want to be the only one who's doing well.
No.
That's not a good place to be in life.
Well, a lot of people are like that,
They're fools. It's just a foolish way of
when
thinking.
we look at the way, the situation with Puff Daddy, he had money, so he treated everybody else like shit, lick a tampon, like, what the fuck? What kind of crazy motherfucker would want somebody to lick a tampon?
Yeah.
That's how you get your kicks. I would get my kick by seeing somebody do good. Like, look at that motherfucker, he's doing good.
That's a good kick.
That's my motherfucking boy.
Yeah. That's a good kick. I like that kick.
Yeah. Me
Some
too.
people get a kick off of degrading people. They get a kick off of being the most powerful person.
Yeah.
And that's an evil inclination that is built into humanity for some reason. There's always been that impulse for some people to do that. It's very unfortunate.
I think power, you can hide your power. You don't even have to show it. You can be powerful and nobody even know you're powerful because you don't have to use it.
Yeah.
That's when you're really powerful, when you don't have to use it. You're like, see, I'm so powerful, don't nobody even make me use it.
Yeah, and you're using your power for good. Yeah. It's there's a lot of people with some good ideas in this world, and I think there's a lot of people that are very down on the future. I don't think that helps anybody. I think there's a real possibility that we come out of this better. It's just we have to think right and act right.
And then sometimes you got to go to the bottom. They say one of the books I read, it said that the end of the storm starts at the worst. When you get to the worst, and if you can bear the worst,
that's the beginning of the end.
That's the beginning of the end.
Yeah.
So we got to go through the worst. Everybody buckle up and
I think that has to happen too. I really do. I think people have to see things fall apart before they realize, like, oh, we had it good, and we didn't even realize we had it good.
Yeah.
And now we're fucked, and now we have to turn this shit around.
We've been going the wrong way.
We've been going the wrong way for sure, but we've been led the wrong way, and we've been led the wrong way by people like what we were just talking about before, that use their power to subjugate others, to keep everybody else down.
And then we got all these old motherfuckers who've been running things for too long. Like, why do you stay in the Senate and Congress for 30 years?
Did you ever look at the founding fathers, how young they were?
I haven't.
It's crazy. One of them was 18. One of them was 21. These are the people that started the Declaration of Independence. They signed it. These are the people that were the founding fathers of this experiment in self-government that you and I both live in. They were young as fuck, man.
Yeah.
And now you look at the people that are in Congress now. You look at people like, like the president. He can't even form a sentence. He doesn't know the difference between Iraq and Afghanistan when he's talking to foreign leaders. He's out of it.
Yeah.
He's too old.
Yeah.
He's too old. And then, Mitch McConnell, he just locks up when he's talking to people. It's like, he's too old. He shouldn't be doing that. He's not trying to make the world a better place. He's just trying to not let go of his position of power. And that's a lot of them. And they get there through years and years and years of being deeply embedded into the system. And they know how to work it. And next thing you know, they're the top dogs.
I think they all should go spend a couple of days in jail,
Wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, just go sit there for a couple of weeks, and then see what it's like. Go in the ghetto, go in the homeless camp. Let them live in the homeless camp for a week. Eat the food that they eat, and then you really become an American. I think if you're not experiencing real life, then you don't know what real life is.
Right.
If you don't see it, you don't touch it. Some of these people never go out to the communities.
Right. They go straight from universities right into jobs in the system. They work their way up the ladder. Yeah. And then they have disdain for the common people, which it could have been them. Different roll of the dice, different circumstances, different life.
Different parents,
different place you live.
Different brother.
Different everything. Could have been them. Could have been them. And people don't want to think that. They genuinely want to believe they're special, which I think is a trap.
Well, we all special.
Yeah, but I mean, special, different than everybody else.
Yeah, when you start to look down on everybody else, that's bad.
Yeah.
You know, when you feel privileged for no reason. You know, now
Right.
if you go out and you do something special, you know, then maybe you're special, you know. But if you're not doing anything that anybody else can't do, then you're no better than nobody else.
Well, there's definitely special people, but special people are just people. And they're just people that have put an extraordinary amount of effort and time, and maybe they have just a God-given talent, and they've achieved incredible things. And those people also, what they do is they elevate everyone around them, because they make you realize, like, wow, my watermark was here, now it's here.
Well, those are the people that I consider special.
Yes,
If you can make other people,
right.
if you can lift up other people,
yes,
then you're special.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many people just by virtue of their success and the example that they set. They change the course of so many people's lives because they look to those people for inspiration, and it gives them the energy to go out and do things.
Yes.
It gives them the energy, the thoughts, the idea. Like, that guy did it, I can do it. That's what I want to do. I want to succeed. And it could be a great thing, or it could be what happened to you. It's like the wrong inspiration.
Absolutely.
You know, you say, that's what these guys are succeeding. We don't have shit. They have money. I can do that. And then you do that. But, you know, that could be, in your case, it turned out to not be good, but in other people's cases, in different things with different examples of people that are succeeding, like, you could have done what you did in the drug game if you had better opportunities in fucking anything.
I agree.
And it's genuinely, it's the discipline of an athlete, which is an extraordinary discipline. The discipline to force yourself to do things you don't want to do. You develop that ability, and the ability to, like, really hone in and focus and have drive and a work ethic. That translates to everything. Everything. You just got to find a different thing to do.
Yeah, yeah. And now with the internet, it makes it better, but we got to get people to where they understand that they should try to do it.
Right.
You know, because once you get beat down, you feel like, why should I try? I'm gonna get beat down again.
Right.
You know, I don't have the support. You know, I don't have the crutch to hold me in position until I can build my strength up to be on my own. And
Right.
I think that we as a society have to give this to our children, because if we don't, our children are going to be in trouble.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, our entire society, we're all supposed to be one team. This especially.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, if we have countries at all, if there is if you believe in America, you believe in any country, that's supposed to be your team. So everybody is supposed to be on that team together.
And
everybody
supposed to be trying to make the team win.
Yes, the whole team, and that can be done.
And no man left behind.
No man left behind. Yeah.
And if something is wrong, you know, we got to look out for the ones that that are slow.
That's the sign of bad leadership in our country. That's not being addressed. That's bad leadership. That all they're doing is serving the interests of all the wealthy people that got them into power in the first place.
And the wealthy people, you know, once you get wealthy, you should want to be a philanthropist. I mean, in my opinion, one of the greatest things that a person could do is help somebody else. You know, I mean, that is so, to me, that's like so fulfilling. You know, I people tell me, you know, when I do stuff for people, they be like, oh man, thank you. And I'll be like, thank you. Shit, I should be thanking you because you just made my day. You know, I got off by doing that.
Yeah, that's what people don't realize. Like, doing something nice for people is selfish.
Yeah,
because it makes you feel good.
Selfish. They might ask me for a picture in the airport, and I'll be like, sure. You want to take a picture with me?
Right.
And
you make them feel good. But
you make them feel good, and then
too.
you give them some good advice, and it's like, wow, what a feeling it is, you know. So I don't know. It's just, you know, I just come up different, you know. And I'm from the streets, you know. I'm from where people kill you for colors. You know, some of my first heroes was Tookie Williams. You know, I used to look up to Tookie Williams. I wanted to be like Tookie. I wanted to be a Crip. You know, so to now see the world to where I should be trying to save lives, you know, is a total different mentality than when I was 12 years old, 11 years old, you know, and I'm seeing guys fight over a color and stuff. That was because I was ignorant. I didn't know any better.
Right.
You know, But once I was educated to the facts that, hey, we supposed to be helping save lives, not destroying a life.
What was it like once you got into jail and learned how to read and then started reading and recognizing that the world was just a much different place than you thought it was?
Mind blowing. I hate that nobody ever sit me down and explained to me how exciting book reading was. And you know, the books I started to read was about making money. I gotta tell you that too. There was about either making money or how the mind works. You know, how to think. You know, how to think successfully. How to have faith in yourself. How to believe in you. You know, because when you don't believe in yourself, it's hard to believe in anything.
Right.
You know, if you believe you're a loser, then you think everybody else is losers as well.
Right.
So having these experiences in these books, you know, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, like, just blew my mind. You know, like, fuck, people actually think like this here. You know, like, you can think and grow rich. You can use your mind to create, and you only really need one idea that could make you a fortune. You know, that you shouldn't be allowing other people to feed your mind their ideas, you know, what they think you should be, you know, because when I was coming up, other people affected the way I thought, you know, like, man, you play tennis? That's a girl sport. You know, you reading a book? Why are you reading a book? You need a gun. You know, so these things start to shape your mind. And, you know, when I found out from James Allen that I am the gardener of my mind and I have to keep my mind weed free. You know, I have to pluck the weeds out as soon as a negative thought pop in. Because, you know, even since I've been home, you know, they didn't offer me coke. I had a few guys come up, oh, I was just playing. You know, nudge you on the shoulder. I was just playing. Just see where you was at with it. So as soon as those things happen, you got to get rid of them. You know, because when Blandon approached me about selling drugs again, I wasn't planning on selling drugs no more. But when he kept offering it, and when I listened to the tape in court, man, you know, I'm in court, we're going to trial, and they playing the tapes of our recorded phone calls. And he says, Rick, I got 700 kilos. The first thing popped out of my mind, my mouth. And I don't even know I said this. How much? First thing. And I done told myself, I have promised myself, Joe, I promised myself and my kids, I'm never selling coke again. But when he asked me that question on that tape, which is probably what convicted me.
Wow.
I said, how much?
Wow.
Unconsciously. I think I had fallen asleep behind the wheel.
So you had already decided to get out.
I was out. I hadn't sold drugs in 5.5, 6 years.
Really?
Yeah.
And the conversations on the phone are what got you convicted?
Yeah.
Was he wearing a wire?
He was wearing a wire. Yeah,
Oh
he was recording
God.
the conversation. He had already become a government informant.
Oh my God.
And I asked him how much.
Oh my God.
They played that over and over in the courtroom. How much? How much? I just kept hearing myself say, how much?
Oh my God.
And I just put my head down because I knew that that was a crucial mistake.
Wow.
Even though I didn't bite that time. I didn't bite.
But you did say how much.
I did say
That's
how
all
much.
it took.
That's all it took. So that showed the interest.
Oh my God.
So if I would have said, oh, I don't fuck with drugs no more. But, you know, I'm talking to my partner. You know,
Yeah.
I'm talking to the homie.
Right.
We chopping it up.
Right.
Old times.
Just
Good
out
times.
of curiosity, how much?
Good times. You know, sound
I
like
don't
good
sell
times.
drugs anymore, but out of curiosity, what kind of figures are we talking about here? Yeah. It's exciting too, right?
Yeah.
That's also a part of the problem.
Oh,
Regular
yeah.
life gets mundane.
Selling drugs is exciting, man.
I bet.
The girls.
Oh,
Girls like drug dealers.
I bet. Drug dealers have a lot of money.
Nice cars.
Yeah.
Pay for nice hotels.
Yeah. Girls like nice things. Buy you nice gifts, nice shoes, nice bag, nice this, nice clothes.
So it's easy, you know, when I go out and I talk to these young guys, I don't criticize them because I understand what they're going through. And I understand that if we don't replace the drug with something else, don't even ask them to quit.
Right.
Why? Why would you ask somebody not to feed their kids, you know, not to be able to buy their girlfriends the shoes she wants? And, you know, we have to come up with things. Because, you know, most of the manufacturing jobs are overseas.
Right.
You know, we don't make anything in America anymore.
Very little.
You
Very
know?
little. Yeah, that how crazy is that? Who the fuck didn't see that coming? That was going to ruin everything.
Huh.
Just have people in other countries that are extremely poor work for almost nothing. It's weird, man. We're a goofy culture, and we have so much information. It's not like the solution's impossible to solve.
Oh, no, we can fix it.
Yeah.
We can fix it. But we got to start
Yeah.
right where we at. You know, we gotta put our hands down, our feet down, and say, you know what, we're gonna make a stance. And you know, that's what I believe. You start with what you got, where you at. You know, so many people want things to be perfect. No, it ain't gonna be perfect. You know, you might have to go through a little something. You might have to miss a couple meals. You know, but this is what it's gonna take.
Yeah. It's just hard if someone's already making a lot of money doing something illegal. It's very hard to tell them you're going to make way less money and you're going to work way harder and you're not going to enjoy it, but it's going to be legal. That's a very hard sell. Very hard sell.
It is. But we got to put people first. We got to learn. I mean, we got to stop being stupid.
Yeah.
And I believe when we don't put people first, we're being stupid.
Yes.
Because without people, there's no drugs,
Right.
There's no business, there's no nothing.
We are people.
We
It's
are
us.
It's us.
It's just one team. Team human.
Let's win, baby.
Yeah. The crazy thing is there's enough resources for everybody. There's enough for everybody. There really is. It's just our system is just manipulated and all fucked up and poorly organized and badly planned.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I'm you know I'm deep in the marijuana industry now, and I'm watching these guys, and these guys are making millions of dollars, but I'm watching them cut their own throat. I'm sitting here and I'm literally watching them like take razor blades to their necks. And,
How so?
well, some of it I can't talk on the air
Okay.
about it because it ain't proper.
Right. Got it. Got it.
But I would just tell you that I'm being privileged to see this business destroy itself. I'm watching them just destroy their business. You know, no organization, no camaraderie. You know, I'm gonna beat this guy out. I'm gonna beat that guy out. I'm gonna put him out of business, and they really gonna put themselves out of business at the same time. It's like I saw a thing in National Geographic when I was in jail, and it was an alligator and one of those big water moccasins was fighting, and the water moccasin wound up swallowing the alligator.
Really?
Yeah. But in the process, he swallowed the alligator. So when the alligator go inside, he's still alive. He takes his claws and go like this here.
Oh, go on.
Probably his last.
It was probably a python.
Might have been a python.
Yeah, that's in the Everglades.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know the largest population of pythons in the world is in the Everglades?
I didn't
They're
know
not
that.
even from the Everglades.
I didn't know that.
Just assholes releasing them. And then maybe a research center that got hit with a hurricane. There's a lot of speculation about how the population got so large, but there's over 500,000 pythons.
Wow.
But yeah, they swallow the alligator and the alligator cuts its way out of their body and then they both die.
They both died.
There's a photo of a 12-foot alligator bursting out of the body of a python. Look at this. So this python swallowed this alligator and then the alligator's tail is poking out of it as it clawed its way out. That's its tail.
Yeah.
So they're both dead.
They both died.
Yeah, and especially when you're talking about the weed business. How much weed can you sell? You really want to put everybody out of business? Are you fucking retarded? Why don't you just like make as much money as you can and then encourage all these other people to make as much money as they can and hang out together? Go have a barbecue together. Go fucking go to dinner together.
Let everybody do good.
Yeah,
You know,
have
everybody
fun.
set limits.
Right.
Everybody set limits. Okay, we're going to make this amount of money.
Yeah. The competition is within yourself. The competition is to do better. And if you see other people doing better than you should say, what are they doing different than me? You should be inspired instead of trying to like squash their business.
They can't think.
It's stupid. It's a
These
stupid.
people can't think. They like gangbangers almost to me.
It's very similar. There's the same patterns. Those patterns exist in politics, in business, in everything. Drug dealing, gangbanging, everything. It used to exist like that in comedy. It used to be comedians were all out for themselves. You know, it just takes someone to kind of explain to everybody, like, this is stupid. There's not that many of us. We're all in this together. It doesn't benefit you at all.
Let's make society better.
Yes, let's make everything better. Let's make
everything better.
Yeah.
That's what it's supposed to be about.
That's what it should be about.
When it's all said and done, you know, I read a book and the guy says, when you're at the end, how do you want to be remembered? And me, I want people to say, hey, maybe they might say I sold drugs. I don't care about that part. Yeah. I only sold drugs 8 years. But at the end, I want him to say he made the world a better place because he lived. You know, when I go out like that there, I'll be a happy man.
Well, sometimes you have to do the wrong thing in order to be an example of someone who can do the wrong thing and course correct and then become a better person. Like, if you're just a good person from the beginning, that's kind of boring. I like a guy who fucks up a few times and then figures it out. And then that can inspire people who have already fucked up their life. Because people want to think that once they fucked up their life, oh my God, I'm a fuck up. But that's not really the case. This life is like, treat it like a game. Like, if you lose one hand of cards, you're not a card loser for the rest of your life. You got to figure out, what did I do wrong? Well, I hit at 17. I should have just stuck in I would have been all right.
Yeah.
You got to learn. And the only way to learn is to fuck up. And this idea that when someone fucks up, they are a fuck up. No, they're a human being. They're a human being with either bad information or bad counseling or bad examples. And they went down the wrong way.
Get off the carpet.
Yeah.
They knock you down. Get up.
Yep. Get up.
Because they say you're still the champ as long as you get up.
Well, a lot of people will disagree with that. I mean, it's unfortunate, this mentality that people have. It's a famine mentality, and there's enough for everybody. There really is. And it's also what you were saying, that you like, it's selfish to be generous. It's selfish to be nice. It's selfish to help people because it makes you feel better. It really does. It's really beneficial to you and you feel good about yourself. You're like, at the end of the night, when you lay your head down, you're like, I'm not a piece of shit. I'm a good guy. I'm helping people. People like me, and I like them. And we all benefit, and everybody grows. That's nice. That's a good way to live your life. And that's a good example to set, and that can be done. And this idea that there's, that's just you against the world, that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's gonna fuck you over.
And I think that's a big problem that we have, and hopefully we can start working on that.
Have you met this rapper that has been running around with your name
for all these years? He dodges me.
You never seen him?
No, I call him Bad X Flipper. You see what happened the other night? He walked Adrian Broner into the ring.
And Adrian Broner got knocked out. Or didn't get knocked out. He got beat up.
The worst beating he ever got before in his life.
Well, Adrian Broner is a cautionary tale because he was an incredibly talented young man. Very, very talented when he was young. But he fucked off too much. And he didn't stay the path. He didn't stay disciplined. And, he had some losses. And Maidana hurt him. That was like the first one.
Yeah.
There's a few different fights. He just, and now, what is he, 35, 36?
Broke.
And if you're normal men, healthy men, when they hit 36, their body starts to decline.
Absolutely.
And he's not that healthy. I mean, he was fat just a little while ago. Gervonta Davis took him in and he started training with Gervonta, and he documented it. So he showed photos of, like, he had this big belly. He looked fat and out of shape, and then leaned himself down to where he had a six-pack again. But you're just getting back in shape. These motherfuckers that you're fighting have been in shape
Stay
for
in
a
shape.
decade. They stay in shape for a decade. Their reflexes and timing and technique is finely honed to a razor's edge. You can't just jump back in and compete with some dude who's been on the game for 10 fucking straight years
Yeah.
and is focused on the path. It takes a long time to get back to where you were.
Yes.
Forget about to where they are. You might look the part. You may be able to hit pads and everybody's like, oh, he's back. Like the difference between success and failure in the boxing game is fractions of a second. Fractions of a second. The ability to maintain a pace for as many rounds as the fight is. The understanding of how to pace yourself. The ability to handle the pressure of knowing that you fucked up for so long and this is a big opportunity, the nerves, the anxiety, the sleepless nights before the fight, all that's going to weigh on you. All those different things. When you look at the elite of the elite boxers, to a man, to every one of them, they're disciplined and they stay focused. And like, okay, you know who's the same age as Adrian Broner? Terrence Crawford. Best boxer in the world.
I agree.
Best boxer.
I agree.
I am so excited to see this fight with Canelo Alvarez because I think the Saudi Arabians have so much money. They're throwing so much money at boxing. And the guy who's the head of boxing over there wants to make that fight happen. I think Terrence Crawford, forget about the 3-weight classes. I think he could beat Canelo.
I think he can too.
He's the best switch hitter in boxing since Marvin Hagler. And
and his hands are like rocks. I held his hand in Dallas. I found Kid Austin, the boxer.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. He was 2-0. So I helped him get to where he's at now, even though I don't get any credit for it.
People fucking you over, man.
So I went to that fight, and Terrence was there, and I was with Anthony Peterson. I managed Anthony Peterson. Anthony, 39, he wants to come back, so we're going to see. But Anthony deals with it a little different. Anthony stays in shape, sparring. But anyway, I held Terrence's hand, and they're so damn big, and they're like a sack of rocks. I was like, damn, this dude's hands are like rocks. So I'm taking Terrence in that fight as well. I took him in the Earl Spence fight too.
Yeah, I thought Earl Spence. Well, first of all, Earl Spence, that car accident is crazy. If you watch that car accident, nobody comes out of a car accident like that not damaged. He had to get brain damage from that car accident. That car flipped. He got thrown out of the car. Luckily, he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, which is so crazy. It's one of the few times where someone not wearing a seatbelt saved their life.
Benefited.
Yeah, crazy. But that had to fuck him up. I mean, he was undefeated before that.
Yeah.
But you know what? Crawford's just so good anyway.
And he's a different guy.
He's a different guy.
No parties, no drinking.
No, he's clever. He's clever. He sets traps. He's not just a power striker. I mean, not that Errol Spence is not a great boxer. He's a great boxer, but I think Terrence is one of the all-time greats. He's just so slick. Like he talked about how he knew that he was going to eat a punch in order to counter. So he had to put himself in range so that he knew Earl could hit him so that he could crack him. He's like, I knew I had a gamble on this. And, there's levels to the way that guy fight, the game he plays.
Yeah.
When he gets you hurt, you're fucked.
Oh, yeah.
You're fucked.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to be hurt in there with him.
No. He's not going to miss on opportunities. He's on that all-time greatness track, But again, he's like the same age as Adrian Broner. It's like Adrian Broner, when he was young, was crazy talented. He was so fast and so good. But you can't fake that game. You are either all in or you are faking it.
Yeah.
And if you are faking it, you're going to run into some dude who's all in. You're going to run into some David Benavidez character that's just not skipping days.
Nah.
Not skipping days.
Who really want it?
Really wants it. It's everything.
But it's hard when they get the money to stay on that track.
Yes.
When they get rich,
Yep.
You want to enjoy.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you want to enjoy your money.
Of course.
This is
Of course,
hilarious.
but that comes at a price. And some people, the only person that I know that's really been able to avoid that temptation is Floyd. Floyd Mayweather was still elite, the elite of the elite, while he had hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Just still, he would go to a club, drink water, and then run home with his jeans on. Run home for miles. He'd have his driver's
You know,
drive, and he would run
No,
him
are
up.
you
We
there?
picked him up
Hey,
in
hey.
Memphis. He got off
Listen
the
to
plane.
They're
Looked
talking
like he was
about
on the plane working out.
Go
He probably
to,
was.
I'll send you the link.
Yeah, he had on his shorts and
Yeah.
was sweaty, and he ran straight in, went in
They're
the
talking
shower,
about me right now.
showered up, and put his suit on, and went to the club. So what you're saying is what I believe is to be correct.
Yeah. He shows you all the watches and shows you all the cars and shows you the big house. But what you don't see is the discipline, the straightforward, eyes on the prize, discipline and focus. That's how you get to be a Floyd Mayweather. You don't get to be a Floyd Mayweather any other way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of talented people out there. There's a lot of people that are gifted, athletically gifted. They're faster than other folks. They hit harder than other folks. But it's the discipline,
Go to
the
that
focus that leads you to the end. That's how you become a great. There's no other way. There's no one becomes like a Sugar Ray Leonard or a Floyd Mayweather or a Tommy Hearns without discipline. It doesn't happen. You have to stay focused always. And if you don't, then worse. Then you're left with a life of regret.
Well, that's what we were saying about the drug
They're
business.
talking
I mean,
about-
it applies to really anything
anything.
and that's why I believe that I can play major roles in so many different businesses because, you know, and I'm at the point in my life that I know that all I got to do is sacrifice for a couple months and you're in the game, you know. I've been in boxing now for like 6 years, you know.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's about 6 or
Dude,
7
go to the link
fighters.
that I just sent
Who
you.
do you
They're talking
manage?
about me.
I got a guy, Bashan Champ right now, Alvin Vermeer. I just signed a kid. I just signed my first national champs. I got like 4 national champs.
Oh, wow.
Ashton out of North Carolina. Damn, I can't even think everybody's name. And I shouldn't have named nobody because
That's okay.
everybody be like, why you
Yeah.
didn't mention me? Why you didn't give me a shout out?
Yeah.
But I got about four national champs that I'm signing this year. I'm not a big fan of boxing.
You're not?
No, I'm not.
Really?
I mean, I think when you're trying to knock the most valuable thing that a human being has, which is their brain, you're trying to knock their brain out.
Right.
I think it's almost like dealing coke almost.
So why are you involved in it?
Because I hate to see these guys wind up broke at the end of their careers.
And they're going to do it anyway. So you're going to try to help them.
I'm gonna try to stop that. And then they have so much influence over our people, man. Like they can say a word and our people just follow them. You know?
That is the thing. When you see someone succeed and someone who lives a disciplined life, especially if you're like a fan of a boxer, it'll make you want to live like that.
Yeah, so I just felt that I could step in and really help these guys with their money as well as help them become the mentors that they should be. And that's why I got into boxing. And I started, you know, Floyd picked me up from the halfway house.
He did?
Yeah, he picked me up from
Really?
the halfway house. Yeah.
That's crazy.
And I was trying to, you know, show him what I know, but he didn't really want to use me for that. You know,
Have you ever seen anybody confront Rick Ross about you?
not in person. No. Anytime I'm around, he disappears.
But is there any video of anybody like, hey, why are you running around with this dude's name when this dude's out of jail now?
Well, you know, these guys, they kind of like we talked about. When you got some money, they don't care if you beating women or making them lick tampons. You know, everybody fuck with you.
Right.
So, you know, he was on top of the world at
He
one
was a
time.
corrections officer.
Yeah, but he was. But when he got some money, they forgot about he was a correctional officer.
Crazy.
You got gangsters, you know, doing records with him, and you know, people who say, "Oh, I hate snitches" and all this, but they're doing records with a police officer who put handcuffs. You know, I got letters from guys that was in jail with him when he was a correctional officer, and they told me what a shitty guy he was. You know, that they would be shooting dice, he would take the dice and all the money, and they got extra soup. He'd take the soups and
Wow.
you know, just stuff
what
that
up,
normal
dog?
officers just don't. You know, officers. I mean, everybody in jail got extra soups. You know, you save your soups because it might come a time and you ain't got them, so you stack your stuff up. But most officers don't even care. You know, who cares about extra soup? We trying to get the dope dealers and, you know, the guys with the knives. But then you got those ones, and they're like, oh, well, you got an extra pair of underwear. You going to the hole.
Yeah. And that's how he was?
That's how he was. They say that's the kind of cop he was. And then when I hear that he's the biggest gangster rapper on the planet, it's like,
It's just so crazy. What is it like having a dude running around out there with your name? Like, if there was a rapper out there named Joe Rogan, I'd be like, what the fuck?
I mean, it's crazy, you know, like, how would you take my name and not have the decency to ask me first of all? You should have asked, but then never pay homage. You know, he won't even admit that he stole the name. He tells people that he invented the name. Like, how the fuck do you invent this name?
Well, it's so crazy because the name was famous. Your name was famous. Everybody knew who you were. When the case came out and when the connection to the Iran-Contra affair came out, when everybody found out what was going on, like, you were a legend.
Yeah, you throw a few $1 million, you know, toward Instagram and Facebook and you know, the radio station, and everybody forget about that, you know, and you put a little gold chain on.
It's
you
just
drive
nuts.
a Rolls Royce and a couple of pretty girls.
It's one thing if his name was Rick Ross. It's possible there could be another Rick Ross out there. I've met other Joe Rogans. That's real.
Yeah, me too. I met other Rick Rosses.
But what the fuck, man? The guy knows who you are. Everybody knows who you are. Takes your name. I mean, it's like, it doesn't even make sense that it's like, didn't you have a case? You had like a legal case about
I
it.
lost the case.
How the fuck did you lose?
They say I should have filed a lawsuit. The judge got to make a technical decision. She had to make a decision, when did the public first become known of him using my name. So what she did is she picked a little radio station outside of Miami that played his record for the first time. So that was the date that the public first became known that he was using the name.
So there was a statute of limitations of when you were supposed to
Yes.
address it?
Yes.
How much time?
2 years.
What?
Yeah, you get 2 years. So if we went by her time frame, I should have filed my lawsuit 5 days before I got out of jail.
Oh my God.
I was 5 days late.
That's so crazy.
But I think she would have found another reason to come up with a date. You
Well,
know?
the record company probably would have helped, right? I mean, think about how much money they're making off of him.
Oh yeah, they would have owed me. They had 15 lawyers.
Oh,
You know how much money they say they spent on the lawsuit?
how much?
$1.5 million.
Wow.
You know how much they offered me?
How much?
Zero.
Zero.
They never come and say, "Hey man."
What would you have accepted? Just to like.
Well, you know, Joe, my mom, we was getting evicted out of my mom's house during the time of the lawsuit. So I imagine if she was losing her house for $220,000. So if somebody would have came up and said, "Hey, I'll sell your mom's house," because you know I was worried about my mom. My mom was, at that time, she was 83, 84, and one of my biggest concerns was her being homeless. So I probably would have took $220,000. If he would have came and said, "Hey, I'm gonna sell your mom's house. Let me have Rick Ross, change your name to Mitch or whatever."
Well, you wouldn't have to change your name. That's crazy.
But I would have
licensed.
I didn't even care about the name.
Right.
I didn't care about the name like that.
Right.
I just felt that it was so disrespectful that he didn't come and ask me, or he didn't show any consideration or pay any homage to the fact that he actually took my name. So, but yeah, I probably would have took $250,000. If they'd have said $300,000, I'd have been tickled pink, because I felt that I didn't need much money to get started. You know,
Meanwhile, they spent
1.5 million. I owe them right now. I owe them $1 million.
What?
You know, I'm $1 million. I got $1 million judgment.
Because you have to pay their legal fees.
I have to pay their legal fees.
Oh my!
And then the
God.
judge was like, "Oh well, I don't believe you guys actually spend 1.5 million, but maybe $1 million."
Oh my God!
She gave me $1 million judgment.
Isn't that insane? For your name, your fucking name, and you can't appeal this.
Well, we appealed it, but you know, once you lose to the appeals court, you're not going to the Supreme Court or anything like that. Yeah. So, yeah, that's how he wound up being able to continue to use the name. You know, he changed to Rosado.
Yeah.
Because they thought they might lose.
All
If this judge picks a different date,
yeah,
you know, we go to trial.
right.
And they didn't want to go to trial. I think if they went to trial, everybody in LA would have like they would have hammered him. Like, you stole that name. If you'd have heard the thing that he did, because we did his deposition. We took his depo. That was the first time I ever met him in person. He wouldn't shake my hand either.
Really?
No, when he walked in, all the attorneys, it was a big table. It was about 12 people in the room, and he walks in, and he walks around the table, shakes everybody, including my lawyer. He shakes my lawyer's hands and everybody, and I stood up to shake his hand because I don't have no hard feelings. Just give me my money.
Right.
So he rolls his eyes at me and walks away, turns his little shoulder like,
Wow.
I ain't, and then he comes up with this, oh my goodness, I don't know where he got the story from. He said he played football in high school, and the whole team was called the Big East. And some guy was trying to call him Big East and accidentally called him the Big Boss, and then somebody else called him Rick Ross. He went from Big Boss to Rick Ross. That's his story.
That's the
How he
dumbest.
came up with the name Rick Ross.
That's the dumbest fucking story I've ever heard in my life.
If I'd have been the judge, I would have hammered him just for saying, come in my courtroom lying like that. I would have been
That's the dumbest. But that's impossible. If he's rapping about drug dealing and money, it's impossible that he doesn't know who you are. Impossible. Not possible.
I agree.
Everybody knew. I knew who you were. I had heard the story.
Well,
I don't even remember when I read about it.
When Gary Webb published a story in '96 with the San Jose Mercury News, my name that year was one of the biggest names in the country.
Yeah, because the story was insane.
It was the first time any story had ever been published on the internet by a major newspaper. Remember, the internet was brand new.
Right.
So when they published that article on the internet, no story had ever, because remember the CIA tried to recall that article, but once it hit the internet, it can't be recalled.
They tried to recall the article?
You don't remember?
I don't.
The printed copies they stopped doing. They took the CIA emblems off and everything.
Really?
Yeah, they made them take all that stuff off. But the internet couldn't be, you couldn't take it back at the time. Once it hit the internet, it's like, boom, it's all over the world.
Right.
When you hit that button, there ain't no recall.
Right.
If you put something on that thing and you hit that button, what you said is what you said. You're gonna have to live with that.
Right.
So when it went viral, it was nothing they could do. And it just went crazy. So everybody picked it up, CNN, Nightline, Dayline, 2020. I'm doing like 6 interviews for my jail cell every day. Every day, people coming on talking to me. And I told you, that's when the CIA came down. The CIA came to my jail cell and interviewed me. The CIA, the OIG, Congress, Maxine Waters. I mean, it was like, fuck, I become a celebrity in jail. Like, they start treating me different.
What did the CIA say to you in jail?
What did I know about cocaine, being trafficked by the Contras? Which, I didn't really know about the Contras. I knew Danilo. I don't know about no damn Contras. And, I knew.
You knew the guy who was supplying you.
Yeah, that's all I know. I don't know if he was a Contra or CIA informant or I don't know none of that shit. I never cared. I'm a illiterate, 28, 30-year-old guy from South Central, never watched the news, and I'd heard about the Iran Contra stuff, but that shit didn't mean nothing to me. Had no effect on South Central LA. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that my prices and my drug quality depending on what happened over there. I'm not paying no attention to that. I'm just worried about, man, my drugs are gonna get here on time. Is it gonna be cheap? Is it gonna be good? So when all that stuff was coming about, they wanted to know how much money I was making, who I bought drugs from, what years I bought drugs, just a whole, basically like an interview.
So how do you think it worked? Do you think there's like a rogue element that was inside of the government?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But I not mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Because it was a rogue element to it. But the rogue element come from the top as well. Not that they necessarily sanctioned it, but they knew about it. And And
They turned a blind eye.
they turned a blind eye. You know, it was a saying, Nancy Reagan said, say no, and Ronald Reagan said, act like you don't know. So
yeah, that's what they did.
They admitted, CIA admitted, yes, we knew they were selling drugs. And we did nothing to stop them. So right there is a crime. Because
Right.
if you're an agent of the government and you know somebody's committing a crime, you're supposed to stop it.
Right.
But they understood that if they stop that, they lose the war.
Right. Phew. It just makes you wonder how much of that shit was going on during the Vietnam War. Because a lot of people think that the Vietnam War a lot of it was about moving heroin.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
And that makes sense. It makes sense. Like, if you are in a bit, especially the Vietnam War, right? Because the Vietnam War was started with a false flag. So the Gulf of Tonkin incident starts the Vietnam War. The Gulf of Tonkin incident never took place. It was a fake incident. They said we were attacked by North Korea. North Vietnam. We have to go in there and fight the Viet Cong. Never happened. It was fake. They made it up just to get us to go to war. So if you're willing to kill, who knows how many Americans died in that war? Hundreds of thousands, probably. How many people died during the Vietnam War? How many American soldiers? I think it's close to 100,000, maybe more. And then how many Vietnamese got killed? Like the overall cost of lives is catastrophic. And they did it knowing.
Well, you know, that sometimes they feel that
58,220 U.S. Fatal casualties. And that doesn't include how many people were wounded and fucked up for the rest of their life. How many people died totally? How many people died all deaths of Vietnam War? What's the total deaths? That's just American deaths.
And that ain't counting Agent Orange.
Right, right.
Casualties gets bigger because
1.4 million civilian casualties in South Vietnam because of the war.
casualties just means death.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
Including 415,000 deaths, and estimated by the Defense Department gave the figure of 1.2 million civilian casualties, 195,000. It's all controversial, like what the actual number was. 1978 estimated 1,353,000 total deaths in North and South Vietnam during that period. Fuck, man. So if they're willing to do that, you don't think they're willing to make money off drugs? I mean, if they're willing to let people die so that they can achieve their objectives, they're willing to sell.
Well,
drugs.
they felt that, you know, to sacrifice a few people to stop what they felt was the greatest threat to America.
Right.
Was with Russia being on our southern hemisphere, you know, being in Nicaragua. You know, they felt that was the greatest threat at that time to our democracy.
Yeah.
And they felt that they would do anything to stop that.
What a crazy thing to do, though, to think about the sacrifice that what's gonna do to American citizens, including the people that, like you, went to jail for helping them. The whole thing's crazy.
Well,
and they probably did it during Afghanistan.
And we still
too.
suffering now. That's the homeless problem.
Yes.
Most of the people that's homeless was on crack.
Right. Or something else, or opiates, or meth. Yeah. What's going on right now? Yeah. Crazy. It's just, there's so much wrong. And, you know, we were just saying, I think that's a lot of the Afghanistan war, too. There was one of the best videos out of the Afghanistan war that's so ridiculous is watching Geraldo Rivera interview soldiers that are guarding poppy fields. Because they have to guard the poppy fields, because if they don't, then these poppy farmers won't side with them, and then they'll side with the Taliban. So they're interviewing American soldiers who are guarding heroin being grown. And then during the United States occupation of Afghanistan, heroin production went up, I think at the peak, like 96%.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
And it was a giant percentage of the world's supply of heroin. And we're guarding it? Like, what?
And it didn't become that until after we went over there.
And you don't think someone had a piece of that? That's crazy talk. If they did it with the Contras and the Sandinistas, you don't think they would do it with Afghanistan? I think there's rogue elements that look at drug dealing and look at it as an opportunity to make money to fund black ops projects. to fund things that are, that don't get put on the ledger. Nobody has to know about.
Well, I mean, and just think that if we didn't have situations like what you got here with your podcast, the people wouldn't even know about this stuff.
Right.
Where would the normal person find out? They're not going to talk about that on CNN,
No.
Nightline, Dayline, NBC. None of those people are going to talk about these topics. I mean, I'll be totally baffled, Joe, with some of the stuff that takes place in this country. I've been on every major news channel in this country. Since I've been home, I feel I have done some amazing things. I spoke at UCLA, USC, Stanford, St. John's. Nobody covered it. Nobody came and heard me talk to young people about how they're going to get started selling drugs, how you're going to get introduced to drugs, who's going to introduce you to drugs. Like, most people don't even know how people get introduced to drugs. They thinking that it's some boogeyman that comes with a dark jacket on and he's hiding in the dark. Hey, little kid, you want some drugs? And I'm like, no, that's not how it's going to happen. It's going to be your best friend. It's going to be your uncle, your father, your mother, your brother, your sister. Those are the ones that you trust. Those are the ones that can get your confidence to make you accept something that, some strange guy come around, most girls going to take off, But your friends, the people that you care about, that you trust, you're going to believe in them. And they cover none of this. Nobody covers this. Nobody talks about this. Nobody talks about good things that go on in the community, feeding the homeless, people who are trying to do housing, like your guy who you just showed me. I never heard of this guy.
Right.
Why is he not being talked about? Why is he not on the news? Why they're not trying to get funding for him? Why they're not saying, man, if this guy had a couple $100 million or in California, taxpayers agreed to give up extra taxes. I think they raised like $1 billion and some change for the homeless problem. Where did the money go? Where's that money?
Bureaucracy. That's where it went to. Went to a bunch of people's salaries. It didn't fix shit.
And that's the problem that I have with our major news people. It's bias. They're not going to keep it 100. They're not going to be real.
They can't. They're funded. That's what's really crazy. The news probably should be. They probably shouldn't be allowed to be advertised. They shouldn't be allowed to have advertisers. Because as soon as you have advertisers, especially like pharmaceutical drug companies and big corporations, then you can't criticize those people. Those people are the people that pay your bills. And even if it's not written down anywhere, you're not going to go do an investigative journalism on Pfizer. If brought to you by Pfizer, you're not going to do any of that shit.
There you go, right there.
You're not going to do that shit. So you're not the news anymore.
And that answers your question about the rapper.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they question him? Because he's backed by big corporations.
Exactly. And he's worth a lot of money. He's going to keep generating money for all those people. And he still is. How many years ago was this case?
Ooh,
yeah. Think about how much money he's made with that name since that case.
I can't remember. 10
Crazy.
Years,
Crazy.
12 years. Because I was still on parole. I was still on parole when we were doing that case.
He bought Evander Holyfield's house in Atlanta.
Yeah.
You know that house that Evander Holyfield got? Evander, when he was a champ, was going crazy. And I guess he just built the craziest fucking house. I mean, it's just this enormous house on this giant piece of land.
With 50 some bedrooms, I heard.
Something crazy. I don't know what he was doing. I guess he just wanted the biggest, crazy. I'm the fucking champ. I want the biggest, craziest fucking house that's ever existed. And he had to wind up selling it. And then Rick Ross lives in it now. It's just nuts. Guys running around with your name.
But that's our system. And those are the people that are leading our people. They're the ones that's dictating what's going to go on in society.
Man.
I mean, it's so much of our kids are being educated by music, by TV.
Yeah.
I mean, I've actually went to a school and the kids accused me of stealing his name.
How old were the kids?
14, 15. You know.
Did you have to tell them?
Yeah, I told them. They didn't believe me.
They didn't believe you.
No,
Wow.
because they've been brainwashed. You know.
Wow.
You know what they call it? Programming.
Yeah.
Over and over and over and over again. You know. And that's why, you know, I started my own record label. You know, the two guys that's outside, those are two artists that I'm working with right now, Garetti and Juice the Mac. I said, you know what? I'm gonna start my own label. I'm gonna get somebody to go against you. You gotta fight fire with fire. So, you know, I got into. I'm doing so many things right now, man. But I'm having fun, Joe.
That's good. It's good to hear.
I'm helping people.
It's good to see
I'm
you
helping
happy.
them with their career. You know, and I enjoy helping people with their career.
That's beautiful. So the marijuana business, like, did you get nervous about being involved? Because it is still federally illegal, even though is it officially Schedule 3 now, or is it scheduled to be Schedule 3? Like, what is the current status of it? I always stayed away from it. I got a bunch of offers to do it. I'm like, that's a trap. Because it's still Schedule 1.
Yeah,
You know? Like, there's like I said, that Delta 9 stuff, that's legal, I think, in every state.
Totally.
Yeah.
Well, no, some states ban
I think
it. Weed states abandon it
Oh, really?
because it's taking away tax dollars.
Oh, no. So weed states are banning Delta 9 THC?
Yeah,
That is hilarious.
It goes against marijuana.
Oh, my God.
It's taking away marijuana sales
Spy versus spy, dog eat dog.
because they can't tax. You know, they can't tax CBD.
Well, CBD is different. We're talking about Delta 9 THC, but
That
CBD
still
should be.
It's a derivative. You know, it's all part of the
Okay.
same. You know, they fall under the same category.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
They're just a little different. You know.
Yeah. Well, isn't Brittany Griner? She got arrested in Russia for CBD vape pen, right? Which
I think that was marijuana.
was it marijuana.
They said it was marijuana.
Oh, okay. So she was saying it was CBD. Oh, it's just like CBD. Because they do have CBD vape pens.
They do.
That I know people like. Well, CBD is phenomenal for inflammation. It's so good, just for general well-being and just health and alleviating anxiety, alleviating inflammation. CBD is phenomenal, and there's places where that's illegal, which is just bananas.
Yeah. And California's trying to make it illegal right now because it's taking away their tax dollars.
That is so stupid. That's so stupid. It hurts my feelings.
Because they sell it in every smoke shop. Got CBD. You know?
They're trying to make it illegal.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's so dumb. That's so dumb. That is so dumb.
But a lot of states that actually sell marijuana.
What happens next? The process of reclassifying a substance is lengthy. There's still more hurdles to clear. The plan has been approved by Attorney General Merrick Garland and heads next to the DEA, which will take public comment on the proposal. After a 60-day comment period, there'll be a review by the administrative judge. The move started with a recommendation from the Federal Health and Human Services Department, which launched to review the drug's status and the urging of President Biden in 2022. This is a long-ass process. But the DEA has not yet formed its own determination as to where marijuana should be scheduled, and it expects to learn more during the rulemaking process. That's funny. Learn more. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
You know what it is.
With DEA, they don't want to be. You know,
Of course.
they can keep locking people up. We need more money.
That's what's really crazy. It's the prison guard unions.
Yeah.
Prison guard unions lobby to make sure that marijuana stays illegal in certain places.
Absolutely.
That is something that
They got big budgets.
Yeah, they do. And that is something that is just wrong. That is wrong in this world, that we have private prisons and that we have people that are benefiting and profiting off of people
prison.
being in jail. Because as soon as you make a profit off of something, you're going to want to keep making that profit.
Yes. And they want to keep you there longer.
And imagine if there was just no more lawbreakers. Imagine if a genie cast a magic spell on the world and everybody just stopped committing crimes. No more crimes. And then you can't put anybody in prison. What the fuck? They'd be like, what about our business? Let's make other things crimes. How about thought crimes? I don't like the way you looked at me. That's a crime.
We got these big facilities we built. You know,
worth unbelievable amounts of money that generate money. They treat human beings like a battery, like you're a battery that generates money. And that's what it's like in these things. It's bizarre that we allow that. It's bizarre that people didn't see where that was going. that they allowed private prisons.
Well, they sow fear.
Yeah, well, and this country
If you don't
sells it
lock
better
them
than
up,
anybody.
if you don't lock them up, they
Yeah.
don't come into your house and rob you and kill you.
Here's a big thing that's a hang up for Schedule 3 drugs.
Okay, so for example, the proposal does not specify whether state licensed dispensaries would need to be licensed pharmacies, because only a pharmacy can dispense Schedule 3 drugs. Other questions surrounded the coordination of federal regulations related to drug approval, manufacturing, supply chain monitoring, storage, and prescribing. So prescribing, we go back to prescribing it. Yeah, it needs to be legal. Like, what happens if it gets legal in all the states? Here's the thing. It's legal right now for recreational use in how many states? I think it's 19. Is it 19 states? So what happens if it's all 50? And the federal government is not with us. Here, the federal government, we believe, is a Schedule 1.
And they still allow it to be taxed.
Yes.
When it becomes a Schedule 3, the taxes are changed too.
Right. They probably make less tax.
Yeah, they make less taxes as a Schedule 3.
The 24 now that allow
24.
recreational use.
24.
38 have medical.
Half of the country.
Yes.
So 38 states have medical. What is Texas have
And
medical?
38, they do, but it's very low.
You gotta have AIDS.
Yeah. I think you have
Texas,
to have AIDS.
you
I
gotta
think.
be on death's door. You gotta be on death's door. Well, give them one joint. And regulate it.
But you can believe a lot of money coming out of Texas going to other places.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid.
Because they're not.
Exactly. It should be legal. 38 medical and recreational. So 19, did you say 24? So half the country.
There's only it looks like 3 states have no access. It's Idaho, Nebraska, and Kansas.
So Texas has a CBD low THC program. And then adult and medical use regulated program is all over the place now. New Mexico, Nevada, California, Colorado, Missouri, Illinois, Minnesota, Montana, Washington, Oregon, Michigan, Ohio, Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, even fucking New York, which is like, New York used to be a bad place to get weed. If you got weed in New York, if you smoke weed outside, they'd arrest you. You get caught outside, try to buy weed. New York was sketchy.
Yeah.
And now I go there, and there's stores everywhere. I'm like, this is great. Vegas was dangerous, man. During the 70s, when Hunter S. Thompson's day, you would get fucking thrown in jail for your life, for your whole life, for having weed on you. And now they have stores
The
everywhere.
biggest stores in the country.
Yeah, huge stores. It should be that way everywhere, and they should make money from taxes. Let's not be stupid. So what does the federal government do if now it's 24? So it's literally half the country has legal marijuana. What happens if it's all of the country? The federal government is like, we're the country. No, it's supposed to be the states, you assholes. Like, this is set up this way on purpose. If you have to have the states, give the states rights to regulate things. If the people have decided in all those other states, look, man, if you ask the average person, if we had a vote, just a popular opinion vote in this country, whether marijuana should be legal, it'd be legal tomorrow.
I agree.
100%. I mean, what is the amount of people that approve, and the amount of people that don't approve it? They're probably ignorant. Or they're people that are like hardcore, anti-everything people.
Yeah, yeah.
But
I think the country would be safer. I mean, have you ever known anybody smoking marijuana go out and commit a robbery, hit somebody over the head? No, they're gonna sit on the couch and they're gonna get something to eat.
yeah,
They're gonna be watching TV.
it's not the kind of drug that encourages people to do horrible things.
If I had my way, I would give it to gangbangers for free. Oh,
Nearly
go smoke weed.
7 in 10 registered voters favor legalizing the recreational use of marijuana on a national level. 7 out of 10.
Wow.
And it's still illegal. I mean, how is that? We the people?
No.
What is that?
No.
What is that? Is that to serve and protect? What the fuck is going on? What are you doing? It's just weed, kids. We know what it is. You know how many people died from weed? 0. Ever. 0 ever. 0 ever. The only way you die from weed is if a CIA drug plane throws a bale out the window of a plane and it hits you in the head. That's how you die.
Or they raid your house and shoot you.
Yeah, or get a no-knock raid. Yeah, no-knock raids are crazy. That is crazy. Just bust into someone's house, and if someone breaks into your house, what do? You shoot them. That's what most people do, and then the cops shoot you. It's like the whole thing is crazy.
Yeah, why
For
would you be?
weed.
Why would you be raiding somebody's house for weed? Anyway?
For weed. For
Yeah.
weed. I mean, we're gonna look back in the future on this. Like they look at the Inquisition. We're going, what the fuck was wrong with people back then?
Yeah.
They're gonna look at us like that. How many people went to jail? How many people's lives got ruined over marijuana?
How much
Are
money?
we kidding?
How much money did they blow?
Exactly. It's
Talking
just
about they have a homeless population that don't have a place to stay.
yeah.
And people not having anything to eat. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, you could tax it, folks. Legalize it and tax it. Even if you don't want to do it yourself, you don't have to do it yourself. I know a lot of people that hate weed. Good. Don't use it. You don't have to. I get it.
And don't sell it.
Don't sell it.
But you know what's so funny? The people who used to lock everybody up, now they selling it.
A lot of them do. Yeah, I know cops that sell weed now.
Well, the biggest cop, the biggest weed dealer probably in America was an ex-cop. He's the biggest guy. He just bought $5 million. 5 million square feet of grow area.
That's so bananas.
He's
How
the
crazy
biggest.
is that?
He's the biggest guy probably in the country.
Well, good for him. But that should
Ex-cop.
be
They used to lock people up.
so nuts. So nuts.
I mean, those should be the guys that say, "Oh, you used to lock people up for marijuana. You cannot get into business."
Yeah.
If I had my way, that's what I would do. Hey,
Yeah.
did you lock somebody up?
Yeah.
Okay, you can't get in.
Or we take the amount of time that you locked all those people up for, and then you have to wait that amount of time before you can sell weed. So you can sell weed in 3 more lives. Probably wouldn't even be that. It'd probably be like 100 lives.
Yeah, this country's
Yeah.
crazy, man.
Wow. People are crazy. People are crazy everywhere. You know, it's like, it's hard to keep your shit together. You know, and we give people power over other people. People that don't have their shit together have power over other people, and then things just get worse.
Yeah.
It's weird. It's weird we don't learn. You know, a friend of mine sent me the lyrics to the song "I'd Love to Change the World," which is like 70, 71 or something like that. And he's like, isn't it crazy that there's like a cycle? Like, because the same shit they're talking about then is going on now. And then I sent him this Assyrian tablet from 2800 BC that talked about the same thing. We talked about it the other day on the podcast. This Assyrian tablet talked about the end of the world, that children aren't listening to their parents and people are lying and the world's falling apart. In 2800 BC.
Wow.
So it's like this cycle of people being stupid and just not getting the shit together has been going on forever. But there's never been more information than ever before. Like the access to information that people have right now is unprecedented.
Oh yeah.
And the fact that we continue to make the same stupid mistakes, regardless of that, is just really insane. That's what's really disheartening.
But you know what? The way I said it doesn't matter if you're smart. It's who got the loudest horn. If your horn toots the loudest,
right,
everybody hears you.
And if the message gets out first, if the loud toot horn message gets out first, it takes forever for the truth to like overcome that.
To get in.
Yeah, forever. There's also people don't once they accept something in their head, it takes forever.
Yeah, it becomes theirs. They own it.
They own it. They don't.
This is mine.
They don't want to change it. Something has to happen to them when they change it.
Yeah.
You know.
No, I agree. I say that all the time. You know, you talk to people and you be like, man, that didn't work. Oh no, it worked. I just did it wrong that time. You know?
Let's keep trying to lock people up. We're gonna fix it. We're gonna fix it through locking people up.
Yeah, we're gonna get it right. We just gotta lock up more people, build more jails.
Yeah.
Hire more police.
Yeah. It's just disheartening when you see the same patterns repeated over and over again, regardless of how much people know. But I think there's also a problem with, we think people know, but I think a lot of people don't know what the fuck is going on. A lot of people don't really have an understanding.
Where they gonna get the information?
Right, exactly.
Who they get it from?
Right.
We already went through CNN, Fox, the local radio station. You know, and especially if you're talking about hip hop. I mean, if you turn on hip hop radio stations, I would not let my kids listen to a hip hop radio station because they're gonna be talking about killing, pimping, selling drugs, killing. I mean, you'd be like, what the fuck? They let this stuff play on the air? I mean, it's crazy.
It is crazy.
And then they wonder why the kids are bringing guns to school.
But did you also see there's been these articles written about the CIA's involvement in the creation of gangster rap? That they help promote and push gangster rap?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, this is all of it's controversial, but I wouldn't be surprised because apparently they had some sort of an involvement in the rock and roll movement of the 1960s in Laurel Canyon, and there's been books written about this. That they have some sort of involvement in promoting these kind of activities, both with rock and roll in the 60s and then gangster rap in the 80s. And they do it to try, I think the idea is they do it to try to make sure that society is always in a state of unrest. And that they wanted to keep...
They need that.
Yeah, they wanted to keep people in a state of unrest and promote criminal behavior and criminal activity and gang activity, and to do it in popular music, and that would make more crime and make more things happen, and that they can get away with more levers of control because of that.
Makes sense.
See, you've seen that before, right, Jamie?
Yeah, it comes from this.
Is it bullshit?
Well, it's not that it's bullshit. It's like an anonymous letter that went around the internet.
The secret meeting that changed rap music and destroyed a generation.
So it got printed on like a hip hop blog, and then it kind of went viral from there.
Oh yeah, I remember that letter.
Yeah.
It talked about the big meeting where all the record labels got together because they knew they wasn't selling music anymore, so they invested in prisons.
Yeah. But that doesn't say. No one knows who wrote it. No one ever claimed like that was me.
Right. That's it. That's the only source of it. There was another source.
And then it went viral, and everyone, some people that liked it, repeated it, and others, I don't know. It seems to be the source of it.
I thought there was some other things. I thought there was other discussions about different meetings that took place.
Nothing official.
I wouldn't be surprised though.
I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
If you listen to what they're promoting now, they don't promote no positive music.
Right.
No love songs. We was coming up. It was by love songs.
Right. Marvin Gaye.
Yes.
Yeah. Luther Vandross. Yeah. It's weird that that would be a strategy that would work if you wanted civil unrest. If you wanted people to stay fucked up, you wanted people to not organize, not rise up. What's the best strategy? Promote illegal activity. Promote it. Promote drug dealings. Promote
Make
killing.
it look good.
Make it look good.
Dress them up. Give me Vander Holyfield's house. Even if you used to be a correctional officer.
Yeah.
And now you're a gangster.
Yeah.
Tell them you sold 300 kilos. Oh, how'd you get this house? Oh, I sold 300 kilos.
How many people do you think actually know the story, the whole story, the real story, your story of you and this guy who calls himself Rick Ross?
I think older people know, but younger people don't. They don't get it.
Wow.
They're not educated on facts. They don't go with facts. They go with what they hear on the radio, what their local DJ talks about. Those are the things that they go with. And we already know that the local DJ is getting paid by the record companies. So that's what they believe. I believe that they really believe that Jay-Z got rich selling drugs. They believe that. I don't believe Jay-Z got rich selling drugs. He doesn't act like a drug dealer, in my personal opinion.
What's the difference doing with the way he acts?
Well, drug dealers are kind of like, we're looking for somebody to help come up. Because when you help him come up, you come up. Say for instance, if I find a guy, he's down on his luck, and I give him a kilo, he starts to sell this kilo, I benefit every time he sells that kilo because I get a percentage of what he does. But the way the record business works is they don't help anybody. When they get on top, they just stay there, and it's almost like they're gatekeepers. They don't want other people to get in. Me, I would have been looking for somebody like me getting out of jail. Oh, Rick Ross is getting out of jail? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna be at the gate when he get out. I'm gonna show him everything he's supposed to do, get him right, because I know he has the discipline, he has the focus that he's gonna make it.
Yeah, but don't you think that that's just you? I think you have a unique perspective.
But that's a drug dealer's perspective.
Is it really?
I can,
A successful drug dealer's perspective.
a successful drug dealer's perspective. Let me correct that. And most of the drug dealers I was around was successful. Because I used to try to teach them. I taught them what I did. You know, when they was young, I was showing, hey, this is what you do. This is how you do it. This is who you look for. And so you're probably right. A successful drug dealer's perspective. And most successful drug dealers go to prison. And so we know Jay-Z didn't go to prison, even though he was in the car with I think Calvin Klein when he got arrested. DA let Jay-Z go. That's the story that I heard. I'm not totally sure.
He was in a car with Calvin Klein. Were they talking about jeans? What were they doing?
No, there's a guy named Calvin Klein that was
Different guy
from New York.
Oh, and
No.
Calvin Klein a drug
He
dealer?
was a drug dealer.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a drug dealer from New
I
York.
thought you mean like no
The jeans. You thought
like
the jean
Calvin
guy.
Klein's. Yeah.
No. This was a drug dealer out of New York.
Oh,
And-
that's hilarious.
and he got
so he
arrested.
took Calvin Klein's name. Like Rick Ross took your name? Unless his name was really Calvin Klein. That's possible.
No, I think the guy's real name was Calvin Klein.
Really? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
I
his
think
real
that was
name.
really his name. You know, because he was a real street guy.
Mm.
Went to prison in the whole 9 yards. But it's a story that talks about that, how Jay-Z was in the car with him when he got arrested. And, you know, he didn't get arrested. So more than likely that meant that, in my experience, if you're in a car with a drug dealer and the cops raid, they take everybody that was involved. So that tells me that Jay-Z wasn't involved with that activity.
Got it. At least at that time.
That they knew.
Right.
And usually the DA, they watch you, and some of them when they're not lazy.
But what is it like in the world? Like if you rap about selling drugs and about how you were selling drugs, but you weren't selling drugs, that can't be looked upon well. If you're lying and you're making up a fake persona.
It shouldn't be.
Right.
It shouldn't be. Back, in the 90s when rap was supposed to be authentic, people wrote their own lyrics and that stuff, it was a little different than the way it is right now. Now, people can write your lyrics, you can steal people's names, you can steal their verses. It's just totally different than the way it used to be. You can buy your way to the top now. You don't have to have talent necessarily. The most talented guys are not the guys who are running the industry.
A lot of the talented guys are producers too, right? They can kind of make anybody famous.
Yeah.
If you have some talent and a look.
And you go pay the right producer.
Well, there's a lot of examples.
Because music is programming.
Right.
You hear the sound and you like that sound. And that's why we hear the same sounds over and over on the radio, because it's the same producers that are producing music. Like, I'm just waiting to get my money right so I can go to the producers and be like, hey, I know you want been putting all these guys on. I got a guy for you. Put him on. We ready. How much you need? 100,000. Do it. Because that's really what it is. It's only a few guys who music you hear on the radio over and over again.
Wow. But then you have people who just stand out just because of talent still. You still have that.
Once in a while, want to break through, you get somebody that's like super, super good and their music just break through. But that's rare. They still got to have some money. You gotta pay Facebook and TikTok.
Gatekeepers.
And
there's a lot. It's an industry, right? There's a lot of money involved. As soon as there's a lot of money involved, there's control. People want to maintain control of that. They don't want someone coming along.
Yeah, I mean, I look at my case, right? If you go on the internet, I got millions and millions of views where I've done interviews with different people and talked to different people. But then you go on my Instagram, I got 300,000 followers.
Instagram is weird, man.
I walk through the airport, right? I can hardly walk through the airport. People, Rick, can I get a picture? And then my friends be like, man, all the people looking at you, they want to talk to you, but so when I experience that, I understand that they haven't let me grow to where I should be.
Yeah, but I think social media companies, other than Twitter, X now, I think they all have different ways of limiting growth because different things. Like my friend Coleon Noir, he has an Instagram page that's dedicated to Second Amendment. He was a lawyer, and he does a lot of Second Amendment stuff, a lot of like talking about guns and gun laws and different things. He's been stuck at 1 million followers forever. He's been on this podcast like how many times? How many times Coleon been on? 5 or 6 times? Great guy, interesting, really fun to talk to, smart as fuck. Like, you would think his shit would grow. Stuck at 1 million, just stuck, like locked up.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on there? How is that even possible? It's only possible if someone's limiting growth.
Absolutely.
There's no other way. If you come on this podcast and 11 million people or 15 million people, whatever the fuck it is, see you, what is the odds that you stay at 1 million? It's almost zero.
I agree.
It's almost zero, especially if it's an interesting episode. He's always interesting. He's a smart dude. Why would people not follow him? Of course they would. They'd have to find him. It's hard to find people. They make it difficult on some social media platforms to find people. They make their posts limited, so only the followers can see it. Other people can't see it.
Yeah.
It's just this weird thing that they do. And if you're a guy that, at least at one point in your life, was involved in illegal activities, they'd probably just shove you into a box. They'd shove you into a category. They have you in some sort of an algorithm that's just like every now and then someone finds you, but it's not easy. It's not. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what Instagram does after. If you're at, what are you at now? Okay, let's check right now. I'm gonna check your page right now.
300 and something.
Let's check right now. So you are right now. You are at. Let's get down to you here. What is it, Jamie? Yeah, something like that. Here you are. We just went back and forth with each other, so I'll check right now. Profile. Yeah. 392. So you're at 392,000. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens, Instagram. Stop fucking around. I think they fuck around with me too. But which sounds crazy because I have 19 million. But I'm like, how come I only have 19
Yeah, but
million?
everybody in America knows you.
What the fuck's going on?
Everybody in America knows you. I mean, we did that show, what, almost 10 years ago?
Yeah.
People still come up to me in the airport. Man, I know you're Joe Rogan. Huh? Did you tell Joe? I said, don't tell me, tell Joe. I'm talking about still to this day, people walk up to me and tell me that they loved our episode.
And that's a long time ago. So there's probably been 1,600 different episodes since then or more. Probably more than that.
And I remember we was like, what, 60 or 80 or something like that?
Something crazy like that. The early days. You were in the early days when I was just starting to interview people.
Yeah.
I was just starting to have interesting people on the
I
podcast.
never heard of a podcast.
A lot of people who came on back then didn't.
I didn't know what a podcast was. You know what? I told my guys today, we were sitting out there, I said, had I recognized what a podcast was and started a podcast, I would have been the first black guy probably with a podcast.
Back then, you might have been. So what year? So this is like 2000.
May 4th, 2013.
2013, 11 years.
So 208.
11 years. Episode 208.
2,000 episodes since then.
2,000.
Was that the first one or the second
I
one?
think that's the first one. The second one was 262.
Okay.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy.
And they still remember that.
Well, you should do your own now.
I'll be so busy, Joe.
Listen to me. Stop right there. I told you to do a t-shirt, do a podcast. It's easy. It's not hard to do, man. It's easy. It'll promote your business.
Now you just called me on that one.
Listen, it's an easy thing. It doesn't cost much money, man. It's real economical. You know, you upload to YouTube, it's free.
Yeah.
YouTube's free. You know, you get get one of those platforms that supports podcasting, and they do things, they help you get ads, and not that hard, man. And I bet right away you would get especially after this episode, you get a big audience. It's an easy way. And then
I'm working on some stuff.
Then before you know it, you have 20 episodes, 30 episodes. You get better at it. People like it.
Yeah.
And you could talk about all kinds of things. You could interview different people. You could have conversations with friends. And then you develop a following. And the next thing you know, it helps your business. It helps with the other things you do. It helps speaking engagements, all these other different things.
Yeah. They've been telling me to do it.
Yeah.
And I've been like, oh no, you late. You waited too late.
You could have a
dropped the ball.
podcast that's called The Real Rick Ross Is Not a Rapper. That's a great name for a podcast. That's a great name for a
Hey,
podcast.
I thought that was an awful name for a T-shirt.
I think that's a great name for a podcast. It'll pique people's interest right away. They're like, what? The Real Rick Ross is not a rapper? What kind of fucking podcast is this?
Yeah.
And then people hear your story and they're like, oh my God, I didn't even know. This is crazy.
Yeah. I might take your advice on that one.
It's a great idea.
I took your advice last time and I benefited.
I'm telling you, it's
Crazily.
a great idea.
Hey, crazily, like right now, this T-shirt still brings in revenue.
That's beautiful. Well, we'll bring in a lot more after this one. But it just makes sense. I mean, it's just another method to get your word out there.
Yeah. And we need platforms.
Yes.
Because the people with some of the people with the platforms don't use them to benefit the people.
Well, also we need platforms from a person like yourself that has gone through this arc of life. This interesting arc of life. That finds yourself a completely different person now than who you were when you were 28 years old selling drugs. It's just a different.
Well, 19 when I started. When I was 28, I was an addict.
I
was stuck when I was 28.
Yeah.
Like, it's a different. When you go 7-8 years selling drugs, you don't even know anymore. You're like out your mind. You're crazy.
You're just in the business.
Yeah, you're just in the business.
Well, especially if your business is making $3 million a day.
Yeah.
That is just so crazy. So crazy. How much money do you think you earned over the entire course of selling drugs?
Well, you figure just my 2 best years. So you say 360 days in a year. Just those 2 years, it was like, what, 600 million, something like that there. Not profit, though. Not profit.
Right.
That's not profit.
Of course. But just the amount of money you make.
Profit, I make every million, I probably make 200 to 300,000 profit off of every million. I was able to take that much out. So
that is an insane amount.
And then that's not counting the other 6 years, because I sold like 8 years. I did like 8, maybe 9 years in the drug business. And so, before I was making $1 million a day, I was making 500,000 a day.
Right.
And before I was making 500, I was making 400, 300, 200.
Right.
One time 10,000 a day. So it just but all those numbers add up. You're talking about 100,000 a day ain't bad numbers.
Yeah.
So a couple $1 million a month. So I made quite a bit of money. I mean, it went through my hands.
Yeah.
Not that I made, but money that went through my hands.
Right.
That I touched.
It's crazy.
With some crazy numbers. We'll probably be in the billions.
Billions.
Yeah, probably would be in the billions.
That life and that experience that you've had is very unique. There's not a whole lot of human beings that are out there wandering around that can say that. So that perspective that you have would be very valuable for people just to hear what you did and what you went through in your life. It's a very unique story, man, and it's an American story.
It is.
It really is.
It is an American story, and I thought that America should know about it. That's why I wrote the book. And when I wrote that book, I didn't know if I was ever getting out of prison.
Wow.
That was like my letter to the world. Like,
wow,
this is how it happened. So that you don't form your own personal opinion without getting to know the person.
Right. Because
so many people, we form opinions about. I didn't really like the way the government characterized us drug dealers. Like we was raiding maniacs. When I got arrested, I was a danger to the community. That's how they denied me bond. Oh, he's a danger to the community. Like I'm gonna take a gun and go to McDonald's and just go to killing people. Like,
right.
No, it don't work like that. That's not who I was. I had absolutely no violence in my case.
Which is pretty incredible for someone.
I could have been violence.
Right.
I could have been violent. I had guns, but I never used them. So why am I considered a danger to the community?
Right.
So they consider drugs a danger. And even when we went to jail, I was black box. They put a black box on you. They put handcuffs on you, and then they got this little black box. They slide over the handcuffs so that your hands are like stiff, and then they cuff you to your waist. and you can't even use the bathroom. You know, like it's crazy. And then when you go to prison, you go to the worst part of the prison because they classify you with the guys who do murders and the bombers, and so now they got drug dealers who I consider myself almost like a white collar crime. You know,
Businessman.
a businessman. You know, I wasn't looking to hurt nobody, but we were still classified like that. So I wanted to show people the mentality that I had. That no, yeah, I did get crazy with drugs. You know, I wanted to sell all the drugs I could sell. My mission in life became sell as much drugs as you can. You know, it wasn't about making money anymore. It's like become the biggest drug dealer that you can become. You know, be great. That's how I felt.
Right.
Be great at it.
Right.
You know, fuck how much money you make, and you're not gonna spend all the money you got. You don't even spend the money you make now. But just be great at what you do. So it wasn't about money anymore. It just became, you know, I'm gonna be great at it. You know?
Isn't that crazy that mentality you can apply to almost any industry? Just unfortunately, you applied it to the wrong one.
Yeah. And that, you know, and somebody asked me before, do I have any regret? That would probably, if I had a regret, that would be the regret that I didn't take those skills. But I learned so much from selling drugs. Those fucking guys taught me, man. They taught me what the teachers couldn't teach me because they had a different passion to teach me. They wanted me to, motherfucker, get smart so you can get my drugs cheap and good. We need you to be smart. We don't want no dummy. We don't want to be getting our drugs from no dummy. So you get smart. So you can make sure that when we come get our drugs, we're going to be safe. We're going to get the best drugs. The price is going to be right. We like what you do. So we teaching you. And they taught me. I mean, if somebody would have told me about a gram, what the hell is a gram? What is a tenth of a gram? What is an eighth of a, you know, what is an eighth? What is a quarter ounce? What is an ounce? I didn't know none of that shit. I failed science in school because I couldn't read. I never went to science. They put me in special ed.
Wow.
I sit in the classroom and make paper airplanes. You know what I'm saying? I'm throwing paper airplanes around the classroom. I know nothing about no science, but when I got in the drug business, they taught me. They showed me what a gram was, and they showed me how to work a triple beam. And I didn't know none of that shit. They showed me what a money counter was. They taught me how to work a money counter. I didn't know none of that shit, Joe. I was green. Man, we missed one of the greatest fucking interviews, man. The guy I bought my first ounce from, he was paralyzed when I got out of prison. And we were shooting a documentary. And I go to his house. You know, when I found him. I went and found him because, you know, he was like my partner. You know, I loved him. And I knew he was paralyzed too. When I went to prison, he was already paralyzed. But when I got out, he was like on his last leg. And I almost got him to talk, man, on camera. He talked off camera, and he told us, and what I should have did, I should have promised him, man, do the interview. When you die, I'll put it out, but I won't put it out until after you're dead. And I didn't. I wasn't thinking in my right mind. You know, you never want to tell a friend that he's gonna die.
Right.
That was the first thing.
Right.
I didn't want to say that, but man, he told us about me when I started, and it was just like so fascinating to hear him talk about me to me, you know, and he's laughing about how green I was, how he used to take dope out of the bag, and I didn't know he took it out the bag. He said, man, I wouldn't sell him a kilo because I could get 4 extra ounces out of the kilo, and I could sell him a pound. And it was just so much stuff, and it was like amazing for me to understand that at one time I knew absolutely nothing about cocaine. I'd never seen cocaine before. And they taught me. They took me and molded me.
What's really crazy is that even though that sounds like, oh my God, that's illegal activity, that's drug dealing, but it's really a system, and you figured out how to excel inside this system. You figured out a business, and you really could have done that with anything.
Yeah, to me, it wasn't illegal. I mean, I understood it was illegal, but I understand now, like you're saying, that it was the mentality of being able to be taught, to be able to listen, to be able to follow instructions was the part that I feel was the most valuable lessons in this whole thing. That I learned to follow instructions. I learned to listen. I'm doing the same thing with the weed business. When I first got into the weed business, was, you know, when I was out of jail and we were smoking weed and stuff, it was like two kinds of weed, Thai bud and indica. That was it. Now, fuck, it's thousands of different strains, and
Botanists got involved, scientists got involved.
so they tell me, smell the weed. Shit, I can't smell shit. I don't know the smell. I don't know nothing. So I had to learn the smell. You know, I had to learn what smell you're looking for. So I basically.
What smell are you looking for?
Well, now, one time it was the gas, the OG smell,
Mm-hmm.
and it was really like gassy, smell like gasoline, really stanky. Now it's a candy smell.
Like a sativa.
Like a sativa, sweet. You know, they want that good taste.
Mm.
That's what everybody's
So
into.
smell
right
it.
now. Yes.
Wow.
But now the stuff I just gave you is the brand new stuff that the guy just created. You got what he calls it candy gas.
Oh boy.
This
So
guy,
it's a hybrid.
it's a hybrid. He has the highest testing weed in California. My partner from Green Dragon is the name of his company. And he just invented this strictly for me. He said, Rick, this is the first time that anybody going to get candy gas. He said, will you please get Joe Rogan your jars and tell him to let us know how he like it. But it's candy gas. So it's going to have the OG high. You know, OG knock them out.
Right.
On the couch, stretched out. Give me something to eat. No, I ain't moving. Right. But it's going to have that sweet candy taste that everybody's looking for. So he's saying that this here is going to like shake the market up.
It's funny.
So I know how to do all that. I know the smells now.
That's interesting. It's funny how much it varies. You know, really does.
And he's a scientist, like you said. He's a botanist. You know, went to school for it and the whole 9 yards. So
once they got involved,
yeah, total different game.
Yeah, total different game. And it got scary. Like they started making some just insane high THC content weeds. Yeah,
that's
that
what
was
everybody wants.
one of the arguments about it being illegal. It's like, well, the marijuana of today is different than the marijuana back in the day. It's so strong and people are going crazy. Like, listen, people are going crazy no matter what you do.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, at least they're not using fentanyl.
That's true. And that's also the problem with things being illegal, is that they're cutting it. They're cutting it when you're buying it from the cartel. You know, there's a lot of stuff that people are buying from the cartel. It's cut with fentanyl, a lot, including like street pills, like pills like fake Xanax and fake Valiums, and it's all cut with fentanyl, fake Molly.
And like you said, that's what happens when you put that illegal market together.
Exactly. And meanwhile, it costs us 100,000 lives every year just in this country from opiate overdoses. And what are they doing to stop that? Nothing. It's just it's so perplexing. It's so perplexing, the problems of our world today. It really is, because it's such a complicated series of issues, and it doesn't seem like any progress is being made. Like even the minimal progress that's being made with marijuana, like the good progress is states making it illegal for recreational use, making it legal. But if the federal government still doesn't have it legal, like what the fuck are they doing? Like why? How is that still a thing?
Yeah, the federal government should just get out of it.
Yeah.
You just wash their hands with it.
Yeah.
Like,
leave it to the states.
We're done with it. Whatever the states do, let it do.
That's what they should have done a long time
Let's be
ago.
done with it.
Well, they should have rescheduled it. They should have made it legal. Just schedule it, make it legal. It should be legal. It's stupid. The whole thing's stupid. It's stupid. There's plenty of things. If alcohol is legal, marijuana should be legal.
Yeah.
That's simple. Alcohol destroys lives, destroys liver. I had a guy in here last week. He lost his liver and his kidney, a liver replacement and a kidney replacement just from drinking himself to death.
And cigarettes.
Oh yeah, all that stuff legal, totally legal. It's crazy. We live in a strange time, but it's interesting.
Well, we're starting to talk about it. So
Yeah,
I mean, the first thing, nobody used to talk about drug dealing.
right,
That was a taboo. To
Right.
have somebody to come on and say, I sold drugs.
right.
You never would have heard that before.
No, not like this.
So
No.
now we're talking about it. People were starting to understand how they get started selling drugs, what to look for. And that's really all I can do. If I can educate somebody on what to look for when it's coming your way, hey, I did my job.
Yeah, and explain the pitfalls, and also don't ask how much when someone calls you up. When someone gets suspicious.
Yeah, don't get addicted. Because if
Yeah.
you get addicted, you're gonna ask how much.
Right.
How much?
Right. Especially if you're addicted to the thrill of the game. If it's an exciting thing, and then you're not doing that exciting thing anymore, and you miss it. Because everything that you're not supposed to be doing is exciting, at least in some way. Especially something that's massively profitable.
Mhm.
But at least you documented it. Right
Yes.
here. Freeway Rick Ross, The Untold Autobiography, 2nd edition.
Well, I took out all the misspellings and
Mm.
the typos, and because I self-publish.
Oh, okay. You
Yeah,
self-published
I
this.
self-publish it. Yeah, so if anybody want to get it, tell them to go to my website, freewayrickyross.com. Don't go to Amazon because they keep all the money.
Amazon keeps all the money?
They keep a lot of it. Yeah, we
Really?
don't get much money.
Oh, okay.
I bought you my other one too. I did that one since I've been home.
21 Keys of Success.
Those are 21 keys that I used when I got out of prison
All right. Beautiful. And this is available on
on my site as well,
freewayricky.com?
freewayrickyross.com.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I bought you a few gifts. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you,
I
sir.
said I'm gonna go and give Joe something. That's my other one.
Oh, 3 books? Look at you,
And
man.
I also bought you one of my sweatshirts.
All right.
And I just want to tell you, man, thanks for
The world famous Freeway Rick.
all you did for me.
My pleasure.
And
Your story's crazy.
you know what? I'm gonna take your advice on the podcast.
You should. I hope you do. I
Everybody
really
else
do.
been telling me, and I've been like, yeah, but I did so well the last time you told me to do something, and I would be going against my own principles.
You definitely should. Listen, you're an interesting man, and you've had a fascinating life, and we need more interesting people and interesting voices. We need more people. We grow and learn from other people's perspectives of the world. When you get to hear a person who's gone through the life that you've gone through, which is very unusual. When you hear that person talks, it educates you and informs you, and it changes your perspective. You get to add to your perspective of the world from another person's life experiences, and that benefits everybody.
Oh, no question.
It
I
does.
agree.
All right, let's do it again sometime, man.
When-
Next time we do it,
When
we're talking about your podcast.
When the movie come out.
Okay.
When the movie come out.
When is
come
that?
back. Well, we just hired the director 3 weeks ago. So hopefully this summer we go in production.
Okay. Well, when it comes back, you come back.
I'll be
All
back.
right. Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Joe.
you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
You get it. I get it. I get the whole thing.
You see how
Glasses?
powerful you feel?
Yeah, you feel like you can talk shit, like you're in another dimension.
It all the things that you do, like working out and succeeding, you don't need to really do a lot of that. If you put these on,
Yeah.
you get a lot of the effects of like your, like being a trained fighter and all that crap. If you just put these on, you kind of get the idea of that until someone calls you out and kills you.
Yeah, you gotta avoid like actual conflict.
You got to run away.
But you do feel superior to people.
Oh, for sure.
Like you have a suit on or something.
Yeah,
like
for
an
me,
Iron Man suit.
it keeps you away. There's a distance between you and other people now.
That must be why celebrities wear them when they go out.
Probably.
You know, like we'll see like at concerts or UFC fights, you'll see celebrities with full-on sunglasses.
Interesting.
Yeah. They're like a cat hiding underneath a chair and the tail's hanging out. It's like, you can't see me, I can see you, stupid.
Yeah. No, people, they do give you some, and a lot of people, I guess, are on drugs.
Yeah, that's probably why.
And then their eyes are bugged out of their head.
I just think they're trying to avoid eye contact with people. Because then people are trying to give them a script.
Yeah, I think that's true. They just don't. They want to be left alone.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be left alone in public, maybe that's the only way to do it.
You just
gotta
got these things, and they're getting bigger and bigger, and
these are so huge.
They're crazy.
This is like a rich lady who gets out of a car with a small dog.
They're crazy, and you wear them. And when I got them as a joke, but then you just keep doing it
because they're good.
Because they're good. They're actually fun, and people come up to you and say nice things about the sunglasses.
Which is weird.
They'll go, these sunglasses are really cool. And like cool people, like black people. And those, you know what I mean? Like a black guy will go, those shades are cool. And I'll go, that's great. Like if a guy like me says it means nothing. I would throw them out. But
well, it was for this is like a bad sunglasses from the 80s.
Yeah.
Like what Brian Bosworth used to wear. Do you remember the Boz?
I don't.
He was a guy who was famous for his sunglasses. He was a big-time football player.
Interesting.
He was one of those, every now and then one of those fellas like, what's his name? The one that's dating Taylor Swift?
Travis Kelce.
That guy. Like when one of those guys breaks through, he becomes famous. That was the Boz.
Oh, wow.
See? Those are corny as shit in 2000. But here we are in 2024.
They're back.
Invest in bell bottoms,
They're
kids.
absolutely back. They're absolutely back.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a mullet too.
Everything comes back. Mullets are back.
Yeah, mullets are back. Theo probably helped with that.
Big
And
time.
lesbians.
Theo.
Lesbians.
There's not enough new ideas. You got to recycle certain ideas.
After a while, you go, the mohawk's not that bad.
Yeah, of course.
What's the problem?
Everything was baggy, and then everything was tight, and now everything's getting baggy again.
Yeah. The ladies are wearing baggy pants.
A lot of people are wearing baggy stuff, but then that'll probably swing.
Yeah, I thought the whole idea of the tight pants is to show your body. That's what it's for, right?
For sure.
Yeah. What happened, ladies?
I don't know.
Why'd you go baggy?
Something happened.
I don't get it. Go back to the tight stuff.
Yeah.
That looks better.
Well, they feel no one can objectify them if they wear a bag.
Yet they'll go to the gym in yoga pants.
That's right.
That are so thin you could literally like read Braille through them.
Right.
And you see your full vagina
just hanging out.
And a lot of these gals are not wearing panties because they don't want the line. They don't want that to be a line. So they have just raw pussy covered by yoga pants out there in the wild.
We're kind of lucky as comedians to wear pretty much. We don't, like, you dress up in a suit for UFC and for other stuff.
Yeah.
But most of us don't.
Yeah, you don't. I don't mind a suit. I like it. I wear if I have to go somewhere special.
Yeah.
Throw a suit on.
Right.
I don't mind it. Sebastian's into it. Boy, that guy.
They wear it. I saw Seinfeld at Gotham. He's in it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
People wear them. Mulaney wears one.
Yeah,
like,
I
I think,
to wear them. It gives you you feel like you're some sort of an expert.
For sure.
You're definitely better than the guy in the hoodie.
The guy in the hoodie. I agree. But I'm the guy in the hoodie, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree too.
When I see Seinfeld, I go, I agree that you are. And it's it's not even fashion. He's better in every way.
I wear hoodies 3 days a week.
It's fun to wear a hoodie and jeans.
Yeah, it's casual.
It's a great
loose. I feel comfortable.
It's a great thing to just
soft.
And to be able to make money in a hoodie's great.
Yes.
That's the cool thing about it. To have jeans on and go, I'm going to make money in a hoodie and jeans.
I think that's what John Fetterman was getting into when he went into the Congress.
That's what he was doing.
Look, if I'm going to be rich now, I'm going to dress like what I would dress like if I was like Rick Rubin.
He's kind of an interesting guy now because now he's starting to make sense, which is
what
strange.
The fuck is going on? Did the stroke knock some sense into him?
I don't know what happened, but he's like actually coming out of the gate with some like very rational things.
Yeah, good takes on everything.
Yeah,
on everything.
And I'm like, if that's what Sweatpants does, let's do it.
I wonder if like when he was running, he was recovering from the stroke, and so that was why he would have those moments where his brain would sink off, and we
Yeah.
were like, "This guy's fucked. He can't be a senator."
Right.
But maybe what it really is it just takes a while for everything to come back, and now it's all back.
Right.
And now he's making sense because I haven't seen any of those videos since of him. You know, there was a few videos where it was like me if I eat like a 500 milligram edible.
He was out of it for
Yeah.
a period of time.
Yeah, he was gone. He was in this place where it just didn't make sense what he was saying.
Yeah, but now he's back, and it feels like, from my perspective, that the things he's saying are pretty logical.
What a crazy political move.
Yeah,
Recover from a stroke publicly
right.
while in the middle of a campaign
In a sweatsuit,
against a guy who's famous
right,
and still win.
and still win, and then get progressively better and make more sense. Because our guy, that's the president, is getting worse, and Fetterman's getting better.
I'm of the opinion, and I think you are too,
Yeah.
that Biden doesn't exist. I believe
It could be the first AI thing.
I think he's a living human being. Don't get me wrong, but there's nothing there. It doesn't exist. So
It's
I think
not there.
I don't think there's a question about this.
Right,
So everything around him is what's supporting the country, which is kind of crazy.
right.
It kind of shows you that the system kind of works.
Sure.
You know, when you got a guy like that, it's a great kind of stress test to see like what happens
Yeah.
when you get a guy that's just going. And also, how much you can gaslight people into voting for him again.
Yes.
How
Yes.
much you can gaslight people into
Yeah.
voting for the people around him again is what
Right.
it really is. The people you don't even know. Like this mysterious cabal of humans that's actually running the country.
Well, it's such a weird thing because he came out at the State of the Union. He was pretty good, but he was heavily drugged. Like something, and you might know more than I know about like certain types of things that you can do. Like what you've had all these doctors on and stuff. Is there a way to make that guy like that for the debates? Is he going to be able to? Because now he wasn't great.
What I would recommend
Yeah.
is I would time it correctly, right? So I'd recommend that he got lots of sleep. I would cut all the ice cream out of his diet for several days,
Right.
all the bullshit out of his diet. Then I would give him NAD infusions and IV vitamin infusions multiple days in a row, like 3 or 4 days in a row.
Yeah.
Then the day of, I would make sure that he eats really well, gets a lot of sleep, and then I would fill him up. I'd fill him up with Adderall. I'd give
Right.
him testosterone. I would give him human growth hormone. I'd give him nootropics. I'd give him everything that we know that creatine.
Yeah.
Creatine helps with. It actually does.
No,
help.
I'm sure. It's just,
Creatine is a cognitive enhancer.
I'm thinking of him getting all these injections in that
Creatine
skin,
just supplement.
just that purple skin from all the marks.
Oh God.
That skin that's just wound so thin, it's spun so thin on his body. All of the bruising from all of these needles of stuff that they need to shoot him up with to just be coherent for an hour.
Isn't it crazy? Like when Obama was president,
Yeah.
the worst they could get on him was, remember when he wore that tan suit?
Right, right,
Yeah. He never had a single moment publicly where he stumbled, where he said something
No,
really
this is
stupid.
like,
This is insane.
it's insane. It's much worse than even, remember George W. Bush?
Mhm.
And he would say silly things.
Yeah.
This is like so far down the road from that.
It's so far down the road. It's so far down the road that it's like, I think it's elder abuse. I really do. I mean, if it was any other job, it would be elder abuse. If there was a guy who was running the corner grocery store and his family was making him run it, and he was that old and they had money, you'd be like, what the fuck are you doing to your dad? Why are you making your dad work? Your dad's out of it.
Yeah, why would you do? Yeah, there was a guy in New York, this legendary guy Dom, who ran this pizzeria called DeFara's, which was like widely thought of as the best pizza in New York. And he was so old, and at the very end, he was just over the pie with the oil and cutting basil, and it was like you felt bad because the pie was amazing, but you're watching a guy at the end of his life
making pizza,
very old, and he would struggle. He'd put it in the thing. It was hard. It was like you kind of gasped. And that's what we have now, except it's with Russia.
Yeah, but however, if I went to a pizza place and there's a guy who loves making pizza so
Yeah.
much that here he's fucking dying.
Right.
It's his last days. He's still, I'm gonna make you a nice
Yes.
pie.
Yes.
I'm gonna make you a
He's gonna
nice
do it.
pie.
And he
Like,
fought.
He must love the fact that
He
his
loved
pizza
it.
is awesome.
Yes, he loved it.
Yeah,
And
if you make good food, it's probably a lot like killing.
yeah, for
You
sure.
know? You
for
know?
sure.
Like you kill on stage, everybody
Yeah.
loved it. Great, we had a great time. Thank you. I'm so happy
You
you guys
gotta
had
wonder
fun.
what the reward is for Biden. Like, is it even fun? It can't be fun.
It can't
like,
be fun.
Why does he even want to do this?
That
Like,
guy making that pizza, when someone folds a slice of that pie and goes,
yeah.
oh my God.
They're
oh my
into
God.
it.
It's like they're killing.
And that guy goes, I've made all of these people happy.
Yes.
But this guy, I mean, this just came out in the Wall Street Journal where they're saying that he's like showing signs like behind closed doors.
Wait, what are you saying?
I know, it's shocking.
This is crazy.
It's shocking.
It's what? When President Biden met with congressional leaders in the West Wing in January to negotiate Ukraine funding deal, he spoke so softly at times that some participants struggled to hear him. According to 5 people familiar with the meeting, he read from notes to make obvious points, paused for extended periods, and sometimes closed his eyes for so long that some in the room wondered whether he had tuned out
Or died.
But are they can't change him out now, right? You and I both thought it was going to happen in May.
We were convinced. I remember texting you. I was convinced. I actually heard from people that were in kind of, around the Trump campaign that thought they were also preparing to run against somebody who wasn't Biden.
Right.
And they had believed that. They were like, it's going to be Newsom or somebody. And it hasn't been. So why, not to sound like a nut, but why are they so committed to this guy? There's something weird about it. There's something strange about it.
Do you think that's it? I think he's the sitting president and they gaslit everybody into thinking he was fine. So now they would have to change course radically to justify getting him out of office. If they just published an article, I think it was in the Times, that was talking about Biden saying that his age is his superpower. Did you see that?
Yes.
And then Seth, what's his name? The guy from the fucking Family Guy?
Seth MacFarlane.
That guy retweeted it.
Right.
And was like, this is amazing. I couldn't have written this better.
Thing.
What?
Right. Yeah.
What?
His age is his superpower.
So you'd have to turn that back. So you'd have to get all these people. Do you remember when there was a whole list of a bunch of celebrities? They used to make videos where they would tell you what to do.
Right.
What we need to do. We need to do. The end of democracy. Remember the bunch of them did that before the 2016 election?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Those people of all, you would have to do something like that with Biden.
Well, what's interesting about Biden is they put him in kind of because they kind of stacked the Democratic primary. They killed the momentum of Sanders. And there was a lot of people. Biden was like very behind and then sprung out at the end.
They manipulated it. Just like they did with Hillary. Just like Donna Brazile wrote about in her book.
They manipulated it to get him in. And it's just weird to me that when everyone sees it so clearly and Trump is up in every poll, why they wouldn't just have him go out, give a very patriotic speech about, you know what? I thought I could do it, but now I can't. I thought I was okay.
Because there's no one other than her. So if you try to
put her in again,
if you try to promote her as president against Trump, Democrats are going to vote for Trump.
She should lose one more time.
But she's going to lose in a way that's
I know it's crazy. No, they have nobody else. That's the other thing.
But the thing is, he should lose in a way that's crazy if you're looking at like competence because he's so old. But people will vote for him just because the machine behind him has kept the country. It's still relatively okay.
Yeah.
You're still going out to dinner. You're still taking plane flights. For
sure.
No aliens have landed.
Not yet.
Ukraine hasn't spilled over into America. It's all okay.
Not yet.
Kind of. Right? So you would probably, especially if you're one of those celebrities that made that video about Trump, you can't turn course now.
No.
Those people, that's out there forever. You know? Remember those?
Well, it's also, I think, older.
There's no heaven.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Remember that one?
I think older people kind of some of them like it because they go, yeah, well, good for him. there's a lot of older people that don't want
Right.
to step down.
Like when white guys want a white heavyweight.
That's
boxing
exactly
champion.
right. And there's a lot of old people that go, I'm not going to retire.
Right.
I'm not going to step down. I don't want to go into assisted living.
Remember,
I wanna...
Frankie, he made that pie till the day he died.
Yeah.
Till the day he died.
Yeah.
He was 102 years old. He put the basil on, dropped dead.
Yeah. I think they look at this guy and they say, good
He's
for
one of
him.
us. Yeah.
He's one of us.
There's a little bit of that going on.
He's one of us.
I definitely think there's a little bit of that going on. I don't think that's
Trump will beat him, I think, from jail.
Yeah, 100%.
Trump will win.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's real.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, look, I don't want to cry election fraud, but why would I imagine that they would manipulate everything openly except the election?
But this is what
you know what I'm saying?
But this is what I'm saying to you. Is it not possible that they haven't gone off Joe Biden because there was some fuckery in the last election?
Well,
is it not possible to some degree that they have this rabid insistence on this clearly dementia-ridden guy because their promises have been made and there are people in positions of power that could speak? I don't know anything.
That's a possibility.
I
mean, it's just a guess, right? Who knows?
I'm just asking the kinds of questions that people on Twitter will call me a name for asking. But
you gotta stop reading that.
Yeah,
that's
true.
I
don't read it.
Boy, that's a nice. Once you break yourself.
No, I know.
free of that,
I'm not on it as much.
You feel so much better. Lex goes into a dark hole every few days.
I know. Well, it's
I hope he doesn't read the stuff about the Kevin Spacey interview.
Life is dark. Oh, he's interviewing Spacey?
He did, yeah.
God damn it, we wanted Spacey. I wanted Spacey.
You can get Spacey.
I know, but then I'm the fifth person to have Spacey.
Listen, you'll be the most
I
fun.
know Weinstein's coming here first. I know you're going to have him as soon as he gets out of jail.
He's never getting out of jail.
I hope he does.
I don't think he's ever getting out.
By the way, he should.
Isn't he in jail for the rest of his life?
No, it's turning around, Joe.
What do you mean?
It's turning around.
What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know?
What? What's going on?
They just overturned all of his convictions.
What?
Well, get some of what I'm.
What?
But
are you
I'm
fucking
telling
kidding me?
you? The prosecutors in the Harvey Weinstein case were encouraging the whatever you want to call them, right? The people, the victims, and yes, they are victims. But she was encouraging them to just. When I was a juror on a murder trial, and you're instructed as a juror, this was years ago, but you're instructed to only consider the facts of the case. You can only discuss the facts of the case. These victims were out there, and they were permitted and encouraged by a very overzealous prosecutor to share things that weren't related to the case. And the fact that the jury could have based here it is.
Wednesday's hearing ahead of Weinstein's retrial comes just over a month after the New York Court of Appeals, by a 4-3 vote, ruled the testimony of prior bad acts witnesses should not have been allowed because it was unnecessary to establish defendant's intent and served only to establish defendant's propensity to commit the crimes charged. He was convicted in 2020 of first-degree criminal sexual assault and third-degree rape, and then he was sentenced to 23 years in prison. He has maintained his innocence. So what are they saying now?
He's got a retrial.
They have a retrial.
They're going to do a retrial.
Wow. How old is he now? Because he looked fucking terrible before he was going into jail. He was walking around with a cane. And
He's in his early 70s, but this is when directors do their best work. No, truly.
But he's not a director.
Right, producers, whatever. I have confidence in him, is what I'm saying. I think if he gets
he's going to get out and fix mass?
I think he gets out. He's got a lot to prove.
You think they'll let him work? They're not even letting
Hollywood
work.
believes in nothing. They will absolutely let him work. They will let him work, and he should work if the retrial happens and they let him and it doesn't work. It is what it is, you know.
Wow. Imagine if he gets out. Imagine if it was all bullshit.
Well, I don't know how. It's like
it couldn't be
that time.
Well, they all
we lived through.
Yeah,
was so. It was this moral panic. And
right.
I'm not
the
saying
time of you mean the time like me too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everything that got that happened there
was originally happened. It says here he had a separate 16-year sentence that is not affected by this decision in California.
Oh, so there's another case which he was also sentenced to.
So the New York trial has been.
So he'll be transferred to a California prison? Oh, he's fucked. No matter what, he's fucked.
Unless they do that one
So
too.
those guys, that was what they did. But the crazy thing about him is he looked like that guy that would do that.
He looked exactly like the guy that behaved the way that he behaved.
Yes.
Yes.
Like Dave Chappelle had a bit about it.
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, he raped."
Right. No,
Like
for
looking
sure.
at him, like you look at a guy. But it's the other thing about him it's so crazy is how many photographs of famous people were with him and how many people thanked him when they won the award.
Of course.
It's so, and how it was this open secret, but it's just like they accepted this deal with the devil. Like the devil's going to make you a star if you suck his dick. And apparently that's what he would do.
Yeah.
Whitney told me that there was girls that he knew, girls that she knew rather, that did the deal. And it was a deal. Like, you suck his dick, he's going to get you in this movie. And they sucked his dick and they got in the movie. Like, he would hold up his end of the bargain, which is one of the reasons why he was so powerful. Because he really could. He wasn't just banging everybody. He really was.
Well, let's say this, though, and
making people famous.
We think that's negative. But let's say him upholding his end of the deal is something. Like, if he puts you into the movie. I think a lot of these, by the way, all of the famous people he did it to didn't really come out against him.
No, because they can't. Because then if they tell the truth.
They were kind of, because that was kind of a deal that was made. Not good, but that was a deal. And he made good on some of those promises.
He made good on a lot of them, apparently. This is just from what I heard.
Right.
But, Tarantino was telling us about this old school Hollywood producer who had a bedroom in his office.
Sure.
So you would go into his office, and this is like, in the 60s or whatever. So he had his office, and then he had a whole bedroom in his studio.
Yeah.
Where he would bang all the starlets. Like, if you wanted to be a star, you had to bang that guy. Which is just the deal with the devil that has always been that business.
That's always been there. That's always been there. It's like why people start cults.
Yeah.
They always end up being sex cults, right? All these
100% of the time.
All of these guys on Netflix, it ends up being creepy and sexual.
Yep, all of them.
That's part of it. And I think if you have that kind of power and people, and you've got a steady stream of people walking in your door.
Yeah, and you are also doing this very specific thing where you're choosing the most beautiful people to be in these incredible films.
Right.
I mean, think about the movies that fucking guy made. Kill Bill.
Some of the best in the world.
Pulp Fiction. Like, you just go down the line.
Let him out.
So many times I've seen a movie. Oh, Miramax, of course.
Yeah.
They made insane movies. And
they were like the Weinstein Company. They were the best.
Yeah. And
some of the best.
And they just did it with the devil.
They did it with the devil.
Yeah,
they did it with the devil.
The devil.
You watch an old Woody Allen movie, you go, I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know what happened. I don't want to believe he's guilty, but can I still enjoy the movie or not? And then some of them, it is a little different. You watch it and you go, it is. I hope he's not guilty, but there's a good chance he's guilty. And there's a documentary that's
all of it's not good.
All of it's not good.
Even if it's like your neighbor's daughter, and you've known her since she was 2, and then you wind up marrying her, that's kind of crazy.
It's not
if
great.
you were an adult with children and your neighbor had a daughter. But then again, you know, part of your brain goes, okay, but like, what if you really were in love? Like, what if really she really was the next door neighbor and really you were 60 and she was 30 and she loved you?
Right. Or if your wife had adopted her from Cambodia.
That makes it more complicated.
And you raised her, but loved her still.
That's the next level.
That is
what I was going to say.
Not ideal.
That you can't.
Yeah, we'll say that.
Can't.
It's not ideal.
You can look at the neighbor and say, well, maybe you weren't close with the neighbor's daughter. Now she's a grown woman. She has agency. She's a woman. She loves you.
But you know what's funny
about you can't say that about a kid that you fucking raised.
You can't marry a kid you raised.
No.
You can't marry a kid you raised.
But did he raise her? Did he see her like every couple days? Like,
I don't know. However we can still watch Annie Hall.
I can't.
Is there any way to still watch Annie Hall?
No.
I don't know. Probably not. It's hard.
You can, but you're going to know the whole time. It's like watching House of Cards. You're like, what?
Yeah, but I can watch House of Cards because he's playing the guy he was.
Right.
That's perfect.
Right.
I like that. Kevin Spacey doesn't even exist. He's barely a person. He's such a good actor. He's become the thing. He always plays people kind of like that. Kaiser Soze, Frank Underwood. He's become the thing. And he's so good at it that it doesn't ruin it for me. I can watch House of Cards.
There's an arrogance that some stars had, like particularly in the 90s. When I first came to Hollywood, and this is like really evident for me because I was not a star, but I was on a television show. So I got to be around a lot of stars. And there was a way that some of them would treat you. They would let you know that you are subhuman. You are below them. They would communicate with you in the most disrespectful and dismissive ways, like weird, fucking weird, like mousy guys that I could kill, like instantly, and they would just be rude to you in a really weird way because they had power. They had power, and then when an executive would come over, they would turn on the charm. They'd be smiling and laughing, and then you would talk to them at the craft service, and they would fucking dismiss you in the shittiest ways. I encountered a bunch of that.
Yeah.
It was commonplace, and it was, I think, a thing that they aspired to, especially a lot of the guys that came from Saturday Night Live. Like when Phil came over from Saturday Night Live, Phil Hartman, when he was on news radio, that was the first thing he did after Saturday Night Live, and he had like his defenses up. Like I remember he was like a little like standoffish in the beginning, kind of shitty to us. Like he was the big star, and he was. And, you know, Dave Foley was a pretty big star too. And the rest of us were kind of, no one really knew who we were. And after a while, he'd relax and he would tell me about it. And he was like, you know, it's great here. We all have fun. But God, on Saturday Night Live, everybody was stabbing everybody in the back. And it was all, everybody was, people were getting people fired that were like his assistants just because they wanted to fuck him over. They would steal people's things. And it was just like really shitty. And it took a while for him to chill out. And then I got to meet some of those people that he was talking about and interact with them. And they did the same thing to me.
Yeah.
There was some shitty fucking people out of that. This star culture.
Yeah.
And they would be the ones that were the royalty and everyone else was a peasant. It was really fucking creepy.
Interesting.
So I think if you're like an old school dick grabber and you're also a Hollywood icon,
right?
You know, you probably are doing that. You're probably doing that Hollywood thing where everybody else is just there for you. Everybody else is just.
Should we maybe wall off Hollywood and just go, listen,
let them go wild?
They're just all sexual predators. Like
Jurassic Park.
It's Jurassic Park. Can't we do that? Can't we say, enter at your own risk? They make great movies, but occasionally they're going to goose you. They may throw you against a wall.
Yeah.
I mean, if you train for the Navy SEALs, some people drown. Can't we just do that? Because the other way is it working where everyone's nice and good.
Yeah.
Everyone can't be nice and good and have really good art. I don't think. I'm not saying everyone has to be killing everyone.
No, you don't. I mean, Ron Howard seems to be really nice and good.
But I watched the Spacey documentary, by the way, and some of it is like, okay, he's clearly did the wrong thing. And then some of it, these guys are like, because they wanted things from him, they're like, we went to the movies and he started jerking off next to me. It's like, okay, dude, well, then you know this is not a guy to hang with. And then the next thing they say is, and then he invited me to a party at his hotel, and he said Bruce Willis would be there. So I went. And you go, well, we can't feel bad for you.
Right.
Because you're trying to climb on the basis of knowing this guy.
You are playing the game.
That's right.
You're playing the game.
You're playing the game.
You're dancing with the devil.
You're dancing with the devil.
You're going to lunch with Harvey.
You're going to lunch with Harvey. You want it. You know, so to me, it's like they're not sympathetic in the way that, like, you know, other people are, whether it's sexual assault in the military or in the workplace or whatever, where people are not actively trying to better their chances of being famous by knowing this guy.
Right. It's a complicated thing with Spacey, right? Because apparently some of the alleged people are like people that he worked, like, you know, like a grip on a set or a guy who has to drive him to, you know, it was just wild. Apparently.
Yes.
But this is allegedly.
Right. And then some of those people died before they could testify.
Do you think you could play a guy like Frank Underwood if there's not a little bit of that inside you somewhere?
No. Probably not. Probably not. You know, he had a really rough life.
Did he?
And you know, his father was a Nazi pedophile.
Oh my God.
This is true.
Oh my God.
And his father was all of Twitter, but no, he was a Nazi pedophile. He would rape them and make them watch the Nazi stuff. This is I know I sound like I'm lying a lot, and I am a lot, but this is true. You can look this up.
Oh God.
His brother is a Rod Stewart impersonator.
Oh God.
It wasn't great the way that it went for anybody over there.
Jesus Christ. According to Kevin Spacey, he was raised by a relentlessly abusive neo-Nazi father. Wow. Spent his dinners making anti-Semitic comments, which terrified his children. Wow.
Yes, and worse than beating and raping them, he was anti-Semitic.
Wow.
So he was really bad.
Is that say that in here? The raping part?
I believe, from what I know,
That's his brother, the Rod Stewart impression?
that he was a very
Damn,
abusive.
brother's fucking got it nailed.
The brother is really dialed.
Boy, if I saw that dude at the fucking
he's dialed.
yeah, if I was like somewhere, I'd be like, holy shit, Rod Stewart.
Look at this. He alleges his father frequently raped him. I mean, I'm not making it up.
Oh my
It's
God,
terrible.
frequently raped and beat him. Oh, why didn't they put that in the title? Like just this anti-Semitic comments, that seems like the least of the problem.
For the way they grew up, let's be charitable. They turned out good.
Right.
They
The guy
turned out
won
well.
multiple Academy Awards.
He's a very talented man, and his brother, I'm sure, does a great Maggie May.
Yeah.
For
That's
the way they were
interesting.
raised. Everybody has to be judged a little bit with a backstory.
I love that Lex Friedman has the courage to interview anybody.
Well,
Like
Lex is
anybody.
one of those guys who genuinely is like, he knows what his intentions are,
Yes.
and he's very comfortable with himself, and that's why he can talk to all these people.
Yeah. I
Because
mean,
he's always
they're
coming from a
genuine.
good place. Always.
Even Kanye, in the heat of everything, Lex had him on.
Yeah. No,
And
because
Bill Maher did a whole
Yeah.
episode and said, I'm not releasing it.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I can't wait. Kanye, Spacey, can we do an election? Because there's going to be an election.
Yeah.
I'm angling to get back in here with Kanye and Spacey and Weinstein from jail.
I would get
and
you in
maybe
here
Trump.
with Kanye, but it would probably turn bad because you talk too much.
I know.
With Kanye, you got to let him talk.
I know.
Because like there was moments where I
I'd
was
let him
talking.
talk.
There was moments where I was talking. Kanye was like, he has so much to say. I mean, listen, that madness inside of him was why his fucking songs are bangers. They're just banger after banger. His fucking new album's amazing. It's amazing, dude. We play in the green room all the time. And all my Spotify playlist, I think there's more Kanye songs than anything.
He's a genius. And what you have to realize with people that are incredibly gifted is a lot of that comes with some real downsides.
Yeah.
And they can't be judged maybe the same way you judge every other person.
Well,
I know that
they
that
gotta
sounds
follow
bad.
the laws. You can't be out there murdering people.
You can't do that. They got to follow the laws. But if he says something crazy,
Yeah.
it's also like you got to look at like what you've gotten from him and all of this great music.
Yes.
Let him have a tirade every now and then.
Yeah.
Let him have a little.
Well, it's like he's his own enemy.
Yeah.
It's just like he can't, the rants just go.
I know.
They just come flying out, and who knows how much of it he's really been committed to until he says it. And then once he's saying it, then he's really committed. And then, he shows up statistics. Like he held up this thing about, it was showing on his phone all of the different people that are running all the different music companies and how many of them are Jewish.
Right.
He's like, they run the media, they run this, they run that. I'm like, okay.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to say about that? If they are facts, if these people are all Jewish, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing something evil. Just, if you buy pizza, a lot of the people selling it are Italian.
I will
they've
say
been in
that
this
the
business.
Jews seem to have made better choices than the Irish, my people.
Well, they're really good at running show business.
Yeah, I can't point to any list of people and go, and they're all Irish. There's not one group. And go, and look, and McDonough and O'Brien.
Right. Like Italians, like my people. What other than food?
Someone said, a teacher I had in community college, you take it with a grain of salt, but said that Italians were very focused on the family, and they were skeptical of institutions. So they started small businesses, whereas Jewish people were more open to institutions, and that's why a lot of them are overrepresented in academia, politics, and media.
Well, the Italians are fleeing communism too.
Right. So Italians are skeptical of the government. They were skeptical, and they wanted to have their, little pork stores and stuff. And that's good.
And it's also Catholic, very family oriented. If you date an Italian girl, you got to meet everybody.
That's right.
You can't be just showing up at her house like some regular white guy.
And the Irish were drunks
Mhm.
and sexually abused,
A little bit.
and they did the best they could.
They did the best
They did the
Made
best they
good
could.
boxers.
Everyone's doing the best they can.
Yeah. Well, we're
The
all coming out
president-
of chaos. You
Yeah.
know, the reality of human beings in this country is this fucking country is 3 people's old. That's it. 3 people.
That's
The-
crazy to
yeah.
think about.
3 people. You know, that's the reality of this country. China is 400 people old.
Right.
You know, that's real.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
You know, like we don't have our shit together yet. And we started off with a really good idea that didn't anticipate technology. And then technology got
Yeah.
involved in terms of like stock trading, and then influences of campaigns. Nobody anticipated the lobbyists, special interest groups. Nobody anticipated the military industrial complex until Eisenhower talked about it on TV. Just all these things got in the way of the original idea. That they had a great fucking idea of how to make sure that no one ever becomes a dictator and that the will of the people gets served. They had a great idea.
And now they have an idea where everyone can kind of be a dictator. So that's not the worst idea. You can be a little dictator.
Well, what they really didn't anticipate is the power that technology companies have.
Yeah.
That's what's
They own your thoughts, dreams, hopes,
Everything.
fears.
Mhm.
They have burrowed into your life more than any of the robber barons could, more than any of
man.
those guys, Morgan or Rockefeller, Carnegie.
They've gotten insanely wealthy just from your data,
Absolutely.
and then convincing you have to buy a new phone every
Yeah.
year.
And they're helping you.
Yeah.
And that's the scary part, right? They're utopians and they believe they're creating a truly better world.
And they're
And-
helping you. It
and they're
makes your
helping
life
you.
better.
And they make your life better, and you do. And these are things that make your life more convenient and easier.
Man, how great is Google Maps or Waze?
So when they tell you it's more convenient to just not have this discussion or not be able to say a certain term or not be able to, then you
just comply.
You comply and you go,
I
okay,
don't want to start any trouble.
I don't want to start an issue. I like
Yeah.
Postmates
Yeah.
or whatever it is.
I
Yeah.
like Airbnb.
Well, sure. What's failing now? It's over now. It's all over now.
I met one of the guys. Who the fuck
Well,
did I
someone,
know?
I don't know if it was you, but someone said, and this is really nice, someone tried to get me back and they were like, no. Someone met a big guy, and it might have been you. Someone was
I
like,
think it was me.
yeah, somebody was
Yeah.
like, what about getting like a guy like Tim
Yeah.
Dillon back on? And they were like, no.
They're fucking up. They're making a big mistake.
Well, that issue that I had was all about the redundancy of cleaning fees. Why would I
Yeah.
pay a fee and then clean?
Yeah.
This has now become a rallying call for millions of brave Americans to hold Airbnb accountable for what they've been doing. Forget the trafficking, people showing up to the house in the middle of the night trying to rip you out of it. This is true. Single women going bachelorette parties all the time. Guys knock on the door at 3 a.m. It's not safe. A lot of the people who host, like have Airbnbs, have weird cameras set up. It's
Yeah,
a
there's
little
been a bunch
voyeuristic.
of that.
It is strange.
There's also someone had an interesting scam where they were renting a house and they were using that house as an Airbnb house. And
Of
they got in trouble.
course.
When they're probably making money off of the rental. Like,
That's
'cause
right.
you think about how much a house costs to rent. If it's like $2,000 a month,
Yeah.
and you could Airbnb it for $500 a night, or
Yes.
what's Airbnb cost?
I
For
don't
a
know.
house.
It's been
Back in the
years,
day.
but it's by about 400.
Yeah, so you would probably make a lot of money.
yeah, there's
You'd
a lot
be able
of
to
that.
Pay your mortgage
Yeah.
easy, and then you could do that with multiple houses. You got income constantly coming in.
And I think they interviewed the CEO recently. They interviewed him, and he was basically like, "Listen, we're trying to design your trips. Like they're trying to figure out ways to get competitive again because they're like, we know people are going back to hotels. We know it's gotten too expensive.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's gotten too expensive. People are like, we don't understand why we'd pay all of this money to have all of these rules when we could just go to a hotel. It's easy.
Right.
And we don't have to worry about anger. You get a report card. Airbnb is a report card. Nobody wants that on a trip.
You get a report card for like how good you did or bad you
Yeah,
did. Whether
you
or
have
not
people writing
made a mess.
reviews about you. Is that fun? You go on a vacation, somebody's going to write a review, some psychopath.
Oh, so like you could like take a giant shit and forget to flush it, and then
It's
you get a bad
over.
review.
Then they trash you.
Just a simple mistake.
A simple mistake. And,
You forgot to
and
flush.
stay out of people's homes.
Yeah.
This is the real reality.
Yeah.
Stay out of people.
Stay
If
in a
you're
hotel.
over 30,
Yeah.
you can no longer stay with people. Put it this way. Let's give them till 35 or 40. You have to get a hotel.
Yeah.
You
Get a fucking
can't
hotel.
get a hotel. You cannot stay with a friend, and you don't need to get an Airbnb with 7 people.
Yeah, I always get weirded out when people like to just stay with different friends in every town. I'm like,
no.
Do you like being annoying?
Yeah, that's done now. You
You're annoying
can't
people?
stay with anyone anymore. You go to a hotel. That's nice.
Like an adult.
It's like an adult. You go, this was nice. Goodbye. You need to say the word goodbye. And then you got to go to a hotel. Otherwise, people are like, they feel uncomfortable in their own home. They do not want you there.
It's kind of crazy that Airbnb, that's another thing that popped up out of nowhere that nobody saw coming. That was a disruptor. That and Uber, right?
Yeah.
Uber was a big one. Popped up, but no one would have thought that everybody would become a cab driver for extra money.
Well, it coincided with like this rise of the gig economy where people are like, I can work. I own a car. I can work. And I can make money through this app. And
you can not have a boss.
Exactly.
Like one of the things I loved about delivering newspapers when I was a kid was, I did it when I was in my teens and 20s. It's like you could just go to the place, pick up the paper. You did your work, but you could listen to the radio. No one's in your ear. No one's talking to you. You're by yourself. As long as you get your job done, you're good. And if you're an Uber guy, I don't have to go to a fucking office somewhere. I just pick this dude up and take him to the airport.
Oh yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the tip. Bye.
Easy.
Drive away. Be a nice guy. Try to keep your car clean.
That's right.
You can make money. And you don't have to listen to anybody.
And they're having fun. Some of those guys are having fun all day, listening to hateful podcasts, perhaps mine.
Listen to this.
Listening to smoking cigs.
People listening to this right now.
Yeah, people listening to it right now going, I'm enjoying my life. I'm having fun.
Somewhere there's someone in the backseat going, fucking Tim Dillon. Shut
up. I hate his
What he did to Meghan
voice.
McCain was so rude.
What he did to all of these people, all of these
so
innocent
rude.
people, innocent,
so fucking rude.
innocent, good billionaire.
Speaking of innocent, did you see Fauci? Did you see the
When he came out?
Did you see the
leaked tapes?
Oh, not just the leaked tapes, but him getting grilled in
Congress?
Congress.
I didn't see it.
Oh my God.
Was it bad? Was it brutal?
It's horrible. Yeah, I think Jim Jordan got him lying under oath. He's just, no matter what they catch him with, he tries to find a way to weasel out of saying that he said that, including saying mandating masks, shutting down schools, locking everything down, closing businesses, forcing people to get the vaccine. All of it is on tape. He said all of it.
It seems to be, again, it's the gaslighting thing where people go, we can just now come out and say that we never actually said any of that.
It's crazy him saying that, though. And not just saying that, but even when they catch him saying that, that's not what I was referring to.
Right.
Like, that's exactly what you're referring to. There's no ambiguity at all about any of the things you're saying. And then also the gain of function research. They've deleted a bunch of emails. There's all these emails from his assistant talking about how to go in separate channels to talk about this stuff and how to skirt around the Freedom of Information Act.
Right.
And then fucking Peter Hotez talking about deleting emails.
Yeah.
They all knew what the fuck they were doing, man. They were all very aware that they were going to be investigated eventually.
There should be a commission on this whole thing, but just like the 9/11 commission would probably be set up to fail. And that's what the commissioner said. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, even if Trump gets into office, how could it be? Because he was the guy.
Right.
He put warp speed in place.
That's right.
Fauci was behind him at press conferences.
I think that's his biggest vulnerability, ironically, Trump, is that a lot of people don't trust him because of that period.
Well, he hasn't
vaccine.
He hasn't corrected course,
right?
Because it's very difficult for him to ever say that he's wrong, right?
He doesn't like saying he's wrong.
So for him to correct course, for him to look at the studies that are coming out of the UK and Europe about excess deaths and where they're a little bit more honest about what the fuck is going on, because they have socialized medicine,
right?
Like there's a lot more going on over there than is going on over here.
There's so much about protecting pharma here.
Yeah, but so much money.
Right.
I mean, so much money invested in advertising. I mean, everything gets advertised by it, whether it's internet shows.
Yeah.
There's fucking so many television shows. I mean, that montage, I'm sure you've seen it, brought to you by Pfizer.
Right.
The CNN one. That's fucking nuts, man.
It's crazy.
It's nuts. It's so much. There's so much money involved in this that these people just keep their fucking mouth shut, because these people aren't real journalists on television.
No.
You see that when Chris Cuomo has to debate Dave Smith.
Right.
What they are is mouthpieces for whatever the fuck is the network.
They're actors.
Yeah. They're doing
like
what
actors.
and they think they're journalists, which is hilarious. Like when you see, like when Elon Musk sat down with Don Lemon.
Yeah.
And you realize, you're not, and like Don said it, or Elon said it best, rather. He said Don is doing CNN outside of CNN.
Right.
Like that's like what he thinks
Right.
talking to people is.
Yeah. No, they're actors, they're showpieces, and
Yeah.
they're mouthpieces for usually corporate America, and quite often whatever party makes corporate America feel cozy at the
Yeah.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bizarre merging of commerce and the news.
Yeah.
You know, that should have never. That's another thing no one saw coming, right? The founding fathers, they never saw that level of propaganda being possible. That you would have funded propaganda that was working step by step with the government.
It's gotten to be, but you know what? It's watching it fall apart over the last few years has been really interesting
Yeah.
because it is falling apart.
Oh, well, it has to.
You are watching these guys and you go, they are convincing nobody. I mean, I'm sure they're still convincing some people, but most free thinking people, most people that don't have an investment in it are looking at it. It feels fake.
Yeah.
It all feels fake. I think people are starting to question it more than they ever have. I don't think the government will ever fully recover from the pandemic in terms of trust levels.
Right.
With all those kids who had to do proms in a car or wear masks jogging on a track.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think those kids ever look at the government the same way, and that's probably good.
It's good.
I think
It's
that's good.
It's good, and the thing is, like, young kids are paying attention to what is going on now in a way that they
Sure.
know that it's going to affect their life. They pay attention to the government like these fucking idiots. They're going to affect my life because they affected their life.
That's
they
right.
did, and they did it to their parents. Like, how many of these young kids saw parents lose jobs, saw divorces
That's
happen, suicides in the family, breakups, drug addiction? So many fucking things happened that didn't have to happen that were brought on because of the lockdowns. And because of the pandemic and the government's mandating things. And how many people did they know that got health problems because of the vaccine? How many people did they know died young? Everybody knows something.
No, and I think they're more likely now to have a skeptical view of the government,
which is good.
And I think they understand more probably the value of. Now, I don't know if they're going to understand this in every area, but what propaganda is, how it kind of functions, and how to be aware and cognizant of the fact that there are people that are shaping and sculpting the narrative,
right,
and shoving it down your throat.
Yeah,
I think there's more people now questioning things, especially young kids are questioning stuff about the war machine and the war economy more than they ever have before, going like, why are we involved here, and why are we funding this, and why are we doing that? And I think people are, and that doesn't mean they're sloppy. Obviously, they're not getting everything right, but they're out there. And
they're also being heavily manipulated.
Yeah,
which is something that's been discussed with a bunch of people on the show. Where we talked about, like, with GADSAD in particular, like who's behind all of these protests at the universities? Like, they're organized. And they're organized a lot by Soros-funded groups and a bunch of different groups that they organize these things to get a narrative very popular.
Yes.
And that it's all, the whole thing is just disruptive. That's the key. The key is to get people upset,
right?
To keep people disrupted,
yeah,
and to further erode our idea that we have any kind of control whatsoever about what goes on.
I went to one of those protests at UCLA.
How was it?
It was fun. It's young people. They're trying to enjoy themselves.
Is that what it was?
It kind of felt like that.
Like a little festive?
It didn't feel like Hamas had taken over the college. Like, I know that it felt like there were people there that were clearly probably pro-Hamas, right? As a, whatever you want to call them, as a group.
Right.
But then it felt like there was a lot of kids there that just saw what was going on in Gaza, and they were like, we are against America funding that. And they went out to do that, and they wanted to, in the best way that they knew how, express how upset they were. Now, you can't destroy property. You can't commandeer areas. These are all areas where in a civil society you can't do those things. But I think a lot of the people, their reaction to a lot of what was going on was probably heavily manipulated, but some of it was organic. Some
It's
of them
also
were
they're just trying to be good people.
seeing it on TikTok, going like, we're
Genocide is
seeing
bad.
kids being killed,
Yeah,
and we're paying for it,
yeah.
and we should do something. And the more people I spoke to, I was like, yeah, I didn't think that they were. I thought probably a lot of them were a little naive about certain things, but they're in college, right? So that's okay.
Everybody's naive in college.
That's right.
Yeah, and it's a thing to be a good person. You want to go out and support the good thing. What's
Yes.
the good thing? Free Palestine. Yes,
That's right.
They should be free.
Yeah.
From the river to the sea. Which river? Which sea?
No one knows.
Who
No
cares?
one knows.
That's
No
not
one
what's
knows.
important. What's important is I'm out here because Debbie's really progressive and she's hot. Want some coffee?
Yeah, please.
Debbie's really progressive and she's hot. I'm
Right.
trying to impress her.
Well, that's and listen. There's a fun. I enjoyed it. They
Sure.
had, it seemed fun. I took a few selfies with them. They were good people. And then they were like the
You
cops.
got recognized.
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, and then the kids were like, you had Abby Martin on, and I was like, thank you, whatever, thank you. And they were very nice. And then and then they were like, well, the cops are coming in. We think they're coming in with rubber bullets, and hoses and everything. And I said, at the Beverly Hills Hotel, you have to put your breakfast order on the door by 1 a.m. And I explained that to the kids. I said, and they'll know to bring the egg and everything. I said, I can't be here during the onslaught of the police activity, but you guys should. I even said that. I go, you guys should, and lock arms, do that stuff, because you only live once and you're only a kid once, and make these cops work. Who cares? Lock arms, but I had to go. I can't be.
Did you see what happened in Philly when the Gay Pride Parade met Free Palestine? And
there was a
clashed.
Fight. Yeah, it was a clash.
They clashed.
Kurt Metzger would call that, the great Kurt Metzger would call that, I believe, an intersectional car crash.
It was funny. They were saying you can't march because Palestine's not free. You got to stop right here.
Yeah.
We're more important. This is more important.
It was
than
weird
being
watching
happy.
it because they were like, there's no joy. No one should be happy. I think Pride is very silly that it's a whole month. That's very silly. If you look at what was done to black people and you look at what was done to gay people, it's insane that Pride is a full month. A couple of weekends, maybe one or two. The idea that it's a full month is nuts.
Well, how about there's only Veterans Day?
Right. There's one day for veterans, and there's an entire
Memorial
month.
Day. There's Veterans Day, Memorial Day.
And what the month of Pride allows people to do is it allows corporations to just talk about, how down they are with fisting. That's really all it is.
Why
It's
don't we
just
have a
Capital
Veterans
One
Month?
going, we come. It's like we will. You can. And I say that as an out gay guy who has no problem with people going to Pride parades and having fun. I don't think 9-year-olds should be there.
How old do you think is the cutoff?
I mean, when your kids are in their teens, perhaps, if they're in their older teens, I just think kids should be
Legal teens, you mean?
No, I mean, I don't
High
think a
school
13-year-old needs to be there either. I think
17?
17 is
17 and know he's gay.
17, or they could just 17 and they're like
Curious?
mature enough to handle what's going on.
Are they though?
I don't know, but I mean, it depends. Like again,
I'm not mature enough to handle what's going on in the Pride Parade.
Well, I don't know.
sometimes.
The Pride parades have gone off the chain. I mean, they've gone off the chain. But people dressing up like dogs and stuff, it's crazy.
Congressman.
But like to me, I've always felt that like if you're going to go out and have a party where people are getting drunk and hooking up and dancing, anybody who's legally underage shouldn't be there. So 17 is right on the cusp, and then 18 and everything is fine. But to me, it's like I don't think it belongs for kids. That's clearly it doesn't belong for kids.
Well, people want to do it to show their kids tolerance and acceptance.
But
and
you
celebrate
don't
their kids.
have. That's not. I
That's
think
not how you
people
have to do it. It's
Yeah.
very sexualized. That's
It's
the thing
very
about
sexualized.
Pride is like, yeah, sure, you should celebrate the fact that gays are free to get married and they have all the same rights as everybody else, as they should. But it's sexual.
Yes.
It's like a lot of guys with thongs on.
Well, it's
and-
like spring break,
Yeah,
right?
It's wild.
It's like, would you take your 10-year-old to spring break to show to teach them tolerance? No,
Right.
you wouldn't do that. That's kind of straight pride. Spring break is a bunch of people going to get fucked up in Florida,
Right.
and they're going to fight each other and have sex. And you wouldn't take your young children to see that. I don't see the reason to take your kids to a highly sexualized parade.
Yeah. No,
You want to take them to an event that's not as sexualized? Like maybe a mother would tell her kids, like, your father's getting an award. He's gay. He's getting an award. That's why it didn't work out with us. Your father's gay. He's a faggot, and we're watching him get an award tonight.
How many of
because
those
he wrote a book?
poor bastards are out there in marriages right now?
Probably a lot. There's probably a lot of
Just trapped. Just.
But
can't
you know
be
what it
themselves.
is? Nothing's great. You probably have a fine wife. Nothing's great. Listen, continue to do things on the DL. Just don't give her AIDS. And this is not a popular thing to say it during Pride. There's so many political attachments to being gay now. If you're a closeted guy, just fuck your wife once a month, cheat on her, don't give her AIDS, and just keep the family tight. And I know that that's probably not popular, but I mean, now's not it's just, if you're 60, are you going to come out? I mean, do we really need people coming out in their 70s? Do we need this? To be very honest, there's a window of which you can get honest. If you don't, double down on the lie. I think that's a great strategy for all of life. I think there's a window to be honest.
Right.
It's not forever.
Right.
Nobody wants somebody coming out in their 50s, 60s. It's like enough
on their
already.
deathbed.
Yeah, it's on their deathbed. Oh, so that now you've lied the whole time.
Right.
Just keep it a secret. Just keep it a secret.
Not a bad piece of advice.
It's not a bad piece of advice. Happy Pride, but it is. I do feel that way. I think that
for some people.
Yeah.
Some people probably can't handle a change.
Yeah, some people. It's
big
like
shift.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's a I mean,
big shift.
It's also weird now because people. It's like, what are you coming out as? If you want to have sex with dudes, you want to have sex with women, and then you're like, okay, so then I'm gay or lesbian, but then you're like, what is the LGBTQIA2 thing? What is that flag?
You'd be a two-spirit.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what two is.
The fact that we allow that is hilarious.
No, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
And I like how A's in there. Like you're asexual. You don't have a fucking dog in this race.
If you go, okay, so I have this, and then I have a flag. I don't understand. Nobody understands the flag.
Keeps getting bigger.
Indigenous
keeps changing.
What a white gay people, and I'm not saying indigenous people don't have issues, but what do white gay people have anything to do with the indigenous community? Like,
they're just trying to develop a gang.
Yeah, it's right. It's like, why would they pretend to understand like what indigenous people go
right?
through?
How did the I get in there? It used to be we were making fun of putting the trans people and the lesbians in with the gays.
Yes,
which are very different things.
Well, lesbians are going away. Barry Weiss and is the final lesbian. Did you know that?
No.
She's the final one. That's it.
The final countdown.
That's it. Barry Weiss. And do you know in Israel they canceled the Pride Parade this year?
Why?
Because their gay pride flag, they made the yellow, I think, bigger because of the hostages.
Oh, wow.
So they would not have a gay pride parade. And they're also using all the material that they would have used in the pride parade to carpet bomb civilian areas of Rafah. But here's the point. All of the fireworks and stuff are directly being shot at babies' faces who are homophobic and should go. Because, by the way, that's the whole thing they're doing over there.
Yeah.
Where they go, if like they just bombed a school, and Israel's got to stop doing this all the time. Every now and then, when I grew up, Israel bombed school every now and then, and people would go, oh, it was not all the time. Now they're doing it too much, and it's making people upset. When I grew up, it was a nice thing. Every now and then, never a nice thing, but every now and then it would be like, you wouldn't know what Israel's doing. And they'd go, Israel just bombed a school, and you'd go, huh. It was rare. Now they're doing it so much, and if you go, this might be a lot, and I support them and their right to exist, but this seems to be every human rights organization in the world, every country, everybody's going, this is, guys, please. Even America, even Biden is going, guys, please. And the response to maybe let's not bomb these refugee camps is, do you know what Hamas does to gay people and women?
Yeah.
And it's like, guys, come on.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, but you're killing people.
You're killing children.
Yeah, and women.
And women.
Yeah, a lot.
So,
a lot.
We got to figure out a way.
More than you're killing terrorists.
Yeah, we got to figure out a way to make this, a better situation.
That's another one that's so wild too, because the left has always been like kind of clear on where it would look at like conflicts. You
Yeah.
know, like with Ukraine, the left is all in for Ukraine, right? There's some people on the right that are in for Ukraine, but the left is pretty much all in.
They're all
right?
in.
Putin's bad.
The far left isn't,
Yeah.
but the mainstream left that we all know about is.
But with Israel, you
Yeah.
have people on the left that are pro-Israel, a lot,
Hardcore.
who just will find a way to rationalize
Yeah.
the human shield argument, no matter what
Yeah.
it is. And no one is like being straight up about it. Everyone's being ideological about it. No one is saying the whole thing is chaos. No one is saying, no one's talking about the history of the region, like the real history of the region, which is
Of course.
really complex.
It's very complex.
It goes back forever. And then no one is looking at this like there's any kind of fucking solution that makes any sense.
No.
So you're either there's no like clear path, like this guy's dead on and this is
Right.
the way we have to treat this and this has to be handled. No, it's either Hamas is using human shields
Right.
and Israel has a right to exist and they want to wipe Israel
Yeah.
out, and if Israel laid down their arms they would slaughter them. If Hamas laid down their
Right.
arms they would be fine. Like,
Yeah.
fuck, man.
It's hard, and it's like there's definitely I think naivete on both sides. The people that think Hamas is like a high school theater group are insane.
Yeah.
But the people also that think that you can bomb your way to the peace over there, I don't know.
Yeah, you're not going to do that.
You're not gonna do it.
What are they going to do with all those people that survive? I mean,
Yeah.
imagine how many future Hamas people they've created.
They're going to build hotels in Gaza. They're going to turn it into a because I think that's maybe the end game is to like eventually put a bunch of money into it. That's perhaps the end game.
Well, it is expensive real estate.
It's
on the sea.
it's real estate by the sea. They're going to put hotels in it, and then white people, white chicks from America are going to go to trips.
Well, whenever there's like land
Yeah,
that something happens to that's
Yeah.
close to water, people are
Right.
like, hang on before making decisions. This area of Maui is really
Right.
valuable.
yeah,
Like we can do wild things here. If we can figure out a way to appropriate, if we just
Yeah.
hang on long enough for all these people lose their mortgages, if we can
Yeah.
just like figure out a way to slow down construction,
they're going
slow down rebuilding.
They're
We
going
could-
to hire.
I mean, look, it's a terrible
Yeah.
tragedy that this happened, but look, we can't go back in time. So,
What are we going to do?
I mean, what are you going to do? Let these people rebuild
They're
the
going to
shack?
hire the people that are left to work at the hotels that the people who bombed them are going to visit. That is exactly what is going to happen. And there's going to be a woman, there's going to be a kid who goes, "Here's your eggs Benedict," and she's going to go, "Hi, are you from here?" And he's going to go, "Yes." And she's going to go, "Does your family still live here?" And he's going to go, "No." And she's going to go, "Why did they move?" And he's going to go, "They were killed in the war." And she's going to go, "Oh, anyway, can we have some ice lattes too?" Like that's what's going to happen. That's my guess.
Do you think that there's any? Is there a way that they could sell Israel taking over Gaza? Is there a way they could actually sell that?
Yes, the way you
Really?
sell everything is by saying humanitarian reasons, and you're going to pump in a lot of money, and you're going to make things a lot better. I don't know. The last administration that truly tried to get a Palestinian state, people talk about Clinton, but it was really H.W. Bush. George H.W. Bush tried to curb a lot of the settlement building and try to say, "Listen, guys, we need to come to the table and have a Palestinian state." There was another attempt during Clinton. It didn't work for various reasons. People can argue about why. It does feel like no one's talked about it recently, and it's just kind of been a thing that everybody ignored. So the idea that it won't exist is more likely now, I think, than it was. I mean, and it should exist. People should have the right to have a home. But I feel like they would sell it in the sense that in order to provide economic and security guarantees, it has to be an occupied region forever. I think that. And then the idea is like, I mean, listen, they're preparing. I mean, look at Military Times just wrote an editorial. They want to bring back the draft. They want to bring it back in Germany. They're all preparing for some. There is a very big push right now to militarize certain areas of the world, to bring back the draft, to see this as a Cold War that could turn hot. Where Biden basically said to the Ukraine, use American weapons in Russia. You can use American weapons for but not in a defensive capacity, for cross-border attacks into Russia. Russia is now doing war games in the Caribbean. We are ratcheting all of this stuff up at a time when we should be completely going the other way. We should be trying to figure out how to live on the planet with China, and we should not be getting involved we should not be encouraging countries to join NATO, to antagonize Russia, and getting involved in proxy wars. That's
Didn't
crazy.
Trump say that he was going to pull out of NATO?
He said that. He also said he would have bombed. At a fundraiser the other day, he said he would have bombed Russia and China. Like,
what?
He's very bellicose.
No.
Yes,
He said
did.
that?
You can look at. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
my God. Google
So he's
that.
saying all kinds of wild stuff. Now, I don't think he would have, but I think it might also help to be that bellicose and say all those wild things.
Saying that you would bomb China and Russia?
He sat at a fundraiser recently, and the people in the fundraiser were kind of shocked. He was basically like, "Yeah, we would have hit him, and we would have done it." Yeah, he's been,
I got to see this.
No, he's right here.
Trump at fundraiser says we would have bombed Russia and China. What? What? What did he say? Where did it say it? What the fuck did he say? I believe that President Trump will be supportive of Taiwan when he becomes president. He was there the first term. So where does it say that he would bomb? What does it say here? During a rally in Bronx, referenced several authoritarian leaders, including Vladimir Putin, saying they were at the top of their game, whether you like it or not. The world is going to respect us again if he's reelected, he claims. The bomb revelation was made in a Washington Post report on Trump's recent fundraising tour, during which he tested the boundaries of federal campaign finance laws, according to experts. At a fundraiser in New York earlier this month, Mr. Trump told the attendees he wanted to hear what they had on their minds, hearing options on former UN ambassador and his final Republican primary opponent, Nikki Haley, and several issues connected to Israel. Mr. Trump is routinely, where does it say about the bomb thing? Where does it say that? I don't see any of this. That should be like front and center. If it's in the headline.
No, for sure.
Like, why are you making me go all the, where does it say you bomb him?
In quotes right here, it says the bomb revelation was made, but
right, but what does that mean?
Amongst the people talking.
Yeah, what does that mean? Like, they're not saying his quote. That's a real sneaky thing to do.
Yeah.
The bomb revelation was made in a Washington Post report on Trump's recent fundraising tour. But what was it?
Let me find a different article.
Yeah.
See if they have a quote.
Yeah, that seems Trump would bomb Moscow.
Allegedly said he would.
Allegedly.
Right.
Allegedly.
But he says a lot of stuff.
Right,
he might not have said this.
But that's a crazy Yahoo title.
Right.
Trump suggested at fundraiser he would have bombed. Like, that seems to me like, unless you have the fucking quote, you shouldn't be saying that.
It is kind of funny.
Sometimes out crazy Putin. That's a great headline. Oh my God, the Hill said that. But this doesn't say he was going to bomb anybody.
It says
What does it say?
according to the Kiev Independent, which is what Yahoo reposted. The formerly and possibly future president.
Let me say this. In what Trump said a few days before, according to the Kiev Independent's retelling of a May 28th story in the Washington Post, the former and possibly future president suggested at a fundraising event that he would have bombed Moscow in response to Russia full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But this is not saying his actual quote. He also said, in quotes, he would attack Beijing if China invaded Taiwan on his watch. But is that, it's got an asterisk? Is that, no, it's a quote. So is that his quote? Did he say that though? Because it's weird. It's saying, the quote is that he said he would attack Beijing. And so, in quotes that way, is that his quote though? Attack Beijing if China invaded Taiwan on his watch. Did he actually say that? Or is this a retelling of what this person is saying and they're putting that in quotes? The whole thing is a little slippery.
It is slippery.
Because if you're not, it's suggested at a fundraising event, he would have bombed Moscow. Like, that seems like you should have that quote.
You would think.
Trump makes sweeping promises to donors on an audacious fundraising tour. It doesn't say anything in there about bombing, does it? In the Washington Post. Google will just do a find on this big-ass article and look for bomb. Here it goes. Okay, for example, at one event, he suggested he would have bombed Moscow and Beijing if Russia invaded Ukraine and China, or China invaded Taiwan, surprising some of the donors. But you don't have the quote.
No, he said it before with John Daly, with the golfer. He did say, I told Vladimir I'd hit Moscow. He did say that.
Jesus.
And he did say
Christ.
that. He said, and you can get this, he did say to John Daly, he basically said, like, listen, I told him, I said, if you go in, we'll hit Moscow. And Trump said, I don't know if he believed me or not, but you just got to say these things. You know, he was kind of telegraphing it. But listen, I think that, you know, there's probably a value to some of that talk.
He was a friend of mine. I get along great with him. I say, Vladimir, if you're doing, we're hitting Moscow. I said, we're going to hit Moscow. And he sort of believed me, like 5%, 10%. That's all you need. He never did it during my time, John, you know.
No. No, it's funny.
During the last 4 years, because he knew he couldn't.
It's funny how she didn't bother you either.
Yeah, no, she didn't bother me. I told her the same thing.
John Daly getting hammered,
Yeah.
chatting it up with the president.
Guy's got an amazing life.
I got to get that guy in here.
Yeah.
John Daly, if you're out there,
Epic.
let's get hammered.
Yeah, but so, I mean, who knows if he said it at the fundraiser or not? They are slippery and they do attribute things to him. And there's maybe
It's
more
real.
context to it.
Yeah, it's real hard to know. But just saying that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
he's-
believe me, maybe 5%.
Yeah, but I mean, I think maybe that's good. There's something good about
A maniac.
when you have a maniac in there who is, you know, a guy that's unpredictable. I think maybe Kim Jong-un, you know, when he would do that, and then Trump was on the other end of that, maybe that was perhaps helpful.
Man,
in that
I don't know,
spot.
but do you really want to be playing chicken with fucking Russia?
No, I think we got to chill.
Yeah.
I think we got to chill across the board. It doesn't feel like we're chilling. It feels like it feels like we're on this inevitable course towards World War III. It's every article and headline. It's like, guys, let's pull it back. Let's have a summer here.
Yeah, let's relax a little
You
bit.
know?
But it's not going to relax because it's getting close to November.
And everybody's got to be terrified.
Oh my God, aren't you?
Well, depending on which article I read or media I consume, I don't know. It feels like they're doing a lot to keep him from running.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you have the Stormy Daniels thing, which was a misdemeanor. It's, you know, this was elevated to this felony. You know, it was like it would have never been prosecuted had he not been running for president. People,
and that scares the shit out of me.
That's terrible. And then
that stuff's crazy.
Absolutely. And the Republicans are going to do it back.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're going to have, because they weaponized the government against, you know, when you had like the Steele dossier and Hillary Clinton, you had all of this. What ended up being, you know, faulty intelligence about him being controlled by Russia. And then they had all of these investigations and spent all of this time and energy trying to get him and couldn't. And then they tried to get him on like inflating the prices of the buildings he owns. And now they finally got him on paying hush money to someone, to a porn star.
Well, what they got him on was the inappropriate way they put it in the ledger.
Right, the way they put it in the ledger, the way they entered. Right,
yeah,
exactly.
34 times, so 34 different felonies.
And I know people that hate Trump that go, they shouldn't have done that.
Well, that's scary. If someone,
scary.
If he gets in office, you don't think that judges and prosecutors that are sympathetic to him would do the same thing?
Absolutely.
That's probably what's scaring the Biden people more than anything. Is the retribution. I mean, this guy he's a vindictive guy. He's always been a guy that goes after people who go after him. You know, he hits back harder than they hit him. And if they're doing this to him and he knows all the people that did it.
Well, you have all the guys now, his guys, right? Bannon, Stephen Miller, all these guys. They are all saying, hey, where are you? DAs all over the country. Start bringing cases against prominent Democrats.
Yeah, they're
Why
worried.
not?
They're worried. You know, they're worried because if Trump doesn't get in, then do you remember what happened when Trump lost? And then all these people were saying everybody who supported him, they should be on a list. Like,
right.
Whoa.
No, it's insane.
Whoa.
Are they willing to start a world war before this election? That's interesting.
That's interesting.
Are they willing to start a world war before this election? What are they willing to do? What are they not willing to do?
Well,
Are
maybe
they-
a world war gets started because they don't want Trump in office. Maybe someone else
Yeah.
starts it.
I'm wondering how far they're willing to go. I'm also wondering how other countries, like you just said, might take advantage.
Yeah, maybe they would take advantage of
Of
it because
this.
they know that's the best way to keep Trump from being the president. If
Yeah.
Trump is promising all these embargoes and all this different shit that he's going to do to China and everything he's going to do around the world. If I was in another country, I'd be like, we don't want that.
No.
Like, escalate things, you know. Right around October, invade Taiwan, take that over.
Yeah.
See what happens.
I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people are thinking that there is a possibility that you see somebody makes a move.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, what better time to make a move than the chaos of us right now?
Right.
You got a choice between, what the Democrats keep calling a convicted felon. Convicted felon. He's a convicted felon. And they, there's been all this talk about repeating that over and over again.
Right.
Like, make sure we get that
No one
message out
cares.
there.
No one cares.
Convicted felon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a stupid thing.
Well, he's got a lot of people voting for him now that wouldn't have voted for him before.
There's a lot of people, I think, that are also seeing the, it would be one thing. I mean, listen, I have nothing good to say about Gavin Newsom. But if you had a guy that was, had his faculties, could speak, was of a reasonable age or whatever,
could gaslight better.
But the fact that you have this guy who's so old that, to me, does suggest, for whatever reason, they're terrified of replacing him with someone else. I do not know why. I don't know why. But it feels like who's ever running things right now does not want anybody coming in and looking under the hood.
Yeah.
Right. That does feel like that.
Like,
I could
if
be
you're
wrong.
in business with someone, they won't let you look at the
Why
books.
are they killing Assange every day? Why are they torturing and killing Julian Assange? What did Julian Assange unleash that has made them do this to him, where they're slowly and methodically killing him in front of everybody?
Well, they can't stop now.
Right.
They've been doing it for so long. They can't stop now, because then he becomes a martyr with no consequences.
And the same people go and talk about Alexei Navalny and try to get you to be upset that Vladimir Putin, which made no sense. Why would Putin kill a guy who was, now I'm not saying Putin's an angel, but Navalny was never a threat to Putin in any way. He was in a Siberian prison. And the week that we were having that vote about $60 billion for the Ukraine, Putin kills his biggest critic publicly. That's insane. That makes no sense to anybody. And
what do you think happened?
Well, if I had to guess, there's two ways. And Alexei Navalny might have just died. People can't just die. But it seems like if there was any group of people that had a benefit from Alexei Navalny dying when he did, it's not Russia. It would be us. If we're trying to pass to a country that's a little war weary and a little tired of going, we don't really need, why are we in this? What is the end game in Ukraine? What does it look like? How much money should we be kicking over there? We're trying to pass that bill, get that through Congress. We have to portray Vladimir Putin as a monster who's unwilling to negotiate. We have to do that. In order to fund that war, we have to present him as a guy who's hell-bent on taking over Europe, and that war is in our vital national security interest. And the more we can paint him as that person, the better it is, and the more likely we are to be able to pass that bill. And it's just very weird, if he wanted to get rid of Alexei Navalny, that he would have done it then.
But wasn't that guy in a terrible prison? And he
was in a bad prison.
And I mean, obviously Putin hated him.
Putin hated him, but they had tried to poison him already. The FSB had already tried to poison Navalny.
So why wouldn't you think they just did it again?
Why? What would be the point? He's in that prison.
Because they want him dead. Because Putin just wants him dead.
The week that America, Alexei Navalny never had widespread support in Russia, by the way. This is not true. He had certain people that liked what he was doing. He never had widespread support in Russia. This is a Western narrative that's cooked up that's completely untrue. Alexei Navalny started his life as a guy who would criticize Jews. He had a lot of fascist tendencies. And then after a little trip to Europe and maybe a meeting with, I don't know, who knows who people meet with, he decided to go back to Russia with a very pro-Western attitude, and he changed course. I'm not saying why people do that. People see the light in all different ways. The point is, the guy's in a Siberian prison. America's about to pass a huge bill. If you're the president of Russia, are you killing him that week? That just to me is a question.
How did he die?
What are they saying? But now they said something recently. They said they found that he wasn't killed. They came out with something they conducted. Now I don't know. I don't know who's conducting this, whether it's a Human Rights Watch or an international.
Well, you're dying slow in jail, no matter what. If you're
yes,
in a
and that's a bad jail.
Yeah, you're in a Russian jail. Like, what are you eating?
And I'm not saying Navalny wasn't a patriot or whatever, but I'm just saying that like the idea that killing him,
right?
Maybe the guy did love Russia. I don't know. Maybe the guy was an egomaniacal guy who just wanted to lead. He wanted to be the leader. Maybe he was working with us. I don't know. But if you just look at it from a logical standpoint, it's weird that they killed him that week. That's strange to me. Doesn't make any sense.
Interesting. I don't know enough about it to comment.
Well,
but I would imagine if you want the guy
that
dead,
should never limit any of us.
How did he die? Sudden death syndrome. Given notice of a death, Navalny's spokesperson Kira Yarmyish said the time of his death. Notice at 2:17 p.m. local time. When Alexei's lawyer and mother arrived at the colony this morning, they were told that the cause of Navalny's death was sudden death syndrome. That's a vague term for different cardiac syndromes that cause sudden cardiac arrest and death. Yeah. Maybe they just killed him.
They might listen. Of course, they
More
might have
likely,
killed him.
right?
I don't
Felt
know.
unwell for a walk, almost immediately losing consciousness.
He also just might have died in a jail.
He might. Wait, how old was he? Oh, that's pretty young. Just dropped out of a heart attack.
It's certainly possible that they killed him. It's just all of these events that we're told very little about. You have to then just rest on your own. You go, well, I don't know. It's very possible they killed him. I don't know. I don't live there. What do I know? It's very possible they killed him.
I like how you're thinking, though. You're thinking like 4D chess.
Well, no, I'm thinking like, this, the way when he dies, people go, he was a big threat and Putin had to vanquish him. Was he? I don't know. Does anyone consume Russian media or listen to Russian podcasts? I've listened to Russian I hear the way Russians talk. Like, I know people that live there. Like, it's not. We hear a lot of stuff, and then there's what we hear, and then what's happening. Doesn't mean that it's great. I'd rather live here, but it does mean that like this idea that there was a movement. Like, remember when the hot dog warlord guy Prigozhin was going through, and everybody was salivating on social media, being like, no, he's about to overthrow the Kremlin. It's going to happen. And it didn't happen.
No, yeah. If he did, he's a fucking warlord.
He's a warlord. If he did, he's going to be worse.
Yeah.
But it didn't happen because nobody has a fucking clue what's going on over there. So it's just you have to. And then Assange, they're killing this guy in slow motion and then telling us how outraged we should be about Navalny. When Assange comes out, leaks a bunch of emails, we find out we're committing war crimes. We find out the CIA can remotely hijack your car. We find out that they can use all kinds of smartphone features to record you, all that stuff. He releases, I forget what it's called, Vault 7 or Vault 5. I forget which. I think it's 7, but I don't know. I forget the name of the vault, but he releases all of these things. Troves of Clinton emails, and I'm not saying
Seth Rich gets murdered.
I'm not saying Pizzagate was real, but I've never in my life been like, have 50 hot dogs ready for the guy when he comes. Like, no one talks. Like, I don't know what they were talking about, but hot
dogs and pizza.
No one has ever communicated like that.
No,
ever once. Those emails,
the most bizarre.
Read those emails. Nobody has ever communicated like that ever. And go, well, I hope there's 50 hot dogs or something. The president's gonna love some of these good hot dogs. Like, maybe we shouldn't have our hot dog parties at the White House. Like, things that are so crazy when you read them, you don't know. You go, this doesn't seem to be. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make any sense.
And they're talking about kids.
And talking about kids, and they're talking about weird shit.
It seems coded.
It seems weirdly coded.
It's like it seems so coded that I would assume that it's misinformation, that it's fake, that it's propaganda, that someone released it. It's like,
who knows?
Some sort of a fake. But I don't think it is. I don't think it's ever been claimed. I don't think it's ever been claimed to not have been their actual emails.
It's very strange. And they have these emails that are all very weird and strange. Seth Rich gets killed.
And anybody who thinks that Seth Rich might have got murdered because of leaking to WikiLeaks, even though Assange alluded to it.
Right.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
You're a nut.
Well, wait a minute. Do you or do you not think that sometimes people kill people?
Yeah. I mean, like, these people are crazy.
And you see a clear motive here. You
Huge.
see a thing here. That's
Absolutely.
a real big thing. And if you pursue that at all, if you even question that at all, if you even look into it at all,
Yeah.
they left his wallet, they left his phone, they didn't steal anything from him.
It was not a mugging.
Just murdered him.
It was not a mugging. It was a murder.
You don't think that's weird?
It's very strange. People go, oh, it was a bad area. It was whatever. Yes, but there was no economic crime happening. Like, there you were.
Not only that,
Yeah.
they left his stuff.
That's right.
They shot him and just left whatever he had.
They left all
Even
that.
if it wasn't a robbery.
Yeah.
If you're the type of person that's going to shoot someone, you're going to leave their money with them.
You had all of that happening at the same time that high up members of the national security apparatus in this country were coming out going, we have information that the president of the United States is either working for Russia, conspiring, has conspired with Russia.
Had girls pee on him.
They were accusing him of treason. You got to remember this. They were accusing the guy of treason. This was not like he got a blowjob in the Oval Office. This is treason. And his supporters enabled a coup in our country backed by Russia. None of that. 2 years, 3 years on TV.
And
every
everybody
night.
repeated it.
Everyone repeated it. No one has since apologized. Nobody has said we were wrong. Nobody has shown any interest in getting to the bottom of how that happened. They cook up this fake Steele dossier, claiming all these things, the P tape, all of that stuff. All of this intelligence ends up being, for lack of a better word, pretty unsourced. And the Clinton campaign paid for that dossier.
Yeah.
And so all of that stuff, unreal how corrupt. Now, when you zoom out and you look, and then you go, well, there's this old guy with dementia that they don't want to give up on, and then you zoom out, and you go, oh, maybe there is something else happening. I don't know.
Jesus. Who the fuck knows?
You can only say this if you have these glasses on.
Yeah, you feel better.
If you take them off, you immediately become a normie, and you can't.
And you feel nervous about
You feel
that.
nervous. You start going, I like Biden. I like that he's a family man, which someone said the other day.
He's a good man.
A family man.
He's a good man.
The family. The son right now, our president's son right now is in court trying to convince a judge that he was not smoking crack when he bought a gun.
Is he the first guy to ever get arrested for that?
I don't know. But that's such a funny thing that's literally what the son of the president's doing right now is they've got his ex-wife testifying, ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, not just like smoking. He was saying he was smoking crack every hour on the hour.
Yeah, and then one of them, I think his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend, said she was witnessing him do it every 20 minutes, which is kind of impressive.
How do you stay alive?
Yeah.
Think about all the people that have died of overdoses. That guy's out there. Keep on trucking.
That's right.
Dropping accidental packages in the White House.
Well, he's fit. He's kind of built for it. He's built to smoke crack. You know what I mean? He has fun sex. He can handle it.
Like Shane Gillis can handle beer.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people can just handle stuff. And, I don't even want him to stop smoking crack. I don't
think he
want.
Stopped.
Sure. And I hope he's.
So?
No, sure. I mean, listen, that's great. He's great. They're all great. They found coke in the White House.
I had a chance I had a chance to get him on the podcast.
Oh, Joe.
I know. Early on, when he was releasing a book, before the laptop stuff, or all the shit hit the fan.
Oh, well, then that might have sucked.
I don't know. I think I could have.
You could have opened the box.
Whenever he was going to go in. I think they canceled all of it though.
Yeah.
I think when the shit started, it probably never would have happened because I think once things started going sideways, I think he did a couple of interviews before things went completely sideways. I think it was because of a book. It was before he was selling those paintings.
Yeah, it's an artist
for like $500,000
He's a
bucks
sensitive
each.
soul.
The paintings,
He's a sensitive soul. He lives in Malibu. He's an artist.
Paintings are a crazy way to fuck around
Absolutely.
with money.
It's a great money laundering scheme.
It really is.
It's the best.
It's a great way to do it. And, it's interesting. It's like the CIA, there's real evidence now. The CIA was involved in Jackson Pollock.
Oh, yeah.
You know that, right? Which makes sense because those paintings were terrible.
Not only were they bad, but all of that whole era of art, they were kind of, and it was also like, it also fucked with people's heads because people looking at those paintings going, I could do that.
Right? Easily.
And cap for the accomplishments of other people. Like, you got to be able to look at people and go, I can't do that.
Bro, there's some work like that is insanely expensive.
Yeah.
and it's just splatters, and you're like,
Yeah.
what is this?
Well, it's a great way to get over on the rich. People think rich people always get over. It's not true. Rich people get beat all the time by other rich people
Oh yeah.
because they all agree that there's certain kinds of bullshit that they tolerate. And one of them is like they buy this crap art that is like this modern art that, you know, one was a blank canvas once that sold for $200,000, like all
Look
this
at it,
stuff.
like
How
that.
much do you think that went for?
$5 million.
Tim, can you guess?
What is a Pollock?
Yeah.
An original?
No, it's not.
It's not Paul.
I don't think so.
Someone else?
I'll show you the answer if I look.
I say $5 million.
I'll say 2 million.
300 million.
2 weeks of the Ukraine war. That's 2 weeks of the Ukraine war. That painting.
That is so crazy.
Can
What
we
is
just
that?
give the Ukraine that and have them sell? Can we just give them art like that and have them repurpose
What is it?
William de Kooning.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so it's 55. Is the head of in the middle of the CIA?
Yeah, this is when they were doing this.
So was this an American guy who did it?
The CEO of Citadel bought it.
Oh my God! What a fucking
You
asshole.
need, you know, you made a great point about chaos. You just need a certain amount of chaos, and but with this crap, it just starts driving people crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that chaos ends up becoming the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a factor.
That's right.
It's like noise. Like if you want to kill somebody, turn up the music so no one hears them scream.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's interesting when you see them really get involved in culture in the 60s,
Mm-hmm.
and they are in Laurel Canyon,
Mm-hmm.
and they're at Haight-Ashbury,
Oh, they were involved in
and
everything.
they're working with everybody. You've had that guy in your show, wrote that great book
Mhm.
about Manson and all that stuff. And they're involved with cults. They're
Huge
involved with
difference.
everybody.
That's actually the painting. The one I had up that it showed was not the correct.
Oh, this is the one. Oh, that one still sucks.
I know it's not.
If that's 300 million, that's even less impressive.
That's worse.
That one's less good. If I bought the other one for $400, I'd feel better.
That's like something a guy like me picks
The other
out.
one was 27.6 million.
Jesus,
Well, that's
Christ.
reasonable. Yeah.
Good
Like
Lord.
10%.
Is it the same artist?
I don't think so. No.
So this guy, what is the big deal about this guy?
I don't know. I was looking through another
God,
article.
these are garbage.
The
This is a
most,
garbage painting.
The top 15 from 2020, and like I was like, the very first one it shows was the one I just showed you.
Oh, but that's number 15.
Right.
Yeah. And that's 27 million.
Yeah.
So this is the most expensive works of art. Oh, look at this one. How much is that piece of shit? Bro, that's something my daughter would have done when she was 4.
28.7.
28 point.
Yeah.
What?
It's fake.
What?
Yeah.
So this is money laundering.
This is money laundering.
Well, then there's Picasso. The Picasso is actually kind of cool, though. Look at that one.
Picasso
Let me see the
one.
Picasso one. Look at this one.
That's
The
different.
Picasso one's kind of cool.
But it's destroying the difference. Like it's by elevating a lot of the other stuff, they're also muddying the waters.
Look at this one. It's all blue.
Yeah, except that one line.
There's a little line down the middle. How much is that one?
30.1.
That's the thin blue line.
$30 million. This one's a black,
Roscoe, yeah.
red with a black square at the bottom. $21 million.
31.
This is insane. Oh, that's a
That's
dinosaur,
an
though.
actual skeleton. Yeah,
That's pretty. That's pretty dope.
Well, that's fun.
That's pretty dope.
That belongs in a Miami penthouse, first floor.
I looked at a house in
Yeah.
Beverly Hills when I was
Yeah.
thinking about living in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
And it had a dinosaur in it.
See, that's
you could
cool.
buy the dinosaur for
The-
like an extra $1 million.
The Persians are fun
Yes.
because they own those places.
I have a dinosaur.
There's one
You
guy.
don't have a dinosaur?
There's one guy there that has white tigers in the backyard.
What?
He has like a white tiger thing in his backyard.
Actual white tigers?
Yes.
You're allowed to do that?
No.
So
He's not allowed.
he's just balling.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't give a fuck.
And but
He's
it's
a diplomat.
kind of well known that
It's
he
well
does.
known that he has tigers. Jesus.
Maybe not amongst the people that would.
It is now.
Yeah, for
Now
sure.
people know.
Now people go.
What's the address?
Oh, I don't know. They don't invite me. Like, I'm gonna
Oh.
be standing there with the tiger.
Did you ever see that show, the Shahs of Sunset?
Yes.
It's all the rich Persians.
Yes. Tehrangelus. They call LA Tehrangelus. Which is fun. There is something fun about those people. I
Oh,
like
yeah.
the gold and
Fashion.
the gaudy and the glitter. And
Yeah.
The wasps, to me, they're like the fading wasp empire where they're loaded, but they drive like a shitty beater
I
car
don't like that.
and they wear loafers.
I like how you do it.
I like how I do it, which is disgusting and vulgar. And it shows
Yeah.
people that money isn't even good.
Right.
The way I live proves that money isn't even good. That's the... I buy things at Dior, and when I walk into these stores, I buy a dumb hoodie or something that looks crazy or a feathered coat or whatever, and people see me in it, they go, you know what? So what? So what? We don't have a lot. Look at this idiot. Capitalism needs people like me to go out and do things that are so buffoonish it makes people go, you know what, this whole thing, money ain't it.
Right.
Money ain't it. Let's just go to the lake.
Mm.
But it is something gross about, I like when people that don't have money, because I never had money, and then at 37, I like had money at like 36, and then you do dumb shit. No one, my
First
parents had
generation
no
money.
money.
Yeah.
No one's smart that does what I do, but that's okay. The only smart thing I've done is I have some houses, so like I can't pick them up and, you know, snort them or whatever. Like,
Right.
but nobody's buys the kind of dumb sunglasses or dumb Bentleys. Like nobody does that if they have a clue.
Right.
But my parents, my mother was a swim teacher and my father was a wine salesman. They were good people, but we didn't know anything about money. We never learned about money. We had no idea about money. So I just, you know, when you get money, you go, I should do things like go to Beverly Hills and get like a shiny, gross, grotesque car.
Mm.
Because that's what it is. That's the whole point of Beverly Hills. You get a nice car. You drive up to one of these restaurants. The valets park it. They go, that's a nice car. And then you just go, thank you. That's the whole interaction. You go,
That's what
thank
you
you
want.
so much. You go, thank you.
You
Thanks
want to
so
get
much.
that thank you. You want to get the
What you should tell them
admiring
is
looks.
you should go, I live in hell. And then just walk in. You should go, I'm owned. Because a lot of those people are. You should just go.
Especially if you're like at the margins.
Oh yeah.
Where you really shouldn't have that car.
That's right.
Ooh, there's a lot
That's
of people
right.
out there living like that.
Well, a real estate agent told me once that New York was a $50 million house cash and LA was a $50 million house with a $48 million mortgage. She said, people in the West Coast are just leveraged. The money's newer. It's different. It's not, you know, as old, I guess. So then people just there. And there's more like keeping up with the Joneses attitude, perhaps.
Well, LA is filled with that.
Filled with that.
That's the whole thing. It's like fake it till you make it.
Right.
It's the influencer culture. People
Right.
are renting houses and cars.
That's right.
And taking pictures in front of them, like blessed.
Yeah. And now I think it's just not even fake it till you make it. It's just fake it till you fake it.
Yeah,
You
just
gotta
keep faking
faking it.
Yeah, just keep faking it.
You gotta
And as
keep
you
faking
make it, fake it harder.
That's right.
Yeah, and you know, we were just talking about the average price of a home in LA. Is it California itself or LA? California itself.
Yeah.
The average price of a home is $1 million, which is
Absurd.
so crazy.
It's so crazy.
That's so much money. And then the average income is like 60,000, right?
62 is the thing I saw.
62 is the average income.
Yeah.
1 million is the average home.
It's unsustainable.
But that's
that
beyond.
Whole thing. Yeah, it's
You,
crazy.
could you imagine the fucking fear that you would have if you had a $1 million mortgage and you made $60,000 a year?
What's worse about this whole thing? Go look at the houses for $1 million. They're dumps.
Yeah.
They're not even nice.
No.
Like it's crazy what you don't get. there.
Right. You'd have to live in like Palmdale to get a nice house for $1 million.
They're just, you know what it is? It's pretty. California is the girl that's just hot and forever has been hot.
But ruins your life.
Right. I mean, it's just pretty. It's stunningly beautiful. There are parts of it like Montecito or Santa Barbara. You go up there. You go, this is so pretty. But everybody there's houses burned down 4 times. They're on their 3rd divorce. There's been mudslides. Their kids in rehab. But it's pretty.
A lady I looked at with a house up there.
Yeah.
She died in a mudslide. The real estate lady that showed us the house.
This is what happens. But they'll tell you that in the way they talk.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara, it's always sunset, and they have this voice. And they tell you the worst things about something in the very nice, calm way. And they go, this is beautiful. It's a remodel because it burned down and the family was in it. Not the sale. But it burned down and it's a remodel and they did a great job and the finishes are beautiful. And, you know, you're not in the path of the mudslide. You're not in the direct path, but you're in an area that can have seismic activity. We don't love that. You know, the fire department, and they got called on this, like did the vegetation or something so that when the floods hit, Montecito was kind of spared. Like they tried and they got called out on this. Like the LA Fire Department or whatever was like, they had to do certain things where like they prioritize like that area over all the other areas.
Well, the problem is, right, the fire hits, the vegetation gets burned down, and then they get the mudslides because they don't have anything protecting the erosion anymore.
Right.
Right. And that's what happened. They had a big ass fire up there, which they have all the time. I mean, when I lived in LA, where I lived, we were evacuated 3 times.
Wow.
3 times. One time, I mean, it burnt the fucking next door neighbor's house.
Just
2
for
of them.
clarity, it's by 2030, but it's still
Million.
900,000
Oh.
right now. I just saw.
Okay, only 900 grand. It's a bargain.
That's crazy.
It's a bargain for someone to make $62,000 a year.
Yeah.
Just imagine being in the hole like that.
Well, this is the whole problem.
Because you can't make, even if you made $62,000 a year and had 0 expenses, right, and didn't have to pay taxes,
Yeah.
it still is going to take you fucking forever to pay that off. You're never going to be able to pay it off.
Before we engineered this crisis. We allowed this to happen. We let foreign billionaires buy stuff. We let our own companies buy residential real estate. We let it all happen. And it's right before we could enact laws. We could stop it. Anything that's happening could be stopped. But it's right before they start telling people, okay, live in a pod. Live in this pod. This is right before they start introducing, like, okay, you know what's too expensive for you? Guess what? Here's the good news. And they're just going to 3D printed housing everywhere in the middle of the desert. It's
The
going to be a
wildest
nightmare.
one is funds, right? Funds buying up houses, residential houses, so they
Do
can
it
just
all the
rent them
time.
out. Yeah, they're doing it a lot now.
They do it all the time. But I do feel like we are right there where it's going to get so bad where they're just going to start, whether it's 3D printing or whatever they're doing, where they're just going to have houses and go, here we go. Here we go. They're all together. They're all,
You
they're
have a
not
15-minute city. There's no reason for you to go outside of your
15-minute
15-minute city.
You have it,
You have a little park over here. Go to your park.
and you're going to live in that, and they're going to
Yeah.
have an app, and your whole life will be an app. There'll be an app with your city.
Yeah.
Everything will be on the app.
Check in when you get outside the
You won't need to
city.
own a car. You won't need to own a house.
It'll
You
give
won't
you a
need,
countdown.
That's right.
When you leave the 15-minute city.
That's right.
You have 40 hours
That's right.
to return.
and then climate change is going to be the big reason they'll use.
Yeah.
They'll say because of climate, we're limiting automobile ownership. We're limiting this. We're limiting that.
hmm
And that seems to be the next step.
Yeah. That's a scary one. The climate thing's a scary one
Big
because they're using it just like they use everything else, and you have to be a good person. So you want
That's
to support
right.
climate change. You want to support
That's right.
the measures. You want to do your part.
You don't want to be a psychopath.
We
You know?
got to kill these cows. They're making methane.
These people are bad people, that are doing these things like leaving their home. They're sick. Do you want to be sick? So that's inevitably, I think, what happens is all of these things are, it's a crisis that's not, this is not organic.
Right.
It's not organic that all of these cities are being bought up. None of this was inevitable. All of this could have been stopped.
Mm.
And it is right now not being stopped.
Yeah.
Average income 62,000, average house 900,000, and the response to that is,
And then what happens when automation takes over 80% of the jobs?
then they got to do the World War. Then they got to get rid of everybody.
What do you think?
Or a lot
happens?
of people.
Do you think when automation takes over, there's some sort of a massive decrease in population? Do you think they provide universal basic income? What do you think they do?
I don't know what they do. I think that it seems like right now they're preparing for a world war.
Mm.
That genuinely, if you were to zoom out and read the news dispassionately, like without wanting any answer to come float to the surface, it seems like they are preparing for a world war. Every article is like conflict with China inevitable within 5 years, say many generals.
Yeah.
Every article, every national scale, every leak, Pentagon leak is U.S. readiness needs to be, within 5 years, a conflict is inevitable, The draft, military times, we should bring the draft back. Like, Europe, the future of Europe is in doubt.
So the military times said that?
Yeah, there's certainly, recently they had a article arguing, I believe, for the return of selective service for the draft. And it's definitely something that it's being talked about. Germany talked about it recently because of the Ukraine-Russia thing. And there's this idea now that,
Lawmakers moved to automate selective service registration for all men. Whoa. New plan from the House lawmakers would automatically register men for potential military draft when they hit 18, avoiding potential legal consequences connected to failing to file the paperwork at the proper time. Jesus Christ. Mandate automatic registration of all males between 18 and 26 living in America in the selective service system, a federal database used for a military draft in case of national emergency. Ugh.
Who would that be?
Gets fun with the male part.
Yeah.
Yeah, of
Male.
course.
What about trans men? Trans
What
men are
about
men.
them?
Trans men are men.
Get them in.
Yeah,
It's time to be men now.
that's what I'm saying. Let's go.
So it does seem like they're preparing for something.
Fuck.
And it does seem like it's weird. It's weird. There's a weirdness in the air.
100%.
There's a weirdness in the air.
Yeah, this is late stage civilization vibes.
For
That's
sure.
what it is. We got late stage civilization vibes. No matter how we slice it,
Yeah.
we might make it through this.
Yeah.
We might look back at this.
I hope
God,
we do.
Tim and Joe were so crazy.
Yeah.
They're making a big deal out of it. Nothing happened. Or this could be one of those things that people play. If you can find a power source, I saved it on my phone.
Yeah.
Let's watch. They were talking about it.
Well, it's also like what scares me more than anything is the people who aren't feeling this way.
Did you see what they did where they gave Starlink internet to
Yes.
this tribe in the Amazon and they all started jerking off?
I talked about it on my show this week. They're addicted to porn and social media
Instantly. And
overnight.
the elders, the tribe elders are freaking out because
They're losing control.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be great at first, but now everyone's lazy. No one wants to work. They're all just flipping through their phones all day. They're in the jungle. And they're going through their
Sure,
phones.
because at first it's great. They're like, look, a picture of a flower.
Yeah.
And then 3 days later, it's like there's guys watching women get choked and, kicked and whatever. And now they're like losing control.
Yeah, and they're on TikTok all day.
And that's what you look at, you go, all of that's why it's so important that the tech people will be on the same page for the most part, because that's the way you lose control the quickest. And it seems to be very important and somewhat engineered, maybe not top down, but somewhat coincidental that 90% of the tech people are all on the same page about most things.
Those are the type of people, though. They're all ideologically captured. Like,
That's
it's all
right.
the left. The tech is all the left.
There's
And
some libertarians, but very few.
Very few. And those are the rebels. To have those people in charge of everything is just so weird.
But it was weird because we had Republicans and Democratic bankers for a long time, and no one really cared. But there's something with the tech people where it's like, we can't, it seems like they don't want to let there be any diversity in thought with that group because the levers they hold are too consequential.
But they were that way before the levers were consequential.
Sure.
Except for Microsoft, right? If you think about Microsoft, they were like liberal, but not financially. Like they were very, very shrewd,
right?
Financially.
They're all liberal if you can be liberal and have a $25 million house in Atherton, California. If that's part of it, and then I think that's part of the way we've designed liberal in America, then
they're just so removed.
They're
so
very removed
from the consequences of what they're interested in.
And when you talk to them, you do get the feeling that they are they fully believe, and for good reason, that they control the country now.
Yeah, and they think they should.
That's
because
right.
they're the smart ones, and they're on the right side.
That's correct.
And we have to do everything we can.
Yeah.
And so when they complied with the government, when they eliminated things from social media that were problematic to the narrative, whether it was on YouTube or Twitter or whatever they did, like they thought they were doing the right thing, and that they should be doing this because these people are stupid.
I think everyone thinks they're doing the right thing, and I think the thing that surprises me the most is how a lot of those people in those positions of power aren't cynical. They aren't, you really would like them to just go, yeah, it's all bullshit. We're doing what we have to do. You'd almost rather that.
Right.
But they truly believe.
They believe in what they're saying. They really do.
They do. And I think that's if you're in the deep cover CIA agent, you believe. I think if you're high up in the military, you believe. I think if you're in the tech industry, you believe. I think no matter where you are, you believe because so much of your identity becomes dependent on that.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Also, like I experienced that when I was working on a television show, when people used to try to tell me, the government is programming it and they're programming these shows to make these shows so that we're stupid.
Right.
And people would believe that. I'm like, you don't understand. The people making these shows like these shows and watch these shows. They try to make these shows. There's no one telling them to make these shows this way, other than the people that are saying this would make us money.
Right.
That's all they're doing.
That's right.
Like you've got this idea that like this is like
Yeah.
design, like Fear Factor is designed to make people stupid.
Right.
No, everybody had a good time. The people making it had a good
That's
time.
right.
The people making it watch those shows.
Yeah.
They're like, have you seen Survivor? They're all
Yeah.
watching them.
Well,
They're
it's
all
like
in the culture.
every time Sam Smith, or somebody dresses up like a devil or tries to do something edgy, everyone talks about, well, this is like this engineered thing. And I'm like, listen, a lot of it is people are trying to get attention.
100%.
It's what they're trying to do.
Especially
Focus
Sam
on
Smith.
right. And that you can't be, and I talked about it when people were like really enraged about it. And I'm like, if you are like going to be a non-binary, I'm different, I'm going to sell sex, you can't look like my uncle. And that's what Sam Smith looked. And they were like, well, no, he's a Satanist. I go, if Satan saw him and said, that's who's my representative on Sam Smith looks like my uncle at a Halloween party. Who's drunk. That's what he looked like. He really does. He looks like a guy like me or somebody I would have grown up with.
At all.
No. So he doesn't have that Bowie thing. He doesn't have that sexy thing. I think it's far less they're putting messages in to corrupt people. I think maybe there's people that certainly do that. I think overall it's that people are lazy and want attention.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier to get attention that way than to keep being good at something.
Oh, dressing up like the devil is one of the best ways to get attention.
That's right. It's one of the oldest
Do
ways.
you remember the outrage for the Little Nas X video?
Of
Where he
course.
gave Satan a lap dance?
Yes, yeah, give Saint Lenny had the blood. And again, I'm not saying it's great for a 5-year-old, but it's like focus more on the houses being $1 million. Focus more on all that stuff, because that's the stuff I think that in
Focus
long
more on the
term.
potential draft.
Focus more on the potential draft. In the long term, that's what seems to matter.
Yeah, but nobody is, people are just so easily distracted by a
Yes.
good Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef.
Sure.
It's so easily, it's so exciting to have
It's
all
fun.
these things happening all the time.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun.
It's just a weird fucking time that doesn't seem like it has any there's no patterns that I could see from the past, because everything's so accelerated by technology. Like you could look at the chaos in the 1960s. I know they threw water on that in the 70s and the 80s. It was all cocaine. In the 90s, it took till like the 2000, the internet comes around for people to start exploring some of the ideas that people were, really connected to in the 60s.
Yeah.
But now here we are, no roadmap, and everything is fucking chaotic.
Everything's chaotic. But also maybe we'll get like a nice abatement. Like maybe for whatever reason, it doesn't go in the direction that it seems like it's going.
Yeah.
And that it has like a dead cat bounce where it says, you know what I mean? Like, we're like, you get 20 or 30 years out of this place or more.
Right.
Before, because you don't want a war and you don't want nukes to fly and you don't want all this stuff happening.
No, and you're doing all this while they can AI operate weapons now.
Yes.
Including jets. Fighter jets that are using AI. We have drones now that are insanely and we probably have UFOs.
Sure.
I think a good percentage of that shit these people are seeing.
When can you charter a UFO? That'll be fun.
Soon.
You can charter a private jet. You should be able to charter a UFO.
Yeah. There's already people that are doing SpaceX flights, right?
Yeah, you can leave our flat Earth.
Wow. You can see the firmosphere or
You
whatever.
see
the fuck it is.
the firmament. There should be a flat Earth tour that will take you to space and only show you part of it.
Yeah, they should just give you
reconfirms your
special
belief.
glasses where it looks flat.
My friend's mother's a flat earther. He goes, what does she do? He goes, how do we help? I go, I don't know.
One of my friends, Eddie Bravo, thinks the Earth's flat.
Yeah.
I love him to death.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
He watches too many YouTube videos. There's quite a few people that think it's flat. The problem is it's a biblical thing. A lot of it is based on the depictions of Earth and the firmament and all these different things in the Bible, which, by the way, was written by people. This idea that people back then had it all laid out perfectly,
not true.
And that the Word of God was translated absolutely perfectly, and nobody ever added their own special sauce to the mix like they do with everything.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Everything ever.
No, it's definitely interesting, and I think seeing the battle between these ancient texts and the most modern technology and seeing how they fuse together is going to make the planet very interesting.
Sure, ancient texts fused together with YouTube.
That's right.
What is this? Japanese billionaire pulls plug on private Dear Moon lunar starship mission. Huh.
Why?
I know about this. This just got announced this week.
Wow. How much money would it cost? I mean, you could go to the moon? Is that what the idea was?
Yeah, they remember like Steve Aoki was going to be on this.
Oh, I was trying to tell Steve, don't do that.
Yeah, it's this plan.
Can't we go to the moon?
No. No one's ever been, so how could we go?
Well, there's got to be first person.
Do you think people went to the moon?
I have no idea.
I had Bart Sabrell on the podcast.
And do you think
Do you know
they
who he
did?
is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course you do. You're deep in the conspiracy world.
Well, I'm deep in the truth.
That guy, that guy's been on that forever. I had dinner with him like 20 years ago.
Right.
At least.
Yeah.
Somewhere around 20 years ago. I met with him in an Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
And he was just laying out his case.
Yeah.
Why the moon landing was
I mean, dude,
fake.
there was a book called Penetration by this guy, Ignacio Swan, who's one of these remote viewing guys. And that's what got me into that stuff, like some of that more stuff. He wrote this book, and it was about remote viewing and how like the government was using remote viewing.
They definitely were trying to use it.
They were trying to use it, and whether they succeeded or not. But you know, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is it pretty accepted that we didn't go to the moon?
No.
No.
I mean, it's
controversial still.
It's amongst conspiracy theorists. Amongst those folks, yeah, none of those folks think we went to the moon. They think it was all horseshit. Some people think we went to the moon, but we faked the footage,
right?
Because
that's so us
radiation of space. And,
so us,
yeah, and also
such an us thing to do it, and then actually go fuck it, we got to film something.
There's also like there is precedent that they did use certain photos that were obviously from training missions,
right?
And then they blacked out the background and tried to pretend these are photos of spacewalks.
Right.
Because if someone's like doing a spacewalk, like there's one of what's his name? Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. Who's the other guy? Michael Collins.
Okay.
There's Michael Collins in the Gemini 15. And what they did was, but this could be overzealous PR people that are doing this, right?
Sure.
At NASA. They took a photograph of a mission where he was in a training mission, and he's suspended by cables and they're teaching him how to use the spacewalk stuff. And then they reversed the image and blacked out the background. See if we can find that.
So those types of things give people an indication that there's a problem.
Well, they give you an indication that there's a pattern of deception.
They're willing to lie.
That they're willing to at least fuck with the truth for publicity purposes. Because they want good photographs of something.
Has there ever been like a NASA whistleblower?
Yeah, I'm sure. So that's it. So they took the photo on the left, and then they just reversed it to the photo on the right and blacked out the screen. So the one on the left, obviously, they're in training mission. The one on the right, they're pretending it's space, which is pretty wild. I mean, really pretty fucking wild they did that.
That is wild.
It's wild.
But Boeing, more whistleblowers came out.
More, yeah. There's
2 more whistleblowers.
Well, 2 of them were murdered, right?
Well, yeah, but I love
Do you think they were murdered? Or did they commit suicide? What happened to those folks?
I think they were murdered.
What's the story? It was the official story about the 2 Boeing whistleblowers who got whacked.
Boeing's a national security company. It's an American defense contractor. You're working for Boeing, you're working for the government. You come out and whistleblow, how do the fucking FBI like that? They'll get rid of you too if you started whistleblowing.
What's the official cause of death for the 2 folks?
I don't know. The guy was sitting in his car. He shot himself.
One was suicide.
One was suicide because he was sad.
I would be sad too if I disparaged a great company like Boeing.
I love Boeing.
I probably realized, what have I done to disparage this great company?
He probably sucked as a guy. No, whistleblowers aren't fun.
Right.
There's never been a whistleblower that's fun.
Maybe he was a fake whistleblower and he knew the house of cards was coming down. No pun intended.
You probably went out with him and he always talked about how unsafe these planes were. And you're like, dude, shut up.
Right.
Shut up. I'd fly all the time. A lot of people do.
He's basically like a flat earther.
Yeah, right. I don't want to know how bad the planes are. Let them crash. Let one of them. Here's the deal. No one's going to fix it. So just don't bother me.
50 Boeing whistleblowers still want to talk safety fears despite 2 informants dying after speaking out.
They'll kill 50 of them too. Don't think they won't.
50 people can commit suicide.
50 people can absolutely
especially if they're disparaging a great company like Boeing. What does it say here? John Barnett, 62, quality control engineer, had just begun testimony in a lawsuit against Boeing in March when he was found in his truck at a South Carolina motel with a fatal self-inflicted gunshot wound. Yeah, that's a little fishy. Joshua Dean, 45, died unexpectedly in early May. The quality auditor at Spirit Aerosystems, one of Boeing's biggest suppliers, passed away in the hospital following the onset of a fast-moving infection. Yeah, they can do that to you.
Sure.
They can do that to you. They can give you an infection.
Absolutely.
And they certainly can shoot you in the head.
They can do all of that.
Yeah, they can definitely shoot you in the head.
And their attitude is like, hey, you know, can you not fuck up our thing?
Yeah, we're trying to fix it. We don't need you whistleblowing.
We're trying to fix it. You're not helping.
Yeah, what are you doing? You killing yourself?
You want attention.
Do you think there's James Lindsay has a very interesting take on this. He thinks that China they own a competitor to the Boeing planes. And I think the strategy is to destabilize Boeing and have the Chinese planes take over.
So they're killing the whistleblowers?
No, that there's some sort of a push to get this Chinese jet company to get their products. They're more safe. They're better. Let's just take those.
Maybe, but Boeing is so deeply enmeshed in the national security apparatus, I can't see that ever happening.
Right.
There's no way that we.
But if you wanted to do something like that,
then you
how
would
would
try.
you do it? You
It's
would
like this.
You would fuck with the safety protocols.
I mean, we do depend on too much for national security. We do depend on too many things from China already.
Oh yeah, like medicine,
like all of that. Like not only medicine, but like
chips.
You know, what's that thing that? What do they do? Is it reactors or what? What do they buy? What do we? They basically said we're not selling you these anymore.
Well, they're in charge of so many of the mines.
That's right.
You know, so many of the mines in the Congo are being run by China.
So I don't know if we'd be so stupid to just start buying all of their stuff, but maybe. It's a possibility.
China's homegrown 737 competitor has to wait a while to fill the vacuum left by Boeing. Europe says the COMA COMAC
C-19.
C-19 is too new to approve by 2026. So they have their own version. So if they're playing a long game, what better way to destabilize the competitor than just, listen, we need to save money. Let's cut back on some of these safety inspectors and have the mechanics do their own safety inspection.
Absolutely.
Done. We're good.
Done.
If you just put that little piece in place, if you just did that, and you just take into account people's laziness and how people suck at their job already, and then there's no oversight from the mechanics, what's the possibility that mistakes are going to be made? 100%.
Yeah. Well, corporate espionage is probably one of their strongest talents and one of the things they've excelled at.
Imagine if that's how they do it, though.
Yeah.
If Lindsay's right. When he said that to me, I was like, Jesus Christ.
He might be right. He might be right. I just don't want to sit in a plane and be fucking nervous.
Oh, yeah.
For no reason.
Yeah,
so
but you don't have to ask.
I want the Boeing people to shut their fucking mouths. Let this thing go down the runway. Let me feel like it's okay. And if it happens, it happens.
You know what the ultimate conspiracy theory is?
Yeah.
That Trump has a Boeing plane, and that's why they're doing this.
Whoa.
Dun, dun, dun. I got you with that one. Huh?
That's something wild.
That one got you excited.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that's what they did.
What do you do? What happens if he dies?
Imagine that. I don't know.
How crazy is it going to be if he gets whacked? I mean,
I don't know if they're going to do that. I think they're going to try to go to war with China. I think they're going to go to war somehow.
Yeah.
I think they're going to, if they are going to do anything, I think they just fucking try to do something that either delays an election or makes an election harder to have or something. I don't know. But if they were going to do something, it might be that. And I don't know. And they may do nothing. They may just, have a fair election. I don't know.
But this is the question. This is what we were talking about earlier. If they're willing to deceive us with the Steele dossier,
that's right.
They're willing to deceive us with what they did with Bernie and what they did with RFK Jr. and the primary. If they're willing to do all that, why would we think that they wouldn't fuck with the election? Like, this is the one thing that they wouldn't fuck with. And then if you question it at all, especially Trump, because nobody really cared when everybody else questioned the elections.
Right.
Nobody cared when Hillary went around forever questioning the elections. Nobody cared.
Everybody has questioned elections in this country for a very long time.
Standard move.
Bush v. Gore. Remember the court case?
Yes.
Remember the?
Yes.
It's kind of a standard move.
Standard move.
It's been getting more and more malevolent in the sense that people after Trump won, it was a whole thing. Russia.
Yeah.
And then I don't know. I haven't looked at any specific evidence for the fuckery, but I think there's probably fuckery all over the place. There's probably fuckery in every election.
There's gotta be some. It's not zero.
Yeah.
The
But I
amount
think-
of election fraud isn't zero.
This one, they have to do something big. This one will have to be, if something's going to happen, it's probably going to have to be something big. They're going to have to wag the dog on such a, in such a way that America's like, whoa.
Mm.
And there's some articles coming out being like, could a foreign government perhaps take advantage of,
Yeah.
So who knows what they're planning? I just know that they don't want him in a way that I've never seen.
Never. It's never been more transparent.
It's never been more transparent how much they do not want him in. And I'm not even saying that you can't criticize him or you have to love him or anything. I'm just speaking simply, again, from looking at the measures taken since he announced a candidacy.
And here's what's really crazy.
Yeah.
I think they thought they did enough propaganda-wise before 2016 for him to lose.
Yes.
So when you watch all the news reports and all their coverage, it was like 90% Hillary was going to win.
That's right.
And then as the night went on, everybody was like, holy shit, he won. So they went through the egg on their face. They went through all that. They're not going to let that happen again. And now he's an overwhelming favorite.
Yes.
Like he's a favorite. If the election happened now and the election was fair, he would win. Right?
Yes.
Like he's several points ahead of Biden, right?
That's right.
What's the latest polls? Because he went up in the polls after the conviction.
Which was such a mistake for them to try to do that because he raised $40 million, something like that. $38 million.
It's way more than that.
Maybe
now.
more.
I think it's like $100 million.
It crashed his campaign website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that poll? How do they question everybody real quick? Like when some news breaks, they're like, what do you think now?
Right. Who are they
At
questioning?
6 p.m. How do they get a new?
Well, I always say this. They're only getting results from people dumb enough to answer polls. So that, by the way, is a skewed response.
For sure.
Polls in today's day and age, there's no reason to answer them.
But there's
Why are you
also
doing
a
that?
social stigma to saying Trump.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that you have to weigh the numbers like that.
Right.
So there is a little bit of a social stigma to saying Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Or certainly there was. Maybe it's going away, but there was. So you might want to weight the poll to that as well.
That's 100% true.
And go, there's a certain percentage of people that are lying and saying Biden who aren't going to vote for Biden.
Right.
So a close race might really mean that Trump is up a few percentage points.
I think he's up a few percentage points already. I think he was up like 6 points.
And I think I talked to a lot of hardcore leftists that are like really resigned to him winning and don't care because they say
maybe it'll be better for the economy.
They said we did not vote for Biden to go to war with Ukraine, to go to war with Russia through Ukraine. We didn't vote for
jack up inflation.
We didn't vote for an unending commitment to whatever Israel wants to do in Gaza. We didn't vote for house prices being higher than they've ever been, interest rates being higher than they've ever been. We didn't vote for any of that. He's done a lot for the environment, Biden, supposedly, but also a lot of people didn't vote for all the taxes that come along with that.
What is the new one they're doing? They're going after the guy from the Epoch Times
for embezzlement or something.
Epoch Times is hardcore right-wing
site.
Which is hilarious. Epoch Times is hilarious.
That is
name for it. It's like, this is the end.
Welcome to the end. Money laundering.
Yeah, charges alleged $67 million global money laundering scheme. So this is the headline, right? What's the actual story? What's a good place to go? Probably AP is probably the bit more balanced. Go to AP just for the fuck of it. All right. What will become of the Epoch Times as chief financial officer accused of money laundering? Okay, what is the accusation? What is Epoch Times? Federal prosecutors in New York charged, say that dude's name, Weidong Guan of Secaucus, New Jersey, chief financial officer of the Epoch Times, of steering at least $67 million in criminal proceeds much from fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits to the company, its affiliates, and himself. Guan pleaded not guilty, but was suspended by the Epoch Times, which agreed to cooperate with prosecutors. The case falls into question the future of a company that was a key online supporter of Trump and a spreader of conspiracy theories. So what is the $67 million of unemployment? That's what it's saying? How did they do it? How did they do that? This is all just like, what does it mean for the Epoch Times? But what is like, how did he do it?
How would have to come out in the trial? You'd have to wait for the trial.
They don't say what they're accusing him of?
I think that was, I mean.
They're accusing him of stealing money.
Laundering money, I guess, and that's...
You would think. The top executive of Epoch Times. So he's just a guy that worked there. A right-wing media company has been arrested and charged with laundering at least $67 million in stolen. So he might have actually done it. And they might just, I mean, they're not trying to close the company, right? He's just the chief financial officer.
Right.
Right? So he might have actually done it. I don't know. Chief financial officer was arrested Monday, and the indictment headed up on May 23rd was unsealed. He entered a plea of not guilty. His lawyer, federal public defender. Why does he have a public defender?
I guess he lost all his money.
That
seems crazy.
Is that
seems
how it
odd.
works? That seems crazy. Declined to comment. And if convicted, Mr. Guan faces a maximum sentence of 20 years for the money laundering charge and 30 years for each bank fraud. Oh, geez, he's fucked. Epoch Times is affiliated with Falun Gong, a spiritual movement banned in China, and was for years an obscure free print newspaper dedicated largely to criticizing the Chinese Communist Party. In recent years, the outlet transformed itself into a prominent supporter of Donald J. Trump and his allies on the right. Oh, they're probably grifting. It's probably
they're trying to make a couple of bucks.
It's a grifty company.
Yeah.
According to prosecutors, Mr. Guan ran a sprawling transnational scheme over 4 years to buy prepaid debit cards on the internet at a discount using cryptocurrency and then deposit the cards' money into both personal and company accounts. The debit cards were loaded with illegally obtained funds, prosecutors said, some of which was fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits. Oh, wow. This seems deep. Whew. But I mean, but hold please, because if you're a fucking type of dude who has a website that's basically dedicated to criticizing the Chinese Communist Party, and then all of a sudden you flip and become a pro-Trump supporter, that sounds to me like one of those fucking Facebook pages that Russia takes over.
Yes.
Like they take like a Christian, they used to have a memes
and
page.
then it's a Black Lives Matter page, and then it becomes a trans rights page.
Yeah, there's a ton of those folks out there grifting. If one of those guys was also involved in illegal money laundering, that seems like
go and sow some chaos.
Probably what they do.
Go sow some chaos. It's a great job. I'd like to do it in China for us. I mean, if they're hiring these, why can't America? Let's get an army of lunatics, people like me. Send me into China. I'll start problem. They'd kill me quickly.
You couldn't do it there.
That's why we lack the advantages, because you can come here and really start some shit.
Do you think that our government is doing that here too?
I think elements of it probably are, for sure.
They have to be.
They have to be.
Why? They must be. If China is doing that, and we know that Russia's doing that, we know that they're doing that.
Well, then what would Navalny have been? Let's think about this, right? Now, Navalny might be a great Russian patriot who is disgusted with Vladimir Putin. I do know he started his career with very different views than the views he began espousing after. He seems like a guy that the CIA has a conversation with and then becomes a prominent. I'm not saying that it's possible, but so we're doing things like that 100%. Probably, and then they're doing things to us where they're like making my aunt kind of more racist. They're starting with a pretty racist person, but they're twisting her and they're getting her more racist
with memes
and with all kinds of crap. I mean,
things they share that might not even be true.
Yeah, she's like a Long Island, because these Long Island boomers now, they're just we're throwing stuff at them and they're just like catching it with their teeth. They're like a dog.
They share it to their on Facebook.
And they just share it and they don't know what's going on. and they're just kind of like, it's all, it's all not. My friend's mother thinks McDonald's is serving human meat. So that's where a certain percentage of the population is schizophrenic because they can't handle all the stuff we talked about here.
Yeah.
It's hard for people to realize how corrupt things are, but how they've always been.
Yeah.
So if you learn all of this in an hour, your mind melts.
Right.
And then you start going, is Chrissy Teigen a vampire? Because it's like up is down and black is white.
Yeah. There's too much information.
It's too much information. But if you know about JFK or RFK or Martin Luther King or Quintel or anything, you have the context to put a lot of this stuff in.
Right.
So you're not like, your mind doesn't melt immediately.
Right.
It melts slowly.
Real slow.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, if you just can keep people fighting about everything and everything being something that they have to uncover and all this chaos, you can get a lot done behind the scenes.
You need to. You have to have people completely scattered, have no...
Yeah, you can't have people calm.
No.
And everybody fine and paying attention to what you're doing.
And then you got to bless it. You got to go every now and then. You got to go, and then there's like an NFT party. Everybody has like a time where the crypto is killing it. And everybody gets a little money. And then they go, okay, well, we got to clamp down on this.
Right.
And then the internet's free. And then like, man, let's clamp down on this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just they oscillate between clamping down on things and then letting people run with them for a little bit.
God damn it.
Yeah. It's a delicate balance.
You imagine being in charge of chaos.
Oh.
Do you think there's a guy that's like runs a chaos department in the deep state?
Well, I think there's many guys that do, and ladies.
And do you think that
let's not forget them?
What is their view of the world? If they're the ones that are instigating all this chaos, and they're the ones that are fueling it online, if they're working to actively do that and comment on things on Twitter and get things crazy, what is their view of the world? Like they must be so cynical.
I think the only view those people have ever had is the alternative is worse.
Right. If we don't
I
do
think
this,
that's the only view they've had. I think when they were doing MK Ultra on people, I think they were going the alternative is worse. It's worse. And you can justify a lot of things. When they were carpet bombing Vietnam, it's the alternative is worse. I think that's kind of the only view that those guys can have in that echelon of the national security apparatus. They can't. I don't think they're analyzing it too much outside of that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This does not leave me feeling good, Tim.
Well,
I was hoping to be more.
Well, we're going to tell jokes tonight.
Tonight should be fun.
It's fun to tell jokes.
Are you splitting your time? You're all over the place now?
I'm all over the place. I spend most of my time in the French Protectorate, Monaco, where I find honest people. And it's so good to have honest people around you. I'm very susceptible to environments. A lot of people that live on boats over there. No. I'm all over the place. Me and Sam Talent were just in Europe for like 3 weeks. It was amazing. I'm here.
Sam was just here.
I'm going to spend a lot of time here, I think, in the summer and fall because now I'm off the road. So it's like I'm going to be here. I'll be popping into LA a little bit.
Nice.
I'll be around. We're doing something cool with Netflix. We can't say it. It's not a stand-up special. It's something cool. It's like an election type special thing.
Oh, so that's exciting.
Yeah, it's it'll be fun, and I'm excited about that. And it's just fun to do fun stuff. And who knows? We don't know.
Yeah,
it's fun. It could all work out.
It could all work out. It probably will all work out.
That's right.
I mean, you can look back on. There's an Assyrian tablet, I think.
Yeah.
Fucking 4,000 years ago or something like that. Where I'm pretty sure I saved it. Where they were talking about the end of the world.
Yeah.
I think I saved it. It's just one of those things. It's like human beings always have that feeling that it's all falling apart. They always have that feeling that at a certain point in time, all of our luck's going to run out. And it has. That's the other thing. Like it actually at one point in time. It is a great
Eddie Pepitone joke where he goes, every generation thinks theirs is the one where the world ends. He goes, but we are right.
Here it is. Assyrian clay tablet dating to around 2800 BC bears the inscription, "Our earth is degenerative in these later days. There are signs that the world is speedily coming to an end. Bribery and corruption are common. Children no longer obey their parents, every man wants to write a book, and what happened? But I had it right there.
Yeah.
And the end of the world is evidently approaching. That's amazing. So
That
this
is
is
amazing.
like, this is a good way to end this. To
That's
just
right.
explain to people. This fear that we have had is just, we are in a constant state of change and a constant battle of truth and propaganda, and it's always been that way. And that this tablet from 4,800 years ago,
And it'll always be that way.
it's always going to be.
It's
that
always
way.
going to be that
We're
way.
monkeys. We're crazy monkeys.
So find something fun out there to do.
Yeah, like come to the mothership if you
And
can.
come to the mothership. And not this weekend. It's sold out.
Are you here this weekend?
I'm here this weekend.
Oh shit!
I'm here the weekend.
Nice.
I'm here, baby. I'm in.
Well, that's exciting.
So we're gonna do Falun Gong.
Yeah.
Chinese spiritual warfare. If you
Um,
like Chinese spiritual warfare, these shows will be for you.
The text message I'm going to be sending you in the future are going to be green.
Oh, you're going to?
Yeah, I'm trying to switch over.
You going to Android?
I'm going to see what happens. I don't like being trapped. I felt like I was trapped. I got
I
anxiety
don't like
about
it
switching.
either. I don't like it either.
I get anxiety about switching.
When I
I'm like,
see
how
that
crazy is
when
that?
that green text message comes in, it's
Right.
gonna be so weird, though.
But it is weird. The
I
whole
know.
thing. It's weird that we're so trapped
Yes.
in this wonderful Apple bubble. They do a great job. Make a great phone. It's a
They do
great
a
phone.
great job.
Everything works great. It's great. I love the way you can
Yeah.
send videos and airdrop people and FaceTime people. I love it. But I also don't
But you gotta
like,
have the new charger all the time.
well, no, not anymore. Now it's
Oh.
USB-C. Everything's
Okay, gotcha.
USB-C because of Europe is actually forcing Apple to comply.
All of these social media sites, or whatever it is. Apple's not social media, but like all these tech companies, they have downsides.
Mhm.
And then they have things that are really good. Facebook had things that were really good, but they
Yeah.
also sell maids in the Philippines.
I was watching, there was an Instagram page that was all dedicated to finding people in prison that you could date when they get out.
Thank God. Thank God.
I was looking at it, like, how many people
Yeah.
who are just like Captain Save-A-Ho are
That's
just
right.
at home looking at these people going, when
It's
she
just,
gets
it's
out.
a redeemable country.
Meet an inmate. Lonely inmates in the U.S. seek pen pals.
I just typed in hot single inmates.
I've seen a few
Maybe
videos of this one where they're like making like a singles video.
Well,
Like,
there's got to be guys and gals that are interested in that. Like, that's their thing.
gotta
Like,
love a
get
prisoner.
someone ready. Look, they don't have nowhere to stay. They can stay with me.
hot
you know?
pals.
Yeah, meet a hot prison pal.
Text.
You'll be glad you did! Exclamation point.
Well, if you want to meet people that have been in jail, come to one of my shows. And there's a
This
very good
weekend
chance
There's a high
you'll
likelihood.
meet them.
Yeah, high likelihood. All right, let's wrap this bitch up.
You're the best.
You're
Thank
the
you.
best. You're the
Thank
best.
you.
Appreciate you.
Appreciate it,
I'm gonna
brother.
come see you this weekend. I'm excited.
I hope so.
I wanna see your set.
Thank
I'm
you,
pumped.
buddy.
Tell everybody.
Don't tell me which night. I'll be nervous.
Okay, I won't.
Okay.
Tell everybody. It's just Tim J
It's
Dillon.
Tim Dillon
J
show.
Dillon, right?
Yeah, on Instagram. Tim J Dillon on Instagram and X, and then Tim Dillon show if you like podcasts.
Yes.
Where people yell.
It's the best. You're the best ranter on earth.
Wow, that's very
believe
sweet
that.
of you.
I really, your show, you by yourself talking about things.
Yeah.
Is
I
one of
appreciate it,
one of the
brother.
great joys in life.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank
All
you,
right.
brother.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right. What's happening, baby? Good to see you.
Oh, likewise. It's been a long road for both of us.
It has been a long road, man.
Yes.
I think I first met you in 1997.
I don't know the dates, but I remember meeting you officially, or in my memory, in New Orleans or somewhere around there, when I was sitting like in an auditorium, and you came in and sat down next to me. And at that time, people used to bother me all the time. And so I was getting some fresh air and away from everyone. And you came up and sat down. And I was in my head, I was like, oh no, I just want some peace. And you rolled up and you were totally cool. And I was like, oh, that guy's cool. Yeah, we had a good session rapping.
Yeah, I remember first meeting. You know, when you talk about like the early days of the UFC, like you are one of the real original legends of MMA. I mean, you were one of the very first guys, and you were one of the very first guys. First of all, you were one of the very first guys, if not the first, to wear gloves, which I always thought was very smart. I know Vitor, I think, was one of the first.
No.
Who was the very first? Was it you?
I don't know. The people out there in the internet world say this Melton Bowen guy. He was a striker, boxer kind of guy in the early UFCs. I did not get the idea from him at all. And who was the other guy with the one glove? Boxing glove?
He just died recently. Damn it.
And
I forgot his name.
it was back in the days with the Fred
Art
Edish.
Jimerson. Art Jimerson.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Fred Edish. That's
yeah,
right.
with
Fred
it,
Edish.
and Harold Howard and all those guys.
Yes.
And at the time, I had just gotten out of jail for beating up a cop's son, and he used his position to his dad make things go the way for the prosecution, even though he deserved to get beat up, and I obliged him. But I was going back and forth from a halfway house to work from the guy that got me into the show. And we stopped off at like a Dick's sporting goods store, big box sporting goods store like that. I don't think it was Dick's, but it was something like that. And they were bag gloves. And I put them on and I go, these would be perfect, but they had a post in them, so you couldn't really wrestle with them. And I was like, I could take the post out. I ended up cutting it off, and it was just a clear plastic thick tube that you can hold on to. So I got rid of that, and I go, these are perfect. And I think they were Harbinger gloves. And I knew, because I'd been in hundreds of street fights, altercations. That's where I come from, although I've wrestled since I was 8 years old. But I used to beat people up on the street that
deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's not one guy out there that didn't want to do the same thing to me. I was just better at it. So I knew my hands would get hurt. And I'm like, you can't fight 3 times in one night without your hands getting busted up. So I cut those out, and I go, these are perfect. I could wrestle in them. As I said, I'd wrestled my whole life, and they were perfect.
Did you have hand wraps on?
No hand wraps.
Just the gloves?
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you wrap your wrists or anything?
No.
Nothing?
Mm-mm.
And what was the law back then? What were the rules, rather? What were the rules and for what you were allowed to wear wrestling shoes? You were allowed to hit the nuts back then. And your first fights, you were allowed to pull hair, hit the nuts.
You could do anything.
Yeah.
There wasn't there until I came along. And anyways, they you just couldn't. I can't even tell you what you couldn't do, but that you couldn't bite and you couldn't eye gouge. Those were the only 2 rules.
I think fish hooking, right?
No, that was me.
Oh, really? You started?
I introduced them to fish hooking. And so at the fighters meeting, they have these meetings with all the fighters, and they all sit in there and I guess think they're badass, but I guess they are in their own world. But so they're all sitting around, and Big John McCartney was up there explaining the rules. And I think he is having trouble since there wasn't any. So at the end of that, I asked him, I said, I had the gloves with me, and I said, hey, can I wear these? And in his big, bellowing, goofy voice, he goes, oh, if you want to wear them, go ahead, thinking I was some kind of fool. when in fact I was thinking everybody else were fools that they've never really been in a fight and your hands get busted up. So
Yeah, I thought the very first time I saw you wearing them, like, that guy's smart. That and
Yeah.
look, and when you knocked out, was it John Tua?
Matua, yeah.
John Matua. When you knocked him out, I was like, see, like this, you can still generate insane power, but you don't hurt your hands.
Absolutely. And I didn't hurt my hands, although at the end of that fight, I not that fight, but you fought 3 times in one night, and I think I busted up my hand. It didn't break it, but it busted up where I had to go to the hospital and get it x-rayed. And I got to go. I didn't want to go because I was a kid and like no one sends me to the hospital, even myself, you know. My busted up hands, now I'll be all right. But my father talked me into going, so I went there, and all my opponents were all stretched out, and I'm saying, oh, well, how you doing? I'm just passing through. So they x-rayed it and said I was all right, and went back to the cocktail party and had some fun.
Did you have any like injuries during your career?
Oh, sure. I mean, when I needed knee surgery against Ferrozo, I couldn't run. I couldn't do anything. And I ended up taking the fight. I told him I didn't want to fight. And then back in those days, they had ways of stacking the cards against you. And so the owner of the show at that time says, hey, show up. You got you have a boxer your first fight, so that's not going to be a big deal. And he goes, then you got a little guy, like a 200-pound guy that was from Shamrock's camp. What is it, Bolander?
Jerry Bolander.
Yeah. And you can fight him, and he's nothing because he's like, 200 pounds. You throw him around like a rag doll. And I'm like, okay, talking me into it, realizing he's just trying to sell his show and get it over. And I'm like, yeah, well, I'm never one to say no to a fight. And so I said, okay, you talked me into it. I'll show up. But I couldn't run. I couldn't do anything. And like jog one time around the track of 400, I couldn't do it. So I go and take the boxer, make short work of him. And because boxing is good if you're going to box and stand up in a ring, but you're not going to go anywhere in a fight just with boxing as a skill. It might help you throw a punch and that kind of thing, but if your main plan of attack is boxing, you're going to get taken down, and you can't box from your back. So anyways, back to the show, I take short work of him. And I'm like, all right, so I got this little 90-pounder, 190-pounder, and make short work of him. And I think I was supposed to fight Mark Coleman at that time. And I was like, oh, well, we'll see who's tougher, not get taken down, and we'll just throw punches. And he's not really, at that time, very skilled on his feet. So I had at least a fighter's chance at the whole deal. And so, you have these like dressing rooms that are screened off. And there's an opponent, or not an opponent, alternate, big guy, going crazy, making all this noise. He sounded like an elephant running around in a cage. I'm going, what the hell is that guy doing? I go, he's not even fighting. He's just an alternate. Well, it turns out it comes for us to go in with Bolander, and what happens? Oh, he pulls out. Why did he pull out? Oh, he couldn't make it. And I'm like, whoa. And I just fell off the turnip truck. And next thing I know, I'm fighting this 300-pound plus guy who's all jacked up on God's knows what. and going crazy.
Who was it?
Ferozzo.
Oh,
So I went out there, and this is at the advent of referees, and I don't care about winning or losing, never have. I'm always down for the fight and the battle of fighting, and getting bloody, sweaty, getting punched and punching people, man. That's what it's all about for me. And so I'm like, oh, well, I'll get in there. And we banged it out, and they had 3 refs, and they gave him the fight. I've had people say, if you really watch it, you won that fight. Don't care. They suckered me in with a little guy, and then they throw in 350-pound dude. Ended up kind of ruining the show because Coleman didn't have anybody to fight, so he went out with Randleman and did like a wrestling exhibition, and it was like, why did you do that? You didn't have to pull Shamrock's guy out. It was behind the scenes kind of things that were all prevalent at that point in time.
yeah, there was a lot of shenanigans in the early days.
Oh yeah,
but it was so loosely constructed. You know, people have to realize, like, if you're looking at the UFC now, you're looking at, you know, WME owned UFC, gigantic money, huge fucking special effects, screens. Everything looks amazing. The sound's amazing.
Professional wrestling.
Back then, I mean, UFC 12 was the first one that I did, which was Scott Ferozzo's debut. And we did it in Dothan, Alabama. And it was like a high school auditorium or something. It wasn't a very big place.
I remember the name Dothan.
Yeah.
Was that?
That was when
they did an interview with me, and it was supposed to be at a different show somewhere, and they got canceled. So they put it up in Dothan.
It was supposed to be in Buffalo, but it got banned from New York.
Right.
So last minute we had to all fly to Alabama.
Right. So I was actually on the plane going to Dothan, or not Dothan, but to
Buffalo.
Right. And they said, hey, there's been a change of plans. You got to go to Dothan. So I went to Dothan, and I was sitting in the like 2-story hotel, not really a hotel, but one like a motel type thing. And I looked out across the parking lot, and there was a bar there. So, hey, what the hell? Why not? So I ended up walking across the street, and I was drinking at the bar with this crazy old country guy. Old school dude, he's like a peanut farmer or something like that. We got blasted. And he goes, come on, I'll take you to the arena. And I'm like, okay. So we get in this old pickup truck, and he turns the key, and it sounds like a dragster. And I got Hillbilly Hayman or whatever driving this thing. And we drive to the arena, and I'm like, no, I'm supposed to do an interview. He ends up parking on the island, a grassy island. He drove up the curb. I stumbled in there, and David Isaacs is like, oh my God, what's going to happen next? They got banned, and then I showed up out of my mind. And I think there might be a clip of me all drunk saying stuff. I don't know.
There's a bunch of those clips. I'm
yeah,
sure.
Oh, absolutely.
How old were you with your first UFC fight?
30 years old.
And did you have any competitive fights other than wrestling matches? Did you do any amateur fights or anything?
Well,
it kind of wasn't around back then. Right?
There was no real fighting. You only did it in the street. And back in those days, I had wrestled, and then on my 19th birthday, I was hoping to go on. I had 1 year of wrestling in junior college, and a dumb drunk friend of mine drove into a light pole on my birthday. That's why my teeth got all knocked out. And it also put a gash right underneath my knee and mangled my knee on my left knee. And so my wrestling, I came back like halfway, maybe a third of the way into the season. And I just I didn't have enough time to get whatever. It's all written, meaning spiritually. And so I didn't perform the way I wanted to perform my sophomore year. I did not continue. No one was interested in me. So the whole time as a young man, I wanted to box. And my mother said, absolutely not. Not the CTE, and everybody boxes is stupid, and you're not going to do that. And I'm like, oh, man. So I didn't have anything to do. I was 18 years old, and I said, you know what? I'm going to box. And the same guy that, it was back when Mike Tyson was on fire, and he was the baddest man on the planet. When I was a young man, I go, not my planet. And so, you know, he would obviously kill me in boxing, but there's not a boxing ring on every corner. And so I was all fired up with that. So same guy that I worked for at the clothing company, where the cut and sew type thing, it was for medical clothing. He lived up San Luis Obispo way, and he started boxing. And we were at a, you know, just like what you would think, going into a boxing gym and learning how to box. And I go, man, I want to box. And he said, well, come on up, and then I'll introduce you to my trainer, and maybe, you know, anyways, that got the ball started rolling, basically. So went up to San Luis Obispo, and there was a boxing gym just outside of there, Atascadero or something like that. And so I went to the gym, and it's like you see these reels where these guys you learn a skill like boxing, and then somebody that comes in that's a complete novice has no clue of what's going on, and they take advantage of these people. Oh, you think you're tough, you want to box? Well, if you don't know how to box. So that was the vibe when I went into the boxing gym. I go, hey, yeah, I want to box. Yeah, sure. I'll do this. And they goes, are you sure? Oh, yeah. So they go, well, you want to spar? And they're all snickering. You want to spar? And I'm like, yeah, isn't that what we're in here for? Isn't that what you do? And they're like, oh, no, you have to learn. And I'm like, okay. So they're like all kind of like chuckling, going, oh, he wants to spar. And so they went and got a mouthpiece from a local, like, what do you call those stores? Sporting goods store. And it comes back, and they were trying to melt it in coffee and all that kind of stuff. And so this guy's got a name, very big name from the 70s in boxing. And I don't need to talk about his family has a big name. And
Can't say his name?
I don't know.
Okay.
There's no point in it.
Okay.
It could, but you know, oh, I was training with this guy and he did this guy. I have it on videotape and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like I'm making up stories. I'm the antithesis of trying to get myself over. I try to just go, no, you know. So I get in there and I go, and they're all like, oh, this is going to be great. And this guy is a heavyweight, and he had like 8 professional fights. And I believe they thought they were going to use his name and push him and get him some money somehow. And so I'm like, okay. And I go, I put boxing gloves on and hit the bag and played around and sparred with people. But I'm like, okay. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do it.
See.
Yeah, and I knocked the living snot out of him. I just said, fuck it. I don't know, can you cuss on this or whatever?
Yeah, you can cuss.
Yeah, but I said, okay. I wasn't sparring, like skillfully boxing. I was like, let's go. And we went.
And you had already had a bunch of street fights.
Yes.
And you knew how to hit things.
Yes.
And power is something you either have or you don't have. And
Yeah.
you've always had crazy
Yes.
power.
That's,
So if someone underestimates you and someone thinks, look at this guy, so they let their guard down, get a little relaxed, think they're just going to tee off on you.
no, he thought he was going to hand it to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, you'll see what's going to happen. And I said, this is going to be a street fight. And I knocked the living daylights. Like I said, I have it on videotape. And that guy was filming it, the guy from the clothing store. Anyways,
Sport
factory. Yeah, but yeah. And so he's in the back going, oh my God. And I enlightened him that, I didn't need to know the skill of boxing to take out somebody that had 8 professional fights in boxing. I pretty much handed it to him.
So what did you do? You didn't box them. You just clinched, got close to them, and just started.
No, it was on. I just started throwing. Boom, 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 boom.
Really?
Right down the middle. Let's go. And
so did you just always had skill with your hands? Like, I mean, that's pretty impressive for an eight fighting professional boxer.
I put my chin down, and I don't tell stories. Like I said, if you want to get a lie detector and a certified guy, I will take it.
Listen, you don't have to tell that to me. I know you. I've known you forever, so I'll just say it to anybody else. Tank says it as it is. Always. You always have. Even when you lost, you were like, that
absolutely.
guy fucked me up. That guy kicked my ass. You said you got molested by the lead singer from Queen.
Freddie Mercury.
My dad
He was slapping me.
My dad Stafford beat you.
He was bitch slapping me.
You had the best attitude about both winning and losing. If you lost, you were very self-deprecating. You always had fun with things.
Yes. It's not the end of the world.
You were a great guy to be around, man, because it was a goddamn party. I don't know if you remember, but we got hammered a couple of times. There was a few different times at different hotels where you and I got drunk, and you with your whole crew, they were all a bunch of psychos. It was just like being around like a lot of pit bulls, like jacked up pit bulls, like ready to go. But it was fun, man. You always brought a party. You were having a good fucking time. You were having a good fucking time fighting, and and that's what made you a legend a lot, because you were. Everybody thought that the skilled martial artist was always going to beat the fighter, right? But you were a skilled martial artist, but you were kind of more of a fighter, just a dude who fucks people up. And for you to just be going out there and knocking people out, you became the biggest star of the UFC, even without winning it.
Right.
You beat a lot of good guys, but your power and your attitude, like, when Matua went out and he did a little fucking dance, like everybody, because everybody thought martial arts was supposed to be Bao and, sensei and spirituality and meditating in the river. And you were out there getting wild.
Matua was metaphorically martial arts in my head. See, all these people run around and martial arts is martial arts. Don't get me wrong. It works. It's a skill, but fighting is
chaos.
I coined this phrase, I believe. Anyways, fighter's fortitude, and that is because fighting is not a skill that you learn and you become tough. Royce Gracie is not tough because he knows jiu-jitsu. He's a tough man, and all these guys that fight in the UFC are tough men, not because they know skill. You like these people. I see you getting an arm bar. Who cares? Anybody that sings skill is not a fighter. You're a pussy, frankly. You sit around and go, I can do this and I can do. That doesn't matter. It's how tough you are. Your fighter's fortitude. When someone's got a thumb in your eye socket or taking a big bite out of your back, and how you react and what you do from that. That's what fighter's fortitude is. Not like, oh, well, if he's got his thumb in my eye, maybe I could arm bar him or put him in a triangle. That doesn't save you. Fighting is emotional. It's not about skill. It's what is inside your head, the heart you have, and what you need to do to get things done to beat the opponent, hopefully, that's thinking the same thing you're thinking. And that is, I'm going to get to this point where I can kill this person or kill him. But basically, fighting is to a point where in the street anyways, and everybody that I beat up was trying to do the same thing to me in the street. They were trying to beat me up and get to the point where they can make the decision of killing me. And that's the whole point of a street fight. And it's not about, oh, I got better skill than you. That's the difference between a street fighter and somebody that goes to the gym and learns how to throw a correct punch or a submission hold that's going to save your ass. You can learn those things. You can't be tough by learning those things. You can become tougher by learning those things. And if you're a tough guy and you learn skills, that makes you tougher. Like Hoist Gracie, he's a tough man, but that guy's got skills up the yin yang and jiu-jitsu. That makes him even tougher.
Yeah, but he has the mental fortitude to keep it together in the chaos. Yeah.
Fighter's fortitude.
And some people, even very skillful people, for some reason don't have that.
Yes.
There's moments we've all seen where you get this guy who's like, especially a lot of guys who are gym heroes. There's a bunch of guys that in the gym, they look sensational. They look like this guy's going to be a world champion. Keep an eye on him. You watch him sparring, you watch him hitting mitts, and you're like, this guy's insane.
Right.
And then they fall. They maybe reach like 30% of their potential when they fight. You can see the panic in them. And
because they don't have it in their head.
Yeah, they don't have something, the thing that some guys have, like a Max Holloway has, that he'll fight to the end. To the end.
Fighters for
There's zero quit. The quit is not in there. You can go searching around for it forever. You're never going to find it. And then there's some guys, even though they're really talented, you can get to a point where they'll break and they'll just try to survive.
Yes.
And there's a difference. And it's the great ones, all like John Jones, like so many of these guys, like they find a way to win and they never give up. No matter how chaotic it gets, no matter how bad they're losing, they find a way.
100%.
Leon Edwards in the 5th round against Kamaru Usman. Perfect example. He's getting taken down and manhandled, and he finally lands a head kick in the 5th round.
There you go.
And he becomes a hero.
And it's all fighters' fortitude.
Yeah.
It's about being a tough guy.
Yeah, and you can see it in that fight. Have you seen that Usman-Leon Edwards fight?
I haven't seen it.
It's fucking amazing because his coach is sensational.
Mm-hmm.
And his coach is screaming, don't let him bully you, son. You know, like from English. In England, and the Rocky music is playing. There's a clip of it online. You get goosebumps every time. Every time I see it. Every time I see it, I get goosebumps. It's like that thing that is the difference between a fighter and just someone who's skilled. That was something that you, I think, introduced more than anybody in the early days of the sport. This is it. You want to see this? Because this is so fucking good, man. Play this.
Listen, stop feeling sorry for your fucking self. But come on, man. What's wrong with you? You're too fucking bad. You gotta pull the shit out of fire. Come on, man. You guys, man. Come on.
What, the music? Yeah, but it's part of the fun thing.
Yeah.
That his fucking coach is sensational. So they're doing it this way to avoid copyright strikes from the UFC.
Sure.
They're just showing photographs of it, but it's the kind of person who never gives up. The kind of person who finds a way. Really knows how to actually just. It's not just skill. There's another element, and that's what you're talking about.
If you put it to UFC 6, that was the awakening of the guillotine choke, because you had jiu-jitsu, and then wrestlers came along and started handing it to the submission jiu-jitsu guys. And then UFC 6 came along, and they came up with the guillotine. Now, Oleg got the guillotine on me twice, and I fought myself out of it. I've never timed it or whatever, but it was a while. I was losing consciousness. I was seeing black, but I pulled myself out. And in fact, you brought up the fish hooks. When I finally, the first time he got it, and I pulled my head out, and he was laying there, and I'm like, "What are you going to do now?" And then I reached down and fish hooked him and started banging his head on the floor.
When you look back at yourself, then does that even seem like you?
Yeah, why not?
I mean, it's just, I mean, of course it is you, but I mean the young hulking you smashing guys.
This was also just the one round, correct?
Yes.
Like
No,
a 17-minute round.
Yeah, there's no rounds.
Was it? Did they have a time limit on any of the fights?
No, and I would have won that fight if Big John McCartney wouldn't have stuck his melon in between us and break us up. You know, that's how you were talking about how they fix the fights and everything. He broke this fight up. There were no rules. Not supposed to do. Look, he's breaking us up. Why did he do that?
Why did they do that?
Yeah.
Were people booing?
Yeah, that was all John McCartney. Why did he break us up?
I don't know. Like, what were the rules back then?
There were no rules. All they had to do was give him a track starting gun, and he could stand there and go boom, and that's all he needed to do.
He just had to start the fight.
And
so this restart was just completely because of him.
Yes,
because of Big John McCarthy.
Yes, he's corrupt and he's a crook. His idea of what he thinks fighting is. And he's a full-on Oleg submission guy because he's all into technique. I don't know this. He's never said it to me. But he's all into skill and everything else. He has no respect for fighters' fortitude or anything like that.
You don't think he does?
No.
I think he does.
Well,
I mean, I think you have like a personal dispute with him, but I like Big John. And
you might like him, but he leveraged his made-up persona, Big John, to get me kicked out of the show. Him and his wife, they got me literally kicked out of the show.
They kicked out of the UFC?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What year was this?
Very early.
Why would they want to get you kicked out of the UFC?
Because he does not like me. He's a cop, and he doesn't like the fact that I'm probably in his eyes a thug. But the point is, he has a bee in his mind. He's never liked me. He was a jiu-jitsu student before he started in the thing. They for the Gracies, they didn't have a ref. So Art Davey goes, "Hey, what about that big guy, Big John?" And Big John was a cop and everything. And he did background checks on me before I got into the UFC. Like, oh yeah, no, this guy he's got a record. I've been arraigned at least 7 times for beating people up. And shit was hitting the fan. It was getting bigger and more. You're gonna get in trouble pretty soon. Thank God I had a great attorney, and he was a guy that could point out the truth, and people would see that, and the DA would go, okay, community service. I'd go do that at the boxing gym. So anyway, so John checked into it, and he goes, no, this guy really is a street fighting legend like Tank Murdoch. And obviously the guy's dad was a cop, and that underlying it doesn't matter, but he did not like the fact that I came along after the Gracies because he was like a stooge for Gracie Jiu-Jitsu and the whole 9 yards. And when I came along, I kind of said, no. Fighting is emotional, and it's not a skill. It's not a skills match. It's what you have in your head. And he obviously doesn't have anything in his. But so at Puerto Rico, I used to go around to dojos and go in there after I'd cruise around drinking a 12-pack in my van. And we'd pull up to dojos and walk in there and go, does anybody want to fight? And nobody did. And so I lost my train of thought on that. But, this is it. Okay, so when I was working out with weights, and I wasn't a strong day for me. So you have to know when to say, no, I'm not lifting today. So I felt compunction and I needed to go do something. I said, let's go check this jiu-jitsu place out. They had flyers at the Westminster boxing gym where I was boxing after I left that Bakersfield thing. So we go in there, and all the other kung fu and wing chungs and all that stuff, no one ever wanted to fight me. And I go, let's go check out this jiu-jitsu thing, see if it's real or not. And this guy's supposed to be a world champion and all this. And since it's out there, I'll say who it was, but was Alain Goes. And so he's supposed to be some world champion, this and that. And at this time, we're totally green. They hadn't really respect for jiu-jitsu or anything like that. And I was with Paul Herrera and Eddie Reese, who are very accomplished wrestlers. And I go, let's go check it out. I'm out lifting. Let's go see if this stuff is for real. So we go into the jiu-jitsu thing. And it was a little bit of a drive. We get in there, and I say, hey, we want to roll around with you, check this stuff out. And they're Portuguese. Oh, demonstration. And I'm like, oh, what the fuck is this? Anyways, so one of the guys goes in the back. I guess they put cameras up in these little mirrored boxes, the one-way mirror things. And so Eddie gets up there, and he's a little guy. And so it didn't take him very long to tap him out with like an arm thing. And then Paul, who's is a All-American from Nebraska wrestler, bigger guy, 190-ish. He gets in there, and I'm like, oh, what the hell's going on? Because they're lasting, and he's on his back. And at that time, it's like, what are you on your back for? It's stupid,
Yeah.
They're totally ignorant of what was going on.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy fuck. He ended up tapping him out. And I'm like, going, wow, he made short work of Eddie, and he tapped out Paul, and had respect for Paul for his wrestling abilities and where he'd gone and trained and wrestled for. And I was like, holy smokes. Well, I'm rather large and very powerful. And Alain Goes is not. And so I go, okay. Well, they were starting on their knees and all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, whatever. So I get on him, and I had because the medical place, the cut and sew place, I had a scrub on. So I'm on top of him, and he grabs like a nurse's scrub because they don't rip or anything like that. And he does like an X on his thing, and he starts choking me. And I look at him, and I just kind of roll my eyes like, really? Like I went like that, like fists on both sides of his face, And he's like, oh, okay. And so we rolled around. And then he finally got to an arm lock. And like I said, I was doing curls with like 120-pound dumbbells and stuff like that. And so I picked him up. Basically, he was like a foot off of the mat, and I raised my right hand up and made a fist like, you want me to fall down on it? His eyes got huge as the moon. No. And I'm like, okay. So I let him down and let it go. And he was like, like I've had enough of this big guy here. And so we left. And whatever goes on in somebody's head, like, oh, who's that guy? Almost in a narcissistic way. Oh, I got him in an arm lock. I would have used him for it doesn't matter. Anyway, yeah, there would have been a whole bunch of bad for him.
Getting slammed.
Yeah, so Puerto Rico, I don't know. Paul was fighting in that show. Well, it was David versus Goliath there.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Uh-huh.
Did he fight Big Daddy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Big Daddy had a videotape of him, so he knew exactly what to do with that high crotch.
Mm.
That was all staged, not staged, but prepared. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so Alon Goes comes up afterwards. This is all the way full circle back to John. So Alon Goes comes up after Paul gets elbowed. Well, my Big John didn't stop it. Who knows? I know. But anyways, so he starts mouthing off. He must have had too much alcohol or something. And I'm like, who do you think you're talking to? And, like, really? You were going to go there? Okay. So he had, like, him and all his friends were behind him. So I popped him and was going after him. And me and Eddie were fighting the whole contingency of Brazilian fighters in the audience. And then we go to the back, and old school warrior, and like, no one sends you to the hospital. And I'm telling Paul, hey, fuck that. You're not going to the hospital. You don't do that. And he's like, huh? And there was a Dr. Istergo and John McCartney and his wife, Elaine, who is Karen. I think her name should be Karen. Elaine McCartney. Anyways, she comes running up and starts pointing her finger in my face and saying, get the hell out of here, I'll kill you. Just hyperbole in the moment, charged type thing. They try to make a huge move out of that. And then,
so that's how you get kicked out.
And then John's like telling Bob, I'm going to quit. And Elaine's going to quit. And if you don't kick him out, that's why I didn't go to the show. And mind you, I was the personality of that whole show at that time. And I think they went to Detroit or something like that after that words. And everybody's like, where's Tank at? There's the show. And Bob's like, we got to fix this. And so somehow a letter came up of apology to their leverage of they were going to quit. I'm like, who cares if they quit? He's just he's a referee. He pulls the trigger on a gun and then he affects fights by breaking people up and giving people chances and everything else. He's a corrupt person. And who cares? But I guess Bob was leaning into the fact like, he's developed a personality for himself. So anyways, we're going to have this letter made and we'll send it to the McCartneys and then they can be soothed and then I'll be allowed to come back. And that was all around the same time with the Frozzo fight with my knee messed up and Bob being the slickster that he is.
But don't you think it's also just possible that Jerry Bolander got hurt? Because he fought too, right? He fought a fight first, right?
It's possible, but I'm a kind of a
little
cynic.
Conspiracy theorist.
Yeah, a cynic.
I see where you would feel that way. And I think in the early days, one of the things that Dana White does a really good job about is like he kind of he talks to everybody, have conversations with people, sit people down, talk to them, explain this is great, this is not so great, this is what we think we could do with you. Like, no, back then it was chaos.
Yes, absolutely.
It was chaos. And a referee today, they're allowed to stand people up. But back then,
No.
that wasn't.
I understand completely what you're saying.
Yeah.
But back in those days, those guys set up a lot of stuff.
What'd they set up?
All right, it won't come to me right off, but I will tell you.
It does. Well, you did. I don't want to put you on the spot.
No.
So you think that they had people that they wanted to win, so they made things work a particular way? Well,
like the Don Fry fight, him fighting is the people comment, it's not his friend. Who Mark Hall, that guy went out and did the job for Fry.
it looks like he did.
No, he did.
Yeah, it looks like it when you watch the fight.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And they fought before, too.
Yeah.
He just went out there and fell down. And then, regardless of how easy my fight before is, mentally, it's a whole different ball of wax.
Yeah, it's a different ball of wax if one guy goes through a war and one guy goes through a real easy fight.
Yeah, emotionally, in your head, like,
Sure.
you got to get all ramped up to go.
Yeah. Especially if you had a real close fight, your legs got beat up. There's a lot of things that can happen. One guy can knock a guy. The tournaments are so crazy because one guy, it's almost like it's better than not fighting because he lands one punch, knocks the guy out. Like, oh my God, I already won. I want to fight. I know I'm performing well. I didn't get hurt at all, and now I'm loose. My brain's loose. And then you could go through 3 rounds of hell with some fucking psychopath where you're barely surviving, both of you, and you get to the final round, and you're like, or whatever it was back then, it was 1 round, but you get to the final end of it, and you're like, oh, Jesus, I got to do this one more time with a guy who's fresh.
Right.
Yeah. And if you can rig that, and if you want to, you can set a bracket up. I'm not accusing them of doing that, but you could do it.
Same thing with the Anthony Macias guy that fought Oleg before me. Oleg went out and choked out his first opponent with a guillotine choke real fast. And then he fought Anthony Macias that winks at him right before the fight.
They wink.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like,
hey,
that obvious?
Where do you want me to fall down? And I fought the 2 biggest guys ever fought in the UFC. Well, a 400-pound guy and a 6'5", whatever, 300 or 280, whatever size you want to make. Real fights, not some guy that's out there laying down, going, okay.
Well, the early days, it was so loose, and you never knew when it was going to go away because it was already getting suspended from cable. Cable kicked it off. You could only get it off DirecTV back then.
With John McCain.
Yeah, John McCain. And John McCain allegedly was doing something for Bud Light. So he was working with Bud Light, and Bud Light wanted boxing.
Right.
It's kind of, the whole world was conspiring to keep MMA from flourishing back then.
Absolutely.
I mean, it was a real big deal. They would disparage it. There's a funny video of Bob Arum talking about it. They're rolling around on the ground like homosexuals.
I saw that, yes. I was laughing about that too.
It's amazing. It's amazing because he's such an old school guy.
Right.
For him saying that, it's very funny.
Immediately, I was like, "What's his angle? Why is he saying that?" And he's just
boxing.
he's trying to say boxing.
He's just silly because boxing's awesome. I love boxing. Doesn't mean the UFC's not better.
Oh no, it's a skill.
Yeah. Yeah, boxing is an amazing skill. It's an amazing skill, and it's a huge part of MMA. I mean, if you can't throw a punch, you can't win. But it's a different thing. You guys you're in. It's a game. It's a fighting game, whereas MMA is a fight. Well, boxing can be a fight too, but the rules are so specific. So limited.
When I went out and boxed the Atascadero thing, I came back here and went to Westminster Boxing Club, I believe it is. Anyways. I was fortunate enough. I walked in and Tyrell Biggs was boxing, and his trainer Matt Kierhard. I walked up and I was a white heavyweight, and back in those days, like, I'll train you, and I'm like, okay. He didn't have time for me, so I was like, okay. I'm slowly learning boxing, and his underling was on charge of me, and I go, when are we going to fight? And he's like, oh, you don't just fight. You got to learn how to box. I'm like, no, not me. I'm gonna fight. He goes, well, there's a show in 6 weeks in here. And I go, that's perfect. I'll do that then. You can't just do that. And I'm like, no, I can do that. And so this is also on video. I fought some guy that had been boxing for like 3 years. And I knocked the stuffing out of him. His mouthpiece went flying out of his mouth. And at that time, the guy that ran the gym was named Noe Cruz. And he was the trainer for Carlos Palomino. Old school Mexican, 6'2" guy, but knew his boxing skills like no tomorrow. And he went up to Mac and he said, hey, that guy's got something you can't train. He goes, you guys can be in here forever, but I want to train that guy. And Mac's all, I don't have time for him. I'm with Tyrell. He goes, we'll split him, whatever. So from that point on, after that first fight, I started rolling with Noe, not rolling, but boxing with him. And he's the one that got me sit down on my punches and all Mexican style, hard punches inside to the body, uppercuts, all that kind of stuff. And he used to swing those big old leather bags that are hanging from chains. And it was like an old warehouse that had been there probably since the early 60s. He'd swing the bag and it'd come back and I would just turn through and the whole gym would shake and his eyes would get all big and go, Noe was a great guy.
Do you ever wonder what would have happened if you went and pursued just professional boxing?
Yes.
Because a big white heavyweight with knockout power like you, that could have been very marketable.
That was the whole idea, and they were all into that. And I remember, because I would show up to the boxing gym with black eyes and cuts on my face after every weekend, pretty much. And in fact, on my trilogy, Street Warrior, that's the way he used to call me. Oh, the Street Warrior. And you go, oh, what do you do now? And I go, no, if only you don't understand. If they only had a fighting show with real fighting, not this boxing stuff. And he would just look at me and shake. He has a big smile and just shake his head like, you're crazy. And it happened. It was awesome.
How did you find out about it?
Well, I was driving. I used to work at a liquor store when I was going to college. And supplied my habit. But so I was looking through the Playboys and I saw an advertisement for Ultimate Fighting. I don't know what. It was one with the tooth fell out.
That was the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I had, I was living with two other guys, pirated cable. He climbed up the telephone pole type thing. And so I invited my dad over. And I said, hey, man, you got to check this Ultimate Fighting. I don't know if it's real or not. I suspect it's not. I think it's probably just an offshoot of professional wrestling. He said, oh, okay, I'll come over. So he came over and we're sitting there, drinking beers, watching the tube. And he came out with that grass skirt type thing. And I'm like, oh, see. And then I don't know who it was, Gerard Perdot or whatever.
Yeah, Gerard Perdot.
Yeah, and he kicked him in the face and his tooth went flying. I go, oh, yes, this is real.
It's real.
Yeah, I can't believe it, man. This is going to be so awesome.
So how did you contact them? Like, how do you wind up getting in?
Well, I was in jail for beating up this
cop son.
Right, and I got work release from that. From probation, I did like 3 weeks in jail in an honor farm, and then I went to like a probation apartment thing, went to work and came back. And that's when my friends, my friend who worked for his dad at the medical clothing company goes, "Hey, you know that guy Chemo that works at the bar?" And I'm like, He goes, "You gotta know him. He wears like that jean thing, and I'm like, yeah." And he goes, "You know Joseon?" I knew Joseon from the boxing gym. He goes, "They fought in that show." And I'm like, "Well, yeah." I go, "Why is that guy fighting in that show?" Because he would always, I had quite the reputation back in those days. He would come find me in the line and go, "Mr. Abitzer, this way," and cut me in front of everybody and walk me in.
Is this Joseon?
No, that was Chemo.
This is Chemo.
And I was, "Hey, thanks, Chemo." You know, and that's as much as I knew of him. Like when he was telling me, "You know that guy?" And I'm like, Anyway, so it was Chemo. And he goes, "This guy, Chemo, if that guy's in it, why can't you be in it?" That's when I was saying, "Make it happen." And he started calling Art Davey on the phone. And Art's like, yeah. And then he goes, "No, you don't understand. This guy is the real deal from the streets, man. Everybody knows who he is." And he's like, yeah, we hear this story all the time. And he's all, not from this guy. And then it was back in the day when he had like a table like this with the phone and the speakerphone on it. And so he goes, "Tell that guy," because I was sitting in the back. He goes, "Tell him I got some guy that's like 6'8", 300 pounds that wants to fight him. And we'll see you next week at this time." It was raining. So we ended up going to Art Davies' office in Torrance, right around the corner, I heard, from the Gracie Academy, I guess they call it. And so it was raining, and I had it was back in the days when they had brown paper bags for grocery bags. So I put my high top basketball shoes in there and like stretchy clothes that you would wear. I had it all folded up. And I walked in, sitting here like we are now, talking, and he's like, "Okay." And this is before they came up with the tank idea. And I said, "No, I'm a wrestler." And so he goes, "Okay, well, we'll be getting back to you." And he goes, "Oh, by the way, what's in that bag?" And I said, "Well, you said you had somebody that was like 6'8", 300 pounds that we wanted to fight." And he goes, "What?" I go, "Yeah, on the phone, you said that." And he goes, "You'd fight somebody?" And I goes, "Yeah, I don't go to jail." And he goes, "You're crazy. What? You're just crazy, man." And I'm like, "No, I'm down for fighting any time you want to do it." And he's like, "Oh," he just shook his head and we walked out. And like I said, did we go over the point of going where I got kicked out before even I got in?
No, we didn't talk about that.
Oh, so
they found out about your record before you got in? Is that what it was?
No.
No. You did something?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't know. I've never talked about this publicly, I don't think. So this is why I told the Central Casting Mafia wannabe guy that they kicked me out. This is why they kicked me out. So they gave me a 1-sentence paper that says, "David Abbott's going to be in the next show," whatever. And I didn't realize that it had to be 6 because the Gracies owned, according to my calculations, the first 5 shows before Bob took over.
Bob Meyerowitz.
For 6. And so lost my train of thought for a second. It'll come back. So he gave me a piece of paper and it says, "You're going to be in the show, not 5, but 6. And I'm like, "Oh man." And you're a young man and your patience is like, "I can't wait that long. I need like tomorrow,
Right.
And I was like, "Whatever." So I go, "Okay, let's work with it. Well, you can train." And so a wrestler that was, wrestling. Everybody knows the world and college wrestling. And this guy worked for a volleyball company, clothing company called Club Sportswear. And they used to sponsor volleyball players. And so Eddie knew him. I think they used to live together. Somebody lived with him that knew him. And he called up and said, hey, Dave's going to be in that UFC show. And so he goes, okay. And he goes, well, you guys want to sponsor him? And I don't know anything about anything sponsor, whatever. And he goes, well, let me ask my boss. And he goes, yeah, sure. This is new. He goes, yeah, we'll give him some clothes to wear and all that kind of stuff. And he goes, well, he wanted an airline ticket to go back and watch the show. I think it was UFC 5 in Charlotte. And so he sends me a ticket, and I'm like, wow, this is, I'm a kid. In my head, I was a kid, but not chronologically. I was a forever college student. And so I'm flying there, and I'm like, oh, man, this is so cool, these people to do this for me. And they gave me, like, bags full of clothes. I was like, wow, even socks and everything like that. It was like crazy. That's where I was in that time of life. And so we get there, and I had a big club bag, and they go, yeah, just try to get on TV, man, just so we can see our stuff. Well, I get to Charlotte, and I walk in, and it was like the lobby of a hotel. It was like a 2-story hotel, but it was a nicer, like a suites kind of hotel. It wasn't dumpy. And everybody in the lobby had their desk out. And at that time, it was martial arts. And it was Kung Fu Frank over there and whomever. Jiu-Jitsu Jeff over there. And I'm just like, and they're walking around like they're Steven Seagal with their chip on their shoulder and their chest out. I'm thinking, I'm like, what the heck is this, man? Are you kidding me? It looked like a swap meet for martial art wannabes. I don't know. And all these people are walking around like going, this is before UFC, even, people knew. They're like, wow. I can remember some guys. I was just like, are you kidding me? This is like insane. These people are like just playing the role. And so I just walked on by, and I was like, wow, I have a room. And I went to the room, and I'm like, wow, my first time really being somewhere by myself. And I'm fine with being by myself, but I'm like, what the hell am I going to do? So there was a UFC office in the hotel. So that's my first run-in with Karen McCartney. And I walked in there, and she's like, here you go. What do you want? And I'm like, wow. And I was like, hi, whatever. And Dave, the guy that set it up from the clothing company or the medical company, said, oh, you're going to be all set. You're going to have backstage passes. And I go, good, because I want to know what I want to do, and the lay of the land, So she's like, oh, yeah, whatever. And I'm like, okay, well, whatever. She's having a bad day or something. And so I go, what do I do? So I walked down to the lobby, and I said, hey, man, is there a bar around here? And he goes, oh, yeah, right across the street over there. Just down in there in the highway there. And I go, perfect. So I walk over there, and everybody's partying. I sit at the bar, and everybody's like, oh, what are you here for? And I go, that UFC thing they're having at the Coliseum or something like that. Oh, yeah, that fighting thing. Are you a fighter? And I'm like going, I'm not technically really a fighter. I go, well, I'm not fighting in this show, but I got a piece of paper saying, a contract saying that I'm going to be in the next one. So I can, you partied with me. I like to have a good time. So it doesn't take long before the whole bar is rocking and rolling around me, and we're having fun. Everybody's like, woohoo, man, Tank. And I'm like going, ooh, cringing, like, Tank. And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, yeah, woohoo. And so we partied it up, had a good time. And so end up going back with these guys to, there's like a suites hotel. So there was like a room, like a living room, and then you had your bedroom type thing. And we're partying it up, and it doesn't take long before security comes and knocks on the door and say, hey, people are complaining about you guys. And God, I'm probably swinging off the couch doing all sorts of crazy stuff. And I'm like, okay. Well, it turns out Meyerowitz is right across the hallway, and I think he called. So that wasn't a good thing. And I'm like, okay, well, keep it down. I don't even know who that Bob was. Art Davey was the guy. That's what he was purporting himself as. So I'm like, oh, whatever. And so toned it down. So go back the next day, and it all starts up all over again. And I'm like, yeah, let's go. And they go, hell yeah, we're going to the fight. And I go, yeah, let's go. So we end up, I got these backstage passes and stuff, so I don't know if I can sit with you guys. So they got tickets, and they were in this little cubicle block of seats just up on the first rail. They're sitting there, and I go, okay. And I go, hey, there's that Art guy. I go, hey, Art. And he's running around like he's Don King in a tuxedo. And I'm like, hey, Art, hey, you got my passes and stuff like that. And he's looking at me, he's giving me like the cold shoulder, like not even knowing. He sees me, but like, oh shit, I don't want to talk to that guy. And I'm like, oh, why is he being evasive? And finally, I called him over, and I started putting two and two together. Like you said, I'm kind of cynical conspiracy theorist. He would walk around the hotel like he was King Kong, like I'm the man type thing. And right when I went in to get tickets, and Lane and them are all in there, he's giving these two young girls these laminates and gave me the quick eye, like, what the hell is he looking at? Like, oh, sketchy look. And when I got to the show, when they just gave me paper tickets, and those two girls were running around with the laminates in the office. So I went two and two together. He gave them my laminates trying to get over with the girls, and just gave me some tickets. All right. So now just add a little alcohol, a little conspiracy thoughts going on in my head, and I go, on that little worm. I go, oh, I know what's going on. And so I go.
So you were supposed to get laminates.
Right, but those girls got the laminates when I went in to get
and those girls that he had just met?
Yes, they were just groupie.
Okay.
Ring rats kind of thing. Anyways, so I'm like, hey, Art. He finally walked over. I go, what the fuck, dude? I go, you give me these paper tickets. I go, I can't see anything. I just want to walk around. And in the back of my mind, I wanted to get their clothes on camera. I was going to do like a cameo walk by, Yeah. I was a kid. Anyways, or young, or ignorant, or whatever, unwise. And so I'm walking, and he's like, oh, I don't stay. You give me the shrug, and he walks off in his little tuxedo, and I'm steaming. And so that goes down, and the first fights go down, and one of the girls, there's like a group of maybe 10 people. She goes, hey, Tank, in the southern thing. She goes, I don't know. I was expecting something else. This is kind of boring, to be honest with you. And I'm like I was part of the show, And I'm like going, yeah, I understand. I think Gracie or Oleg or somebody fought and they were doing submission and it was boring. And so I go, let me tell you something. I promise you, it's not going to be anything like this. It's not going to be laying on the ground, rolling around when I fight. I promise you that. You have to believe me. And she goes, well, I hope so, because this, I can't get into my accent.
Right.
But she goes, I hope so, because this is boring. And I'm like, no, it's not going to be anything like that when I get in there. Trust me. And so that was the tone that was set. And more beers. I was drinking beer at that time. Maybe I was drinking some vodka then. But so we get back after the show at the bar, and I remembered everybody's like sitting around talking about it. And I'm like, And I went, hey, you know what? I forgot. There's a cocktail party going on. And I go, what? I go, yeah, there's a cocktail party going on. My guy told me about it. Like I had back passes and the whole 9 yards. I go, but there's a cocktail party with everybody there. Anyways, so I go, let's go. And they're going, well, we're not. How are we going to get in? I go, you're fucking with me, man. We can get in. Don't worry. So I went over there. I had an entourage by that time. Believe it or not, I didn't even fight. And we walked in, and they had typical banquet type stuff with silverware and the rolled roast beef and rolls and cocktails. And so I was drinking, and didn't take long before I started telling them that they were a bunch of pussies and that they didn't know how to fight. They don't know what the hell's going on. Wait till I get in there. And Jim Brown, the football player, was an announcer then. And I think he came up in a fatherly way, like, hey, calm down. Tell me what to calm down. I'll tell you what to calm down. I didn't have any respect at that time. And so things went on like that, and it ended up taking Jim Brown's, what do you call those things, like a derby.
His hat off?
Yeah, but what are they called?
I don't know.
It's like a hat.
I don't know what it is. Yeah.
The word escapes me right now. It was beret. He had a beret that he used to wear all the time. And
you took it off his head?
I took it off his head and I started walking off. And I got about 5 yards away. And he's all, hey, young man. And I turned around and I threw it at him. I flung it like a frisbee and it hit him in his chest. He caught it. And he looked at me angrily. And I was joking around, having fun, that's all. And that might just be the cherry on top, but the whole behavior was that the whole night. And we left because it was closing down and I had my fill of food, and we went back to my room and restarted the party up again. And then I left and came back, and they never called us back or anything. And I was like going, hey, man, what the hell's going on? And he's like, what did you do there? And I'm like, this is me. And I go, oh, no. And he's shaking his head. And then that's when Art called him and said, hey, that guy is a maniac. He's not only allowed to fight in the show, he's not allowed to be at the show. No effing way. That guy, he's crazy. And I remember my friend hanging the phone up and looking at me and slowly just shaking his head like, you blew it, dude.
So how'd you get back in?
I told you from the guy from the bar.
Okay, so they discounted all the things that happened in the past.
That guy made a phone call.
Well, it's a smart thing to do. I mean, regardless if someone's a maniac, it's a maniac sport. You just gotta have better security.
Okay, to lead up into meeting the guy that got me in, the professional wrestling guy.
Yeah.
Okay, so I get this phone call, you're out, boom.
Right.
And we go to this bar. And it's not it's a bar that normal people don't go to. And so, and we're in there, and I told Paul and Eddie that I didn't want to go there. I just go, I don't want to, it's trouble. And I was a well-oiled and primed machine for beating ass. And I'm like, and I had anger issues from being kicked out of my dream. And so they talked me into it. And I go, okay, listen, if anybody bothers me, you guys have to take care of business. And no problem. Man, we were supposed to be in a wrestling room training and fighting, but the wind got knocked out of our sails, my sail, but they were in there for me. And so we're in there, and it's a seedy place, and seedy things happen. This girl starts in with Paul. Paul disables her, and she falls on the ground.
Disables her?
Well, he foot swept her because she was clawing him. It's a dirty, it's a bad place. Anyways, so that Paul didn't beat up her boyfriend, I came up behind him and got double underhooks underneath him from behind and was pulling him back. And all of a sudden I hear this loud crack and a light flash across my eyes. I'm like, what the fuck happened? It was like, sounded like the jukebox machine got broke, the glass on it. What the hell happened, man? And I let go of Paul, pulling him back, and I turn around, and there's a guy with a broken pool cue standing there. And obviously, I put two and two together. And his eyes were like, oh, that didn't go the way I planned because he's still standing here. And I don't know because I was knocked silly, but I heard that he got hurt really bad. And that's why the bartender or bar owner wanted to extort money from me from having a tape of me beating up those guys.
Oh.
He's like, yeah, that guy came into my bar and almost killed somebody, and I have it on videotape.
I see.
And that's a long roundabout back to the story.
Got it. Yeah. So it was a whole lot of fights and a whole lot of chaos. When you were competing, were you like, what kind of training were you doing if you were drinking that much?
Oh man. See, I really like to address this. And everybody thinks, people don't think that I train. I ran a marathon. You think that you just get up someday and go, I'm going to go run a marathon?
Well, there's no way you didn't train.
Right.
You look at you were very strong. You were obviously, even though you were a big guy, your cardio wasn't that bad. You were definitely doing something.
You try.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you try fighting 3 times. On that day, the first UFC 6, I believe I could beat any man on earth that day. I was in my prime that day. The only reason why I lost is because of Big John McCartney and his breaking up the fights. He should have never broke that fight up.
Did they break it? So there was no rule at all about standing people up?
No, none.
I personally believe, and I've broken this down too many times to repeat it, but I'm gonna anyway. I don't think they should ever stand people up. I think if a person can take you down, and keep you down. Tough shit. Even if it's boring. Like, the whole idea is like, what's real?
Take it away from me about McCartney affecting fights. The first fight they had, don't quote me on this because I'm not a historian, but I believe it was Boss Rutan and Kevin Randleman. That was the first fight they had with judges. John McCartney got in there and broke that fight up twice so Boss could get back up and come back and fight him.
Were there rules back then about stand-ups?
I don't know. I don't think so.
That was an interesting fight.
I think
it was the first fight anybody ever won off their back, really.
Yeah, no, he shouldn't have won. If you watch that fight, and I just watched it recently, Kevin Randleman kicked his ass, beat his ass severely, and John broke it up twice just so he could to give Boss an advantage,
A chance to get back up to his feet.
Yeah, and Boss is nothing more than a charismatic pancrase. Pancrase is fake. Listen to Ken Shamrock. He said it's fake. Well, at worst,
There were
at
some real
best,
fights.
at best, it was predetermined, as Ken said.
I think there were some real fights, and I think this is true in all of Japan.
Okay.
There's some real fights, and there's some fixed fights.
But
Like when Boss fought Funaki, watch that fight. He beat the fuck out of Funaki. That was a real fight.
yeah, I haven't.
I don't know if you've seen that one, but that is not fake. He
Yeah.
beats the fuck out of Funaki. I mean, it's one of the worst beatings anybody's ever taken in Pancrase. Because Boss had figured out, instead of slapping, to throw palms like punches. You know?
Well, I'm not going to get into
I know you discredit a
technicals.
lot of people because
I'm not
just.
just. Yeah,
But like, Boss Rutan was a bad man.
I think.
When Boss Rutan beat Tioka Koshaka, did you ever see that fight?
I don't. It's a skills fight, and what have you. I did see the.
Tioka Koshaka was a very good fighter, and that was not. I mean, it was a skillful fight, but it was a brutal fight.
But was that Pancrase?
No, that was UFC.
UFC.
That was his first fight in the UFC.
I haven't seen it. He's had 2 fights in the UFC.
I think he had 2 fights in the UFC.
And in my opinion, I just watched it. He lost to Randleman. So he's 1-1.
Maybe he had more. Did he have more than 2 fights in the UFC? I can't think of a third.
I think he might have fought the Indian guy.
Yes, but that was Ruben Villarreal, right?
Yeah,
but that wasn't in the UFC. That was in another organization. That was like a later fight.
Right. No, I fought that Ruben whatever guy. That was my last fight. I came off of my hotel bed and walked into the octagon.
Didn't you have a fight with Scott Ferozzo in a backyard?
Yes.
That fight fucking great. We played that fight once on the podcast. We're like, this is so crazy. These guys are so wild. They're just fighting on the lawn.
Yeah, no, they called me up and said, I go, yeah, I'd love to fight that guy again. And I flew out there, and when they wanted to do it in an empty strip club.
How is this organized? Like, how does that
Some guy named Brian Grooms
just came up with some money,
yeah,
and said, "Hey, I'll pay you guys to fight on the lawn."
Well, he wanted to do it in an abandoned strip club, and I told him, I go, dude. He's like, I'm having trouble. I go, I'm not going to get arrested.
Yeah.
I go, I value my freedom, and he's like, yeah. And I go, I'll fight anywhere. He goes, will you do my backyard? I go, hell yeah, I'll do it in my backyard. And so we went there, and I don't know what version you saw. He put some edited version out of it, but he ended up going to the hospital again. I sent him to the hospital the first time, and he went again the second time because of his big mouth.
Well, you were punching him on the top, and he was like cheering, like he was having a good time. It was a kind of a crazy fight to watch.
Yeah, I don't know if he was cheering.
It was something like he was saying, "Woo, like this is great."
Yeah, he's trying
You know?
to act.
Yeah, like he's enjoying it,
Yeah,
enjoying getting beat up.
right.
Yeah.
Only if a girl's doing it to me.
How many fights do you think you had total in all of MMA and in street fights in your life? If you had to guess.
I have guessed. You know what? That's like asking Wilt Chamberlain about how many one-night stands he's had. You know.
Did he say 10,000?
Yeah. So like, you know, not 10,000. I kind of dabbled around before I got bored, and thinking like, wow, you know, the last couple of years, at least 2 times a week, at least. And then, you know,
That's
so
100 a year.
that's what I'm saying. And that I
2 times a week. 2 times a week is so. If you looked at a chart of the average person, how many street fights they get in, the 2 times a week, that is the smallest percentage of the population that's alive.
yeah, well,
Yeah.
I was into it.
What did you enjoy so much about it? Because
Well-
here's the thing: you're not a dumb guy.
Mhm.
You're like when someone can get to a conversation with you and you want to really start talking about things. You're a very bright guy,
Yes.
but you liked it.
Oh yeah, I
It
love
was like your favorite thing.
Well, you know, I broke it down and recently, not really recently, but after my surgery and all these kind of things, you sit around and talk to yourself all day. I come to realize, you know, there's a cliche, I'm the bully's bully, that kind of thing. I used to set up textbook narcissists that come in and display their narcissism around people. Like, you ever meet somebody that you're like, oh no, those two can't be around each other?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was the kind of guy, and I'm more of an empath than people know, but my ears would perk up and my eyes would open up when I saw a narcissist that they would try to belittle, put people down,
Okay.
and I would kind of like be, you know, and my brother's 5 years older than me, and I kind of maybe, you know, he's very athletic. I come from like a football, dad's a football coach, that kind of thing. And so maybe deep rooted, I was resentful of him being older and able to push me around or what have you.
Mm.
And so when I see these narcissists, and I be like, why would that guy be doing that for what? Like, what are you getting yourself over? And so I would put myself in their vicinity, and sooner or later, and if you look at me, like even today, when I walk down the street, people give me the eye, like, yeah, you want some? And I
Do they really?
Oh, hell yeah.
How are you looking at them?
Well, you don't want to know.
Like, hey, do you want some?
Yeah, exactly.
So looking at you back.
Yeah, no, I just smile and it's like, it's like, are you kidding me? And I feel like Billy Jack, you know,
Right.
like you don't know what you're going to get into. Same back in the day. And I would go, no. You know, I wrestled 190 pounds. I wasn't like I was when I was fighting. Once I knew I was fighting, I just ate everything and just got as strong and as big as I possibly could. So sooner or later, and I go, no. You're going to slow down there. And sooner, are you talking to me? One of those kind of back and forth. And like I say, fighting to me is like walking the dogs. I don't. Okay, we can go there if you want to. And like I said, I've been in a lot of fights, and talk about fighters' fortitude. You know, someone's biting my back or sticking their thumb in my eye socket. It's like, all right, just enjoy your time right now, because you're going to pay the price. And the more you beat people up in the street and in life, the more jaded and you get used to it. Like, you know, I can remember like maybe in high school or something, in early high school, you punch somebody and give them a black eye. It's like, holy man, wow. That, you know, like, you want me to put my hands on you, you're going to pay the price. I have to, especially nowadays, with my health being so fragile. There's a different kind of beating people. You know, when I was a youngster, I used to go to all open wrestling rooms all the time, and I remember this old warrior coach. He said, you know, son, human body can take a lot of pain, a lot of beatings. And I still remember it to this day, and I'm 59 now, and it just kind of resonated and ringing in my ears. Like, when you think you don't think you can hit them again, and the more they are a smart ass, and the more they beg for a beating, I give them what they deserve.
Did you always feel that like you had like an ethic for like when you would get in fights or when you were
Absolutely. You know what?
like you'd only get in fights with douchebags?
Well, yeah, but they act like, oh, nothing makes me more upset. Now, it doesn't happen so much now I'm older now, but like, you're going to tell me what to do or talk down to me. That I used to go, oh, really? Are we going there? Ooh,
There's a lot of people out there, and
everybody thinks they're tough.
Well, there's a lot of people out there that are just bluffing, and they talk crazy because they think that people are going to get scared. And
Yeah.
You see it all the time online. You could watch 100 videos of them doing it to the wrong person. It
Oh,
happens
yeah.
all the time. You do it to the wrong person, and they got. Like, did you ever see the Joe Schilling one?
No.
Is one of the greatest of all time. Joe Schilling, who's the man. He's a world champion kickboxer, fucking great guy. Joe Schilling's a nice guy. He doesn't start shit with anybody.
Right.
He's walking through a bar, and there's this really aggressive guy who's drunk, and he's talking a lot of shit. And Joe is walking by him. The guy moves, and he puts his hands on his shoulders, and he passes by. And the guy talks shit to him as he passes by. And Joe turns around and looks at him, and apparently the guy had been obnoxious all night, and Joe had been seeing him being obnoxious all night. And Joe looks at him and says, "What the fuck did you say?" And the guy flinches at him, and Joe just
Right.
2 shots, and one as he's on the way down, and he's out cold. Watch this video because it's a classic. Look at this guy. This guy actually wound up suing him and losing.
Yeah.
The guy sued him and lost. And so watch, Joe passes him, and then the guy says something. He turns around, like he flinches on him.
Yeah.
Wrong guy.
Well,
those videos, people love those videos.
That's the hundreds of
Wrong
people.
guy. Yeah.
That's the hundreds of people that I've come across.
Karma. You're like Karma's warrior.
Well,
Going out to the bar,
yes.
knock down douchebags.
But back in the day before I became Tank, oh my God.
Yeah.
All the time. You're like, who? Whoa. I've never acted that way. I have. Only because I would see them acting that way. I would go and overdo what they were doing.
Just to goad them on.
Yes.
Do you ever wonder what it would be like if you were born in a different timeline and you lived in today's UFC? Do you ever think about it? Like when you see how big it is now, and you see like the different rules.
You know, these kids and whatever. I guess they're kids.
They're kids to us.
Yeah, exactly. They think they put a new spin on the wheel. The wheel's been around for a long time, and you don't understand that just because you learned a leg lock doesn't make you tough. And there's some old bruisers out there that'll take it to you.
Yeah, there certainly are. But it's a different thing now. It's a different thing with the 5 rounds with the world championship fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's a different thing.
It's like more of a skill.
I think it would be the problem is people wouldn't enjoy the entertainment value as much because people would get tired. You can't really fight for 15 minutes straight. You're going to get exhausted. But you
Right.
can fight for 15 minutes if you take a break every 5 minutes.
Oh, there's not a problem, I don't think, with rounds. Like, but when somebody like, say, McCartney gets to pick and choose when to break up the fight,
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
it opens
even
the
though
door for corruption.
I'm even though I'm a hypocrite, so I will say, like, when I'm doing commentary, they should probably break this up because I'm getting bored.
Mhm.
But I really do believe that. I mean, I think if the thing is they're allowed to break them up now, it's part of the rule set in activity. But I don't think that should even be in the rules. I don't. I also have another controversial opinion. I think if you take a guy down and you're on top of him at the end of the first round and you're ground and pounding, I think the second round starts in that exact same position. They have cameras. It's super easy to duplicate.
They've
Why
done
would
that in Japan.
They should do it. They should do that here. Why should you be allowed to start standing up, which is a hugely advantageous position for a striker?
Right.
Hugely, and you didn't earn it. You did not earn the stand-up. Like, if you got taken down and you got controlled, you never escaped that. And you might not ever escape it if it wasn't for you being stood up and you starting for the next round. Like,
Right.
who knows? So not only do you get to get up, but you get a whole minute to recover, and then you're started in an advantageous position for yourself. That's not, it's like it's imbalanced. It's imbalanced. If a guy is, grappling is a huge part of fighting. And if you're not a good wrestler and you're not a good grappler, and some guy can take you down and hold you down for the whole fight, that's the fight. That's how it should be played out. That's reality. The reality is you never earned a stand-up. If you can't figure out a way to sweep that guy, if you can't figure out a way to get an underhook and get back up to your feet, then you stay down. And that should be what fighting is, even if it's boring, because at least this way it's realistic.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Mark Coleman, ground and pound.
I also think that if you're not touching the cage, as long as you're not touching the cage, knees to head to a ground opponent. I don't think you should be allowed to turtle. I don't think you should be allowed to just turtle and a guy sprawled on you and he's got a hold of your, like, a head and arm, and he's on top. Why wouldn't he knee you in the head? Of course he would knee you in the head. That's a very effective technique that would end fights. That should be legal. As long as you're not touching the cage where you're not stuck somewhere,
right,
where you can move, you got to fucking move. You can't stay there. You can't allow that guy to hold you in that position. If he does, it's just as legitimate as getting a tie clinch and landing it standing up. It's the same thing.
Stalling.
Yeah, well, you can't be in that. You're not safe there. Also, touching the ground and avoiding knees to the face. Bullshit. You can't do that. Like, they should be able to knee you in the face. Like, you should not touch the ground, because if you touch the ground, your face is wide open. You should be like this, or you should figure out a way to get out of there, or he's going to win, or he got the best position. There's too many rules that make it less about a fight and more about, like, winning with the rule set. Like, the touching the ground thing is so crazy that guys have a guy clinched up against the cage, and if the guy touches the ground, you can't knee him in the face.
Right.
That's bananas. It's literally bananas. The guy standing up chooses to touch the ground so that he doesn't get kneed in the face.
Right.
That's a crazy playing the game part of the rules that doesn't lend itself to realistic fighting. That's not fighting. That's not like an accurate assessment of what would happen in a real fight. If you leave, like, some of the most effective things, other than, of course, eye gouges and nut shots and shit, but if you leave that stuff out, then you're leaving out, like, really effective techniques that would definitely work and probably would end a fight, especially knees to the head to a grounded opponent.
Right.
At 12 to 6 elbows. What? How the fuck is that still in there? I think they're taking that out now, right? Isn't that out now? They were just informing me they're either close to taking that out now, or you know where that came from? They were worried that people break bricks and ice on ESPN,
Okay.
so they banned the 12 to 6 elbow. So it's still, all these years later, 2024, it's still banned. It's fucking crazy. They vote to remove. Nice. Okay. So this is in January. So is it into effect already? Is that it?
New Jersey. I don't know if it's in every. I don't know if it's like countrywide, worldwide.
If it's ABC, I think it is. I think it is because Hunter Campbell is the one who told me about it. It was either him or Craig Borsari. But do you know the guys who run the UFC now? You ever go?
I haven't been. I've been on a medical hiatus for
tell me about this, because They told you you were going to drink yourself to death, and they were right.
I did that.
You
Yeah.
came close.
No, I
You
did
came
it.
close, and you came back.
Yes.
What happened?
Well, you saw what I used to do. I just kept on doing it.
I mean, what happened physically to you? Like, what
Oh,
surgery did you have
I
done?
got a liver transplant and a kidney transplant.
Holy shit!
Yeah, and I died 5 times on the table.
Holy shit! Did they do both at the same time?
No. They did the kidney or the liver first and wanted to make sure it took hold. And then months later, they did the kidney.
How old were you when this was going on?
6 years ago.
Okay.
But I had 53.
Yeah.
I had 5 strokes too. So sometimes I struggle. It's hard. I was for a long time, really, really slow. Like
After the strokes?
Yeah, it was all on the table. And so, yeah, it was a rough.
So do you have to take medication to make sure that your body doesn't reject the organs?
Yes.
And does that fuck with your immune system?
Well, it is about the immune system.
But I mean, does it fuck with you? Like, do you get colds? I always wondered.
No, but you know what happened is like I almost died from that too. I was 2 days away, according to the doctor. I got roundworm infection.
Ooh.
That was, they think, hanging around for a long time. And once I got on anti-rejection medicine, it didn't have any
Resistance.
right. So it started flourishing, and they didn't know what was going on. And I was like, "No, you don't understand. I'm dying, and not literally, but from pain." And they're like going, "We don't know what's wrong with you." Anyways, I couldn't take it anymore, so I ended up doing 30 more days. This is after a while of being home. And I was actually going to the gym, crawling around on the wrestling mat, doing that kind of stuff. Turns out the doctor that saved me, Dr. Toto, he saved me twice, 2 different surgery type things. But he did a biopsy of my bowels and stuff and found that I had roundworm. And he's like, you know where you got this from? And I'm like, I have some guesses. And so.
Where do you get roundworm?
Well, I don't know. I went to Costa Rica a few times, but I don't know.
Is it like a tropical worm?
Yeah. Roundworm is like a intestinal thing.
Okay, so it's probably from something you ate somewhere.
Right.
Right. And so now it's just overrunning your body.
Yeah, slowly. And I was in the hospital after I did like 4 months the first time. And the second time I went to the emergency room, couldn't take it anymore twice. And I was there for 30 days on morphine. And it was very painful. That's when I developed a chant of pain is temporary, pain is temporary. And oh my God, for a month, they finally and cut me open and did my bowels and found that I had roundworm. And 2 days of medicine and I was better.
Wow.
Yeah. I imagine people dying from that must not be very nice.
Yeah, I talked to this dude once who told me that like 90% of people that live in tropical climates, 90% have some sort of parasite in their body.
Well, possible. And
Want to hear a nutty one?
this is what I was going to say.
What are you gonna say?
Okay, because I didn't say it. So when we went to Japan for the first time, I was there with a Brazilian fighter, and he was eating a lot of food. And Isaacs, Bob, all of them are like, Jesus Christ, you see how much food that guy eats? And I'm like, who? Oh, and I go, oh, that's a guy. I don't give a rat's ass. What are you going to do? And so I say, hey, why are you eating so much? And he's, I go, you on the gas? What's going on? And he's, and I'm like, yeah, on the gas, huh? And he's like, no, it's the worm. And I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? Some type of Portuguese thing. And he was in front of everybody. And when I was in the hospital, David Isaacs came and saw me quite a bit. And he's like, don't you remember that time? He was saying, why are you eating so much? The worm. He goes, it's a roundworm. And I'm like, wow, I never thought of that could be possible. We were always eating dinners with all the Japanese people and everything. And I'm like,
you could definitely get worms from food. You know, if you get tapeworms or roundworms, like that's a motherfucker.
Yeah, almost killed me. The infectious disease doctor came in with his badge and everything. He goes, yeah, you're down to like a couple days left.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Especially with the medication you were on, right?
Yes.
So the worms are flourishing. So you get rid of that, and they give you medication, and now now you have to get a kidney transplant after the liver transplant.
Piece of cake. That
was easy.
That was really easy.
So the liver one was the bad one.
Yeah, I did over 120 days in ICU.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What is that like?
Hell. I was laying there, and my wife told me, obviously, that they were saying, it's time for you to start thinking about taking them off, unplugging me. It's getting to that time. And she said, it was like the surgical ICU floor, like they could do surgery right there in your room that you're in. And at Cedars-Sinai, Beverly Hills, yay! Anyways, she's like, the doctor, Dr. Toto, he came to her and said, hey, it's time for you to really start thinking about, does he want to live like this? And I guess she told me I was just laying there with a tracheotomy with my eyes open and nothing moving. And she was there. Anyway, so David Isaacs came there. And they're going, he goes, I'm going away for the weekend. I'll be back Monday. And so they were talking about it, holding my hands. And David Isaacs said, have you ever seen Awakening? I haven't seen it. He goes, it was like Awakening. He goes, you had our hands. And he goes, you just, like your eyes came open and you started shaking your hands up and down. And so they didn't unplug me. I'm still here.
Wow, was that close? And you died 5 times.
Yeah.
Do you have any weird memories of that?
When you have cirrhosis, went to the doctor's hospital and made it out by my house and got a specialty doctor, digestive, whatever, GI doctor. So he put me in touch with Cedars-Sinai. You got to have a sponsor, someone to sponsor you to be allowed into the organ system there, transplants. And so I went there, and it was like a, meetings and association type, we're going to take you on. And then they say, okay, we'll see you in 2 weeks. You cannot drink anymore. Do not drink. You can't do it. Not even a little bit, nothing. You're done. Not a problem. And so I'm like, after a year, I'm like, oh, man, what the hell is going on? I mean, they just go there and they take your blood and go, okay, see you later. Well, till the last time I went there, and you go in these little rooms and you got these like bed type chairs, almost like dentist chairs, and I'm sitting there, and they walk out and they take your blood, and then she walks in, the nurses and the doctor assistants, and all of a sudden they get this panicked look on their face. And mind you, I've been doing this like a year and a half, and I've met with the doctors, and the doctor said to me, he goes, I'll do surgery on you, but not until you lose weight. He gave me like 50 pounds to lose. I lost like 75, so they knew I was serious about the whole 9 yards. And so there was like, I'm sitting there in the chair, kind of like I am right now. And usually it's kind of like, hey, how you doing? What's going on?
Right. But they were much more serious.
Very serious. And I'm like, looking at my wife like, man, what's going on here? And, she basically died with me during this whole time. And I'm like, what's going on? This something's not right. And she's like, I go out there and see what's going on. And she comes back and goes, we're not going home. I'm like, what are you talking about? She goes, your kidneys aren't working. And I'm like, okay. And anyways, so I'm like looking at her like, what the fuck? What's going on? And it was like the most alone I've ever felt in my life, except for her. And the doctor and everybody are not making eye contact with me, not doing anything. And a gurney comes in and they throw me on a gurney. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, they don't hear you. They don't see you. You just become like a log. You know what I mean? You're sensory void. You're non-existent. And I remember being pushed out of the transplant centers across the street of the hallway underneath tunnel type thing. I remember laying there and the fluorescent lights above me looked like freeway lane lights, lines. And I just remember laying there just going, oh man, this is the real deal. You're dying. But consciously, it was like I died. It was like no one talked to me. No one heard me. No one saw me except for my wife bouncing back and forth trying to, hey, what's this? You'll be all right. You'll be all right. And I'm like just being pushed down this hallway to the hospital. And I remember getting pushed into this room with all these machines. It looks like the movies. And I'm like, wow. And I remember just laying on the bed there and just going, oh. And then my wife's like, like comforting me. And I'm like, wow. And to me, that's when I died. And then I woke up with Isaacs and my wife there. But I guess I was in that room for 6 days on the machines. And they were waiting for a transplant to come in. And one came in and told my wife we got one. And she's like, oh, thank God, and we're going to do surgery. Well, it turned out somebody else was waiting for one also, and they were a better match. And my wife said, They're a better match. She's an angel. She said, let them have it. So the doctor came back in, she said, like 6 hours later. And he said, all right, we're going to go to surgery. And she's all, I think you're messed up, even though you shouldn't be. But I think you messed up because we gave that other liver to somebody else.
Kidney, right?
No, liver.
Okay.
The kidney is later. My kidney stopped working.
Okay.
So they put me on dialysis, I guess, and waited for 6 days. And so she's all, no, they gave that liver to the other person that was the better fit. And he's all, this never happens, but we got another one. This never happened ever. So they did me. And I was in a catatonic state for weeks and weeks and weeks. And then they were talking about unplugging me, the dialysis machines and all that kind of stuff. And he goes, I'm going to go away for the weekend. This is obviously conveyed to me from my wife. And take the weekend to think about what you want to do. Because, this could be the best he gets right here. And she said the whole floor knew that was talk happened. And she said everybody that she would walk down the floor with, their mood changed. She said it was total darkness. It was like she'd walk down the hall and everybody would usually, hi, Sally, hey, how you doing?
Right.
And she said they were just like, oh, poor girl.
Right.
And then Isaacs came in, and she said they were both holding my hands. And I woke up. And
how's his experience changed your perspective about just life, knowing that it almost went away?
Yeah. No, I'm a totally different person, completely.
That's what you were telling me when I first saw you today.
Yeah. No, I'm not. I used to be like I hate to say it, narcissistic. Like I'm gonna conquer the world, and no, you can't mess with me. And now it doesn't matter. I didn't care. Oh, you have that? Good for you. I'm glad for you. I don't know. Sometimes maybe before all of this, I'd be like, oh man, how that guy do that? Oh man, I got to do that. I'm better than that. I can do that. Now it's like, good for you, man. Go out and mow down.
Isn't
whatever.
that a way better way to interface with life?
Absolutely.
I wish more people could learn that lesson.
It took the hard way for me, but it's
so unfortunate
true.
that so many people go around angry at other people's lives.
Yeah,
and thinking that they deserve what that other person has. It's such a waste of time.
100%.
It's so bad for you too. You're carrying around just a bunch of extra bullshit for no reason, and you're doing it to yourself.
Yes, and I with Dana, I was in a dark place, and just there's some medical things about that when you get ammonia in your blood, and it makes you crazy. Like they had like a warning thing around my room, like watch out for this guy. Like I guess I kicked a physical therapist in the chest and all this stuff, and I was ripping my cords out of me. But it's called encephalopathy.
Mm-hmm.
And I would just like to my poor wife, to people that I've known for years, I was just talking crazy nonsense, like almost like Alzheimer's type. They don't, and they would tell my wife, like, he's got ammonia in his blood and his liver doesn't work and it's poison in his brain and he doesn't know what he's doing. And I believe that I left, according to my wife, because she would listen to me on the phone, I'd leave Dana choice messages.
Dana White?
Yeah. It's not funny, but it's funny if you realize how sick I was. I thought I was going to die. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, I was living the rock and roll lifestyle. I used to joke around. Rock and rollers couldn't even hang with me. Once I got into WCW, those guys live rock and roll lifestyle. It's like an athletic rock and roll lifestyle. And I, as you can imagine, pushed it to the floor and pedal to the metal, man. I was getting down.
Was there ever a time where you were realizing that if I keep going,
Yes.
something's going to, when was that? When did it start feeling like that?
I use this, well, when I was wrestling, I mean, it was the rock and roll lifestyle. Like you fly on a jet, boom, 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 go for an 8-day loop, fly home, do your laundry, do your thing. And that kept me from really taking off crazy. Well, once WCW got sold and my contract was still valid and I had money coming in and a whole bunch of time. So leaving Las Vegas with Nick Cage, when he's the agent and he gets fired from that show, or not show, but talent agency. And he's like, Ben Saunderson. And he's like, what am I going to do now? I got to go to Vegas. I was Ben Saunderson after WCW was done, and I wasn't leaving every week to go somewhere new. I was like, what am I going to do now? And I go, I guess I'll just drink myself to death. Not consciously, but
that's what you were doing.
I was getting down.
So
man.
that's when the liver started failing.
No.
No.
My liver started failing when I went back to the UFC. That's when I held on, man. I pulled it physical feat. But when Dana called me to come back for the to do my comeback thing, I'm like, sure. And I kind of got into shape. But he flew me out to Atlantic City, I believe, and he goes, okay, need you to be down here tomorrow. We're going to do a shoot, this whole 9 yards. And I pride myself on being responsible and doing what I'm supposed to do and being there on time. I'm one of those kind of people. And so I go to wake up, and this is like, I'm coming back kind of thing. And I was supposed to be at this shoot. I could not. I was like, could not get out of bed. I was that sick. And I almost missed the whole show. I just crawling to get there. And I got there halfway through the show, and his agent or his person that worked for him came up to me and goes, oh, here you are. Where were you? And I'm going, oh man, I just didn't feel very good. I was awful, like nauseous, sick all the time.
So I think that's when your liver was starting to fail.
Yeah, there's stages,
Mm-hmm.
and that's kind of, it's called a compensated liver, decompensated liver. It was a compensated liver, and it's like all the things where your liver stops working. And you get sicker and sicker, and that's when you start turning yellow. They would pump my stomach or my cavity, pull out like a couple 2-liter things all the time. It was just poison just running through your body, and like encephalopathy going through your brain. I was a complete crazy Like, Ben Saunderson is the guy in Leaving Las Vegas.
Mhm.
I make him look like a kindergartner. I was that out of control. I was insane. I can look back and just go,
Have you thought about writing a book?
I have written a book, and I'm glad you brought that up, man. Thank you.
Is it out?
Yes. It's a trilogy. I wrote a 900-page trilogy.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you bring it? Did you bring the book?
Yes, I did. It's in my bag over there. It's 3 of them. The first one's called Bar Brawler, and it's about when it's 300 plus pages long. It's about how the mid 80s and early 90s, how people used to be, and how there's some really graphic fights in it, and who some people think it's an autobiography, but it's written as a novel.
Okay. That's a good way to do it.
Yes, and the main character is Walter Fox, and Walter Fox, it's how Walter Fox goes through his life beating people up at bars and all that, and ends up fighting in a show called NHB, and they call him Crazy Fox. And it's how Walter Fox, through all these trials and tribulations, ends up as Crazy Fox at the end of it. It's a trilogy, 900 pages long plus.
Did you write all this by yourself?
Yes, every single page. I didn't have a ghostwriter or anything.
Just sit in front of a laptop? You write it up by hand?
I scribbled it out on a spiral notebook, bunch of them.
Yeah.
And I hunt and pecked the whole 900 plus pages.
Wow.
3 books.
Why didn't you just learn how to type?
Because I'm dumb. But
Well, Hunter S. Thompson never really learned how to type. Hunter S. Thompson was hunting and pecking when he was writing, like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
I'm telling you this, especially if you're a fight fan. It's called Before There Are Rules, and it's awesome. I'm pumping myself up. But if you want to know how a real fighter, in my eyes,
Before There Were Rules.
Yes, that's the 3rd book. The 2nd book is Cage Fighter, and the 1st book is Bar Brawler, and it goes pretty much the whole what we've been discussing. It goes through all of those things.
And where can people get these books?
They're on Amazon.
Okay.
And it's some people think it's an autobiography. Like I said, it's
fiction.
Exactly
it's
right.
Fiction, folks.
Was it plausible deniability?
Yeah, exactly. Fiction, folks.
And there's like there's a fighting promoter, matchmaker, and his name is Big Bart Shady. And of that show, the NHB show, the referee's name is Winchell Duncan. And he's a little guy with a big ego. And so you could draw parallels, but I don't tell you how to think. But it's actually how Walter Fox got all the way through the bar scenes and everything that I discussed. It's how Walter Fox ended up becoming Crazy Fox.
Have you done a audiobook for this?
Yes.
Did you read it?
I listened to it.
Oh, okay. Somebody else read it.
No, it's on AI.
Oh, AI did it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I was worried about the inflection and everything.
Right.
It came out really good.
No, they're very sophisticated now. It's pretty incredible what they can do now.
It's awesome.
David, thank you very much for being here, man. You're an American original. You really are. And it's been cool to know you all these years, and you made the UFC a very exciting thing in the early days. You were one of the big reasons for its early success.
Yes, I believe so.
I think so too. I think everybody thinks so. And I appreciate you, brother, and good health to you. I hope you feel better. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody, your website, anywhere else people can see your stuff?
Oh yeah, no, just Amazon. Before there are rules.
Do you have a website?
Yeah. Well, what's it called? Instagram.
What's the Instagram?
Tank.abbott.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, anyways, yeah. Like I said, I've had 5 strokes, so it's amazing that I'm even talking. So, but what was I going to tell you? There's my stroke.
I don't know. We were talking about website, Instagram, buy the books on Amazon, your Instagram, tank.abbott.
Oh, yeah. Before there are rules. The first word, I wrote, like I said, I wrote every single page of this book. The first word is misspelled. So all you narcissists,
you just get preemptively blocking people getting mad at you for misspelling things.
No, I put it out there as bait for all those narcissists to tell me how dumb I am.
Well, you could have just corrected it.
No,
You're just always playing games.
Yes.
All right. Well, thanks, brother. Thanks for being here, man. It's great to see you again.
It's a pleasure.
And
Thank
again,
you for having me.
Best of health to you. Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
What's it like to be the king of the world, Tony Hinchcliffe?
I got to talk some shit.
You're killing it, man. It's exciting. It's an exciting time for you.
Yeah.
I hope you're enjoying it.
Oh, I'm having a blast.
Is it weird? Does it feel weird?
Kind of, because I wasn't expecting like a big moment or like a different boom, a different outside thing, because I'm just content here, chilling. I had my Kill Tony stuff and all of our stuff, but yeah, it's awesome.
It's so interesting to watch. It was funny that Brian Simpson said that he's with you at the store, and he said he goes, I watched Tony Hinchcliffe become real famous in real time.
Yeah.
Like you could see, like with the first show when you're warming up, getting ready for the roast, then after the roast, people just going crazy.
Yeah, it was weird. I got bumped by another comedian my first night at the store, and then I was the special guest, super treat the rest of the week. Like it was like I was the secret weapon, kind of. So I was unbumpable.
We should be bumped anyway.
Right.
Bumping is horseshit.
Yeah.
Bumping is a thing that it was around the store back in the old days, and they should have got rid of it a long time ago. It's one thing if like some superstar Dave Chappelle type Chris Rock character wants to pop in, Louis C.K.'s in town, and they want to do 15 minutes, that's all great. But what used to happen at the store is you would get these comedians that were just doing it for an ego flex. Mm-hmm. They were just doing it because they wanted to be able to bump other folks on the roster, and then they would do like a fucking 45-minute set and ruin the timeline of the show. Everybody's supposed to do 15 minutes. There's like fucking 16 people on the show. It's a long-ass show. How many people are on? Like
16.
Is it 16?
I don't know if it still is. It might be 14 or 12 or something.
A lot of fucking
pandemic.
Yeah. It's crazy that some people will sit there from show open. They will sit there from 8 p.m. and they will be there till 2 a.m. Yeah. I've seen it.
Oh, yeah. I've seen it many a times.
Some people are just like, especially those tourists, comedy tourists.
Yeah.
They'd come there from Australia and Ireland and shit.
Yeah, they don't want to miss anything.
We're getting a lot of those at the mothership, man. There's a lot of people from other countries. They're telling me they're flying in for this.
All the time.
It's wild. They come in, they do like a weekend, then they go do Kill Tony, and then they'll do like one of our shows. Mm-hmm. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, man. I always ask now during the commercial break where I get to talk directly to the Kill Tony audience, and I ask, how many of you live in Austin, Texas? Make some noise. How many of you flew in just for this? And it's always a bigger pop.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It's like this city's become like a vacation destination for stand-up.
For the arts, I think you can come here and listen to live music, the best, and live comedy, and get to see a lot of fucking freaks.
Yeah, it's just fucking what a time we're in, man.
Yeah.
Boy, did we get lucky. I mean, we just keep getting lucky, dude.
Having Shane here is a death blow to the other cities. Took him out on his first boat trip on Sunday, and we drank.
Of course, if you with Shane, you're drinking. Did you drink Bud Lights or did you drink real alcohol?
I drank whiskey cokes. He drank Bud Lights. We always fucking meet.
Yeah, that dude can put them away.
We
do not fuck around with Shane Gillis.
God.
Do not try to drink with Shane Gillis.
We had so much fun.
He's
Cracking up, man. Listening to Drake on the river.
That's awesome. He's the best.
Yeah.
It's so nice having him here. And it's so nice having Joey here all the time now. Joey's coming again in a week.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. I was just with him in New Jersey.
Yeah.
He was so hilarious. He was so hilarious at the fights. He was out of his mind.
That's what I was telling Lewis, is like, even the few people that we, really want that haven't moved here are coming here all the time. Like it's a Vegas residency or something like that.
Yeah, Theo was there too at the fights, and he's coming in July.
Yeah.
So we'll do more stuff with him too. Yeah, it's just we're lucky as shit, dude. I mean, I say it all the time, but it's almost like the universe wanted this to happen this way. It just seems like every light just turned green right when we got up to it.
Unbelievable.
It's like, it didn't make sense. Like, this isn't gonna work. Green light. This isn't gonna work. Green light. Hey, this might work. Green light. Oh shit, it's happening. Green light. It's wild.
Yeah. And it's a special fucking place, man.
Yeah.
I love this city with all my heart. I never thought I would leave LA, and then when the shit hit the fan and riots and governments, and you realize taxes are absolutely insane for what we were getting, and I feel more at home here than I ever did there. And I was there for almost 20 years.
Yeah.
But when the plane's landing and you look out the right side and you see downtown Austin instead of downtown LA, it feels more like, oh yeah.
It's a better place for comedy too, in terms of like you don't have the traffic. It's not a grind. It's the middle of the country. So if you want to travel to other cities, it's easy to get to. The club situation is amazing. There's so many clubs. There's Cab City. There's Creek in the Cave. There's the Vulcan. There's a Sunset Strip. There's the Mothership. There's what else? The
Black Rabbit.
Black Rabbit.
They're
the Vita
everywhere.
Room.
Shakespeare's.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's an amazing situation. It's
Yeah.
like, and you realize like you don't have to live like that. You don't have to be stuck in this crazy city of insane traffic and crime.
Right. I can see 5 comedy clubs from my windows and where I live, and I don't even think anybody in New York has that. I don't think you can look down and see 5 comedy clubs from where you're at any given point.
Look, New York has more clubs and more people, and New York's awesome. It's not a contest.
Right.
It's not a contest. It's like that whole like New York is the best. I don't know. If you like it, it's the best. Like it's whatever's great for you.
Right.
But this is a crazy place right now. And LA used to be crazy. And now LA's just a fucking steaming pile. It's on fire. It's just fucked. Speaking of fire, do you see the sky? You know what that is? In Mexico. Oh, we need to Google this too. Because Mexico has a new president, and I heard that 30 plus presidential candidates were assassinated. Oh, that might be just a TikTok meme. So I have to find out. So let's find out in real time. But the sky, the reason why the sky is so cloudy looking, that's smoke from wildfires in Mexico.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they did a controlled burn, and they go, whoops.
Oh, boy.
They whoopsied. Whoops. Listen, 37, excuse me. Claudia Sheinbaum was elected the country's first female president after a bloody election campaign that saw 37 candidates assassinated. And that's our neighbor. Whoa. We live next to a fucking crack house.
That's on fire.
A crack house on fire run by a Jew. First lady. More than 36 candidates were assassinated, including a local government candidate in central Puebla State who was killed on Friday, increasing the total number of those killed to 37. Who the fuck would want to run for office in Mexico?
Dude,
that is so crazy. That's so crazy. And look how few people. Look, 20,000 positions to fill and 70,000 candidates. If you have 20,000 positions in America, how many candidates you have? Probably a lot more because nobody's getting assassinated. Right. That would be one way to start thinning the herd.
Yeah. Taking them out.
I mean, how far away? I mean, sounds crazy, right? This is Mexico. It's not America. We don't. How far away are we from like seeing another JFK type situation?
Man, I mean, Jesus. Fuck. Could be close. Seems like there's a candidate that the government really doesn't want.
There's this one guy. What's his name? One guy who went to the UFC this weekend and got like a 30-second standing ovation.
Yep.
Almost as big as Dave in Ohio, but not quite.
Right.
Not quite.
They're changing the tone on this. I mean, like, you know, they're doing it. They want to try to make him look like a bad guy, but people just aren't stupid anymore. I mean, there's obviously still like half the country doesn't get it, but
so many rappers. So many rappers are showing support for Trump now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Because now he's got a felony.
Right.
Right. I mean, like, now they realize also he's getting trapped by the system, just like everybody's been rapping about. Being trapped by the system, this bullshit system. And you watch it happen with him.
Exactly. Yeah, I was just talking about this. It's like I don't think they were counting on the black voter being like, hey, they just fucked that guy. That's what they do to us.
Yeah, this is what they do to everybody, and they pretend they're there for you while they're letting in immigrants. And you know what, man? Here's the problem. Here's the real problem. Republicans won't be the solution either, kids. The problem is people in a position of power. The Republicans seem like they are your solution, but it's just because the people in power right now are the Democrats. Whenever the Democrats are out and the Republicans are in, everybody is dying for a Democrat. I remember when Bush was president, after the second term, everybody was like, good Lord, can we get a fucking reasonable Democrat in here before this country goes Christian nationalist and goes crazy and starts every war?
Yeah.
And then Obama comes in like, things going to be great. But it kind of seems like kind of the same, you know, and the whistleblower protection that he promised, actually probably like one of the worst on whistleblowers ever. Drone strikes, kind of a shitload of drone strikes.
Yeah.
The whole thing was bonkers. It's just the same structure with a different face. It's Bill Hicks's joke. Bill Hicks's joke about, I think the puppet on the left is to my liking. Well, I'm more aligned with the puppet on the right. Hey, there's one guy and he's holding both puppets. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with money. Mm-hmm. We're dealing with money and power. And it does, you know, if you think that's where a person like a Trump character does make a difference, though, because he truly does not give a fuck. And especially now, after all they've done to him, just all the things he survived. Yeah. I think this guy was beloved until he's about 70 years old.
Yeah.
And that's when he starts running for president. Actually, he was a little bit mocked before that, while Obama was in office, because he was one of those people that was a birther.
Yeah.
You know, I'm one of those people that I don't give a fuck where you were born, as long as you're not actually a undercover terrorist. You know, if you're like clearly like a regular person that just happened to be born in Nigeria or happened to be born in Saudi Arabia, but now you're here. You went to school here, you got friends here, you got family here, you love it here. America's the shit. You can be president. Like, I don't really think that you have to be born on a certain patch of dirt to run it. That seems like Viking shit. That seems so old.
Yeah.
That seems so dumb.
What about the 35 thing? Is that the age?
Yeah, that's a good age. Up until I was 50, I was retarded. So I don't think that's a bad thing. I think 35 is good just for humans. I think you need a certain amount of life experience. You need a certain amount of trials and tribulations, character testers, a lot of education, a certain amount of like changing your perspective on the world, because we all do that. as a young man, I was very liberal, super, super liberal. You know, I mean, anything the Democrats believed, I believed, never interested in anything the Republicans had to say. All they wanted to do was like shove God down your throat and stop abortions.
Totally.
That's what I was
No,
saying.
I was 100% with you on that.
Well, a lot of that's brainwashing too, right?
Yeah. I was super liberal until I got my first paycheck in the state of California. And then everything started changing.
Yeah. People get rich, they get Republican real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's a lot of really rich people that are Democrats, which is interesting because they got so much money, they can vote Democrat.
Yeah.
They got so much money, they don't even try to protect it. California is considering a 30 cents per gallon tax on the miles, or 30 cents per mile, because so many people have electric cars. So the gas tax is losing money. And they want everybody to have an electric car by 2035 or 2030. 3035 would actually be realistic. 2035 is crazy. There's like not enough. We don't have enough stuff.
Right.
We can't build all those cars. Like, what are you gonna do with all the cars that are gas? You know how many cars there are? There's more cars than there are people. There's more cars here than there are people.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, well, a lot more. Well, first of all, there's people like me that have a bunch of them.
Right.
They throw it off. You know, that throws off the divorce thing too. You know, people say, 60% of all marriages end in divorce. Right. But a lot of those are people that just get divorced a gang of times. They go all Jennifer Lopez on the deal.
Yeah.
And just like, I'm in forever. Fuck you.
Yeah.
You new person. I'm in forever. Fuck you. And then
She might have another one on her hands.
yeah, it looks like she's going down again.
Yeah. Ben, something was up with him at that roast.
He bombed.
Oh, my goodness.
You can't bomb if you're married to Jennifer Lopez.
Mm-mm.
You can't strike out. You can't bomb. You can't fall when you're walking up a flight of stairs, or no pussy.
Right.
This is just how it works.
Yeah.
You want the Viking queen alpha female?
Yeah.
If you want to,
Yeah.
that's what you get, man. She's still that way, and she's like, what, 51? She's crazy hot.
Yeah.
Crazy hot at 51.
Yeah. Ben was a
He hung in there.
deer in headlights.
He hung in there.
He tried his best. But, yeah, he stood out on that roast.
Maybe it'll be over. I mean, maybe their turbulence. Maybe they'll get through it this time. Maybe they don't want to do it again because they were together 20 years ago. You just gotta figure out like how to be who you are when you really like each other. Like, remember in the beginning? Isn't that fun? You appreciated each other. Figure out how to recapture that, because that's still the same person. Just people get sick of each other. You ever get sick of a guy you work with and you quit the job and you're like, I fucking miss that dude. You know, they become part of your little community.
Yeah. That's why I keep working with Red Ben.
I love that dude. He's a character. There's only one of those dudes.
Mm-hmm.
You see his new tattoo?
Yeah, he showed everybody. By the end of the night, I was going around going, hey, did you see Red Ben's new tattoo? Did you see Red? Because he was just showing everyone wasted last night. We had another banger of an episode. It's a miracle that I'm awake right now.
Who was the guest?
It was Luis J. Gomez and Sal Volcano.
Oh, nice. Sal was on the podcast last week. He's great.
It was great.
He's a good dude, man. He's fun. Real fucking super nice guy.
Yep. The bucket was the story, though. We get some great new comedians out, a new golden ticket winner as
I
of
have to
last
see
night.
Lewis do stand-up. I haven't seen him in a while. I heard he's killing it. I heard he's doing really well. Duncan saw him at the Creek, and he said, dude, he was so funny. He was really laughing hard. He goes, I was really impressed.
He
I'm
had
like,
to do
that's
it.
great.
There was can't remember who was headlining this weekend, but he was doing a clean set because he's doing a
It was
special.
Mike Vecchione.
That's right, and he's doing a clean hour because I don't know why.
Why is Mike doing a clean hour?
Yeah, but so he asked Lewis to be clean, and me and Matt were in the green room. And we're like, wait, Lewis is up and he's supposed to be clean. Let's see what he's doing. The first thing we hear is like, nice balls, you shithead, or something like that. We were dying.
This is not going to be clean.
Right.
First of all, you shouldn't ask a guy to be clean. You
Yeah.
can't ask a guy to, especially a guy who literally is on a show called Legion of Skanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
He has a festival every year called Skank Fest.
Yeah.
Skank Fest.
Mm-hmm.
You can't ask him to be clean.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Vecchione is so fucking funny. It don't matter what bombs could go off before his set, and he'll go up there and kill.
Yeah.
It's not going to affect. People will fall into your rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're grown-ups. But we used to think back in the day that clean people couldn't follow dirty people. That was always the thought. I think that's a dumb thought. Like, Jim Gaffigan can follow anybody.
Yeah.
It does not matter. He gets into his rhythm, and then he does his thing, and he puts you in his mind, and then you're off to the races. Like Brian Regan, same deal. That whole thing about like clean or dirty, like who fucking cares? Sebastian, another great example. Who cares? Just be funny.
Yeah.
He's just funny.
Oh yeah.
It's just if Sebastian started talking about getting his dick sucked, it would be funny too.
Yeah.
It's just funny.
That would be fun. A dirty Sebastian special.
Yeah. If like apocalypse breaks out, and this is a few, and Sebastian starts doing roids now. He's got a gun, carries a gun on his hip. If we go like full Mad Max,
yeah,
that's happening in Mexico, kids. 37 candidates assassinated. That is basically the doorway to Mad Max.
That's crazy.
37 candidates assassinated,
and all the
imagine that was happening in America.
Well, what's scary is like what is that lady? That the question becomes, what's the winner gonna do that the other 37 weren't gonna
do? You're not gonna be a rebel. Rebels don't live.
Right.
You know, that country's run by money, just like this country's run by money. But instead of the military industrial complex, it's the supplying Americans with drugs.
Yeah.
That's what it is. That complex. Yeah. It's not the military industrial complex and the pharmaceutical drug companies. They run this. It's just money. It's the same thing. And in Mexico, they make their own laws because everything's illegal. And so they are running things with selling us drugs. And until we make drugs legal, which nobody wants to do, that's going to continue to happen because you're not going to stop people from wanting to do drugs, and you're not going to stop people from selling them drugs. You're not going to, especially if they're from another country, especially if they're running that country. And they've been doing it so long, they've amassed so much resources and money. They have tanks, they have anti-aircraft weaponry, they have everything, man. They have fucking hundreds of billions of dollars. Like, who knows how much money they have?
Right.
If you added up all the cartels in Mexico,
well, I bet the Jewish president knows exactly how much money they have.
I bet she knows. I bet she knows. I bet they know where she sleeps, and I bet she follows the rules.
Yeah.
I guess you have to. Like, if you want to be president of Mexico, that is a totally different proposition. They Kennedy 37 people a year.
Oh my God.
They're so crazy.
Unbelievable how close we are to them.
Yeah, you could walk there.
Yeah.
You could walk there. Like, Cam Haines has run like longer distances in races. Especially if you're down in South Texas. My friend who lives in South Texas had a guy die on his property.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, probably dehydrated or sick or something. He just couldn't make it. It was in the heat.
I only went to Mexico once. We were in San Diego, and we drove down, and the first thing I saw was a dead body leaning against the rock with that split that says this side's America, this side's Mexico.
Yeah. And
we were high as shit. So, like, we were immediately like, was he going back?
Did he drown?
Coming in? No, he was just dead. He was just a dead old Mexican guy.
Oh, like old age dead.
Well, probably I mean, it could have been anything. Who knows? I have no idea. But
you're not a doctor?
No, he was arms crossed with a thing over his head.
Oh, Jesus.
And
so they had him like
he was
literally arms crossed,
laid there
like
next to the rock like a corpse.
Maybe somebody didn't have money for a funeral. Like, hey, Grandpa's been real. Take care. Love you. Yeah. Let somebody figure this out.
Yeah, that's
you know how much money a fucking funeral costs? That's the thing Joey Diaz hit me to. He goes, you know what a fucking scam is? These fucking mortuary homes and the funeral homes and all that shit. You have to do it. You have to do it even if someone wants to be cremated. You have to embalm them. So you have to pay for that. And then you have to pay for a coffin. And then they try to upsell you. Don't you want a Cadillac of a coffin for Grampy? Grampy always liked red velvet. He was the king. Dressed Grampy up in his nicest suit in a red velvet, and it cost you $40,000 for the whole thing. You're like, what am I doing?
My buddies pulled a Big Lebowski. We had a comedian that we all started with named Skeezy, and he passed away. And nobody in his family wanted to claim the ashes, so Benji and Matt Edgar were like, well, we'll put him somewhere. He loved Venice Beach. Let's take him to the beach. So Benji goes to the Venice Beach mortuary or whatever, picks up the urn. They go to the ocean, and Matt's kind of watching Benji, and he goes like waist high in the water, and he dumps out Skeezy's ashes, and it all just starts to compile all around Benji. And Matt's laughing, and fucking Benji's cracking up. And as he gets out, like the ashes are like following him, so they're like all over his body. So he had to go shower in one of those Venice Beach like public showers to get the ashes off him.
From what I heard, someone told who are they talking to? There was some podcast they were talking about. I kind of wish I could remember, so I give them credit. But there was some podcast where they were talking about what you're really getting when you get Grampy's ashes. It's like you get ash that's just sitting in the bottom of this furnace. It's not necessarily your grandpa. They don't like clean it out perfectly.
Right.
No one's watching.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit. Also, what it really looks like when they burn someone, when they burn the body, you have like fragments of bone and shit. There's a lot. See if you can find like images of what it looks like when they actually cremate someone. But the guy was like, you're not getting ashes. And not only that, sometimes they just throw other stuff in there, like cement. You'll get cement. You're like, they don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Like, it's symbolic.
Right.
It's just a dumb thing we do. What you're supposed to do is let that body feed life. We're so stingy. We don't even let our bodies feed life. So that's what it really looks like. Look what it looks like. It's bones and chips and shit.
Ew.
Theo had a mortician on before.
Oh, maybe it was Theo. Did he say that?
I don't know specifically. I was trying to
I bet that's exactly what it is. Now I'm thinking about it. I don't know.
It could have been anybody.
Either way, there was someone was saying that a lot of the stuff you're getting in there in disreputable. I'm not saying all of them, of course. Some of them, I'm sure you're grampy. But other disreputable ones, they don't give a fuck. They'll throw fucking kitty litter in there. Here, go worship the kitty litter. You fucking idiot. They don't care. They're just doing this in and out and in and out. And here's the other thing. Do you know how many guys wind up fucking the female corpses?
No.
Do you know that this has been an issue? Yeah. My friend claims that when he was young, that they went to a funeral home and that the guy came to, like, they were ringing the doorbell, the guy wouldn't come, they're knocking on the door. It was like for someone in their family that was dead, and the guy was in the back and came out. He was sweaty and out of breath, and they were like, what the fuck is this guy doing? He was acting super fucking sketchy and really weird. And they think he was back there with one of the corpses.
Oh.
Yeah, he goes, he just felt like he just fucked somebody. I go, really? He goes, when you think about it, it's like these women are hot and they haven't deteriorated and no one's around.
Oh, come on.
Yes.
There's rigor mortis and stuff. It's hard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be like.
Reported cases of employees sexually abusing dead bodies are relatively rare. Yeah, if they get caught. Perhaps the most prolific necrophiliac. Do you remember the one that the bit Kinnison had?
Mm-mm.
Oh my God. It was how I found out about Kinnison. I found out about it through a girl I worked with. This girl I worked with reenacted Kinnison's bit about homosexual necrophiliacs paying money to morticians to spend a few hours undisturbed with their freshest male corpse. So Kinnison did this bit where you ever see the bit?
Mm-mm.
Oh, it's a fucking classic, dude. It's a classic. See if you can find the bit. Play it and then we'll just edit it out. Fucking YouTube.
Yeah, they're tricky, man. We gotta fucking play the game.
Listen, they're awesome.
Mm-hmm.
They're awesome. They have the best platform. I mean, it's the most accessible. It's so easy to share. The sharing things is huge.
Yeah.
Because you don't really share Netflix movies and stuff. I tell people, here it is.
Sickest thing.
Wow.
What a bit.
Yeah.
So this girl that I worked with, this was at the Boston Athletic Club. She got down in the parking lot, and she was lying on her stomach. She was like, oh, I mean, life keeps fucking in the ass even after you're dead. It never ends. She's like doing it, and I'm howling laughing at her doing an impression of Kinnison. Wow. That's how I found out about Sam Kinison.
Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking amazing.
That was before I was even thinking about doing comedy. I was 19.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, wow, that's crazy. What's he doing?
Yeah.
I just what? I remember watching him for the first time going, oh, that's comedy too? Like, I always loved comedy. I always used to watch The Tonight Show.
Mhm.
Like, when Richard Jenny would be on or Seinfeld would be on. I loved The Tonight Show. I loved stand-up, like, even at the Improv. Like, when I was, like, I wasn't even 21. I went to see Jerry Seinfeld with this girl I was dating. We're just sitting there like, wow, seeing comedy. And I went to another. But I always thought comedy was that. It was like the TV comedy, you know, and then there was Richard Pryor, and then there was Eddie Murphy. But I never thought, like, sick shit could be funny until I saw Kinnison. I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like, that's a different thing. I didn't know that was comedy, too.
Right. No, I'm with you. I was a Jim Carrey guy, and you know, when I was young, the funny faces and all the silly noises and stuff and everything, and then when he did Man on the Moon, and I saw that darker side of things, and Andy gets fired from the Improv right at the beginning of the movie, and I realized right then that he was making money performing in front of live audiences, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? Wait. So there's like a lower level before the Tonight Show and stuff.
Right.
And I started going to libraries and stuff to look up books on Andy Kaufman. I would look up Andy Kaufman and find any book that mentioned him. I went down this crazy dark rabbit hole.
I used to go to Jerry's Deli all the time. That place was awesome. It was a great place because it was 24 hours. You could always go there after shows. And they had a photo of Andy Kaufman on the wall. So it's Andy Kaufman when he worked there.
Mm-hmm.
So Andy Kaufman, while he was on Taxi, took a job at Jerry's Deli just to wait tables.
Yeah.
Just to, like, be weird.
Yeah.
So these people would be getting their fucking tables cleaned up, and they're like, wait, what? Are you is that Latka or whatever his name was?
Yeah.
What was his name?
Latka Gravis.
Yeah.
And that's back when,
Look at him.
you know,
He's fucking working there while he was on Taxi.
yeah, back when there's only 3 channels, so there's not a ton of famous people.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Boy, you had to hang out with famous people back then because nobody understood.
Yeah.
Nobody got you.
Yeah.
You know, Jesus Christ. Imagine like a famous person like a John Belushi back then.
Crazy. Too much pressure.
Well, the shows, the amount of people that would watch those shows, too. He used to bus tables at a restaurant at the height of his fame on the television show Taxi. Kaufman would stay in character as a humble busboy, always denying that he was Kaufman. Oh, Jerry's went under. The Studio City one went under, too. Oh, God. They closed them all. Are they all done?
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah, we were stuck going to Norm's when I was there a few weeks ago.
How's Norm's?
It does. If you're hungry enough to go to Norm's at 3 or 4 a.m., then it's just fine.
My favorite is Cantor's.
Yeah,
Cantor's is the shit.
Yeah.
That is the quintessential Jewish deli.
Yeah.
Like their pastrami Reuben, off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the charts. They have the best pastrami in the city,
Yeah.
as far as I've had. Like Jerry's was really good. Cantor's is one level above it.
Totally.
One level. You feel the cholesterol like right in your veins.
Yeah.
And it's just the sauerkraut and the fucking Russian dressing and the rye bread. Come on.
God.
Come on.
I've been eating like such shit lately. That spaghetti, that spaghetti and meatballs from Boa here fucked me up, dude. Spaghetti with Wagyu meatballs.
Oh, you've been going that a lot?
I've had it twice since then, and it's like I have to stop because it's literally like heroin. I feel like shit afterwards. I feel like shit the next day. It's like crazy. I don't know what the hell they have in that fucking pasta. It must be 1,000% like Heisenberg level gluten because it is addictive and makes you feel terrible. But it makes you so happy for the 6 minutes that it takes me to eat the entire dish.
And
Just
then you feel
rolling it up.
30 hours.
Yes. Yes. It's the closest thing I'd imagine to heroin that there is. Of course, there's probably a bunch of people on heroin.
But isn't that similar to getting drunk? You know, if you drink a little bit, you feel great while it's happening. And the next day, like, I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I did that last night.
Yeah, it's the same thing. I ate with Joey Friday night in New Jersey. Went to his spot, Il Nido. Oh, there is nothing like East Coast Italian food.
Yep.
It is a different thing.
100%.
It's a different level. It's a different level. That Il Nido place, I would fly in to go to that place.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. That was charred clams on this fucking insane toasted bread. That was spicy rigatoni. Dude, it was off the charts.
Yeah.
That's the meatballs. Off the charts.
Yeah, whole different
The
level.
steak was perfect. Everything's perfect. That's bone marrow with potato puffs. Oh, dude, it was so good. And that's what is that? What's that called? The thin sliced beef. What the fuck is it called? No, ceviche. No, carpaccio.
My crew, we did Cleveland and then a night in Pittsburgh, and Youngstown's dead in between the two. So we stopped off in Youngstown for lunch and got 2 different types of pizza from 2 different places. And everyone's minds are completely blown because you cannot get pizza like that anywhere. You could try to find something in Chicago, but that's Chicago, and New York's New York. There's not that middle, not deep dish, not thin crust. But in Youngstown, there's 20 places unlike any place anywhere else.
So what's like a hybrid of deep dish?
It's just a normal old fucking like school lunch pizza, but different types. Belleria's famous for their Briar Hill, which is, just plain with shaker cheese and some green peppers, which is diabolical. Because if the sauce is good and the bread is good and the cheese is good, you don't need anything else. It's like a simple.
Yeah, well, that's what Portnoy always gets. He always gets a plain cheese pizza.
Mm-hmm.
You watch his reviews of cheese pizza?
Sometimes, yeah. I love the ones where the people get mad and shit. It's so good.
Yeah, if it doesn't meet up to his standards. I mean, the guy's eating everybody's pizza.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you got to know what the fuck you're doing. But he says that New Haven, Connecticut is like where some of the best pizza in the world comes from.
That makes sense. I could see that. A lot of those offshoot Italian spots where they hit away, like Youngstown, like that. I guarantee Pittsburgh has decent.
You know what they have in common? Mob activity.
Oh, exactly.
New Haven has a lot of mob activity.
100%.
I used to work at the Joker's Wild. It's a place in New Haven, and the owner was a crazy convict.
Yeah.
Just out of his mind. And I saw the owner beat a guy in the face with his shoe. Took his shoe off and beat a guy in the face with the heel of his shoe.
Oh, yeah.
He had blood all over him. Oh, fucking disaster.
Those people need pizza.
They figure out how to get the good pizza.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how that's the case, though. If you have like a serious Italian neighborhood, you're probably got a little bit of mafia influence in there.
Totally. I mean, that's all they know. You got to bet on things. You got to run things. Get a tax here, tax there, protect them.
Imagine owing money to a bookie. How terrifying that would be.
Yeah.
You're on the run. You owe $100,000 to this guy. And you're trying to gamble on other games to make it right.
Yeah.
Like Uncut Gems.
Oh, yeah.
That movie gives me so much anxiety. You watch that movie, like, don't. Oh, Jesus Christ. What are you doing? I'm fucking.
Dude, I watched the show that gave me more anxiety than any show I've ever watched in my entire fucking life.
What?
Baby Reindeer.
Oh, I've heard. It's insane.
It's the scariest thing ever. It's the scariest show ever. This guy's nice to one person who he doesn't really want to be nice to, gives her a water or a tea or whatever, and she falls in love with him, and it is the scariest show. I think it's supposed to be a comedy. I don't think I laughed once. The comedy part's not funny. He's also trying to be a comedian. None of it's funny at all, but it's literally you're watching for the anxiety. I started it, and then I'm like, I don't want to watch, but I have to. And I just kept going, and it's fucking frightening.
Have you seen the actual lady go on Piers Morgan?
Yeah. And she's literally like how she is in the thing.
She's insane.
Oh.
And happy to talk about it.
Yeah.
And claiming she's not insane.
Right.
And not knowing how insane you look.
Yeah. Fucking frightening.
It's wild when people don't know how insane they are. Mm-hmm. And you watch them like, oh my God, they think they're sane. They think they're fine. They think they're going to go on there and make a good argument.
Those are the most insane people. The ones that don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
You been watching the Fauci hearings?
No.
Whoa. Dude, it's wild. It's wild.
What's going on?
Still like deeply in denial about everything. They're confronting him about emails they got, about deleting emails in preparation of a Freedom of Information Act request. They got emails from people that he worked with saying, that don't worry, Fauci is too smart to talk about this stuff on emails. You'll either have to deliver something to him or meet him in person. There's all this like weird deception shit. There's people that said this is clearly leaked from a lab. Look at the Fair and Cleavage sites. They have to be that's put into the virus to make it more infectious to human beings. They're talking about it in the email. And then that same guy, after talking to Fauci, like 3 days later, is like, it's ridiculous to think this came from a lab. This is clearly from a natural origin. And they're all talking about discrediting people who are talking about the lab leak theory. I mean, what they did was insane, and they did it in front of everybody. And finally, Fauci has to talk about it to people. But he's still in denial about all of it. There's no science that says that masking for children works. There's no science that says that vaccinating children works, that it's good, that it's overall good. And the amount of people that have gotten wrecked by this, they're starting to recognize it in other countries, and they're talking about it in other countries. They haven't quite gone public with it in all the newspapers in the United States yet. But in the UK, they're blaming it. There was the thing about Germany today. There was a front page of like a major newspaper. Somebody sent it to me. I'll send it to you, Jamie. But they're finally starting to talk about it. And they're talking about excess deaths in the Philippines. They're talking about the amount of people that are no longer having children, the amount of less children that are born. Because one of the side effects that is claimed is it wrecks women's fertility. Then it wrecks men's fertility too. It's just the baby numbers are down by 1 million
too, but I couldn't tell what newspaper it was from.
Yeah, I don't know. I bet if you
Right.
take the title,
I'll take the writer's name.
but they're talking about it. Analyze data.
Where was it?
Just here we go. It says researchers from the Netherlands analyzed data from 47 Western countries and discovered there have been more than 3 million excess deaths since 2020, with the trend continuing despite the rollout of vaccines and containment measures. Experts said the unprecedented figures raised serious concerns and called on governments to fully investigate the underlying causes, including possible vaccine harms. This is wild stuff, man, because now that we're getting an understanding of how much deception was involved, like trying to blame it on a natural origin when they clearly knew it was a lab leak, and they still don't say it's a lab leak. It was clearly a lab leak.
Yeah.
It's clearly, obviously I'm not a doctor, but in my eyes, it looks like a fucking lab leak. And most people that are educated think it's a fucking lab leak. And this guy still is denying it.
Yeah.
And was denying that it's even gain of function, that they even funded that research. But they changed the definition of gain of function for this particular vaccine.
What did they change it to?
The definition of gain of function on the NIH website was changed. It was updated.
So that was from the Telegraph.
The Telegraph.
Okay.
COVID vaccines may have helped fueled rise in excess deaths. The excess deaths have to be discussed, and no one wants to, because that's the real thing. The all-cause mortality deaths, the big uptick in cancer and what they're calling turbo cancer. Obviously, again, I don't understand any of this stuff, but Peter McCullough was talking about what the mechanism behind this rise in cancer would be and how it could be tied into it. He was explaining it like from a medical perspective, and it was just, the whole thing is so nuts. Like, when are we going to learn? Like, when are we going to learn?
Yeah, it's crazy. Being back in LA, they rehired the people that they fired for not being vaccinated. Like Rose is like running the joint, kind of.
Finally got someone with a brain.
Yeah, assistant GM. And I don't know, it just brought me great joy to see things like that, at least
sort of back to normal.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just
that part was the part where I'm like, gotta go to Texas. It's time. They're forcing people to get a shot of something to work at a dirty night comedy club.
To fly and to do everything, and they're lying about whether or not it's going to stop the virus. They lied about it. They said it's going to stop it in its tracks. It was all bullshit. There was no data that showed that it stopped it in its tracks. Even one of the people in the vaccine study got COVID.
I mean, literally.
One of the people died from COVID. Did you know that?
Uh-uh.
Yeah.
so many people that got the shot got it immediately.
Mhm.
It was, I mean, it's crazy. They're literally like, I've had COVID 4 times. I got 2 shots. I got 3 boosters. I've had it 5 times. Like, it's like so contrary to what the whole thing was supposed to do. I mean,
I'm just hoping that people wake up and realize that we have this idealistic perspective that they're looking out for your best interests. But whenever there's enormous amounts of money to be made, they will distort the facts, even if something is beneficial. I mean, let's just pretend that there's no excess deaths. Let's pretend that it just causes a bunch of neurological issues and autoimmune issues, which it seems to do. Let's pretend it's just that. Even that, they're not going to tell you about. They're not going to tell you about it until it's already there's problems. They've shown that with the Vioxx problem. When they had that Vioxx scandal, they knew. They had emails saying we're going to have problems, but I think that we'll do well with this. Talking about financially. Because you got money people, man. Money people aren't medicine people. But medicine is medicine, and medicine's to help people. But it's run by money people. So you have the scientists that create the awesome medicine, and then you have the money people who figure out a way to fucking sell this to people, force people to take it. And when you watch videos of all the different things, and during this thing, one of the things is that Fauci was claiming that he didn't coerce anybody to take the vaccine, but there's this whole recorded conversation of him talking about if you keep people from working, you keep people, like if Amazon says they're not going to hire people at big corporations, you have to be vaccinated to fly. He goes, it's shown that people will drop their ideological bullshit and get vaccinated. You can imagine. Just imagine that's from a public health official who knows that it doesn't stop infection. He has to know what the data is. He has to know. It was all just to get people to take it. And they made so much money. And the government, this is the weird thing. There's $710 million was earned. And Fauci's claiming that he never made any money. Zero. He said he got $0 from it. He said he got like $122 from a monoclonal antibody patent that he has. It's crazy that they work for the American people with taxpayers' money. And they create something that they put a patent on, and then that makes them hundreds of millions of dollars. $710 million. Mm-hmm. Like, where'd that go? You didn't get any of it? But the other thing they showed was that Fauci's income, his net worth went up to $11 million. So he made a lot of money.
Yeah.
Maybe sold a book.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it was legit.
Yeah, I saw something of him on my Twitter feed, him just playing victim.
Mm-hmm. You see that the guy behind him? This is a fucking amazing video. This guy behind him, when Fauci's talking about the death threats, the other guy's like, yeah, two guys making this face. Have you seen it, Jamie? I'll send it to you. It's hilarious. The dude's hilarious.
But anytime anybody does that, in my mind, the stuff that...
Playing victim?
Yeah, the stuff that I've been through, like, and seen, because I had a lot of death threats during quite a few phases of my... my jokes being out there. That's hilarious.
There it is. That's it. Give me the volume.
I mean, it's such a joke. You probably...
You 2 individuals, and credible death threats mean someone who clearly was on their way to kill me. And it's required my having protective services essentially all the time. It is very troublesome to me. It is much more troublesome because they've involved my wife and my 3 daughters.
At these moments, how do you feel? Keep your mic on.
Terrible.
Do you continue to receive threats today?
Yes, I do. Every time someone gets up.
Yeah, well,
that was the other thing. They blame podcasters.
Right.
They blame podcasters, and they said that we're responsible for 200 to 300,000 deaths.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
Hey, man, you made it.
Yeah.
First of all, don't blame us. First of all, you made it.
Yeah.
You fucking made it. You funded it.
Yeah.
You were a part of the research.
Andy was the main salesman on the air every day when we were watching the news, because there was nothing else. We wanted updates. We wanted to see when things were going to open, if any positive news was there. And we had him.
the richest thing of all is Chris Cuomo's now taking ivermectin.
Oh my God, Dave Smith bodying him is one of the greatest all time. I mean,
I said this before, and it was that. I said it was going to be Mike Tyson versus Marvis Frazier. Like, what have I got myself into? And that's what it was.
oh yeah.
But he did it to himself. He did it to himself. I mean, Dave did it to him for sure, but Chris did it to himself. He just has this bizarre way of trying to like lawyer it up and twist the words and turn it into something that's okay. I didn't say that. Where's the clips? And then they show the clip.
Yeah.
And he's still trying to pretend that they weren't mocking people for taking horse dewormer.
And there was more than that. These clips, they do a funny thing over at CNN. I think we were talking about this the other day because of a joke that I do in the headlines. They do a funny thing where they can change the headlines after a certain amount of time.
Oh, yeah.
They can change they can delete videos. They can copyright strike them. They have control over what they've done. And they went on and on and on. There was a whole thing with it. I was obsessed with CNN because I find propaganda to be very, very interesting. I want to know what everyone else is seeing. I want to know what the audiences are seeing.
Especially the people that aren't really paying attention.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't have friends that know what's really going on. They don't they don't know the whole history behind everything.
And I know it's not real. I look at CNN like most people look at pro wrestling. And I look at pro wrestling like it's pro wrestling, like it's real. No, but I mean,
yeah, it is like pro wrestling.
Especially during that time, I was studying that so hard because I knew that I knew something was fucking rotten going on.
They don't know what to do about Israel and Palestine. They're just like trapped. They're trapped in the middle. Did you see in Philly where the gay pride parade ran into the Free Palestine parade? They wouldn't let them pass.
Yeah.
Like, no, our thing's more important.
Right.
Than you guys fucking each other.
Yeah. Crazy.
It's just the woke eating woke. It's the left eating the left.
Yep.
But that's what they've always done. They eat themselves. By the way, the right does it too. The right does it too. They did it all. They do it all the time. It's a human characteristic that we can't really just say one side does because it's not true.
The gay parade and the Palestine parade meeting up in the middle is like the time Kid Rock shot a bunch of Bud Light.
No, because nothing's gonna die. No business is gonna get crushed by it.
It's like, no, you guys don't want to fight each other.
Look at this. Look at the Free Palestine, the gay pride. It's a standoff. It's a fucking flat out standoff.
Hijabs versus blowjobs over there.
No pride in genocide. So they're stopping the pride parade. No, you can't have your parade. Our parade's more important. I love the masks. I just love them. Look at all these people with masks on. It is the liberals' MAGA hat. It is. Yeah. I've said it a million times, but that's what it is. It's a fucking MAGA hat.
Oh my goodness.
These dorks. How many of them had fucking masks on, man? It's crazy. They don't even work. I mean, they work as well as that lady's visor that's turned backwards.
Yeah. And they definitely don't work against AIDS. So wearing one at a gay pride parade is completely pointless.
Imagine you think the mask, this is going to protect you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're wearing a mask outside, and meanwhile they butt fuck strangers in glory holes and stuff. So it's like,
I honestly think it's more of the Free Palestine people that were wearing the masks.
You think anybody's ever worn a mask out of glory hole?
What's that?
Because they don't want to be identified in photos.
That's true too, right?
Pretty much most of it.
You think most of it?
Yeah, retaliation. Yeah.
I don't think it should be legal to wear a mask in public.
I agree with that.
I just think it's too creepy. You could rob someone.
Yeah.
In New York City, if someone had a mask on in the past, you'd be like really wary. Oh my God, this guy's got a ski mask on. Fuck.
Yeah.
It was scary. It means they were going to rob you and you couldn't identify them.
Right.
Why are we allowing that? It doesn't work.
Right. The
data's in, kids. Doesn't work. It never made sense. Even in the early days of the pandemic, there was this famous doctor that went viral because he was doing vape hits and he would put a mask on and the vape smoke would blow straight through the mask. And he was explaining like, these vapor particles are bigger than COVID particles.
Yeah.
Like it's going right through that mask. It's not stopping jack shit. And you're going to get it.
Right.
You're going to get it. And, they said, the masks work at the margins. Like if you fuck with the numbers, because here's the thing. How many people wear masks all the time are also super fucking paranoid, right? So they're avoiding crowds, they're not going out. How many people who won't wear a mask are a little loose? They're just like, fuck it. If I get sick, I get sick. I already got COVID. Fuck it.
Yep.
You know, they just go out. So you can't, it's hard to know when you have a large group of, when something as weird as the pandemic happens. And even then, they can't show. It's not like all the people with masks showed 80% of them didn't get COVID. No, they all got COVID. Everybody got COVID.
Yeah.
And then there's this thing where they want to say it protects you from hospitalization and death. No, that's not true either. Because I know a lot of people who were vaccinated who got COVID who got to the fucking hospital.
Mm-hmm.
And I know a couple that died.
Yeah.
How many people do you know that died from COVID?
I confirmed actually don't know anybody, I don't think. I mean, it's kind of debatable. Like Jeff Scott, I mean, I don't know.
No, Jeff Scott, he died alone. Like I don't think he had COVID.
I mean, yeah, exactly. I know some people that died during that period, but really nobody.
Jeff Scott was HIV positive too.
Yeah, for a long time.
I wonder if maybe he couldn't get his meds.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, because that was an issue during the pandemic as well. That's when we realized that China makes all our medicine. Like, what? China makes a lot of things, man. It's crazy how much we rely on them for manufacturing stuff.
Yep, crazy.
Yeah, they're trying to mitigate some of that now. Samsung is actually putting in a chip factory in Austin.
Huh.
Yeah, should be interesting.
Yeah, we got to do something. We got to get businesses back over here and stuff.
Yeah, we definitely shouldn't rely on a foreign country that is not our ally for our fucking medicine. Jesus.
Right.
That's so kooky. That is such a kooky thought.
We live in the craziest times.
It's so weird, man. It's every day it's weirder and weirder. And every day AI gets stronger and stronger. And every day I wonder, like, are these the last days of just being a regular person? Are these the last days of us just driving around, getting on a plane, going to places, telling jokes? Are these just the last days of that? Like, are we going to be living in a world in 5 years that's unrecognizable? Because I think we are, dude.
I hope not. I don't know. The AI stuff still, I'm not completely mesmerized or convinced. I hear you and Duncan talking about it a lot in the green room, and I'm just always like, I don't know. I haven't bought in yet. It all just seems like a fancy Alexa to me.
Well, have you actually seen what it can do? Have you ever seen what it can do, like as far as coding?
No.
It can code so much faster than people. Like it can solve problems faster than people. It can do all of these things already better than people can. Like no one in the future is going to need to hire a coder. Like a person who sits in front of a terminal for 16 hours a day and just fucking Adderalls out and just like lines of code. That's done. That's done. You can do that if you want to, but a computer's going to bang it out quick. It would be stupid for you to do that when a computer can do it in 2 seconds and you're going to spend 16 hours and you might fuck up a few lines and you got to go back.